There's something ancient and unsettling about the deep woods. We go there to escape, to find peace, but for those who work there, the park rangers, the forest doesn't always offer tranquility. They are the guardians of these vast, wild spaces, the first to arrive and often the last to leave. Tonight, as the summer night closes in, we're going to venture deep into the heart of our national parks. But we're not looking for scenic views. We're sharing stories from the rangers themselves, chilling encounters and strange events that defy easy explanation. We'll hear about the seasoned forest ranger who found something that wasn't supposed to be there, the unnerving truths behind a missing person case that went cold, and the eerie sounds that echo through the canyons after dark. So, turn down the lights, get comfortable, and prepare yourself. These aren't just campfire tales. These are the true, scary stories from the people who know the woods and its secrets better than anyone. My name is Catherine Pierce. It's a name that feels solid, grounded in history, which is perhaps why I was drawn to my profession. For the past 8 years, I have served as the lead historian and archivist for the Great Smoky Mountains National Park Service. My domain is a climate-controlled, windowless series of rooms in the basement of the Sugarlands Visitor Center, a place that smells perpetually of aging paper, binding glue, and the low, electric hum of dehumidifiers fighting a losing battle against the pervasive Appalachian dampness. My job, in essence, is to be the memory of these mountains, or at least the memory of the people who have passed through them. I curate the stories, the records, and the artifacts left behind, from faded 19th century land grants to the personal correspondence of the families displaced when the park was formed. I deal in facts, in verifiable timelines and documented events. The spectral, the folkloric, the things that go bump in the night, those are typically relegated to the campfire story circuit for tourists, not the stereo, acid-free boxes that line my shelves. It was a cold, wet Tuesday in late October when the past decided to claw its way into the present. The mountains were shrouded in a thick, chilling fog that clung to the trees like a shroud, turning the vibrant autumn colors into muted, ghostly shapes. I was deep into a project that had become a quiet obsession of mine, digitizing and referencing the park's unsolved cases. We have more than a few. People come to these 800 square miles of wilderness to lose themselves, and sometimes they succeed all too well. But one case always stood out, a wound that never quite healed in the park's collective consciousness, the disappearance of Treny Gibson. The file, designated MPS 76088, was deceptively thin. Inside, the story unfolded in brittle, yellowed documents. On November 8, 1976, Treny, a bright, popular 16-year-old from Burden High School in Knoxville, was on a class field trip to Clingman's Dump. There were over 40 students and several chaperones. One moment she was there, walking with her classmates along the paved trail, laughing about something a friend had said. The next, she was gone, vanished. Not just out of sight, but erased from the landscape. The search was one of the most extensive in the park's history. Hundreds of volunteers, park rangers, and law enforcement officers scoured every inch of the rugged terrain. Helicopters buzzed overhead, their searchlights cutting futilely through the dense canopy. Bloodhounds were brought in, but they lost her scent almost immediately, circling in confused agitation right where she was last seen. There were no tracks leading off the trail, no signs of a struggle, no torn clothing. The interviews with her classmates were a study in bewildered contradiction. Some thought they saw her wander towards the woods. Others swore she was right behind them. It was as if the ancient forest had simply opened its mouth and swallowed her whole. The case eventually went cold, leaving behind only a grainy black and white school photograph of a smiling girl with feathered hair and a ghost story whispered among rangers for decades. As a historian, I felt compelled to understand the context of the time and place. This led me down a rabbit hole into the rich, and often dark, folklore of the Cherokee people who had inhabited these mountains for centuries before they were forcibly removed. It was in a dusty, leather-bound anthology of oral traditions, compiled by an anthropologist in the 1920s, that I first encountered her name, Otlonta. The name itself sent a strange, unwelcome shiver down my spine. The translation was even more unsettling. Spearfinger. The legend described a powerful, malevolent entity, a witch or spirit with skin made of stone, making her impervious to any weapon. She was a shapeshifter, most often appearing as a gentle, grandmotherly figure to disarm her chosen victims' children. Her most terrifying feature, the one that gave her the name, was her single stone finger on her right hand. which was as sharp and hard as obsidian. The stories said she would use this finger to pierce the livers of the children she lured away, for human livers were her only sustenance. I read the accounts with academic detachment initially. It was fascinating, a chilling piece of cultural lore, a boogeyman created to keep children from wandering into the dangerous woods. It was a story, nothing more. I made a note in the Treny Gibson file, a small academic annotation under local cultural context, and tried to move on. But the image of Spearfinger, of that single, sharp finger, lingered in the back of my mind like a splinter. The call came around 3:00 p.m. It was David Miller, a senior law enforcement ranger, a man I knew well. Miller was a career ranger, a man with a face as weathered as the mountains he patrolled. He was pragmatic, unflappable, and not prone to exaggeration. His voice on the phone, however, was tight, strained with something I couldn't quite identify. "Catherine," he said, skipping the usual pleasantries, "I need you to pull any records you have on the Nolan Creek Trail. Specifically, anything unusual. Fatalities, disappearances, strange sightings. Anything." "Of course, David. Is everything all right?" I asked, my fingers already tapping on my keyboard. There was a pause. I could hear the wind howling in the background of his call. "We have a situation. A hiker found a body about 2 miles up the trail. A male, looks to be in his late 30s. An accident?" I asked, though the tone in his voice suggested otherwise. Park fatalities were tragic, but not uncommon. Falls, heart attacks, bear encounters, they were grim realities of this place. "We don't think so," Miller said, his voice dropping lower. "The coroner is on his way, but Cat, this is strange. There's no sign of a struggle, no animal tracks, nothing to explain it. There's just one wound." I stopped typing, a cold dread heavy and suffocating as the fog outside began to seep into my climate-controlled sanctuary.
"One wound, yeah."
A puncture wound, right over the heart. He hesitated again. "It's the cleanest, deepest wound I've ever seen. It's impossibly small, perfectly round. The field medic said it looks like he was stabbed with a surgical instrument, something incredibly thin and razor sharp. But there's nothing out here. No weapon, no footprints besides the victim's. It's like he was standing there 1 second, and the next, this." My blood ran cold. I swiveled in my chair, my eyes landing on the file for MPS 76-088 lying open on my desk. The smiling face of Treny Gibson stared up at me. Beside it, my notes on Cherokee folklore were visible. A single word seemed to leap off the page, highlighted in my memory as if by a flash of lightning. "Spearfinger." I gripped the phone tighter, my knuckles white. "David," I said, my voice barely a whisper. What did the wound look like? Exactly?
"I told you, Cat."
A single deep puncture, like he was poked with a giant steel needle. My breath hitched. My carefully constructed world of facts and evidence began to fracture. The sterile scent of the archive was suddenly replaced by the phantom smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. The stories weren't just stories. The thin file on my desk wasn't just a cold case. It was a prelude. The whispers from the past were becoming a scream in the present, and I was standing right in the path of the echo. The legend of Utlanda wasn't a story to explain a tragedy from the 1970s. It was a warning, and we had failed to listen. The line went dead, but I kept the receiver pressed to my ear. The plastic suddenly slick with sweat. The silence that filled my office was heavier, more profound than before. It was the silence of a tomb. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the low, steady hum of the archives. I slowly placed the phone back in its cradle, my hand trembling so violently that it rattled. My gaze was locked on the Treny Gibson file. Her smiling face seemed to mock my scientific detachment, my carefully curated world of logic and reason. A ghost story whispered among rangers. A piece of cultural lore. I had categorized the incomprehensible, filed it away under a neat academic label, and in doing so I had been catastrophically, fatally wrong. My training, my entire career, was built on a foundation of evidence, and the evidence, as sparse and as terrifying as it was, pointed to an impossible conclusion. A 16-year-old girl vanishes from a crowded trail in 1976. Decades later, a lone hiker is found dead with a wound that defies modern forensic understanding. The only link between them was a story. A story about a stone-skinned witch who killed with a single, sharp finger. I couldn't stay here. My basement sanctuary had become a cage, the shelves of files pressing in on me. I needed air. I needed to see the sky, even if it was choked with fog. Grabbing my coat and keys, I practically fled the visitor center, ignoring the curious look from the young ranger at the information desk. Outside, the air was cold and bitingly damp, smelling of wet earth and decay. The fog was a living entity, swirling and coiling between the trees, muffling sound and distorting shapes. Every gnarled branch looked like a grasping arm. Every shadow seemed to hide a watching presence. My destination was the Nolan Creek trailhead, but I knew I wouldn't be allowed at the crime scene. I drove instead to the small ranger station near Deep Creek, a place where David Miller would likely set up a temporary command post. The 20-minute drive felt like an eternity. My mind raced, replaying the details of the legend, the facts of the cases, trying to force them into a rational pattern that simply wasn't there. Shapeshifter. The word echoed in my thoughts. She could look like anyone, a kind old woman. Fellow hiker, the friendly face you pass on the trail. How many people had vanished in these mountains without a trace, their cases filed away as lost to the elements? How many were not accidents, but victims? When I arrived at the station, David's truck was parked outside. I found him inside, bent over a topographical map, his face grim in the harsh fluorescent light. He looked up as I entered, his expression a mixture of exhaustion and surprise. "Cat, I didn't expect to see you out here," he said, his voice rough. "You knew I would be," I replied, my voice steadier than I felt. "Tell me everything, David. Everything that's not in an official report yet." He sighed, running a hand over his face. "There's not much more to tell. The coroner, Dr. Evans, just left. He's as baffled as we are. The victim's name is Daniel Blake, 38, an experienced hiker from Asheville. His car is still at the trailhead. Wallet and phone were in his pocket. This wasn't a robbery. And the wound," I pressed. "Evans has never seen anything like it. The entry point is less than a centimeter in diameter, but the internal damage is catastrophic. It pierced straight through his sternum like it was paper and punctured his heart. Evans said the force required would be immense, but there's no corresponding blunt force trauma. No bruising around the wound, nothing. It's like a hot needle through butter." He paused, looking at me intently. "But that's not the strangest part. His liver, it was lacerated badly. Evans said it looked like whatever pierced his chest also raked across his liver. The air left my lungs in a rush. I gripped the edge of the table to steady myself. Human livers were her only sustenance. "David," I began, my voice low and urgent, "we need to talk about Treny Gibson." He frowned. "The 1976 case. What does that have to do with this?" "Everything. I was researching old Cherokee folklore in connection to her disappearance. There's a legend, David. A story about a creature called Utlanda, Spearfinger. I told him everything. I told him about the stone skin, the shape-shifting, the single obsidian finger used to pierce her victims. I told him about her diet. As I spoke, I watched his face shift from wary professionalism to guarded skepticism, and finally, to outright disbelief. "Ket, for God's sake." He cut me off, his voice sharp with frustration. "You're a historian. You deal in facts. Now you're coming to me with campfire stories. A man is dead. I'm looking for a murderer, not a monster from a children's story. Don't you see?" I pleaded, my voice rising. "The facts fit the story. The wound, the liver, the lack of evidence. It's all there." Treny Gibson wasn't a runaway. She was a victim. Just like Daniel Blake. "It's a coincidence," he said, shaking his head, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of uncertainty. "A deeply weird, tragic coincidence. We'll find a logical explanation, a new kind of weapon, a freak event. Anything but this." I knew I couldn't convince him. Not yet. He was a man who needed hard, physical evidence, and all I had was a dead man and a 200-year-old myth. I needed someone who understood that in these mountains, myth and reality were often the same thing. There was only one person I could think of, Samuel Crow. Sam was a respected elder of the eastern band of Cherokee Indians, living over on the Qualla boundary. His grandfather had been one of the primary sources for the very same anthropology book I'd been reading. If anyone knew the truth behind the legend of Utlanda, it would be him. I left David to his maps and his logic and drove towards Cherokee territory. The fog seemed to thicken as I drove east, the world outside my windshield dissolving into a gray void. I found Sam's small, neat house tucked away on a quiet road. He was sitting on his porch, carving a piece of wood, his hands gnarled but steady. He was an old man, with a face like a topographical map of the very mountains around us, and eyes that held a deep, ancient wisdom. He looked up as I approached, his carving knife still in his hand. He didn't seem surprised to see me. "You are the historian," he said. It wasn't a question. "You have the look of someone who has spent too long with ghosts." "Mr. Crow," I said, my voice trembling slightly, "I need to ask you about a story. about Utlunta. The change in his demeanor was instantaneous and terrifying. The warmth in his eyes vanished, replaced by a cold, hard fear. He set his carving down with deliberate care and looked out towards the fog-shrouded mountains. "That is not a name to be spoken lightly," he said, his voice a low rumble. "It is a name that calls things from the deep woods." "Why do you seek her?" I told him about Daniel Blake. I described the wound, the lacerated liver. I told him about my research into the Treny Gibson case. He listened without interruption, his face unreadable. When I finished, a long, heavy silence stretched between us. "She is not a story," he finally said, his gaze meeting mine. "She is a hunger, an ancient hunger. She sleeps for many years, sometimes for the lifetime of a man. But things can wake her. The telling of her story, the digging into her past, it is like ringing a dinner bell." A cold dread, far worse than anything I had felt before, washed over me. "What do you mean?" "You... historian," he said, his voice heavy with a terrible finality. "You have been digging in a place you should have left alone. You have been reading her name, speaking her name, thinking her name. You have put the scent of your curiosity on the wind." He leaned forward, his dark eyes boring into mine. "She knows who you are now. The hunger has been awakened, and she knows your name." He stood up and pointed a trembling, wrinkled finger not towards the Nolan Creek Trail, but back in the direction from which I had come, back towards the heart of the park. "You must be careful," he whispered, and the fog seemed to swirl around his words. "She often appears as a kind old woman, offering help. Do not trust a friendly face in the woods. She is awake, and she is hunting." The drive back from the Koala boundary was a descent into a personal hell. Samuel Crow's words had not been a comfort or a solution. They were a death sentence delivered on a foggy afternoon. "She knows who you are now. She is hunting." Every pair of headlights that appeared in my rearview mirror sent a jolt of pure adrenaline through my system. Was it her? Could she drive? The question was absurd, but in a world where a stone-skinned witch was real, the rules of logic no longer applied. The fog, once a simple weather phenomenon, was now a predatory accomplice, wrapping itself around my small car, isolating me, hiding the monsters that I now knew walked these roads. The towering trees lining the highway were no longer majestic. They were silent, ancient sentinels watching a hunt they had witnessed countless times before. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were bone. White, I was no longer a historian observing the past. I was a creature of prey, and the scent of my fear felt as thick and cloying as the mist outside. I didn't go home. My small, isolated cabin suddenly seemed less like a sanctuary and more like a trap. There was only one place I could go, one place with the resources I desperately needed: my office. My windowless, climate-controlled box in the basement of the visitor center. It was no longer a cage but a bunker. If a story had put me in this danger, perhaps a deeper story could get me out. I needed to find a weakness, a chink in the creature's stone armor, an overlooked footnote in the annals of folklore that could save my life. The visitor center was quiet when I arrived, the last of the daytime tourists having fled the encroaching dusk and foul weather. The young ranger at the desk gave me a concerned look as I hurried past, my face pale and my eyes wide with a terror he couldn't possibly comprehend. I didn't stop to explain. I locked myself in the archives, the heavy door thudding shut with a sound of grim finality. The familiar smell of old paper was no longer comforting. It was the smell of forgotten warnings and ignored prophecies. With frantic energy, I pulled every book, every manuscript, every folder that mentioned Cherokee lore. I wasn't reading as an academic anymore, coolly analyzing cultural narratives. I was reading as a condemned woman searching for a pardon. My fingers, stained with ink and dust, flew across brittle pages. The stories of Atlanta were numerous, each more horrifying than the last. They spoke of her invulnerability, her cunning, her cruelty. For what felt like hours, I found nothing but confirmation of my doom. Then, in a slim, privately published volume containing transcribed interviews with Cherokee elders from the 1930s, I found it. It was an account from a man named Yonaguska, Samuel Crow's own great-grandfather. He described a time when warriors had tried to kill Spearfinger. Their arrows and spears shattered against her stone skin, but the birds, the tiny cycloli, the chickadees, were her enemies. They pitied the humans she hunted. The legend said that as the warriors despaired, a chickadee flew down and landed on Utlunda's right hand, singing its name, Siki Lili, Psyche Lili. The warriors didn't understand, but one wise medicine man knew the bird was sending a message. Her power, her life, her heart, It was not in her chest. It was hidden in the palm of her right hand, the very hand that held the deadly stone finger. Her greatest weapon was also the secret to her undoing. A sliver of hope, fragile but fierce, pierced through my terror. A weakness. It wasn't much, but it was more than I had moments before. My heart still pounded, but now it was with a desperate, wild plan instead of just pure fear. I had to get out, to tell David, to formulate some kind of defense. I gathered my coat and bag, my hand hovering over the light switch. I took one last look at the smiling photo of Treny Gibson. "I'm sorry," I whispered to her. "I'm so sorry I didn't understand sooner." I unlocked the archive door and stepped into the darkened hallway. The main lights of the visitor center had been turned off, leaving only the dim glow of emergency lighting. The building was utterly silent. I walked towards the main entrance, my footsteps echoing unnervingly on the polished floor. And that's when I saw her. Standing just inside the glass doors, silhouetted against the swirling gray fog, was a small elderly woman. She was hunched against the cold, wearing a simple cloth coat and a shawl wrapped around her head. She looked frail, lost, and harmless. She turned as I approached, and her face was a roadmap of gentle wrinkles, her eyes soft and pleading. It was the perfect disguise. It was the face from the stories. "Oh, thank goodness," she said, her voice thin and reedy. "I'm so sorry to bother you, dear, but my car seems to have broken down just up the road. My phone has no battery and I'm just so terribly cold. I was hoping I could wait in here until a tow truck comes." My blood turned to ice. She often appears as a kind old woman offering help. Sam's warning screamed in my head. I froze, my hand clutching the strap of my bag. My mind was a battlefield of instinct versus reason. This was a lost old woman, a tourist in trouble. My job, my entire life, had been about helping people understand and navigate this park. But my instincts, now hunned by primal fear, told me I was looking at the face of my killer. I'm sorry, the center is closed," I stammered, taking a step back. "You should call the park's emergency line from the payphone outside." "Oh," I tried, she said, taking a shuffling step towards me. Her smile was kind, but it didn't reach her eyes. Her eyes were ancient and cold. "It's out of order. Please, dear, it's just for a few minutes. I'm so cold." She held out her left hand in a pleading gesture. Her right hand remained tucked deep within the folds of her shawl, hidden from view. My gaze darted past her, through the glass doors to the trees outside. And then I saw it, a single, tiny bird, a chickadee flitting frantically on a low, hanging branch. It chirped in a sharp, agitated rhythm. "Siki Lili, Siki Lili." It was real. It was all real. The woman's smile faltered as she saw where I was looking. The mask of frail kindness dropped, and for a split second, her face contorted with an expression of pure, predatory rage. "You should have helped me," she hissed, and the voice was no longer thin and reedy, but a guttural rasp that scraped the air. In a movement far too fast for any human, her right hand shot out from the shawl. It was not a hand. It was a weapon. Her fingers were gnarled and gray like stone, and from the center of her palm extended a single, glistening black spike of obsidian, a finger honed to a razor-sharp point. There was no time to scream. I acted on pure, desperate instinct. As she lunged, I threw my heavy leather bag, filled with books, at her head. It was a pathetic defense, but it made her flinch, deflecting her aim by a fraction of an inch. The stone finger sliced past my shoulder, tearing through my coat and shirt, scoring a line of fire across my skin. I stumbled back, my eyes scanning the room for a weapon. My gaze landed on a display case against the wall, the park's geology exhibit. Without thinking, I shattered the glass with my elbow, ignoring the searing pain, and grabbed the first thing my hand found. A hefty, jagged piece of smoky quartz, its broken edge as sharp as any knife. The creature was coming at me again, its face now a horrifying, shifting visage of the old woman and something far older and more terrible beneath. It raised its hand for the killing blow, the palm of her hand. I didn't run. I met her charge. As the obsidian finger stabbed towards my heart, I dropped to one knee, ducking under the lethal arc. With all the strength I possessed, I swung the jagged quartz rock upwards, aiming for her open, outstretched palm. The impact was sickening. Not the sound of flesh and bone, but the sound of shattering rock. A high-pitched, unearthly shriek tore through the air as the obsidian finger exploded into 1,000 tiny shards. The creature stared at its hand, at the mangled, stony stump where its weapon had been. The illusion around it flickered and died. For a horrifying moment, I saw its true form, a gaunt, gray being with eyes of burning coal. Before it dissolved into a cloud of black, acrid smoke and vanished into the fog, I was left alone in the silent, wrecked visitor center, kneeling on the floor, clutching a bloody rock, gasping for breath. David Miller found me 20 minutes later. The official story was that I had been attacked by a transient who had broken into the visitor center. The deep scratch on my shoulder was attributed to a knife. The shattered display case and my incoherent babbling about stone, skinned witches were put down to trauma and shock. The case of Daniel Blake was quietly closed, unsolved. I resigned my position a week later. I could no longer be the keeper of the park's memories. I had become one of its ghosts. I moved away from the mountains, but it didn't matter. You can't run from a thing that knows your name. I will forever be the historian who read the wrong story, who rang a dinner bell in the deep woods and came face to face with the hunger that answered. And some nights, when the fog rolls in, I can almost hear the faint, agitated call of a chickadee, and I know that hunger never truly dies, it only sleeps, and it waits. My name is Leo Hayes. For the better part of 2 decades, I have served as a search and rescue team leader with the U.S. Forest Service. It's not a job you choose for the pay or the recognition. It's a calling, a deep-seated need to understand the wilderness and to bring back those it tries to claim. I've spent my adult life navigating the vast, untamed landscapes of the Pacific Northwest, from the dense, rain-soaked forests of the Cascades to the rugged, windswept peaks that scrape the sky. In 20 years, you see things. You develop a sixth sense, an intuition for the rhythm of the forest, the way the light filters through the canopy, the normal sounds of wildlife, the subtle signs of a human presence where there shouldn't be one. Most of the things I've seen, no matter how strange, have a logical, if unsettling, explanation. I've found hikers delirious from dehydration, telling stories of talking animals and trees that whispered their names. I've tracked lost children who were found miles from their last known position in terrain they couldn't possibly have crossed alone, yet there they were, safe and sound with no memory of their journey. I've stumbled upon strange, ritualistic-looking sights. Circles of stones, animal bones arranged in bizarre patterns that were probably just the work of bored teenagers or eccentrics seeking a connection with nature. The forest is a place of profound solitude, and solitude can do strange things to the human mind. I've always held on to that belief. There's always an explanation, even if you can't see it right away, but there are some things that defy explanation. Some things that feel wrong. Intrinsically, fundamentally wrong, as if the very fabric of reality has been torn and clumsily stitched back together. This is the story of the first time I saw such a thing. It's a story that has since seeped into the dark corners of the internet, becoming a sort of modern folklore, a campfire tale for a new generation. They call them the stairs in the woods, but for me it's not a legend. It's a memory etched into my mind as vividly as the day it happened. It was late summer, the air thick with the smell of pine and damp earth. The season was turning, and you could feel a hint of the coming autumn chill in the morning air. We were on day 3 of a search for a missing hunter. His name was Marcus Thorne, an experienced outdoorsman in his late 40s who, according to his family, knew these woods like the back of his hand. But the wilderness doesn't care about experience. It's impartial in its cruelty. A simple fall, a moment of disorientation, a sudden turn in the weather. That's all it takes. My partner on this search was a man named Sam. He was an old-timer, close to retirement, with a face like a topographical map, every line and crease telling a story of a life lived outdoors. Sam wasn't much of a talker. He communicated in grunts, nods, and the occasional, gravelly voiced observation that was always worth listening to. He'd been with the Forest Service longer than I had, and he carried an air of quiet authority. He moved through the woods with a slow, deliberate grace, his eyes constantly scanning, missing nothing. He believed the forest had rules, not the kind written in our field manuals, but older, deeper rules. And he believed in respecting them. We were deep in the backcountry, a good 15 miles from the nearest established trail. The search area was a sprawling expanse of old-growth forest, a place where the trees were so tall and dense they blotted out the sun, leaving the forest floor in a perpetual state of twilight. It was the kind of place where you could walk for days and not see another soul. Our radios were spotty at best, the terrain a nightmare of steep ravines, tangled undergrowth, and fallen logs the size of small cars. On the 3rd day, we found a promising sign, a fresh set of tracks that matched Thorne's boots, leading away from a small makeshift camp. The tracks were heading into an even more remote area, a a section of the park that was rarely patrolled. It didn't make sense. Why would an experienced hunter like Thorne push deeper into such unforgiving territory? He's chasing something. Sam had grunted, kneeling to examine a faint impression in the mud, or something's chasing him. The words hung in the still air, unsettling me more than I wanted to admit. We followed the tracks for hours, the forest growing quieter and more oppressive with every step. The usual chatter of birds and squirrels had faded away, replaced by an unnerving silence. The only sound was the crunch of our boots on the forest floor and the whisper of the wind through the high branches. It felt like we were intruders in a place that didn't want us there. We broke through a thicket of ferns into a small, unnaturally perfect clearing. And that's when we saw it. My brain simply couldn't process it at first. It was a cognitive dissonance so profound that, for a moment, I thought I was hallucinating, a victim of the same forest-induced madness I'd seen in others. There, in the dead center of this wild, untouched clearing, was a staircase. It wasn't a rustic, wooden set of steps. It was a pristine, flawlessly constructed staircase that looked as if it had been surgically removed from a 2-story suburban home and dropped into the middle of the wilderness. It was carpeted in a thick, plush, cream-colored shag carpet that was utterly spotless. There wasn't a single leaf, twig, or speck of dirt on it. The wooden balustrade was polished to a high sheen, gleaming softly in the dappled sunlight. The staircase ascended about 15 feet into the air and then just stopped. It led to absolutely nowhere. We stood frozen at the edge of the clearing, staring. My mind raced, desperately trying to find a rational explanation. An art installation. A prank by some film students. But there were no tracks around it. None. The ground around the base of the stairs was covered in undisturbed moss and pine needles. There were no signs of construction, no sawdust, no discarded materials. There were no drag marks, no broken branches on the surrounding trees to suggest it had been dropped in by a helicopter. It was simply there, an impossible object in an impossible place. I took a half step forward, my training kicking in. I needed to document this, photograph it, get a GPS coordinate. This was an anomaly, a hazard. But before I could take another step, Sam's hand shot out and grabbed my arm. His grip was like iron. I turned to look at him. The blood had drained from his face, leaving his weathered skin a pale, ashen gray. His eyes, usually so calm and observant, were wide with a primal fear I had never seen in him before. "Sam, what is it?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He didn't look at me. His gaze was fixed on the staircase, on the empty space at the top where a second floor should have been. "We don't go near those," he said, his voice tight, strained. It was the most I'd heard him say all day. "What are you talking about?" "What is that?" I insisted, gesturing towards the impossible structure. "We have to report this. We have to check it out." "No," he said, his voice dropping lower, filled with a chilling finality. "We mark the location as a structural hazard on the map, and we walk away. Don't touch me, don't talk about it. We walk away now." He started to pull me back into the trees away from the clearing. I resisted, my mind still reeling with 1,000 questions. Why? What could possibly be the reason for such a reaction? It was just a staircase. A weird, inexplicable staircase, but a staircase nonetheless. "Sam, wait," I said, pulling my arm free. "You have to tell me why. I don't understand." He finally turned to face me, and the look in his eyes stopped me cold. It was a look of pure, unadulterated terror mixed with a deep, profound sorrow. "Because, Leo," he said, his voice cracking slightly, "the people who climb them, they're the ones we never find." Sam's words hit me with the force of a physical blow, colder and sharper than the encroaching evening air. The ones we never find. It wasn't a warning, it was a verdict. A statement of fact delivered with the grim certainty of a man who had seen the evidence firsthand. The 1,000 questions swirling in my mind coalesced into one. What had he seen? He didn't give me a chance to ask. With a strength that belied his age, he turned me around and marched me back into the dense tree line, away from the clearing and its impossible occupant. I stumbled after him, my feet catching on roots, my mind still snagged on the image of that pristine, carpeted staircase. I kept glancing back over my shoulder, half expecting it to be gone, a shared hallucination that would vanish with the shifting light. But it remained a silent, surreal monument to the irrational. The cream-colored carpet was like a pale tongue tasting the empty air. The silence that had felt oppressive before was now suffocating. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig under our boots, sounded amplified and menacing. It felt as if the forest itself was holding its breath, watching us. I strained my ears, listening for something, anything out of the ordinary. A sound from the clearing, a whisper on the wind. There was nothing. And that nothing was the most terrifying sound I had ever heard. We walked for what felt like an eternity, putting as much distance as we could between ourselves and that place. Sam didn't speak, and I didn't press him. I knew he needed time. The fear I had seen in his eyes was real, a deep, abiding terror that had been buried for years and was now unearthed. My own fear was a different kind. It was the fear of the unknown, of a world that suddenly no longer operated by the rules I understood. My logical, rational mind was at war with what my eyes had just seen. We made camp as dusk began to bleed through the canopy, turning the world into shades of gray and purple. The process was mechanical, each of us going through the familiar motions of setting up the tent and starting a fire. But the usual campfire camaraderie was absent. The small circle of light from our flames seemed to push back a tangible, living darkness that pressed in from all sides. Finally, with 2 steaming mugs of coffee between us, I couldn't stand the silence any longer. "You have to tell me, Sam," I said, my voice low. "You owe me that much. What was that back there? What did you mean?" Sam stared into the dancing flames, his face a mask of conflicting emotions. For a long moment, I thought he was going to ignore me, to retreat back into his stony silence. But then he let out a long, slow breath, the air rattling in his chest. It was about 15 years ago. He began, his voice gravelly and distant, as if recounting a story that had happened to someone else. "I was younger then. More like you. Thought I had the world figured out. Knew the woods, knew the job. There was nothing out here that could truly surprise me. Or so I thought." He took a sip of his coffee. We got a call. A young woman, a geology student named Sarah, had gone missing. She was out doing survey work for her thesis, just a day trip. Smart girl, capable, had all the right gear. But she didn't come back. We started the search the next morning. Her car was at the trailhead, everything in order. We searched for 4 days. Nothing. Not a footprint, not a broken branch, not a dropped piece of equipment. It was like she'd just vanished into thin air. On the 5th day, her supervising professor gave us a more detailed map of the specific area she was supposed to be surveying. It was a remote section, geologically interesting but rarely visited. My partner, a good man named Dave, and I headed out there. Sam paused, his knuckles white around his mug. The woods felt different in that area. Quiet, the same way it felt today. An empty quiet. We were cutting through a dense patch of firs when we found it. A staircase. I finished for him, the word feeling alien on my tongue. He nodded slowly. Different from this one. This one was domestic. That one was grander. Dark mahogany with a red velvet runner held down by brass rods. Looked like it belonged in some old hotel or a mansion. It was just standing there, in the middle of nowhere, leading up to a patch of empty sky. And just like today, not a single track around it. The ground was untouched. Dave reacted like you did, Sam continued. He was fascinated. He wanted to get closer, take pictures, figure out what the hell it was. But I felt it, the wrongness. It was like a cold spot in the air, a frequency I could feel in my teeth. I told him to stay back, that we should call it in and wait. But Dave, he was stubborn. He said, "It's just a thing, Sam. Wood and nails. It can't hurt us." The fire crackled, spitting an ember into the darkness. Sam's eyes were unfocused, lost in the memory. He walked right up to it. He put his hand on the banister. I remember him shouting back at me, "See, it's solid. Probably some millionaire's folly." And then he started to climb. I yelled at him to stop, to get down from there. He just laughed and kept going, one step at a time. "What happened?" I whispered, leaning forward. He got to the top step. Sam said, his voice barely audible. He turned around to look at me, a big triumphant grin on his face. He opened his mouth to say something, and then he just stopped. The grin vanished. His eyes went wide, but they weren't looking at me anymore. They were looking at something over my shoulder, something behind me. He got this look on his face, a look of absolute, soul-shattering surprise, not fear. Not yet. Just pure, unadulterated shock. And then he smiled. But it wasn't his smile. It was empty. A puppet smile. He turned his back to me, faced the empty air at the top of the stairs, and took one more step. A step into nothing. And I prompted, my heart hammering against my ribs. "And he was gone," Sam said, a tear finally tracing a path through the grime on his cheek. He didn't fall. He didn't make a sound. One moment he was there, and the next the top of the staircase was empty. He just ceased to be. I stood there for an hour, screaming his name until I was hoarse. There was no response, nothing. It was like he had never existed. We never found Dave, or the geology student Sarah. The official report lists them as missing, presumed deceased. The staircase was never mentioned. When I tried to tell my superiors what I saw, they looked at me with pity. They suggested I take a leave of absence, see a counselor. They thought I'd cracked under the stress. But I know what I saw. He finally looked at me, his eyes sharp and filled with a terrible clarity. These things, Leo, they're not just objects. They're traps or lures. I don't know what they are, but I know what they do. They take people. And the people they take, they don't come back. We sat in silence for a long time, the weight of his story settling over our small camp. The search for Marcus Thorne had suddenly taken on a terrifying new dimension. The tracks we had been following, the ones that led deeper and deeper into the unforgiving wilderness, they weren't just the tracks of a lost hunter. They were the tracks of a man who was being led somewhere. The tracks, I said, the realization dawning on me. Thorne's tracks. They were heading right for that clearing. Sam nodded grimly. Wasn't chasing something, Leo. And nothing was chasing him. He was being called. He was being called. Sam's words hung in the cold night air, extinguishing the last embers of my skepticism. The world I had known for 20 years, a world of compass bearings, topographical maps, and logical deduction, had been irrevocably fractured. In its place was something ancient and predatory, a wilderness that didn't just kill you with falls or exposure, but could actively lure you, call you to your doom with silent, impossible promises. The search for Marcus Thorne was no longer a rescue mission. It had become an exorcism. Sleep was impossible that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the clean, cream-colored carpet, the polished banister, and the empty space at the top, waiting. I saw Sam's partner, Dave, turning with that hollow, puppet smile before stepping into oblivion. Was Marcus Thorne already gone? Had he been called? While we were debating the reality of what we'd seen, the thought was a lead weight in my gut. My duty, my entire professional and moral code, screamed at me that I couldn't just leave him. But Sam's story and the raw, undeniable terror in his eyes screamed just as loudly to run and never look back. Before the first light of dawn touched the sky, I had made my decision. I kicked the dirt over the last of the campfire coals, the sound startlingly loud in the pre-dawn stillness. Sam was already awake, sitting with his back against a tree, his rifle across his lap. He looked as if he hadn't slept at all. "We're going back," I said. It wasn't a question. Sam looked at me, his face grim. He didn't argue. He didn't try to talk me out of it. He simply nodded a slow, tired gesture of resignation. He knew my duty as a team leader wouldn't let me abandon the search, no matter how insane the circumstances. And his duty as my partner wouldn't let me go alone. He was terrified. I could see that plain as day, but his loyalty ran deeper than his fear. The journey back to the clearing was different. We were no longer just rangers on a search. We were trace-passers, knowingly entering a forbidden place. The forest seemed to watch our return. The silence was heavier, charged with anticipation. We moved with a tense, practiced quiet, our hands never far from the radios clipped to our vests, though we both knew they would likely be useless. What would we even say? "Dispatch, we have a visual on a paranormal event, requesting backup." As we neared the clearing, a new element intruded upon the silence. It was a sound, faint and intermittent, carried on the breeze. It was music. Not wilderness sounds, but the tinny, cheerful melody of an old-timey ice cream truck. The tune was happy, incongruous, and utterly horrifying in this context. It was a sound that belonged to suburbs and sunny afternoons, not to the deep, dark heart of an ancient forest. It was wrong. It was the sound of the lure. We slowed our approach, moving from tree to tree like soldiers in hostile territory. The music grew slightly louder, then faded as if driving by on a street that wasn't there. Then we saw the clearing. The staircase was still there, unchanged, its presence an affront to nature. But it was no longer alone. At the base of the stairs, placed neatly on the mossy ground, was a hunter's pack and a high-powered rifle. Marcus Thorne's gear. And on the stairs, about 3/4 of the way to the top, was Marcus Thorne himself. He wasn't hurt or in distress. He was standing perfectly still, his back to us, looking up towards the top of the staircase. He was dressed in his hunting gear, but he seemed completely at ease, as if he were standing on his own front porch. He was listening. "Thorne! Marcus Thorne!" I shouted, my voice cracking. The sound was swallowed by the clearing, deadened by the oppressive silence between the waves of phantom music. He didn't react. He didn't even flinch. It was as if he couldn't hear me, as if he were in another world entirely. "Don't get any closer," Sam hissed, grabbing my arm, his eyes wide with terror. "It's too late, Leo. It's got him." But I had to try. I unholstered my sidearm, the click of the safety echoing unnaturally. "Thorn! This is search and rescue! Step away from the stairs! Turn around slowly." This time he moved. He turned not slowly, but with a smooth, fluid motion that was deeply unsettling. He looked down at us, and I saw his face. He was smiling. It was the smile Sam had described, a wide, placid, utterly empty grin. His eyes were glazed over, looking at us but not seeing us. They were the eyes of a man who was already gone. He raised a hand and gave a small, friendly wave, a gesture so normal it was grotesque. The ice cream truck music swelled for a moment, cheerful and bright, and then he turned his back to us once more, faced the empty air at the top of the stairs, and took another step. Then another. He climbed the last few steps with a calm, unhurried gait. When he reached the top landing, he paused for a moment, a dark silhouette against the morning sky. He took one final step out into nothing. He didn't fall. He didn't scream. He didn't vanish in a flash of light. He just stepped out of our world. One moment, he was there. The next, the top of the staircase was empty. The music stopped. The silence that rushed back in was absolute, profound, and permanent. We stood there for a full minute, frozen, our minds refusing to accept what our eyes had just witnessed. Marcus Thorne was gone, ceased to be. Another victim claimed by the stairs. Sam was the first to move. He backed away slowly, pulling me with him. "We have to go." Now, this time I didn't resist. We gathered Thorne's pack and rifle, the only tangible evidence that he had ever been there, and we walked away. We didn't run. We walked with the grim, defeated pace of men who had just looked into the abyss and seen it look back. We didn't speak until we were miles away, until the ordinary sounds of the forest, the birds and the wind, began to filter back into our awareness, a welcome but hollow comfort. The official report was a lie, of course. We wrote that the tracks led to a steep, treacherous ravine. We found his pack and rifle near the edge. The official cause of his disappearance was listed as a presumed fatal fall, his body lost to the unforgiving terrain. It was a neat, plausible story, the only story we could tell. I never spoke to Sam about it again, and he never mentioned it to me. There was no need. We were now bound by a shared, unspoken truth. He retired a few months later. On his last day, he just shook my hand, looked me in the eye, and said, "Be careful out there, Leo." I knew what he meant. He wasn't talking about bears or bad weather. That was 20 years ago. I'm the old-timer now. I lead the new teams, the young, confident rangers who think they have the world figured out. I teach them how to track, how to read the land, how to survive. But I also teach them something else. I teach them respect. I tell them that there are places in these woods you don't go, things you don't approach. I tell them that if they ever see something that doesn't belong, something that feels fundamentally wrong, they are to mark it on their map and walk away. They don't always understand. They look at me the way I must have looked at Sam all those years ago. But I am insistent, because I know the truth. The forest has rules, and the most important rule is that some things are not meant to be found. And some people, the ones who get called, are never coming back. My name is Maria Santiago, and for 7 years, I had the privilege and the burden of wearing the uniform of a National Park Service ranger. My post was the Grand Canyon. It's a place people think they know from postcards and documentaries, a vast, beautiful scar on the face of the earth. They see the sunsets that paint the canyon walls in hues of orange and purple. They hear the whisper of the wind through the junipers, and they feel a sense of awe. I felt that too. But I also knew the canyon's other side, the side that doesn't make it into the travel brochures. The canyon is a predator. It's a patient, silent hunter with 1,000 ways to kill you. Dehydration, flash floods, venomous snakes, a simple misstep on a loose rock. It waits for a moment of inattention, a lapse in judgment. It doesn't hate you. It doesn't love you. It simply is, and it demands respect. My job was to be the intermediary between the millions of people who came to see the beauty and the ancient in different power that could swallow them whole. Most of my days were routine, leading educational tours, checking permits, reminding tourists to carry more water than they think they'll need, and dealing with the occasional bit of backcountry mischief. But a significant part of the job, the part that settles deep in your bones, is search and rescue. SAR. When the canyon decided not to give someone back, we were the ones who went in to try and get them. The call for the German tourist came on a blistering Tuesday in late July. His name was Klaus. He was in his late 20s, fit, and by all accounts an experienced hiker. That's often how it goes. The ones who get into the most trouble are either completely unprepared or far too confident. Klaus fell into the latter category. His rental car had been found at a remote trailhead on the North Rim, a place far less traveled than the bustling South Rim. His itinerary left on the dashboard detailed a grueling, off-trail loop through some of the most unforgiving terrain in the park. He was 3 days overdue. My partner for the operation was a senior ranger named Dave. Dave was a lifer, a man who seemed to have been carved from the canyon rock itself. He had leathery skin, a quiet demeanor, and eyes that had seen more than he ever spoke of. When he looked at a landscape, he wasn't just seeing rocks and sky, he was reading a story of weather patterns, animal tracks, and the subtle signs of human passage. If anyone could find Klaus, it was Dave. He wanted a challenge, Dave said, his voice a low rumble as we geared up at the command post. He spat a stream of tobacco juice into the dust. Well, the canyon hurt him. The first day was a brutal, sun-drenched slog. The North Rim is a different beast. Higher in elevation, more forested. But the canyons it hides are steeper, the trails less defined, and the silence more profound. We operated on a grid system, our team of 6 rangers spreading out, our eyes constantly scanning, sweeping the vast, empty spaces. The heat was a physical weight. It pressed down on our shoulders, shimmered in the air above the rocks, and baked the moisture from our mouths. Every hour we'd stop, force ourselves to drink water and eat salty snacks. Our voices over the radio, the only proof that we weren't completely alone. We found nothing. No footprints where there shouldn't be. No discarded water bottle. No shred of clothing caught on a thorny bush. It was as if Klaus had walked to the edge of the world and simply stepped off. As the sun began to dip low, painting the sky in those deceptively beautiful colors, we made camp on a high mesa. The mood was grim. The first 48 hours are critical in any SAR operation. We were already past that. The statistical probability of finding Klaus alive was dropping with every passing minute. That night, the desert cold seeped in. I sat wrapped in my sleeping bag, staring out at the billion-star sky, a sight that usually filled me with peace. But tonight, it felt different. The vastness wasn't beautiful, it was threatening. It was a blanket of indifference hiding a man we were supposed to find. I thought about Klaus, alone out there somewhere. Was he injured, waiting for us? Had he succumbed to the heat? Or had something else happened? The canyon has its secrets, its whispers. Old Paiute legends speak of spirits that guard the sacred places, of shapeshifters that lure the unwary from the path. We rangers dismiss them as folklore, of course, campfire stories. But out here, in the dead of night, with the wind making strange, mournful sounds as it funneled through the rock formations, the stories didn't feel so distant. The second day dawned with the same relentless sun. We descended deeper into a side canyon, a place where the walls were so sheer they seemed to claw at the sky. The terrain was a nightmare of scree slopes and knife edge ridges. Our progress was painfully slow. It was mid-afternoon when Dave called for a break. We found a sliver of shade under a rock overhang, the air thick with the smell of hot dust and dry vegetation. "Let's glass the walls," Dave said, pulling out his own powerful binoculars. He might have tried to find shelter in one of the alcoves. It was a standard procedure, but a necessary one. I pulled out my own binoculars, my arms aching with fatigue. I propped my elbows on my knees and began the painstaking process of scanning the opposite canyon wall, a sheer cliff face hundreds of yards away. I moved the view methodically, left to right, top to bottom. Rock, shadow, alone, hardy bush clinging to a cracked rock, shadow, and then I saw movement. It wasn't a bygone sheep, their movements are jerky and deliberate. It wasn't a coyote or a mountain lion, they are sleek and low to the ground. This was something else. My first thought was that it was Klaus, and a surge of adrenaline shot through me. I fine-tuned the focus, my knuckles white on the dial. The figure came into sharp relief, and my blood ran cold. It was pale, a stark bone white against the red rock. It was also unnaturally thin, emaciated to the point of being skeletal, with limbs that seemed too long for its torso. But it was the posture and the movement that made my breath catch in my throat. It was crouched low, not like a man hiding, but like an insect. It moved along a narrow, vertical ledge, a sliver of rock that shouldn't have been able to support a fraction of a human's weight. It scuttled, its limbs bending at impossible angles, a fluid, horrifyingly fast motion that was part spider, part primate, and entirely unnatural. It moved with a purpose that terrified me, a predatory grace that had no place in the world I knew. A wave of nausea and vertigo washed over me. I ripped the binoculars from my eyes, dropping them onto my lap with a clatter. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. I squeezed my eyes shut. The image seared onto the inside of my eyelids. Sunstroke. I thought desperately. You're exhausted, dehydrated. It's a trick of the light, a hallucination. See anything? Dave's voice cut through my panic. I couldn't speak. I took a ragged breath, the hot air feeling like fire in my lungs. I forced myself to lift the binoculars again, my hands shaking so badly it took a moment to steady them. I focused on the same ledge. It was gone. The rock face was empty. There was nowhere it could have gone. No cave, no crack, no way to climb up or down in the few seconds I had looked away. It had simply vanished. The sheer, sun-baked wall stood silent and empty, mocking me. But I knew what I had seen. It wasn't the heat, and it wasn't a trick of the mind. In the heart of the Grand Canyon, I had seen something that should not exist. And I was suddenly, terribly certain that we were not just looking for a missing person anymore. We were trespassing in a place where we were not welcome. Maria. Dave's voice was sharper this time, laced with concern. He lowered his own binoculars and looked at me. You look like you've seen a ghost. I tried to laugh, but it came out as a choked gasp. Nothing. Just the heat, I think. My eyes were playing tricks on me. I couldn't bring myself to tell him. What would I even say? That I saw a spider, man, crawling on a cliff? He'd think I'd lost my mind, that it was a liability. He'd have me airlifted out for heat exhaustion. So I stayed quiet, but the image was burned behind my eyes. For the rest of the afternoon, every shadow seemed to move. Every gust of wind sounded like a skittering footstep. The familiar comfort of the canyon was gone, replaced by a gnawing, primal fear. I felt watched. Late in the afternoon, the radio crackled to life. It was one of the other rangers, a young guy named Ben. His voice was tense. Dave, Maria, you need to see this. I'm about a quarter-mile east of your position, just below the ridgeline. We acknowledged and made our way toward his coordinates. We found him standing at the base of a towering sandstone wall, the same cliff face I had been watching earlier, just further along. He was staring up at something. As we got closer, I saw what had captured his attention. About 10 feet off the ground, gouged deep into the hard rock, were a series of parallel scratch marks. There were 4 of them, each about 2 feet long, perfectly straight and brutally deep. I'd seen marks from mountain lions before. They were messy, shallow, a desperate scrabbling for purchase. This was different. This was deliberate, powerful. It looked as if a giant 4-pronged rake had been dragged down the cliff with immense force. The rock itself, ancient and weathered, was scored as if it were wet clay. Dave let out a low whistle. He ran a hand over the rough surface of the rock next to the marks, then looked up. No animal I know of can do that, he said, his voice flat. He looked at Ben. Any tracks? Ben shook his head. Nothing. The ground here is solid rock. Not a single print. My throat went dry. I stared at the marks, a cold dread washing over me that had nothing to do with the approaching evening chill. They were right where the creature would have been, in the same vicinity. This was its trail. This was its signature. It was real. My hallucination had just carved its name into the wall of the Grand Canyon. I felt a tremor run through me, and I leaned against the rock for support, my eyes fixed on the violent evidence in front of me. That night at camp, the mood was different. The grim professionalism had been replaced by a tense, uneasy silence. The discovery of the scratches had unsettled everyone. We were rangers, we dealt in facts and evidence. And the evidence didn't add up. After we ate our rehydrated meals, the others turned in early, leaving just me and Dave by the small campfire. The flames danced, casting long, distorted shadows that writhed like living things. I couldn't hold it in any longer. My voice was barely a whisper. Dave, when I was glassing the wall today, I saw something. He didn't look at me, just poked the fire with a stick, sending a shower of sparks into the darkness. Go on. I told him everything. The pale skin, the long limbs, the impossible spider-like way it moved across the ledge. I expected disbelief, maybe even pity. Instead, he remained silent for a long time, staring into the flames. When he finally spoke, his voice was lower and more serious than I had ever heard it. There are stories, he said, his gaze still fixed on the fire. Old stories. Not the kind we tell tourists. The tribes, the old-timers, they talk about things that live in the deep canyons. Places where people aren't meant to go. They call them the thin ones, or sometimes the crawlers. They say they're spirits of hunger, so starved they've become something else. Fast. Strong. and they mimic things to lure you in. He finally turned to look at me, his eyes dark and serious in the firelight. I've been a ranger here for 30 years, Maria. I've seen things I can't explain. Found tracks that belong to nothing in the biology books. Most of us write it off. Easier that way. But those marks today, and what you saw, he trailed off, shaking his head slowly. We're not just looking for a lost hiker anymore. We need to be careful, very careful. The third day, our search felt different. We weren't just shouting Klaus's name into the empty air. We were moving with a new kind of caution, a heightened awareness. Every sound, every shadow held a potential threat. We focused our grid search on the area around the scratches. It was Dave who found it. Tucked into a crevice, as if hastily discarded, was Klaus Ritter's backpack. It was destroyed. The heavy-duty canvas was ripped to shreds, not chewed, but torn apart with what looked like surgical precision. One of the padded shoulder straps had been sheared clean through. We laid the contents out on a flat rock. A German passport, a wallet with euros and a credit card, a half-eaten energy bar, a water filter, and a digital camera. The camera's casing was cracked, but it turned on. I knelt beside Dave, my heart pounding as he scrolled through the photos. Pictures of the South Rim, smiling selfies, a sunset. Then the pictures from the North Rim, the trees, the trail. The last few photos were taken in this very canyon. The second to last photo was a blurry shot of the canyon floor. The final photo was taken in a panic. It was a chaotic, tilted image of the rock wall directly in front of us. It was mostly a blur of red rock and shadow, but in the upper left-hand corner of the frame, partially obscured, was something that made my breath hitch. It was a hand, or something like a hand. It was bone, white and skeletal. The fingers were impossibly long and thin, ending not in nails, but in what looked like sharpened, black points. It was clinging to the rock, the very same rock that now bore those 4 deep scratches. As we stared at the horrifying image on the small screen, a sound echoed up from the canyon below us. "Hilf, help me!" The voice was faint, distorted by the wind and the rock, but it was unmistakably human. It was a man's voice, with a German accent. It was Klaus. A surge of hope and adrenaline shot through me. "He's alive," I said, grabbing my radio, but Dave put a hand on my arm, stopping me. His face was pale, his eyes wide with a terror I had never seen in the old ranger before. He was staring down into the treacherous, shadow-choked canyon from which the voice had come. "Don't answer it," he whispered, his voice trembling slightly. "That's not him." The cry came again, closer this time, more desperate. "Hilf, please! I am here!" It was a perfect imitation, a perfect trap, and we were the bait. Frozen by Dave's words, I stood paralyzed. Every instinct, every ounce of my training screamed at me to respond, to triangulate the position, to rush toward the sound of a human in distress. But the look on Dave's face, a mask of pure, unadulterated terror, held me in place more effectively than any physical restraint. The camera with the image of that claw-like hand felt like a block of ice in my palm. The voice was a lie. My mind knew it, but my heart still clenched at the sound of it. "So cold, please." The voice whimpered from the shadows below, a pathetic, gut-wrenching sound that was perfectly engineered to prey on human compassion. "We're leaving?" Dave said, his voice a harsh, low command. He wasn't looking at me. His eyes were scanning the labyrinth of rocks and shadows below us, searching for the source of the mimicry. "No, pack the camera. We're calling this off." "We can't just leave," I protested, even as my own fear was a coiling snake in my stomach. The others are half a mile away and moving back toward the rim. "I'm calling them now," he said, his hand already on his radio. He keyed the mic. "All stations, this is Ranger 1. We are terminating the search in this sector. Repeat, terminating search. Rendezvous at the extraction point. Immediately." His voice was calm, professional, betraying none of the terror in his eyes. Before anyone could respond, a sound cut through the air that was not a human voice. It was a dry, chittering click, like oversized insects rubbing their carapaces together. It came from the canyon below, and it was followed by the sound of rocks skittering down a slope. Something was moving. Something was coming up. Fast. "Go!" Dave shoved me back toward the path we had taken. "Move. Maria!" We didn't need any more encouragement. We scrambled back the way we came, our heavy boots slipping on the loose rock. The mission was over. This was now a retreat. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. The pathetic cries for help had stopped, replaced by that awful, alien clicking that seemed to be getting closer. My lungs burned and my legs felt like lead, but the adrenaline and fear were a potent fuel. The canyon, which had felt indifferent before, now felt actively malevolent. Every shadow seemed to conceal that pale, spindly form. Every gust of wind carried the phantom sound of its scuttling. We burst through a thicket of manzanita and saw Ben and the other 3 rangers up ahead. They were looking back at us, their faces a mixture of confusion and alarm. "What the hell is going on?" Ben shouted as we closed the distance. "No time?" Dave yelled back, not breaking his stride. "We're being hunted. We need to get to the rim. Now!" There was no time for explanations, but the sheer panic on our faces was enough. The 6 of us moved together, a tight, frightened group, pushing our exhausted bodies to the limit. We were a mile from our extraction point, a small, flat mesa where a helicopter was scheduled to pick us up at dusk. It was the longest mile of my life. The sun was setting, casting the canyon in long, distorted shadows. The clicking sound had faded, but the silence that replaced it was somehow worse. The feeling of being watched was a physical pressure on the back of my neck. We reached the mesa with minutes to spare, the last rays of sunlight disappearing behind the western rim. As we collapsed, gasping for air, we heard the rhythmic thump, thump, thump of the helicopter in the distance. It was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. As the helicopter descended, kicking up a storm of red dust, I risked a look back into the canyon we had just fled. For a moment, I saw nothing but deepening shadows. Then, on a high pinnacle of rock silhouetted against the dying light, I saw it. It was standing this time, not crouched. It was tall, impossibly tall and thin, a stick figure drawn against the twilight. It stood perfectly still, its long limbs like twisted branches. It wasn't moving. It was just watching us leave its domain. As the helicopter's skids touched the ground, the figure raised one of its long, spindly arms, and I could almost see the 4 sharp points at the end of its hand, a silent, possessive wave goodbye. Then it simply folded into the shadows and was gone. The flight back was silent. No one spoke. We were all lost in our own thoughts, processing the inexplicable terror of the last hour. The official report was a masterpiece of omission. We logged the discovery of the backpack and camera. We reported that the terrain was deemed too hazardous to continue the search on foot. Klaus Richter was officially declared missing, presumed to have succumbed to the elements. The scratches on the rock were noted as unusual geological formations. My sighting, Dave's stories, the mimicked voice, the creature on the pinnacle, none of it made it into the report. Who would believe us? We would be dismissed as suffering from shared psychosis, from the stress and the heat. I quit the Park Service 2 months later. I couldn't look at the canyon the same way again. The beauty was still there, but now I saw the teeth beneath the smile. I saw the deep, dark places where things hide, and I knew that the awe it inspired was rooted in a deep, primal fear of what that vastness contained. I moved to a city in the Midwest, as far from the stark, red landscapes as I could get. Sometimes, on dark summer nights, I think about what's out there. The legend of the rake is just a story people tell on the internet, a piece of modern folklore. But I know what I saw. I have the final, blurry photo from Klaus Ritter's camera saved on a hard drive, a photo I never turned in. It's a chilling, undeniable truth. There are things in this world, ancient and hungry, that live just beyond the edges of our maps and our understanding. And they are waiting. We were lucky. We were just bait. Klaus Richter was the meal. My name is Nathan Carter, and for the better part of a decade, I wore the uniform of a county search and rescue volunteer. It's not a job, not in the traditional sense. We don't clock in and out. We don't get paid. What we get is a pager that can go off at any hour of the day or night, yanking us from our warm beds, from family dinners, from the mundane safety of our lives, and thrusting us into the vast, indifferent wilderness that borders our town. Most people see these woods as a place for recreation, a backdrop for picnics and pleasant day hikes. We see them for what they truly are, a labyrinth of soaring pines and tangled undergrowth, a place that swallows light and sound, a place that does not care if you live or die. You learn to compartmentalize. You have to. You learn to see a frantic family member not as a person drowning in grief, but as a source of critical information. What were they wearing? What's their medical history? What was their state of mind? You become a collector of desperate details, piecing together a puzzle against a ticking clock where the stakes are a human life. Most of our calls are routine, if you can call searching for a lost human being routine. A hiker who misjudged the sunset, a child who wandered away from a campsite, a trail runner with a broken ankle. These are the good calls. They usually end with relief, sometimes with tears of joy and a firm handshake. We find them, we bring them home, and we go back to our lives until the next call. But there are other calls, the ones that don't end cleanly, the ones that leave behind a residue of questions that cling to you like the damp forest chill. These are the stories that get told in low voices around a campfire, or shared over a beer at the end of a long, fruitless day. They become part of the local lore, cautionary tales whispered among the SAR community. Every veteran has one. That one call that burrowed under their skin and never left. The one that defied logic, that spat in the face of our training and our experience. This is mine. It started on a Tuesday in late July. The air was thick and heavy with the promise of a thunderstorm that refused to break, trapping the heat and humidity close to the ground. I was replacing a section of fence in my backyard when my pager screamed to life. The message was brief, the kind that always makes your stomach tighten. Elderly male 82, overdue from hike. Pine Creek trailhead. History of seizures, immediate response requested. I remember sighing, not out of annoyance, but out of a familiar sense of dread. Age, a known medical condition, and a solo hike. It's a trifecta for disaster. I called my wife, told her I wouldn't be home for dinner, and headed for the staging area. By the time I arrived, the scene was already one of controlled chaos. Sheriff's Department vehicles were parked at angles, their lights painting silent, strobing patterns on the trees. Our SAR command vehicle was set up, its antenna extended, and a small group of my teammates were already gathered around a topographical map spread across the hood of a truck. The victim's wife was there. Her name was Eleanor Finch, and she was a tiny, bird-like woman, engulfed in a brightly colored shawl despite the oppressive heat. She was speaking with our team leader, Mac, a man whose face was a roadmap of wrinkles carved by decades of squinting into the sun and the darkness. Her voice was thin and reedy, trembling with a frantic energy that was painful to witness. "His name is Arthur," she was saying, her hands twisting a crumpled tissue over and over. "He just wanted to walk the lower loop. He does it all the time. He promised he'd be back by 3. He knows he shouldn't be alone for too long. Did he have his medication with him, Eleanor?" Mac asked, his voice gentle but firm. Yes, he always takes it. But the doctor said, sometimes they can still happen. A breakthrough seizure, he called it. She looked around at the dense wall of trees that marked the trailhead, her eyes wide with a terror that I've seen 100 times. It's the look of someone suddenly realizing that the wilderness they'd always seen as beautiful is, in fact, a predator. And he had his walking stick. Mac continued, pointing to a photo on his phone she must have shown him. "Oh yes, he never goes anywhere without it," she said, a flicker of a sad smile touching her lips. "Our grandson carved his initials into the handle for his 80th birthday. An A and an F. It's made of hickory." A beautiful, sturdy thing. That detail, the grandson's carving, lodged itself in my mind. It made Arthur Finch real. He wasn't just an elderly male, case file N734. He was a grandfather with a cherished possession. The search began as it always does, methodically. We established a primary search area based on the lower loop trail, a well-maintained path about 3 miles long. We formed into teams of 3 and began a standard grid search, our eyes scanning the forest floor, our voices calling out his name. "Arthur! Arthur Finch! Can you hear me?" The calls echoed and died, swallowed by the immense silence of the woods. For 2 hours we found nothing. Not a footprint out of place, not a broken branch, not a dropped piece of litter. It was as if he'd stepped onto the trail and simply vanished into thin air. The humidity was suffocating, and sweat soaked through my shirt, but a different kind of cold was starting to creep in at the edges. Then Mac's voice crackled over the radio. He wasn't one for chatter, so when he spoke, everyone listened. "Al teams, I have a potential sign. West of the main trail, about a 1/4 mile past the old footbridge. Mac was our veteran, the best tracker any of us had ever seen. He could read the forest floor like a newspaper. If he said he had a sign, he had one. We converged on his position, pushing through ferns and thorny bushes that clawed at our clothes. The air grew cooler here, the canopy of the ancient pines so thick it blocked out most of the remaining daylight, plunging the forest into a premature twilight. We found Mac standing perfectly still, looking down at a patch of damp earth near the base of a fallen log. He didn't need to say anything. We all saw it, a clear, deep boot print that did not match the tread of any of our standard issue SAR boots. It was the print of a simple hiking shoe, and it was pointed directly away from the trail into the deepest, most untamed part of the woods. Why would he come this way? One of the younger guys, Kevin, asked, his voice a nervous whisper. "There's nothing out here. A seizure could do it." Max said, his eyes still scanning the woods ahead. Disorientation is common. He could have stumbled off a path, gotten confused, and just kept walking in the wrong direction. It was the logical explanation. It was the scenario we trained for. So we fanned out, recalibrating our search grid, and pushed deeper into the forest, following the direction the lone footprint had taken. The woods grew thicker, the terrain more difficult. We were moving slower now, the initial adrenaline giving way to a grim, focused determination. The sun was setting for real now, and the world was reduced to the narrow beams of our headlamps. Another hour passed. Nothing. The K9 unit had been brought in, but the dogs were struggling, whining and circling, unable to lock onto a consistent scent trail. The forest was playing tricks on us. Then the call came. It was Mac again. His voice on the radio was different this time. It wasn't urgent, it wasn't excited, it was flat and strangely quiet. "All teams," he said, and there was a long pause. "Regroup at my coordinates." Now, there was an unspoken command in his tone that made us move faster. We followed our GPS units, converging on his signal. As we got closer, we could see his headlamp, a single, unmoving point of light in the profound darkness. He wasn't searching. He wasn't examining the ground. He was just standing at the base of a truly colossal pine tree, one of the ancient giants of the forest, his head tilted all the way back, staring straight up into its unseen branches. We approached him cautiously. "Mac, what is it? Did you find him?" I asked, my heart pounding. He didn't answer. He didn't even look at us. He just raised a trembling hand and pointed up into the darkness, into the highest reaches of the tree. We followed his finger, our headlamps sweeping up the massive, gnarled trunk, past thick branches and clusters of pine needles. Our beams cut through the black, searching for whatever he was seeing. And then we saw it. Dangling from a branch, a good 30, maybe 40 feet off the ground, was a walking stick. The afternoon light was almost gone, but in the combined glare of our headlamps, there was no mistaking the smooth, polished hickory or the dark leather strap on the handle. A strap that was looped perfectly, impossibly, over the middle of a thick branch, as if someone had placed it there with the utmost care. There was no way to throw it and have it land like that. No man, let alone an 82-year-old, could have climbed that high. It was just hanging there, swaying gently in a breeze we couldn't feel on the ground, a silent, inexplicable testament in the heart of the deep, dark woods. We just stood there, a circle of trained professionals, staring up in absolute, bone-deep silence. The forest had never felt so large, and we had never felt so small. Time has a strange way of behaving in the deep woods at night. It can stretch and compress, and in that moment, standing at the base of that ancient pine, it simply stopped. The five of us, Mac, Kevin, myself, and two others, Dave and Maria, were frozen, caught in the collective glare of our own headlamps, which all pointed to the same impossible object. The night sounds of the forest, the chirping of crickets and the rustle of unseen things in the undergrowth seemed to fade away, replaced by a silence that felt heavy and profound, pressing in on us from all sides. Kevin was the first to break it, his voice barely a whisper. "What the how?" No one answered. There was no answer. We were a team trained in logic and procedure. We operated on evidence and probability. You find a track, you follow it. You find a piece of clothing, you bag it and mark the location. You find a victim, you administer aid, or you begin recovery. There was a flow chart for everything, but there was no procedure in our manual for a walking stick hanging 40 feet up a tree with no branches for the first 20 feet, its leather strap looped over a limb as if placed there by a giant's gentle hand. Animal? Dave suggested, though his tone lacked any conviction. Maybe a cougar dragged it up there and looped the strap so neatly. Mac countered without taking his eyes off the stick. His voice was gravelly, stripped of its usual authority and replaced with something else. Pure, unadulterated bewilderment. Look at it. It's perfect. A cougar would have left claw marks all over the bark. It would have chewed on the strap. This is clean. He was right. The branch it hung from was thick, at least a foot in diameter. The strap wasn't snagged, it was properly looped. For that to happen, something or someone would have had to pass the entire stick through the loop. It defied physics. It defied common sense. The radio crackled, a voice from the command post sounding jarringly normal. "Bridge team, what's your status? We're not seeing any movement." Mac seemed to shake himself back to life. He keyed his mic. "Command, this is Mac. We have located an article belonging to the subject. Stand by. He let go of the button and looked at us, his face grim in the pale light. Okay, we worked the problem. Forget how it got there for a minute. We need to get it down. And we need to search this area, every single inch. This is now point last seen. That phrase, point last seen, galvanized us back into action. It was terminology we understood. It designated this tree as the center of our new universe. But as we began to sweep the area in expanding circles, a new layer of strangeness settled upon us. There were no other signs. None. There were no footprints around the base of the tree, save for our own. The thick carpet of pine needles was undisturbed. There were no broken branches, no scuff marks on the trunk, no discarded items. There was no sign of a struggle, no sign that Arthur Finch had ever been here at all, except for the single, damning piece of evidence hanging high above our heads. The K9 unit arrived 20 minutes later, a German shepherd named Zeus with his handler, a stoic woman named Sarah. Zeus was one of the best dogs on the force, with a legendary nose. Sarah led him toward the tree. He lost the scent trail about a quarter-mile back that way. She said, pointing in the direction we'd come from, just stopped. Let's see if he can pick anything up here. But Zeus behaved strangely. As he got within 50 feet of the pine tree, he slowed, the fur on his back bristling. He let out a low whine, planting his paws and refusing to go any further. He tugged against his lead, trying to back away, his eyes fixed on the dark canopy above. What's with him? I asked. Sarah admitted, her brow furrowed with concern. I've never seen him like this. He's spooked. She tried to coax him forward, but the dog whined again, a higher, more distressed sound this time, and looked up at her with pleading eyes. He would not go near that tree. The scent of Arthur Finch had led us into the woods, but it had vanished into nothingness long before this spot. Whatever was at this tree, the dog wanted no part of it. The task of retrieving the walking stick fell to Kevin, our youngest and most agile member. It was a difficult, dangerous climb. The lowest branches were a good 20 feet up, and the trunk was too wide to get a good grip on. He had to use climbing spurs and a harness, slowly, methodically working his way up the massive trunk like an ant scaling a mountain. We stood below, lighting his path, our necks craned, watching his slow ascent. The silence returned, broken only by the rhythmic thunk of Kevin's spurs biting into the bark and his own labored breathing. The higher he got, the more the scale of the scene felt wrong. He looked tiny and vulnerable against the colossal tree. The walking stick, when he finally reached the branch, seemed to mock him, hanging there placidly in the beam of his headlamp. Okay, I'm at the branch, he said over the radio, his voice tight. This is really weird, guys. What do you see? Kev, Mac asked. The strap is perfect. It's not twisted or frayed. It's just looped, like you'd hang it on a coat rack. There's no sap on it. No scratches on the branch around it. I have to unhook it. He shimmied out onto the thick branch, secured his safety line, and carefully worked the leather strap free. He attached the walking stick to a clip on his harness and began his slow, careful descent. When his feet finally touched the ground, he was pale and breathing hard. He unclipped the stick and handed it to Mac with an air of reverence, as if it were a holy relic. We crowded around, our lights focused on it. It was exactly as Eleanor Finch had described, a beautiful piece of hickory worn smooth with use. And there on the handle were the crudely but lovingly carved initials AF. There was no blood on it. No dirt, no sign of a struggle. It was just a walking stick. But holding it there, in the oppressive silence of the forest, it felt like something else entirely. It felt like a message we couldn't understand. We searched for 3 more hours that night. We expanded the grid, calling his name until our throats were raw. We found nothing. It was as if the forest had opened up, swallowed a man whole, and left behind only this single, impossible token. The decision was made to suspend the search at 2 a.m. We were exhausted, our minds reeling, and pushing further into the darkness without any new leads was pointless and dangerous. The walk back to the command post was the quietest I have ever experienced. The usual post-search chatter was gone. No one joked. No one complained. We just walked, lost in our own thoughts, the beams of our headlamps cutting lonely paths through the darkness. The woods felt different now. The familiar trees seemed to take on monstrous shapes in the periphery. Every shadow seemed to hold a secret. When we broke through the tree line, the lights and activity of the staging area felt like a different world. Eleanor was still there, wrapped in a blanket in the back of a sheriff's car. her face a mask of sleepless anguish. Mac walked over to her, holding the walking stick. I couldn't bring myself to watch. Telling a family member you found something is hard. Telling them you found something in a way that offers no hope, only 100 terrifying new questions, is a cruelty I wouldn't wish on anyone. I went back to my truck, my body aching and my mind numb. I sat in the driver's seat, the engine off, just staring back at the impenetrable wall of black that was the forest edge. We had a man's last known possession. We knew with chilling certainty the last patch of ground he had possibly stood on, and yet we were further away from finding him than when we had started. The logic of our world had been peeled back, and we had been shown something underneath that was ancient and incomprehensible. We would be back at sunrise to continue the search. But I knew, with a certainty that settled deep in my bones, that we weren't looking for Arthur Finch anymore. We were just walking through the woods where he had ceased to be. Sleep didn't come that night. I doubt it came for any of us. When my alarm went off at 5 a.m., it felt less like waking up and more like surfacing from a dark, troubled dream. The short drive back to the Pine Creek trailhead was surreal. The world was going about its business. People commuting to work, school buses making their rounds, all under a placid, ordinary sunrise. Yet I felt completely disconnected from it, as if I were driving toward a tier in the fabric of reality, a place where the normal rules had been suspended. The atmosphere at the command post was starkly different from the day before. The frantic energy was gone, replaced by a quiet, grim professionalism. More teams had been called in from neighboring counties, fresh faces who hadn't stood at the base of that tree. They looked at us, the initial team, with a mixture of curiosity and pity. We were the ones who had seen it. We were the ones who had been touched by the strangeness. Mac gathered us for a briefing. His face was etched with exhaustion, but his voice was steady. We're expanding the search grid to 5 square miles, he said, his finger tracing a wide circle on the topographical map. High probability areas first. Ravines, creek beds, rockfalls. We're treating this as a recovery mission now. No one flinched at the word recovery. It was what we had all been thinking. The hope of finding Arthur Finch alive had evaporated in the darkness beneath that pine tree. The goal now was to bring him home, to give his family some semblance of closure. But even as we nodded and took our assignments, we all knew this was different. How do you recover someone who has vanished without a trace, leaving behind only an object that defies gravity and logic? The next 3 days were a special kind of hell. We combed through that forest with a fine-toothed comb. We rappelled into ravines so deep the sunlight never touched the bottom. We waded through icy creeks, our eyes scanning the banks for any sign of displaced earth or snagged clothing. We formed long lines and walked shoulder to shoulder through the densest thickets, a human dragnet designed to find anything out of the ordinary. We found nothing. Not a single fiber from his clothing. Not another footprint. Not a single drop of blood. It was beyond belief. A man, an 82-year-old man with a history of seizures, cannot simply walk into 5 square miles of dense wilderness and leave no trace. It's impossible. Humans are clumsy creatures. We break branches. We scuff the ground. We drop things. Arthur Finch had done none of these. The forest had been wiped clean of his existence. The tree became a silent, looming sentinel at the center of our search. We kept returning to it, as if it held the answer. We photographed it from every angle. Geologists were brought in to examine the ground, botanists to study the bark. They found nothing unusual. It was just a tree. An old, massive pine tree that had stood there for centuries, guarding a secret it would not share. The story of the walking stick began to leak out, as these things always do. It became a whisper among the search teams, a piece of unsettling lore. The new teams would ask us about it, their voices low. Is it true? About the walking stick. We would just nod, our faces blank. How could we explain the feeling of standing there? How could we describe the profound sense of wrongness that permeated the air around that spot? By the 4th day, the search was officially scaled back. The professionals were pulling out, leaving it to local volunteers to conduct periodic sweeps. We all knew what it meant. It was a quiet admission of defeat. The wilderness had won. I saw Eleanor Finch one last time. She was at the command post as we were packing up our gear. She looked smaller, more fragile than ever. She came over to me and Mac, her eyes holding a deep, soul-crushing sadness, but also a strange kind of peace. Thanks, she said, her voice soft. Thank you for trying so hard. Mac, a man I'd never seen show more emotion than a grimace, struggled to find words. I'm sorry, Eleanor. So sorry we couldn't find him." She reached out and touched the sleeve of his shirt. "I don't think you ever could have," she said, her gaze drifting toward the dark wall of trees. "Arthur, he always loved the woods. He said he felt a kind of peace in them, a quietness he couldn't find anywhere else. He said it felt like coming home." She paused, then added something that I will never forget. "Maybe he just found a door that the rest of us can't see." She turned and walked away, leaving us standing there with the weight of her words. A door the rest of us can't see. It was a more comforting thought than any of the logical explanations we had tried to force onto the situation. A fall, an animal attack, a tragic accident. Those were all terrible, but they were understandable. They belonged to our world. What happened to Arthur Finch did not. I quit the SAR team about 6 months after that. I tried to stick with it, to go on other calls. But something had broken in me. I could no longer look at the wilderness as a neutral place. When I looked at the trees, I felt like they were looking back. The silence of the forest no longer felt peaceful. It felt watchful. The case of Arthur Finch had poisoned it for me. It had peeled back the curtain of the known world and shown me that there are things out there, deep in the shadows of the wild places, that we are not meant to understand. Years have passed. The official report lists Arthur Finch as presumed deceased because of disappearance unknown. His case is a cold file in a cabinet somewhere. But for those of us who were there, for those of us who stood at the base of that impossible tree, it's not cold at all. It's a memory that burns. It's the story I tell myself when I can't sleep. A reminder that the map of our world is vast, empty spaces marked, "Here be monsters." And sometimes they leave things behind not as a clue, but as a statement, a perfectly placed walking stick, hanging from a branch 40 feet in the air, a final, silent testament to a man who stepped through a door that only he could see. My official title, the one engraved on the small brass nameplate I wore over my heart, was Protection Ranger Olivia Calloway, assigned to the Yellowstone National Park District for the fall and winter season. It was a title I had worked tirelessly to earn, a symbol of a deep, seated desire to be a guardian of something vast, ancient and untamed. Most people see the uniform, the flat-brimmed hat, the sturdy green trousers, the badge that gleams in the sun, and they think of authority, of rules and regulations. For me, it was a pledge, a promise to stand as a quiet sentinel for the wild heart of America, to be a buffer between its fragile wonders and the millions who came to witness them. Yellowstone in the summer is a force of nature in itself, a vibrant, chaotic symphony of life. The air thrums with the chatter of a dozen languages, the delighted shrieks of children seeing their first bison, the incessant click of camera shutters, and the low rumble of RVs navigating the winding park roads. It's a place of constant motion, a river of humanity flowing through a landscape of geological marvels. But when the first heavy snows of September begin to dust the caldera, a profound transformation occurs. The river of people dwindles to a trickle, then vanishes altogether. The concession stands board up their windows, the campgrounds fall silent, and a quiet that is deeper and more absolute than any I have ever known settles over the land. This was the Yellowstone I had signed up for, the raw, unfiltered version. My duties shifted with the seasons. Gone were the days of managing traffic jams, caused by a bear sighting or reminding tourists not to get too close to a geothermal feature. The off-season was a time of introspection and immense responsibility. My work involved long, solitary patrols, checking the structural integrity of buildings under the weight of snow, monitoring wildlife patterns, and ensuring the park's infrastructure was secure, waiting for the return of the sun and the crowds. Among my responsibilities was the late-night security check of the park's main buildings in the Old Faithful area. This included the visitor center, the gift shops, and the most daunting of all, the Old Faithful Inn. Even in the bright light of a summer day, the inn possesses a formidable presence. Opened in 1904, it is considered the largest log structure in the world, a masterpiece of rustic architecture, often called parkitecture. Its gnarled, lodgepole pine skeleton rises 7 stories, culminating in a steeply pitched roof designed to shed the crushing weight of a Wyoming winter. The grand lobby is a cathedral of wood, with a massive rhyolite fireplace standing 85 feet tall. It's stone blackened by more than a century of fires. Balconies and walkways made of twisted, polished logs crisscross the immense open space, creating a labyrinth of shadows and light. In the summer, this lobby is a hive of activity. Guests lounge in the oversized armchairs, children race across the polished floors, and the air is filled with the murmur of conversations and the scent of wood smoke and popcorn. But in the dead of winter, it's a different beast entirely. It becomes a hollow, echoing chamber, a sleeping giant whose snores are the groans of wood contracting in the bitter cold, and the mournful howl of wind whistling through the eaves. My late night checks were a solitary ritual. I'd usually begin around midnight after completing my reports in the warmth of the ranger station. The drive to the inn was an experience in itself. The world outside my truck was a monochrome landscape of white snow and black sky, the only color coming from the brilliant diamond dust spray of stars overhead. The air was so cold it felt solid, a physical presence against the windows. Stepping out of the vehicle, the silence was the first thing that hit you. It wasn't just an absence of noise, it was a presence, a heavy blanket that muffled everything, including the sound of your own breathing. The first few weeks, the checks were routine, almost mundane. I had a master key that opened every door, a heavy ring of brass that felt like a key to a forgotten kingdom. I'd walk the perimeter first, my high-powered flashlight beam cutting a clean cone through the darkness, making the snow crystals glitter. I'd check the main doors, the kitchen entrance, the service corridors, ensuring they were all locked and secure. Then I would enter the giant itself. The moment the heavy main door clicked shut behind me, I was in another world. The air inside was still and frigid, carrying the faint, pleasant scent of old wood and cold stone. My footsteps on the flagstone floor of the entranceway seemed sacrilegiously loud, each one echoing up into the cavernous space of the lobby. I would follow a set path, a routine that brought a small measure of comfort in the overwhelming emptiness. First, the ground floor of the dining room, with its chairs all neatly stacked on tables like skeletal figures in the dark. The kitchen, a stainless steel maze that gleamed coldly in my flashlight beam. The gift shop, where the shadows played tricks, making a rack of t-shirts look like a hunched figure. Then, I would ascend to the upper floors, the guest wings. The inn has hundreds of rooms, and in the off-season, they were all empty, locked, and silent. The hallways were long and narrow, carpeted in thick runners that absorbed the sound of my boots. The only noise was the rhythmic creak of the floorboards, the building breathing around me. It was easy to let your imagination run wild in a place like that. Every gust of wind rattling a window pane, every pop of a steam pipe in the ancient heating system could be misinterpreted by a mind primed for solitude. I considered myself a rational, grounded person. The wilderness teaches you practicality. You learn to identify sounds, to distinguish the cry of a fox from the scream of a mountain lion, the rustle of a mouse from the shuffle of a bear. I applied the same logic here. The inn was old. Old buildings make noise. It was as simple as that. We rangers had our stories, of course. We were the keepers of the park's lore, both natural and otherwise. The most famous was the legend of the Headless Bride. The tale, polished and perfected for tourist consumption, was set in the 1920s. A wealthy young woman from back east had married a man her family disapproved of. They came to the Old Faithful Inn for their honeymoon. The story goes that her new husband, interested only in her fortune, murdered her in their room, decapitated her, and fled with her money. Her ghost, they say, still wanders the upper floors, a figure in a white wedding dress, forever searching for her head. We tell the story with a theatrical flair around a campfire, enjoying the gasps from the crowd. To us, it was just that, story, a piece of folklore that added to the mystique of the place. None of us, not the grizzled veterans who had worked in Yellowstone for 30 years, nor the fresh-faced seasonal rookies like me, truly believed it. It was fun, but it wasn't real. That is, until one night in late November. A storm had blown in, a thick, wet blizzard that clung to every surface and reduced visibility to near zero. The wind was a living thing, a shrieking banshee that threw itself against the walls of the inn with a relentless fury. The security check that night felt different. The usual comforting silence was replaced by a cacophony of groans, whistles, and violent rattles. The entire structure seemed to be in agony, straining against the storm. I finished the ground floor, my light cutting through the oppressive darkness, and made my way to the old house, the original section of the hotel where the legend was centered. As I climbed the grand staircase to the second floor corridor, the noise of the storm seemed to fade slightly, muted by the thick log walls. The air up here was colder, stiller. I began my walk down the long hall, my flashlight beam dancing over the numbered doors, each one locked and empty. The floorboards groaned their familiar complaints under my weight. I was about halfway down the corridor when I heard it. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't the creak of wood or the rattle of a window. It was a sound that did not belong. It was the sound of a woman weeping. It was soft but utterly clear. A sound of profound, heartbreaking sorrow, and it was coming from just ahead of me, from behind one of the guest room doors. Time seemed to freeze in that long, dark corridor. Every rational instinct, every piece of training I had ever received, screamed for a logical explanation. My mind raced, frantically sifting through possibilities, each one more unlikely than the last. A squatter. Impossible. I had personally overseen the winterization of the inn weeks ago. Every window was latched, every door bolted. No one could get in without a key, and I had the only one, a lost hiker who had somehow broken in, suffering from hypothermia. The storm was ferocious, it was conceivable. But the sound wasn't one of physical pain or delirium. It was a pure, unadulterated sound of grief, intimate and devastatingly human. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the oppressive silence that had fallen once more. The weeping had stopped as suddenly as it had begun. I stood motionless, straining my ears, listening for anything. A cough, a shuffle, the slightest indication of a living person. There was nothing. Only the distant, muffled howl of the blizzard and the steady, rhythmic creaking of the inn's ancient bones. My training took over, pushing back the cold tendrils of fear that were creeping up my spine. I was a protection ranger. This was my post. An anomaly had occurred, and it was my duty to investigate it methodically. I unclipped the radio from my shoulder strap, my thumb hovering over the transmit button. Who would I even call? What would I say? Dispatch, this is Ranger Calloway. I have an unidentified weeping in the old house. Please advise. They would think I was losing my mind. No, I had to handle this myself first. I had to rule out every logical possibility before escalating it. My flashlight beam, which had felt like a powerful tool just moments before, now seemed flimsy and inadequate. I swept its light over the door the sound had come from, room 217. The brass numbers were dull and tarnished. The door was solid wood, dark and imposing. I took a deep breath, the frigid air stinging my lungs, and approached it. My boots made no sound on the thick carpet runner. I reached out a gloved hand, my fingers hesitating just inches from the cold brass doorknob. I expected it to be vibrating, to feel some residual energy from the sorrow it had contained. It was just cold, inert metal. I pressed my ear against the thick wood of the door, holding my breath. Silence. Absolute, profound silence. It was as if the sound had never happened, a phantom echo in the cavernous building. But I had heard it. I knew I had. The clarity of it was seared into my memory. I shone my light on the lock. It was undisturbed. I pulled out my logbook and my master key ring. The logbook confirmed what I already knew. Room 217, like all the others in this wing, was officially empty, locked, and secured for the winter. Just to be certain, I selected the heavy brass key for the old house guest rooms. It slid into the lock with a oil click. I turned it. The mechanism inside the old lock tumbled with a loud, grating noise that seemed to shatter the stillness. I pushed the door open. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness inside, revealing a scene of perfect, undisturbed order. The bed was neatly made, covered with a thick, protective plastic sheet. The armchair in the corner was shrouded in a white dust cover, looking like a seated ghost. A thin layer of dust coated every surface. The air was stale and colder than the hallway, the kind of deep cold that settles into a space that has been uninhabited for a long time. No footprints disturbed the dust on the floor. The window was latched securely, frost feathering the inside of the glass. There was no one here. There was no sign that anyone had been here for months. A shiver, completely unrelated to the cold, traced its way down my spine. I backed out of the room, pulling the door shut, the sound of the latch clicking back into place unnervingly loud. I stood in the hallway, my mind a whirlwind of confusion and self-doubt. Had I imagined it? Was the solitude finally getting to me? The wind, the groaning wood, the strain of being alone in this immense, isolated place. Could my brain have simply manufactured the sound? It was the most logical explanation. And yet it felt wrong. The sound had been too real, too specific. I shook my head, trying to clear it. I had a job to do. I had to finish the patrol. I turned to continue my walk down the corridor, my light sweeping ahead of me. And that's when I saw it. At the far end of the hall, where it turned a corner toward the west wing, there was a flicker of movement. It was brief, almost subliminal, but my eyes, trained to spot the slightest motion of wildlife in a dense forest, caught it instantly. My flashlight beam shot to the spot. For a split second, I saw a figure. It was tall and slender, and it was wearing something long and pale that seemed to float rather than hang. I couldn't make out a face or any distinct features, only the silhouette and the unmistakable impression of a long, white dress. Before I could process what I was seeing, the figure glided silently around the corner and disappeared from view. This time there was no ambiguity. It wasn't a sound I could dismiss as a trick of the wind. It was a physical presence. Adrenaline surged through me, hot and sharp, erasing all fear and replacing it with pure, focused intent.
Federal agent, stop!
I yelled, my voice sounding strange and thin in the vast emptiness. I didn't wait for a response. I broke into a run, my heavy boots pounding on the carpet, my flashlight held out in front of me like a weapon. The long corridor seemed to stretch on forever. The air rushed past my face, cold and sharp. I reached the corner in a matter of seconds, my shoulder brushing against the log wall as I swung around, expecting to confront whoever was there. The hallway was empty. It stretched out before me, identical to the one I had just left. A long, silent passage lined with dark, numbered doors. There was nowhere to hide. The doors were all closed. There were no alcoves, no closets, no furniture to duck behind. I swept my light back and forth, from floor to ceiling, my beam cutting frantic, desperate arcs in the darkness. Nothing. Just the endless repetition of wood and shadow. My breath came in ragged gasps. I stood there, heart pounding, listening. The silence that answered was absolute. It was a mocking, defiant silence. The person, the thing, was gone. It had vanished into thin air. My mind refused to accept it. I started trying doors, pulling on the cold, unyielding knobs. Locked every single one. I ran to the end of this new corridor, where it met a stairwell. I threw the fire door open. The concrete stairwell was empty, echoing and cold. I listened for footsteps on the stairs above or below me. Nothing. Slowly, I walked back to the spot where the figure had disappeared. I scrutinized every inch of the floor, the walls, the ceiling. There were no secret panels, no hidden doorways. It was impossible. A person cannot simply cease to exist. And then the story came rushing back into my mind, no longer a quaint piece of tourist folklore, but a chilling, terrifying possibility. The legend of the headless bride. A woman in a long white dress, murdered in the 1920s, forever wandering the upper floors. Standing there alone in the dead of a blizzard-swept night, with the echo of phantom weeping in my ears, and the impossible image of a disappearing figure burned into my retinas, the story didn't feel like a story anymore. It felt like a report, an eyewitness account. I slowly, deliberately forced myself to complete the rest of my security check, my body moving on autopilot. Every shadow seemed to lengthen. Every creak of the hotel seemed to be a footstep behind me. The vast, familiar building had transformed into a hostile, alien landscape. I was no longer a sentinel guarding a sleeping giant. I was a trespasser in a place that was very much awake. Getting out of the Old Faithful Inn became the single most important objective of my life. The rest of the security check was a blur, a series of mechanical actions performed by a body that my mind had disconnected from. I was hyper-aware of every sound, every flicker of shadow. The familiar groans of the building no longer sounded like an old structure settling. They sounded like growls. The wind whistling through the eaves was no longer just weather. It was a mournful cry that seemed to seep through the very logs themselves. I didn't run, but my pace was clipped and efficient, my movements precise. I was a soldier retreating from a battle I hadn't known I was fighting, and had decisively lost. My hand trembled as I inserted the master key into the main entrance lock one last time to secure it from the outside. The solid, definitive thunk of the deadbolt sliding into place was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. It was the sound of a barrier being placed between me and the impossible thing I had left inside. I didn't look back. I walked briskly through the driving snow to my truck, the beam of my flashlight cutting a frantic path in front of me. I felt 1,000 unseen eyes on my back. The moment I was inside the cab, I locked the doors, the sound of the locks clicking down echoing the finality of the bolt on the inn's door. I sat there for a moment, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. My breath fogged up the windshield. The engine turning over was a roar of modern, mechanical reality in a world that had suddenly become steeped in ancient, terrifying myth. The short drive back to the ranger station was the longest of my life. The windshield wipers fought a losing battle against the thick, wet snow, creating a hypnotic, disorienting rhythm. Every few seconds, my eyes would dart to the rearview mirror, a primal, irrational fear gripping me that I would see a pale figure in a white dress sitting silently in the back seat. Back in the fluorescent, lit safety of my small office at the ranger station, the warmth felt alien. I made a cup of coffee, the mundane ritual a desperate attempt to ground myself. My hands still shook as I brought the mug to my lips. Then came the dreaded task, the nightly log. My entire career was built on accuracy, on factual, dispassionate reporting. How could I log what I had experienced? 2:05 a.m. Heard the unidentified auditory phenomenon consistent with human weeping emanating from room 217. 2:06 a.m. Witnessed a transient, unidentified apparition in the second floor corridor of the old house. Pursuit was unsuccessful as subject dematerialized. It was unthinkable. I would be ordered to take a leave of absence, sent for a psychological evaluation. My career as a ranger, the only thing I had ever wanted, would be over before it had truly begun. So I compromised. I lied through omission, a skill every person in a uniform learns to master. My entry for the night was sparse, clinical, and just vague enough to be professionally acceptable. No 200, 300 Old Faithful insecurity check. All external and internal access points secured. Building integrity maintained despite severe weather conditions. Noted anomalous sounds on the second floor of the old house, likely attributable to wind stress on the structure. A complete sweep of the area revealed no signs of unauthorized entry or presence. All clear. It felt like a betrayal of the truth, a cowardly retreat. But it was the only sane choice. I stared at the words "all clear" for a long time. It was the biggest lie I had ever written. Sleep did not come that night. I lay in my bunk, staring at the ceiling, the events of the night replaying in a torturous loop. The sound of the weeping. The empty, dust-filled room. The fleeting image of the white dress. The impossible, vanishing act. I tried to rationalize it again and again, to find the flaw in my perception, the trick of light and shadow, the hallucination brought on by stress and isolation. But the explanation felt hollow, a thin blanket of logic trying to cover a gaping hole of terrifying reality. The next morning, I saw my supervisor, a senior ranger named Dave, a man who looked like he had been carved from the same granite as the mountains. He had worked in Yellowstone for over 30 years and had a calm, unshakable demeanor. I found him by the fleet garage, checking the snow chains on a patrol vehicle. "Rough night out there," he said, not looking up from his work. His voice was a low rumble. The wind was something else. I replied, my voice carefully neutral. The inn was really groaning. He grunted in agreement. I hesitated, then decided to take a chance. I began trying to sound casual. I was thinking about those old stories we tell the tourists. The one about the bride in the inn. Dave stopped what he was doing and slowly straightened up. He looked at me, his eyes, the color of a pale winter sky, seeming to look right through me. He didn't smile. He didn't dismiss it. He just held my gaze. "Some stories aren't for the tourists, Calloway," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "Some places, they hold on to things, echoes. You work here long enough, you learn that this park is more than just rocks and trees and animals. It's old, and it remembers." He told me that over his 30 years, he'd heard things. A handful of other rangers, always during the off-season, always during late-night checks, had reported oddities. A child's laughter in the empty visitor center. The faint sound of a piano playing in the locked dining room of the inn. A maintenance worker who swore he saw a man in old-fashioned clothing walk through a solid wall in the basement. None of it ever made it into an official report. It was a silent understanding among the old guard, a knowledge passed down in quiet conversations, not in official manuals. It was a part of the park you didn't fight, you just respected. You acknowledged its presence and gave it a wide berth. You did your check. You made sure the building was secure. You did your job, he said, his gaze unwavering. Whatever else you saw or heard, that's the park's business, not ours. He then turned back to the snow chains, and the conversation was over. I finished my season in Yellowstone. I never requested another late night security check at the inn, and no one ever asked me to do one. I did my job, patrolled the vast, silent wilderness, and counted the days until the spring thaw. But something inside me had fundamentally shifted. The world was no longer the neat, orderly, scientific place I had once believed it to be. A door had been opened that night in the old house, a door to a reality I didn't understand and didn't want to. I left the park service the following year. I couldn't shake the feeling of being a trespasser. I couldn't shake the memory of that sorrowful weeping, or the chilling emptiness of that hallway. The legend of the headless bride is something they still tell tourists for fun around the campfire. But for me, it will never be just a story. It's a memory, a warning. A confirmation that there are some places deep in the wild heart of the world where the past is not dead, it's not even past. And sometimes, if you're alone in the dark, it will reach out and let you know you are not the only one there. My name is Peter Harding. It's a name that feels like it belongs to someone else now, a ghost from a life I no longer recognize. But back then, it was a name I carried with pride. At 24 years old, I had just graduated with a degree in forestry and landed my first real job with the National Park Service. It felt like the culmination of a lifelong dream, a dream born from childhood camping trips and a deep, abiding love for the untamed wilderness of North America. I wasn't just looking for a job, I was answering a calling. My official title was forestry technician, but the role was, for all intents and purposes, that of a fire lookout. My posting was at the Two Forks Watchtower in the more remote, seldom visited northern sector of the sprawling Arrowhead National Forest. The name itself sounded like something out of an old western, a place of rugged beauty and splendid isolation. During the briefing in the main ranger station, a bustling, friendly place smelling of pine cleaner and brewing coffee, my supervisor, a stout man named Henderson, had spread a large topographical map across his desk. He tapped a small, circled point in a vast sea of green. "That's you," he'd said, his voice practical and devoid of sentiment. "You're our eyes and ears for the fire season. It's a solo gig. You'll have supplies for 3 months. Radio in every morning and every evening. Any sign of smoke, you call it in immediately. Simple as that." To me, it sounded like paradise. 3 months of solitude surrounded by nothing but millions of acres of pine, fir, and aspen. 3 months to read, to think, to simply be in the heart of the nature I so revered. I saw it as a rite of passage, a trial by silence that would solidify my identity as a true woodsman. The drive to the tower took the better part of a day, transitioning from paved highway to graded dirt road, and finally to a deeply rutted track that was little more than 2 tire, with paths carved through the undergrowth. The man I was replacing was waiting for me at the base of the tower. His name was Miller, and he looked nothing like the seasoned, hardy rangers I had pictured. He was gaunt, with a pale, clammy complexion that spoke of too much time spent indoors, which was ironic given his location. His eyes, dark and sunken, darted around nervously, never quite settling on me, instead scanning the tree line as if expecting an imminent attack. His hands trembled as he passed me a heavy ring of keys. "She's all yours," he mumbled, his voice a dry rasp. He gestured vaguely up at the steel behemoth that rose 100 feet into the sky. "Everything's stocked. The logbook is on the desk." I try to make some friendly conversation to build a bridge between the outgoing and incoming sentinels of this lonely post. "So, how was the season for you? Pretty quiet, I imagine." A strange, humorless smile flickered across his lips. It didn't reach his eyes. Quiet isn't the word I'd use. He leaned in closer, his breath smelling of stale coffee and something else, something sour like fear. He lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "A piece of advice, kid. Don't trust the radio." I must have looked confused, because he just shook his head, the smile vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. "You'll see." Without another word, he threw his duffel bag into the back of a beat-up truck that looked as wary as he did, climbed in, and drove away, leaving me in a cloud of dust and profound unease. "Don't trust the radio." The words echoed in my mind as I began the long climb up the tower's metal staircase. What could he have meant? Was it faulty? Prone to static? I dismissed it as the rambling of a man suffering from profound cabin fever. 3 months alone could probably make anyone a little strange. I was different, I told myself. I was prepared for the solitude. I craved it. The living space at the top was a single 14 by 14-foot room, encased in glass windows on all 4 sides, offering a breathtaking 360-degree panorama of the forest. A bed was bolted to the floor in one corner, a small kitchenette in another, and in the center of it all, the map table and the radio equipment. It was Spartan, functional, and to me it was perfect. The view was staggering. I could see for miles in every direction, a rolling carpet of green and gray, punctuated by the granite peaks of distant mountains. I felt like a king in his castle, the sole guardian of an immense, silent kingdom. The first week was idyllic. I fell into a comfortable routine. I'd wake with the sun, make coffee, and perform my morning check in with the main station. The disembodied voice of the dispatcher, a friendly woman named Sarah, was a comforting, predictable part of my day. I'd spend hours just watching, scanning the horizon with my binoculars for the faintest wisp of smoke, meticulously recording weather data, and making notes in the logbook. The silence was absolute, broken only by the wind whistling around the tower or the distant cry of a hawk. I felt a deep sense of peace, a connection to the raw, ancient pulse of the land. It was on the 8th night that it started. I was reading by the light of a propane lamp, the wind moaning softly outside. The radio, which had been silent since my evening check-in, crackled to life. I didn't think much of it at first. Atmospheric interference was common. But then, through the hiss and pop of the static, a voice emerged. It was my own. Sky is clear, visibility about 80 miles. Wind is out of the west at about 5 knots. All quiet at 2 forks. I froze, the book slipping from my fingers. It was a perfect recording of my morning report from 12 hours earlier. My heart began to hammer against my ribs. I reached out and switched the radio off, my hand shaking slightly. It has to be a technical glitch, I reasoned. A crossed wire, some kind of freak atmospheric echo. The equipment was old. That had to be it. I tried to rationalize the event, to fit it into a logical box, but a seed of doubt had been planted. Miller's haunted face flashed in my mind. Don't trust the radio. For the next 2 days, nothing happened. The radio behaved perfectly. I started to relax, convincing myself that the incident had been a one-off anomaly. I chided myself for being so jumpy, for letting the words of a burnt outranger get to me. Then, on the 10th night, it happened again. This time, I was making a late dinner, humming a half-remembered tune from the radio in my car. The speaker crackled, and through the static, I heard myself humming the exact same tune, a perfect, crystal clear recording. But this was impossible. I hadn't hummed it aloud during any of my transmissions. I hadn't been near the microphone. It was as if the radio had somehow plucked the tune directly from my thoughts. The feeling of peace I had cultivated evaporated, replaced by a cold, creeping dread. I was being watched, or worse, listened to. The tower, which had felt like a sanctuary, now felt like a glass cage. The vast, beautiful wilderness outside no longer seemed benign. The deep shadows between the trees held a new menace. The phenomenon began to escalate. It was no longer just playing back things from hours or days ago. The delay was shrinking. I'd muttered to myself about the dropping temperature, and a few minutes later, the radio would repeat my words. Getting cold in here, my own voice would say, mocking me from the speaker. I started to feel like a lab rat in some bizarre experiment. I stopped talking to myself, stopped humming, terrified of what I might hear repeated back to me. The silence in the cabin became a heavy, oppressive thing. The breaking point, the moment that shattered my sanity and plunged me into true terror, came about 3 weeks into my stay. I was sitting at the map table trying to focus on a novel, but my eyes kept flicking to the silent radio. The sun had set, and the world outside was a deep, inky black. I decided to make a cup of tea, a small act of normalcy in a world that was rapidly losing its coherence. I stood up, stretched, and said aloud to the empty room, my voice sounding thin and reedy, "I think it's time for some tea." A split second before the words left my lips, the radio crackled. A voice, my voice, but flatter, deader, issued from the speaker. "I think it's time for some tea." I stumbled back, a cry of pure shock catching in my throat. My mind reeled, unable to process what had just happened. This wasn't a recording. This wasn't an echo. This was precognition. The radio knew what I was going to say before I said it. The laws of cause and effect had been inverted in my tiny glass box in the sky. It felt like a fundamental violation of reality. That night I didn't sleep. I sat on my bed, wrapped in a blanket, watching the radio as if it were a venomous snake coiled to strike. The fear was a living thing inside me, cold and heavy in my gut. And just as the first, faint light of dawn began to bleed across the eastern horizon, the radio spoke one last time. It wasn't my voice. It was a whisper, a dry, sibilant sound like dead leaves skittering across pavement. It was ancient and filled with a chilling, patient malice. And it whispered a single word, Peter. The single word hung in the dead air of the cabin, an icy needle piercing the fragile shell of my sanity. It wasn't a question or a statement. It was a declaration of ownership. The voice, dry and ancient, knew me. In that moment, the vast, impersonal wilderness I had so admired ceased to be neutral. It had focused its attention squarely on me, and its first utterance was my name. My reaction was primal. A strangled gasp escaped my lips, and I scrambled backward, away from the radio. My body hit in the cold glass of the window with a thud. My eyes were locked on the speaker grill, expecting something to emerge from it. A shape, a wisp of smoke, anything. But there was only the silent, mocking machine. My training, my logic, my carefully constructed worldview, all of it shattered. This was not a technical malfunction. This was not cabin fever. This was something else, something impossible and malevolent. My first coherent thought was to silence it. I lunged across the small room, my hands fumbling for the power cord. With a frantic yank, I ripped it from the wall socket. The small power light on the unit winked out. I stood there, panting in the pre-dawn gloom, my heart thundering in my ears. The silence that followed was somehow heavier, more menacing than the static had ever been. I had cut it off, but the feeling of being listened to, of being known remained. It was in the room with me, a silent passenger in my glass cage. Sleep was no longer an option. The sun rose, painting the forest in glorious hues of orange and gold, but the beauty was lost on me. It felt like a mockery. The tower, my proud kingdom, had become a prison, a stage for my personal torment. I couldn't stay inside. The four glass walls felt like they were closing in, the silence amplifying every frantic beat of my heart. I needed to move, to feel the solid earth under my boots, to do the job I was sent here to do. I needed to pretend, if only for a few hours, that I was still Peter Harding, forestry technician, and not a terrified man losing his mind. I decided to patrol. It was an excuse to escape the suffocating atmosphere of the cabin. I grabbed my pack, my compass, and my map, and practically ran down the 100-foot staircase, not daring to look back. At the bottom, I breathed in the crisp morning air, the scent of pine and damp earth, a welcome dose of reality. I chose the East Ridge Trail, a simple 5-mile loop I had hiked during my first idyllic week. I knew its every twist and turn, every landmark. The lightning-scarred pine at the first mile marker, the cluster of granite boulders that looked like sleeping giants, the small stream I had to cross on a mossy log. It was familiar territory, a known quantity. The first hour of the hike was almost therapeutic. The physical exertion was a welcome distraction. The sun on my face and the rhythmic crunch of my boots on the trail began to soothe my frayed nerves. I started to think that maybe I had overreacted. Maybe the stress, the isolation, had caused an auditory hallucination. The mind can play powerful tricks, I told myself. Miller was just a guy who couldn't handle the solitude, and I had let his paranoia infect me. It was when I reached the spot where the lightning-scarred pine should have been that the fragile illusion of normalcy crumbled. It was just gone. I stopped, my brow furrowed in confusion. This was the main trail marker. It was unmistakable, a massive ponderosa pine, half of its trunk blackened and stripped of bark. I checked my compass. I was heading due east exactly as I should be. I looked at my map. The trail was clearly marked, but the tree wasn't there. In its place stood a perfectly healthy, unremarkable fir tree, one I had never seen before. A cold knot of anxiety tightened in my stomach. I pushed on, telling myself I must have been mistaken, that my memory was playing tricks on me. But the discrepancies mounted. The trail began to feel alien. The gentle, familiar slope steepened into a grueling climb. The cluster of granite boulders was nowhere to be seen. I walked for another hour, my confusion curdling into a growing sense of dread. According to my map and my pace, I should have been nearing the stream, the halfway point of the loop. Instead, the trail simply ended. It didn't fork. It didn't fade out. It just stopped, as if the hand that had drawn the forest had lifted its pen. Before me was nothing but a dense, impenetrable wall of thorny undergrowth. Panic began to bubble in my chest. I turned around, intending to retrace my steps back to the tower. But the path behind me was not the one I had just walked. It looked different, darker, more overgrown. The very air seemed to have changed, becoming thick and heavy. The cheerful sounds of the morning forest had fallen silent. There were no birds, no chattering squirrels, just a profound and unnerving stillness. It felt like the forest was holding its breath. I pulled out my compass again. The needle spun wildly, rotating in a smooth, steady circle, completely untethered from the planet's magnetic field. It was useless. I was lost. Not just lost in the conventional sense. I was adrift in a place that was actively rewriting its own geography. The forest wasn't just a collection of trees, it was a single entity, and it was playing with me. It had let me walk just far enough to feel safe before changing the rules. I fought back the terror, forcing myself to rely on the most basic survival instinct, follow the sun. It was still morning, so the sun was in the east. The tower was to my west. I turned my back to the sun and started walking, crashing through the undergrowth, ignoring the branches that clawed at my face and clothes. Every step was an act of will. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming now, a physical pressure on my back. I felt like a mouse being observed by a cat that was in no hurry to pounce. Hours passed, I have no idea how many. My water was running low, and my body ached with exhaustion. Just as I was about to collapse, to give in to the despair, I stumbled through a thicket of ferns and saw it. The tower. It rose into the sky, a steel skeleton against the afternoon sun. But my relief was short-lived. A wave of nausea washed over me. I had been walking west for hours away from the rising sun. I should have been miles from here. Yet there it was, right where I had started. It was as if I had been walking on a treadmill, the landscape shifting around me to keep me in one place. Defeated, I trudged back to my prison and climbed the stairs, every step feeling like it weighed 1,000 pounds. I didn't even glance at the radio. I went straight to the desk and opened the logbook, the one Miller had left. The first several weeks of his entries were mundane, just like mine had been weather reports, wildlife sightings. But then, about a month into his stay, the entry started to change. July 20 radio playing tricks again. Heard yesterday's weather report. Faulty wiring. July 16th read the humming. It's my humming. How? July 22 it said my name. My blood ran cold. I flipped through the pages, my hands trembling. His neat handwriting grew frantic, sloppy. August 20 tried to walk the West Rim Trail. It's not there anymore. The map is a lie. The forest is a lie. August 5Z, it knows what I'm thinking. I don't have to speak. It knows. August 10 only saw something by the creek. Tall. All wrong. The branches looked like arms. It was just a tree. It was just a tree. It was just a tree. The final entry from the day before I arrived was barely legible, scrawled across the page with a shaking hand. It played a dream. It played my dream. The one where I can't get out. Don't let it in. Whatever you do, don't let it in. I slammed the book shut. I wasn't going crazy. I wasn't alone in this. Miller had seen it too. He had endured the same psychological warfare, the same impossible reality, and he had fled. But his last warning, don't let it in. What did it mean? Let what in? The voice from the radio. The presence in the forest. The line between the two had blurred, and I was trapped in the middle. The tower was no longer a refuge from the shifting forest. It was the heart of the nightmare, and as dusk began to settle, casting long, distorted shadows that looked like grasping fingers, I knew with chilling certainty that the games were only just beginning. Slamming the logbook shut felt like closing a coffin lid. The flimsy cardboard cover did nothing to contain the horror within its pages. The validation I felt, the cold comfort of knowing I wasn't insane, was instantly consumed by a far greater terror. This was real. Miller had fled from it, and now it was my turn. His frantic, final warning echoed in the silent cabin, no longer a mystery, but a dire command, don't let it in. But what was the voice on the radio? The sentient shifting forest? Or the thing Miller saw by the creek, the tall, wrong thing with branches for arms? I realized with a sickening lurch that they were all one and the same. It was a single, ancient intelligence with many ways to break a man. The radio was its voice, the forest was its body, and the thing in the shadows was its face. And I was trapped in its heart. As dusk bled into true night, the world outside the glass walls dissolved into an abyss. The darkness was absolute, a physical presence pressing against the windows. My fortress in the sky had become a baited trap, and I was the bait. The warning, don't let it in, took on a literal, terrifying meaning. I checked the lock on the trapdoor at the top of the stairs, a flimsy bolt that suddenly seemed pathetic. I wedged the back of a chair under the handle, a futile gesture that offered a sliver of psychological comfort. I drew the curtains on all the windows, a feature I hadn't used until now, plunging the room into claustrophobic darkness, lit only by my propane lamp. I couldn't bear the feeling of unseen eyes watching me from the endless night. My routine check-ins were due. The thought of plugging the radio back in, of willingly opening that channel, sent a wave of nausea through me. But missing a check-in would raise an alarm. They would send someone. And the thought of another person being lured into this place was unbearable. With trembling hands, I plugged the cord back into the socket. The machine remained silent. I picked up the handset for my evening report, my throat tight. 2 forks to base. I managed, my voice a strained whisper. Only static answered. 2 forks to base, do you copy? I tried again, louder this time. The static hissed and popped. Sarah's usually prompt and cheerful voice was absent. The line was dead, or it had been severed. It had cut me off. I was truly alone now, isolated from the outside world, left to face my tormentor. Exhaustion, both mental and physical, finally claimed me. I collapsed onto the bed, fully clothed, pulling the thin blanket up to my chin. Sleep was a terrifying prospect, but my body gave me no choice. I fell into a heavy, dream-logged slumber in the forest, no longer content to simply play with the trails outside, followed me into my mind. I dreamt I was back in my childhood home. It was night and a storm was raging outside. Rain lashed against the windows and the wind howled like a hungry animal. I was in my old bedroom, but something was wrong. The door was gone. The walls were seamless, with no way out. A frantic, primal fear gripped me as I clawed at the wallpaper, my fingers finding no purchase, no crack, no hope of escape. Then came the knocking. A slow, deliberate, heavy knock that wasn't coming from a door, but from the window. I turned, and through the rain-streaked glass, I saw a figure standing in my backyard. It was impossibly tall, a silhouette of jagged angles against the lightning-filled sky. It was too far away to see clearly, but I knew it was the thing from Miller's logbook. Its arms were long and thin, like the branches of a dead tree. And as I watched, frozen in terror, one of those arms lifted and it knocked on the glass again, the sound perfectly synchronized with the dream. But the most terrifying part was the voice that whispered from right behind me, the same dry, ancient voice from the radio. "It's so easy," it hissed, its breath cold on my neck. "Just open the window. Just let me in." I woke up with a strangled scream, drenched in cold sweat, my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. The cabin was pitch black and silent. The dream had been so vivid, so real, that for a terrifying moment, I thought I was still in that sealed room. And then the radio crackled to life. My blood turned to ice. I didn't need to see it to know it was on. A low static filled the room, and then a voice emerged from the speaker. My voice. It was gasping, choked with terror. "The door is gone," my dream self whimpered from the radio. "There's no way out." I clapped my hands over my ears, but it was useless. The sound was inside my head, a perfect, high-fidelity broadcast of my own private nightmare. "Don't let it in," my voice on the radio pleaded, a desperate, sobbing cry. "Don't let it in." It was the last straw, the final, unforgivable violation. It had reached into my mind, stolen my deepest fears, and was now playing them back to me as a form of entertainment. This was its game, and I was losing. Miller's experience, my experience. It was a pattern, a cruel ritual it performed on the lonely sentinels of this tower. Fueled by a surge of adrenaline and rage, I scrambled out of bed. I had to see. I had to know what was out there. I ripped the curtains back from the east, facing window, the one that looked out over the trail I had tried to hike. The moon was full, casting a pale, skeletal light over the forest. At first I saw nothing but the endless sea of trees, their shadows deep and menacing. I scanned the tree line, my eyes straining in the gloom. And then I saw it. It wasn't a trick of the light. It wasn't a shadow. It was moving. Standing at the edge of the clearing, partially obscured by a large fir, was a figure. It was tall, unnaturally so, and gaunt, a thing of sharp, wrong angles. It didn't move like a man or an animal. It seemed to glide between the trees, its limbs moving with a disjointed grace that was deeply unsettling. As it stepped into a patch of moonlight, I saw that its skin was the color and texture of weathered bark, and its long, spindly arms ended not in hands, but in clusters of twigs that looked like grasping claws. It turned its head slowly, and though I couldn't see a face, I felt its gaze lock onto me, a feeling of immense pressure and ancient, predatory intelligence. It knew I was watching. It had been waiting for me to look. That was it. I was done. I was not going to be another entry in a logbook. I was not going to die in this glass cage. I didn't pack. I didn't think. I acted on pure survival instinct. I grabbed my keys, my wallet, and the small pocket knife I always carried. I left everything else, my books, my clothes, my connection to the life I had known. I wrenched the chair away from the trapdoor, fumbled with the bolt, and threw it open. I didn't run down the stairs. I half fell, my hands skipping over the cold metal railings, my feet barely touching the steps. I hit the ground and didn't look back. I ran. I ran for the rutted track my truck was parked on, praying it was still there, that the forest hadn't swallowed it. I didn't use a flashlight, terrified of what its beam might reveal. I ran in the pale moonlight, stumbling over roots, crashing through bushes, driven by a terror so profound it eclipsed all other thought. I reached the truck, threw myself in, and jammed the key into the ignition. The engine turned over with a roar that was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. I slammed it into gear and floored it, the tires spinning in the dirt before finding purchase. I drove with a reckless abandon, bouncing and crashing down the track, not caring if I broke an axle. I just had to get out. I drove through the dawn and into the morning, not stopping until the dirt track turned to gravel, the gravel to pavement, and I saw the first signs of another human being. I didn't stop until I was in the parking lot of the main ranger station, 100 miles and a lifetime away from the Two Forks watchtower. I walked in, looking like a madman, wild-eyed, covered in scratches, my clothes torn. Henderson, my supervisor, took one look at my face and knew. It was the same look he must have seen on Miller. I didn't explain. I didn't try to make them understand. I just dropped the keys on his desk.
I quit.
I said, my voice hoarse, and I walked away. I never went back to the forest. I can't even stand to be around too many trees now. Sometimes late at night, when the wind is howling, I think I can hear a faint static and a dry, ancient voice whispering my name. I don't know what that thing in the Arrowhead Forest was, but I know it's still there, waiting patiently in its tower, watching the trees, waiting for the next lonely soul to let it in. My name is Jack Anderson, and for the better part of a decade, I've worn the flat-brimmed hat in gray and green uniform of a National Park Service law enforcement ranger. My post is Yosemite, a place most people associate with breathtaking beauty, granite monoliths scraping the sky, and waterfalls that sing a constant, powerful hymn to nature. And they're right. I've seen sunrises over Half Dome that could make an atheist believe in God, and stood in meadows so serene they felt like a glimpse of paradise. I fell in love with this park long before I ever pinned on a badge, and most days that love is what fuels me. But a place this vast, this ancient, holds more than just beauty. It holds secrets. It has a darkness that predates any human trail, a silence in its deepest canyons that can swallow sound and sometimes people. My job is a strange mix of glorified tour guide and backcountry cop. On any given day, I might be breaking up a domestic dispute in a campground, tracking a lost child who wandered off from a picnic, or ticketing someone for feeding the bears. A crime far more serious than they ever seem to realize. We deal with dehydration, broken ankles, and the occasional heart attack on the trail. It's a job of routines, of predictable human error set against an unpredictable wilderness. You learn the rhythms of the park, the ebb and flow of the tourist seasons, the particular brand of trouble that each month brings. Summer is the peak. The park groans under the weight of humanity, a river of minivans and RVs flowing through the valley, spilling people onto every major trail. The heat can be oppressive, tempers can flare, and the sheer volume of visitors means the odds of something going wrong skyrocket. That day started like any other Tuesday in late July. The air was already thick and warm by 8 a.m., promising a scorcher. The valley was buzzing with activity. I spent the morning on patrol, my patrol vehicle crawling through the familiar loop, the radio a constant chatter of minor incidents. A fender bender near the village store, a report of a juvenile bear getting too comfortable around the housekeeping camp dumpsters. The usual summer static. My partner for the week was Maria Sanchez, a sharp, no-nonsense ranger who had transferred from Zion a couple of years back. She had a knack for cutting through the noise and seeing the practical, hard edges of any situation. While I sometimes found myself lost in the grandeur of the park, Maria was always grounded, her eyes scanning for the thing that was out of place, the detail that didn't fit. Another beautiful day in paradise. I said, pulling over at a Vista Point to let a family of German tourists take a photo without becoming a hood ornament. Maria grunted, not looking up from her tablet. Just means more people to get lost dehydrated or decide that a selfie with a rattlesnake is a good idea. I chuckled. You're a ray of sunshine, Sanchez. I'm a realist, Anderson. This place is a 1-200 square mile search and rescue operation waiting to happen. You know that. She was right, of course. For all its well-marked trails and visitor centers, the wilderness was always there, just a few steps off the path, waiting patiently. The call came in around 20:15 p.m. We were finishing a late lunch in the truck when the dispatcher's voice crackled over the radio, tight with an urgency that cut through the afternoon haze. All units in the valley, we have a 1054 possible, Sentinel Meadow Loop, approximately half a mile from the trailhead. A 1054, a coroner's case, a dead body. Maria and I exchanged a look. The casual banter of a moment ago evaporated. Sentinel Meadow Loop was one of the easiest, most popular trails in the park. It was a flat, gentle walk, barely a hike, famous for its views of Yosemite Falls and the surrounding granite cliffs. It was a family trail, a place you take your grandparents. It was not a place where people died. Dispatch, this is 3 Adam 12. I responded, grabbing the mic. What's the nature of the report? Caller is a hiker, hysterical, the dispatcher said. Her voice was strained. States she found an adult male, down on the trail. Says there's a lot of blood. A massive pool of blood were her exact words. Medical is en route. I need a law enforcement unit to secure the scene. A massive pool of blood on the Sentinel Meadow Loop. The two phrases didn't belong together. An animal lion. Extremely rare, especially on such a busy trail in the middle of the day. A fall. The trail was practically paved with packed dirt. A fight, maybe. A mugging gone wrong. It felt wrong for the location, but in a park with millions of visitors, you get all kinds. We hit the lights and siren, parting the sea of tourist traffic. The short drive to the trailhead felt longer, my mind racing through the grim checklist of possibilities. Maria was silent beside me, her face set in a grim mask of concentration. We were the first law enforcement on the scene. We parked the truck, grabbed our medical bags and crime scene tape, and started down the trail at a brisk, ground-eating pace. The Sentinel Meadow Loop was just as I remembered it, a wide, soft path of dark, loamy earth, flanked by tall grasses and the occasional pine. The sun beat down, and the air was filled with the scent of dust and warm pine needles. About a quarter-mile in, we saw the first signs of the incident. A small cluster of hikers were huddled together, their faces pale, pointing further down the path. A young man in a ranger volunteer vest was trying to keep them back. He looked barely 20, and his eyes were wide with shock. He's just around the bend. The volunteer stammered as we approached. A woman found him. She's not doing well. We rounded the gentle curve in the path, and the scene hit us like a physical blow. The dispatcher hadn't been exaggerating. In the middle of the pristine, flat trail was a man lying face down. He was dressed in standard hiking attire, shorts, a T-shirt, sturdy boots. And he was lying in a pool of blood so large and so dark it looked like a rag tear in the fabric of the landscape. It had soaked deep into the dirt, creating a macabre halo of blackened, saturated earth around him. The metallic, coppery smell was overwhelming, a sickeningly sweet odor that clung to the hot, still air. Maria immediately went to check on the witness, a woman sitting on the ground, wrapped in a thermal blanket someone had given her, rocking back and forth. I approached the body. My training took over, my mind shifting into the cold, methodical process of observation. Male, Caucasian, late 40s, maybe early 50s. No obvious signs of a struggle around the body. His backpack was still on. His water bottle was clipped to it. Nothing looked stolen or disturbed. I knelt, careful not to disturb the scene, and looked at his head. The back of his skull was gone. It wasn't just a wound. It was a catastrophic indentation, a concave horror. It was caved in, as if struck by something of immense force and velocity. The source of the blood was obvious. The paramedics arrived a minute later, but it was a formality. They declared him dead at the scene. The coroner, a wary man named Dr. Albright, arrived shortly after. He did his initial examination right there on the trail. Well, Albright said, standing up and wiping his brow. Cause of death isn't going to be a mystery. Massive cranial trauma. The injury is consistent with a high velocity impact, like if he fell from a significant height and landed head first on a sharp, hard object. I looked at him, then looked around us. We were in the middle of a meadow. The trail was soft dirt and pine needles. I walked in a slow, deliberate circle around the body, my eyes scanning every inch of the ground. There were no rocks, not even small ones. There were no exposed roots, no tree stumps, no large, fallen branches. The nearest tree was a good 15 feet away, and there was no blood spatter on its trunk, nothing to suggest he'd been hit there and dragged. I looked up. The sky was clear blue, framed by the distant granite cliffs. He hadn't fallen from anywhere. A sharp, hard object. I asked, my voice flat, like what, Doc? Because I'm looking, and there's nothing here but dirt. Dr. Albright followed my gaze, a frown creasing his forehead. He walked the same circle I had. He nudged the ground with his shoe. You're right, he murmured, a note of confusion in his voice. There's nothing. Absolutely nothing. We stood there in silence for a long moment, the three of us, a ranger, a coroner, and a paramedic, staring at a dead man who, according to all available evidence, had simply fallen and smashed his skull on an invisible object, right in the middle of a soft dirt path. The serene beauty of Yosemite had vanished, replaced by a chilling, profound sense of the impossible. The hours that followed were a blur of grim procedure. We cordoned off a massive section of the Sentinel Meadow Loop, turning the beautiful sun-drenched landscape into a sterile crime scene. Tourists were rerouted, their curious, anxious faces a stark contrast to the cold professionalism that had descended upon us. Maria, with her innate ability to project calm authority, handled the witness, Sarah, a young woman from San Francisco who had come to the park for a day of peaceful hiking. Her testimony was simple, and for our purposes, utterly useless. She had been walking the loop, listening to a podcast, had rounded the bend, and saw him. She hadn't heard a scream, a shout, or any sound out of the ordinary. She hadn't seen anyone else on that stretch of trail. He was just there, lying in that impossible pool of blood. My team and I conducted a meticulous grid search of the area. We walked shoulder to shoulder, our eyes glued to the ground, scanning a 50-yard radius around the body. We were looking for anything: a discarded weapon, a piece of torn clothing, a non-native rock, a single footprint that was out of place. We found nothing. The soft earth of the trail held only the faint impressions of dozens of hiking boots, the ghost-like procession of a normal day. There were no signs of a struggle, no drag marks. Nothing to suggest a second person had ever been there. It was as if the man had been walking along one moment, and in the next, an invisible, phantom force had struck him down from behind. Back at the station, the fluorescent lights felt harsh and unforgiving after the natural glow of the valley. The victim's backpack sat on the evidence table, a mundane collection of a life abruptly ended. We found his wallet. His name was Arthur Penhaligon, a 58-year-old retired history professor from Berkeley. A quick check revealed he was staying alone at the Yosemite Valley Lodge. He had no criminal record, not even a parking ticket. He was an avid hiker and a member of the Sierra Club. His digital camera was full of beautifully composed photos of flowers, trees, and the grand sweep of the valley. He was the last person you'd expect to find at the center of a violent, inexplicable event. He was just a man who loved the wilderness. The preliminary report from Dr. Albright landed on my desk the next morning. It confirmed what we already knew: cause of death was a single, massive blow to the occipital bone. But it was the addendum, a handwritten note at the bottom of the page, that made the hair on my arms stand up. Jack, it read, "This is the cleanest impact I have ever seen. There are no tertiary fractures, no contracoup injuries to the front of the brain you'd expect from the whiplash of such a blow. The edges of the fracture are incredibly precise, almost surgical. It's as if the object that struck him was perfectly shaped to fit the curvature of his skull and delivered its energy with absolute efficiency, leaving no other trace of impact. I can't explain it. It defies the physics of a typical assault or fall. Defies physics." The phrase echoed in my head. Maria read the report over my shoulder, her expression unreadable. "So what are we saying?" she said, her voice low. "Someone hit him with a magic bullet. A ghost rock. I don't know what we're saying." I admitted, running a hand over my tired face. "I'm saying that every logical explanation we have has been systematically eliminated. We have no weapon, no motive, no suspect, and a cause of death that the coroner says shouldn't be possible. We spent the day chasing dead ends. We reviewed security footage from the lodge, which showed Professor Penhaligon leaving for his hike that morning, looking cheerful and relaxed. We interviewed staff and other guests. No one reported anything unusual. He was a quiet, polite man who kept to himself. The case was a perfect, impenetrable vacuum. That evening, unable to sit still, I found myself driving to the small cabin on the outskirts of the park where Dave Heston lived. Hemlock had been a ranger in Yosemite for 5 years before retiring. He was a living repository of the park's history, not just the official documented history, but the other kind. The stories whispered around campfires, the strange occurrences that never made it into the official reports. I found him on his porch, carving a piece of wood, the setting sun casting long shadows across the trees. He looked up as I approached, his deeply wrinkled face breaking into a knowing smile. "Knew you'd be by," he said, not missing a beat with his knife. "Heard about the mess over at Sentinel Meadow. Sounds like a weird one." I sat down on the steps, the wood cool against my jeans. Weird doesn't even begin to cover it, Dave. It's impossible. I laid it all out for him: the scene, the injury, the lack of evidence, Dr. Albright's baffling report. He listened patiently, his carving knife stilling in his hand. When I finished, he was silent for a long time, looking out at the darkening forest. "This place is old, Jack," he finally said, his voice a low rumble. "Older than us, older than the trails, older than the names we give the mountains. The Miwok, the people who live here before us, they knew it. They had stories. Stories about things that live in the spaces between. Things you don't see." I felt a chill despite the warm evening air. "What kind of things?" "They believed some parts of the valley were protected," he continued, his eyes distant. "Not by spirits or gods in the way we think of them. More like an immune system. Something that corrects things that are wrong, that removes things that don't belong. They said that sometimes, if you weren't showing the proper respect, or if you just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, the land itself could push back. Push back. I repeated, the word sounding absurd. Dave, the man's head was caved in. That's more than a push. Eyes it. He countered, turning his piercing gaze on me. What's the difference between a rock falling from a cliff and a rock that's already there? The Miwok didn't see a difference. It was all the land. They had a name for it. I can't pronounce it right, but it roughly translated to the unseen strike, or the silent hammer. A sudden, violent event from nowhere, for no reason a modern man could understand. It wasn't evil. It was just balance, like a lightning strike. You don't ask why the lightning hit one tree and not another. It just did. I wanted to dismiss it as folklore, the ramblings of an old man. But the image it conjured, a silent, invisible hammer falling from the sky, was terrifyingly close to the scene we had found. I drove back to my small ranger cabin that night with Hemlock's words echoing in my ears. The park, which had always been my sanctuary, suddenly felt alien. The familiar shapes of the trees outside my window seemed to harbor a new menace. The silence wasn't peaceful anymore, it was watchful. I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't just investigating a murder. We were trespassing in a place where human laws and the rules of physics didn't apply, and we had drawn the attention of something ancient and utterly indifferent to our existence. I decided to go through Professor Penhaligon's belongings one more time. I unpacked his camera, his journal, his maps. It was on his primary hiking map of the valley that I found it. It was a small, hand-drawn circle in red ink, right over the spot in Sentinel Meadow where we had found his body. Next to it was a single, cryptic note written in the professor's neat, academic script. It wasn't a landmark or a reminder. It was a question. Where does the sound go? Where does the sound go? The question, written in Professor Penhaligon's precise hand, burned itself into my brain. It wasn't a piece of evidence in any conventional sense. It was a key, but to a lock I didn't understand. I sat there in my quiet cabin, the map spread out under the lamp, the silence of the park pressing in on me. It was no longer a peaceful silence. It was the silence of a held breath, the silence of a predator. Sound. The witness, Sarah hadn't heard anything. No scream, no cry for help, no thud of a body hitting the ground. Just the ambient noise of her podcast, and then the sight of him. Dr. Albright's report described an impact of impossible efficiency, a blow that delivered all its energy to one single, devastating point. A silent, perfect strike. My mind raced back to Hemlock's words. The unseen strike, the silent hammer. It was folklore, a ghost story to tell around a campfire. But Arthur Penhaligon wasn't a ghost hunter. He was an academic, a man of facts and research. What if he had stumbled upon the same legend and, with his historian's curiosity, decided to investigate it as a genuine phenomenon? I had to go back, not as a cop securing a scene, but as an observer, as Penhaligon must have been. Maria thought I was losing my mind. Jack, it's a closed case. The official report is going to read death by undetermined causes, likely a freak accident. The brass wants it quiet. A mystery killer stalking the valley is bad for business. It wasn't a killer, Maria. I said, my voice low and intense. And it wasn't an accident. It was something else. Penhaligon was onto it. That note is the proof. A note that says, where does the sound go? That's not proof. It's poetry. You're sleep deprived. Go home. But I couldn't. I waited until dusk, when the golden hour bled into the deep blue of twilight, and the last of the day trippers had fled the valley. The air grew cool and the shadows stretched, turning familiar shapes into monstrous silhouettes. I drove to the Sentinel Meadow trailhead, but this time I didn't park in the main lot. I left my truck on a service road a half-mile away and walked in, armed with my service weapon, a high-powered flashlight, and a profound sense of dread. The trail was deserted. The crime scene tape was gone, but the place still felt violated. The dark, stained patch of earth where Penhaligon had died was still visible, a scar on the land. As I approached the spot, a strange feeling began to creep over me. It started in my ears, a faint pressure, like when you're changing altitude in a plane. I stopped walking. The normal sounds of the evening forest, the chirping of crickets, the rustle of a gentle breeze through the pines, the distant rush of the Merced River, began to fade. It wasn't that they grew quieter. It was as if they were being systematically erased, filtered out of existence. I took another step, and the pressure in my ears intensified. The last vestiges of sound vanished. I was wrapped in a blanket of absolute, profound silence. It was the most unnatural thing I had ever experienced. It wasn't just quiet, it was a void, a dead spot in the world. I tried to swallow, and the sound of it, the small click in my own throat, was absent. I was deaf to myself. Panic, cold and sharp, pricked at my skin. I stood frozen in the very spot where Penhaligon must have stood the red circle on his map. Where does the sound go? He had found it. This pocket of utter nothingness. He had been studying it. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, silent drumbeat I could feel but not hear. I slowly raised my flashlight, its beam cutting a stark white cone through the twilight. I scanned the trees, the ground, the air itself. There was nothing to see. Just the meadow, the path, the granite cliffs watching impassively in the distance. Then I had an idea, born of terror and a desperate need for confirmation. My hand was shaking as I unclipped a spare magazine from my belt. It was heavy, solid steel. I held it up, my eyes locked on the empty space in front of me. I took a deep breath, a breath I couldn't hear, and tossed the magazine underhand into the center of the silent zone, about 10 feet in front of me. I expected it to hit the soft dirt with a dull thud, even if I couldn't hear it. I expected to see it lying there in my flashlight beam. It did neither. The magazine had traveled maybe 5 feet through the air when it simply ceased to exist. There was no flash of light, no puff of smoke, no sound of impact. One moment it was a solid object, tumbling end over end in the beam of my light, and the next it was gone. Not just gone from sight, it was erased from reality. In its place for a fraction of a second, the air seemed to shimmer, to warp like heat haze off asphalt. I felt a wave of pressure wash over me, a physical force that made my teeth ache and my bones vibrate. It was a feeling of immense, compressed power being unleashed and then retracting in an instant. The silent hammer. I finally understood it wasn't an object, it was a place, a flaw in the world, a spot where the laws of physics came undone. Penhaligon hadn't been struck by a rock or a weapon. He had stepped into this invisible anomaly, and it had simply unmade him. The force required to cave in a man's skull to do it so cleanly and precisely wasn't the force of a physical blow. It was the force of reality itself being momentarily torn apart. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet, scrambling away from that patch of dead air. As I moved back, sound rushed back in, a deafening cacophony of crickets and wind that made me cry out. The sound of my own panicked gasp was the most terrifying and most welcome thing I had ever heard. I didn't stop running until I reached my truck, fumbling for the keys, my entire body trembling uncontrollably. The next day, I filed my final report. I wrote that, after extensive investigation, no evidence of foul play could be found. I wrote that Professor Penhaligon's death was a tragic and inexplicable accident, likely caused by a sudden, localized seismic event or air pressure anomaly, a 1 in a billion freak of nature. It was a lie, but it was the closest I could get to the truth. I also filed a separate, urgent recommendation to my supervisor, citing unstable ground and unpredictable geological conditions. I requested the permanent and immediate closure of the Sentinel Meadow Loop. To my surprise, it was approved without question. The Park Service had no more appetite for unexplainable deaths than I did. I still wear the uniform. I still patrol the valley, and I still love this place. But something is broken. I can no longer look at the granite cliffs or the serene meadows without feeling a sliver of ice in my gut. I see the tourists taking their photos, laughing, completely unaware of how thin the veil is, how close they are to places where the world is not what it seems. Sometimes, late at night, I drive past the barricades at the Sentinel Meadow trailhead. I think about Professor Penhaligon and his final, terrifying discovery. I think about the silent, invisible hammer that waits patiently in the twilight. And I know that the most frightening thing in Yosemite isn't the bears or the mountain lions or the sheer cliffs. It's the silence. The absolute, hungry silence that waits just off the trail in a place where the sound goes and never comes back.
My name is Sergeant Stanley Milford, and I serve with the Navajo Nation Ranger Department. That title might conjure images of a man in a flat, brimmed hat pointing out scenic overlooks, but my reality is far different. We are a unique breed of law enforcement, tasked with patrolling a territory larger than 10 of the 50 states. Our jurisdiction is a sprawling expanse of raw, beautiful, and often unforgiving land, carved by wind and water into a masterpiece of red rock canyons, vast messes that touch the sky. and deserts that whisper with 1,000 years of history. I am a police officer, yes, but I am also a conservationist, a mediator of grazing disputes, a first responder, and, unofficially, a guardian of the stories and traditions that are woven into the very fabric of this land and our people. The DNA. My work requires me to live with a foot in two separate worlds. One foot is planted firmly in the world of procedure and protocol, evidence collection, incident reports, the precise language of the law. My patrol truck is equipped with a modern radio, a laptop, and a rack for my rifle. I know the penal codes and the conservation laws by heart. This is the world of quantifiable facts and logical deductions. My other foot walks a much older path. One, guided by the stories of my grandfathers, by the subtle signs the land gives to those who know how to listen, and by a deep understanding of the sacred balance we call love. It's a world where a strangely behaving coyote might be more than just an animal, and a sudden, unnatural silence in a canyon can be a warning more potent than any siren. Most days, these two worlds run parallel, but sometimes, on the rarest and most terrifying of occasions, they intersect with devastating force. It is in those intersections that my true work lies. For years, a particular case from the world of procedure haunted the edges of my own. It was a ghost story told among lawmen in this part of the country, a cautionary tale about the dangers of the wilderness and the cold, hard limits of investigation. The case of Paul Fugate. Fugate wasn't one of ours. He was a federal ranger, working for the National Park Service at the Chiricahua National Monument back in 1980. Chiricahua is a wild, almost surreal place just southeast of our lands. The Apache called it the land of standing, up rocks, and the name is fitting. It's a sky island, a mountain range covered in bizarre totem, like rock spires called hoodoos, that were sculpted by a volcanic eruption millions of years ago. It's a place with a deep and often bloody history, a place that feels ancient and watchful. On January 13, 1980, Paul Fugate, a man known for his quiet, diligence, and love for the park, a colleague, he was heading out for a short hike, a routine trail check near the Faraway Ranch area of the monument. He was 41 years old, experienced, and in good health. He was expected back in an hour or two. He never returned. The initial search was massive. Rangers, sheriff's deputies, state police, and hundreds of volunteers counted every inch of that rugged terrain. Helicopters beat the air, their rotors echoing off the silent stone phase of the hoodoos. They found nothing. Not a footprint out of place, not a scuff mark, not a single thread of his uniform caught on a branch. It was as if the earth had simply opened up and swallowed him whole. The only things they found were his keys, left on the desk in the visitor center. His personal truck, however, was gone. In the world of law enforcement, a mystery like that cannot be left to stand. It demands an explanation, a theory to fill the void. And theories sprouted like desert wildflowers after a rain. The most popular one was that Fugate had simply walked away. Maybe he had a secret life, a lover somewhere, and had decided to start over. It was a clean, simple explanation that required no violence, no monster in the shadows, Another theory, the one favored by the more cynical investigators, was that he'd stumbled upon a drug deal. The borderlands were a corridor for traffickers then, as they are now. Perhaps he saw something he wasn't supposed to see, and they silenced him, burying his body and his truck where they would never be found. It was a plausible, ugly scenario. But none of the theories ever fit perfectly. Fugate was, by all accounts, happily married and content with his life. No evidence of a secret life ever surfaced. And for the drug trafficker theory, there was no sign of a struggle, no shootout, no disturbed ground. It was too clean, too quiet. The case went cold, the files gathering dust in a records room, the mystery calcifying into legend. Decades passed. I went from a rookie ranger, learning the backroads of the reservation, to a seasoned sergeant who had seen his own share of strange and tragic things. The Fugate case remained a whisper, a name attached to a ghost. Then, as part of a multi-agency initiative to review unsolved cases in the region, the file landed on my desk. It was a thick, heavy box, smelling of old paper and stale bureaucracy. My supervisor told me to give it a fresh look, to see if a Navajo perspective might catch something the federal and state boys had missed over the years. He meant it in terms of knowing the land, the local families, the hidden trails. He had no idea what kind of perspective I would truly bring. For weeks, I became a ghost myself, haunting the pages of that file. I lived in 1980, breathing the stale air of witness interviews and the dry ink of supplemental reports. I read the frantic words of Fugate's wife, the confused statements of his colleagues, the dead end reports from lawmen who had long since retired or passed away. I mapped the search grids, studied the topographical charts, and read the fruitless reports from the canine units whose dogs couldn't find a single trace of his scent. It was, just as the legend said, a perfect mystery. A man had walked into the wilderness and vanished from existence. I felt the same cold frustration that every investigator before me must have felt. The case was a wall of smooth, impenetrable stone. I was about to write my own supplemental report, adding another layer of failure to the pile, when I found it. A single sentence buried deep in a follow-up interview with a park volunteer, a woman who had been tidying up the visitor center that day. It was a detail so small, so utterly mundane, that it had been overlooked by everyone for 40 years. A detail that, in the world of procedure and logic, meant absolutely nothing. But in my world, the word of ancient stories and the terrible balance of all things, it was a scream in a silent canyon. The sentence was innocuous, a throwaway observation from a woman named Eleanor Vance, a retiree who volunteered at the monument twice a week. The interviewing deputy had clearly thought it was worthless. Just the rambling of an older woman trying to be helpful. Her statement described the last time she saw Paul Fugate. He was at the door of the visitor center, pulling on his hiking boots, ready to head out. He'd said his goodbyes, then paused. He turned back, walked over to a framed photograph on the wall, a print of the park's famous balanced rock formation, and meticulously straightened it. Eleanor noted in her statement, It was funny, because that picture had been hanging crooked for months. Drove my husband crazy every time he came in, but nobody else ever bothered with it. Paul never seemed to notice it before. To a normal investigator, this was less than nothing. It was clutter. A meaningless detail about a man's momentary tiredness before he disappeared forever. It didn't point to a suspect, a motive, or a location. It was human static. But as I read that sentence, a cold dread, heavy and numbing, washed over me. It was a feeling I hadn't had since I was a child. Listening to my grandmother's stories by the light of a kerosene lamp, her voice low and serious as she spoke of things that should not be. In the Dine way, we are taught about the world of darkness, the antithesis of the harmony we strive for. In that world, there exist beings of profound and utter wrongness. They are not monsters in the simple sense of tooth and claw. They are a corruption of the natural order, an inversion of reality. We call them unveiled. With it, he goes on all fours. In English, the closest, crudest word is skinwalker. The stories are not for casual telling, and the knowledge is dangerous. They are former medicine people who, through the darkest rituals, have twisted their power to defy the ultimate taboo, the taking of a human life to steal their skin, their form. They are masters of mimicry, able to wear the faces of people, to perfectly replicate their voices and mannerisms. But the mimicry is a shell. Underneath, the entity is a vortex of wrongness. It is a thing of inversion. Everything about it is backwards. Its magic is a distortion of our sacred ceremonies. Its heart is a mirror image of a human heart. They are beings fundamentally at odds with the world they inhabit. And this wrongness, this inversion, seeps out in small, unnatural ways. My grandfather once told me of a man in his village who was suspected of being such a creature. No one could prove it. He looked like everyone else. But my grandfather noticed that when he would sit to eat, he would always pick up his fork with his left hand, then switch it to his right, as if his body's first instinct was the reverse of a normal man's. A tiny detail, a flicker of wrongness, a picture hanging crooked for months, a source of minor, persistent disorder. To a human, it becomes part of the background, an imperfection you learn to ignore. But to a thing of inversion, a being whose very nature is a corruption of the natural order, such a small, crooked detail might be an intolerable dissonance. It would be like a constant, grating noise in its ears. It would be a flaw in its disguise, a reminder of the imperfect world it was trying to inhabit. It would have to fix it. An obsessive, unnatural compulsion to make the crooked straight. The cold case file fell from my hands, its pages scattering across the floor of my office. The procedural world I inhabited, the world of logic and evidence, dissolved around me. I was no longer Sergeant Milford, police officer. I was a DNA man staring into an abyss that my ancestors had warned me about for 1,000 years. The theories of Fugate, running away or being by drug dealers, felt like childish fantasies compared to the chilling possibility that was now taking root in my mind. My mistake, and the mistake of every investigator for 40 years, was that we were looking for a missing person. We were operating under the assumption that Paul Fugate was gone. But what if he wasn't? What if he hadn't gone anywhere? The thought was so monstrous that I felt a wave of nausea. What if the man who straightened the picture, the man who said goodbye to Eleanor Vance and walked out the door, was not Paul Fugate at all? What if it was a perfect copy, a hollow thing wearing his face, and, in that one tiny, obsessive act of straightening a picture frame, it had revealed its unnatural nature. It had left a clue that no one, for 4 decades, had possessed the context to understand. I knew what I had to do. I couldn't write this in a report. I couldn't explain it to my supervisor or to the FBI. They would think I was insane. They would pull me from the case and send me for a psychological evaluation. This was a trail I had to walk alone, guided by the other half of my training. The next morning, before the sun had crested the Chuska Mountains, I was in my patrol truck, heading south. I drove off the reservation, leaving the familiar red earth behind, and pushed into the high desert grasslands of Arizona. The further I went, the more the landscape changed. The rock formations became sharper, more aggressive. This was Apache land, full of its own power, its own stories. I felt like a trespasser, not just on federal land, but in a spiritual territory that was not my own. The air itself felt different, thinner, charged with a watchfulness I couldn't explain. It took me 3 hours to reach the entrance to the Chiricahua National Monument. The old visitor center from 1980 was no longer in use. A new, modern facility stood a half-mile down the road. The original building, a low, slung stone and timber structure, was now used for maintenance storage. I found the park's chief ranger, a man named Henderson, and showed him my credentials. I told him I was following up on a cold case detail and needed access to the old building. He was cooperative, if a little bemused. He handed me a heavy brass key on a worn leather fob. Not much in there but old tools and leaky pipes. He said, squinting at me, "What kind of detail are you looking for in there after all this time?" "Just tying up a loose end," I said, my voice sounding unnaturally calm. "You know how it is. Gotta check every box." He shrugged and went back to his paperwork. The walk to the old station was the longest of my life. Every step felt heavy. The silence of the park pressed in on me, broken only by the caw of a raven circling high overhead. I unlocked the heavy wooden door, and it swung inward with a groan of protest, releasing a wave of cool, musty air. The inside was dark and smelled of dust, oil, and time. Light struggled through the grimy windows, illuminating floating dust motes in thick, golden shafts. Rakes, shovels, and coils of rope lined the walls. My eyes scanned the room, my heart hammering against my ribs. And then I saw it. On the far wall, between 2 windows, was a single, framed photograph. It was a faded print of the park's balanced rock, its colors muted by the years. My breath caught in my throat. It was hanging perfectly, unnaturally straight. For a long moment, I just stood there in the dusty silence of the old ranger station, my gaze fixed on the picture frame. The air was thick and heavy, and the mundane objects around me, The coiled ropes, the leaning shovels, the tins of oil seemed to hold their breath. The world outside, with its crisp air and chattering birds, felt a million miles away. In here, there was only the oppressive weight of 40 years of stillness and the perfectly, horribly straight lines of the photograph on the wall. It was a tiny island of absolute order in a sea of decay, and it felt more menacing than any overt threat. My police training kicked in, a familiar anchor in a swirling sea of disbelief. Treat it as a scene. Observe. Document. I forced my legs to move, my boots scuffing softly on the concrete floor. I approached the wall slowly, as if it were a sleeping animal I didn't want to wake. Up close, the picture was unremarkable. A standard wooden frame, glass dusty but intact. The photograph itself was a sun-bleached of Chiricahwa's iconic balanced rock. A massive stone perched impossibly on a narrow spire. With a deep breath, I reached out and lifted the picture off its nail. My hands felt clumsy, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I turned the frame over, my eyes scanning every inch of the cheap particle board backing. I ran my fingers along the edges, searching for a hidden compartment, a taped, on note, anything. There was nothing. Just dust and the faint, spider, web cracks of age. I examined the nail left in the wall. It was old, slightly rusted, and bent at a slight downward angle from decades of holding the weight. Nothing unusual. A wave of foolishness washed over me. I had driven 3 hours, pulled a chief ranger away from his duties, and broken into this dusty tomb. All based on a feeling, on a story my grandmother told me when I was a boy. I was chasing shadows. The picture was straight. So what? Maybe the last maintenance man to come through here had straightened it. Maybe a tremor had shaken it level. There were 100 logical explanations. I was a police officer, a man of facts, and I had none. I was about to hang the picture back on the nail. To close this strange, embarrassing chapter of the investigation and drive back to the solid, logical world of the reservation. But I hesitated. My gaze fell upon the patch of wall that'd been hidden behind the frame. It was a slightly lighter shade of pale green paint. A perfect rectangle protected from 40 years of dust and grime. My eyes traced its outline, and that's when I saw it. It wasn't obvious. It was so faint that in the dim light, it was almost invisible. A slight discoloration against the paint. A greasy, filmy smudge, no bigger than my own hand. It looked like the kind of mark someone might leave if they pressed their palm against a wall for balance. I leaned closer, my nose almost touching the cool plaster. My breath fogged the surface for a second, and when it cleared, the details became sharper. It was a handprint. The whorls and lines of a palm and 5 fingers were clearly, if faintly, visible. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. My training screamed at me fingerprints. Evidence. But I knew, with a certainty that defied logic, that running this print through any database would be useless. I looked closer, my mind trying to process the shape, and then a profound, stomach-turning wrongness seized me. I saw the fingers. I saw the palm. And I saw the thumb. It was on the wrong side. I held up my own right hand, palm facing the wall, to compare. The smudge on the wall was a perfect match in size and shape for a right handprint. But the thumb on the print was on the left side, where the pinky finger should be. I then held up my left hand. The thumb was in the correct position, but the print on the wall was an undeniable mirror image of a right hand. It was an anatomical impossibility. It was the handprint of a man who had two left hands, or a right hand that was built in reverse. It was the mark of a creature of inversion, a thing that was fundamentally, physically wrong. In that instant, the last 40 years of mystery collapsed into a single, terrifying point of truth. The cold dread I'd felt in my office solidified into jagged, icy certainty. Paul Fugate hadn't been kidnapped. He hadn't run away. He hadn't stumbled upon a drug deal. He had been replaced. I could see it all with perfect, horrifying clarity. The Yi Naldlushi, the skinwalker, had come for him. Perhaps it had stalked him on the trails. A silent shadow among the standing rocks. It had taken him, and in some dark, unholy ritual, it had taken his skin, his face, his life. It had walked back into the visitor center, wearing the perfect disguise of Ranger Paul Fugate. It had his memories, his voice, his mannerisms. It could fool his colleagues, his friends, even his wife. But it was a thing of wrongness, a creature of inversion, and it could not tolerate the small, persistent chaos of a crooked picture frame. Its obsessive, unnatural nature demanded order. So it walked across the room and straightened it. And in that one tiny act, it made its only mistake. It pressed its hand against the wall for balance. A hand that was not a human hand, and left a greasy, impossible smudge, a signature of its true nature. Then the creature, wearing Paul Fugate's face, walked out the door, got into Paul Fugate's truck, and simply drove away. The entire investigation had been a fool's errand. Everyone, for 4 decades, had been searching for a missing person. They were looking for a body, a motive, a human suspect. They were trying to solve a human crime. But this wasn't a human crime. This was an event from an older, darker world. We were all looking for Paul Fugate. But Paul Fugate hadn't gone anywhere. He, or rather the thing that looked like him, had just left. It had driven his truck off into the world, a perfect mimic, a hollow man, to disappear back into the human population. Where did it go? Did it live out a life? Did it shed his skin for another? The questions were chilling, and I knew they would never be answered. I gently placed the picture frame back on the nail, making sure it was perfectly straight, covering the impossible handprint once more. Some things are not meant to be found. Some truths are too monstrous for the world of procedure and reports. I backed out of the storage room, pulled the heavy door shut, and turned the key in the lock. I handed the key back to Ranger Henderson, told him the loose end was a dead end, and walked back to my truck without looking back. The case of Paul Fugate is still officially open. It is still a mystery. But for me it is solved. It serves as a constant, chilling reminder that the two worlds I walk in are separated by the thinnest of veils. And that sometimes the only evidence of the greatest evil is in the smallest, most insignificant detail, the one everyone overlooks. We were looking for a body, when we should have been looking for a reflection. My official title is Climbing Ranger William O'Connell, a designation I've held for the better part of a decade on the formidable slopes of Mount Rainier. The name, Liam, is what my friends call me, but on the mountain, formality often feels like a necessary piece of armor. My jurisdiction is the upper mountain, that ethereal, unforgiving realm above 10,000 feet, where the air thins to a crystalline ether and the world below shrinks to a map of greens and blues. My duties are threefold: to patrol these high-altitude zones, to provide assistance to climbers who find themselves in peril, and, with a frequency that weighs heavily on the soul, to recover the bodies of those for whom the mountain was the final destination. Rainier, or Tahoma, as the Coast Salish people first named it, is not one mountain but two. There is the mountain you see on postcards, a majestic, dormant volcano crowned with a pristine mantle of snow, serene and beautiful against a summer sky. Then there is the mountain I know. This one is a living, breathing entity, a beast of ice and rock that groans under weight of its own glaciers. Its moods shift with terrifying speed. Its breath a wind that can shear the warmth from your body in minutes. It is a place of profound, almost spiritual beauty, where the sunrise can set the snow ablaze in hues of rose and gold. It is also a place of absolute indifference, a vertical wilderness where a single misstep, a moment of inattention, or a simple turn of bad luck is all it takes to be erased. Every death on this mountain is a tragedy, a story cut short. Yet most are, in their own grim way, understandable. We find climbers who have succumbed to the brutal logic of gravity, their ropes severed by rockfall or their holds giving way on a sheer ice wall. We find those taken by avalanches, buried in an instant under tons of consolidated snow, their frantic struggle lasting only seconds. We find others who misjudged the insidious creep of high-altitude pulmonary or cerebral edema, their bodies shutting down as their minds clouded with confusion. These are the explainable deaths, the ones we can document in our reports with a clear chain of cause and effect. They are heartbreaking, but they fit within the known parameters of risk that every climber accepts. But the death of Eric Lewis was different. It was a story that refused to be categorized, a file that remains open in the back of my mind, cold and sharp-edged. His case was a chilling testament to a truth every veteran ranger comes to understand. The greatest dangers on Rainier are not always the objective hazards of ice and altitude. Sometimes, the mountain finds a way inside your head, making you do the impossible, the unthinkable. The incident began on a late September afternoon. The season was waning, and the weather windows were becoming shorter, more unpredictable. Eric was part of a three-man rope team attempting the summit via the Disappointment Cleaver route, a classic but demanding path that is anything but a disappointment for those unprepared. His partners, Mark and David, were seasoned climbers with multiple high-altitude ascents under their belts. Eric, while the least experienced of the three, was by all accounts a strong, competent mountaineer, fit and mentally sharp. I had checked their permits myself at the ranger station at Paradise, and they seemed like a solid team. Well equipped, cautious, and respectful of the mountain. They made good time initially, but as they ascended past Camp Muir and onto the upper mountain, the weather began to turn. The forecast had called for increasing winds, but what descended upon them was something else entirely. It was a whiteout blizzard of shocking intensity, a sudden, furious vortex of wind and snow that reduced visibility to the length of a climbing rope. The world dissolved into a maelstrom of white. Up and down became meaningless concepts, the sky and the ground merging into a single, disorienting void. Mark and David, true to their experience, made the correct and courageous decision to abandon their summit bid and turn back. Survival, not glory, was now the only objective. They were roped together in standard fashion for a glacial descent, Mark in the lead, David in the middle, and Eric as the last man on the rope, providing the rear anchor. The rope, their physical and psychological lifeline, was the only thing connecting them to each other and to safety. Their descent was a grueling, terrifying ordeal. They moved at a glacial pace, each step a calculated risk on the 45-degree slope of ice and snow. According to their official statements, which I took myself a day later, their faces raw with windburn and shock, they could occasionally glimpse Eripfirp's headlamp behind them. It was a small, reassuring beacon in the swirling chaos, a confirmation that their teammate was still there, still connected, still fighting. Then it happened. In one surreal moment, the rope trailing back to Eric went slack. It wasn't the sudden, violent jolt of a fall, but a gentle, unnerving release of tension. Mark and David stopped, their hearts seizing in their chests. Their first thought was that he had slipped and the rope had somehow snagged on a rock or a serac. It was a terrifying possibility, but one that had a protocol. They braced themselves, dug their ice axes in deep, and began to haul in the slack, shouting his name into the wind, the words stolen from their lips and swallowed by the storm. The rope came up, coiling at their feet. It felt light, impossibly light. They kept pulling, their gloved hands working frantically, a cold dread seeping into their bones, far colder than the blizzard's chill. Finally, the end of the rope appeared out of the white gloom. It came up empty. At the end was a perfectly tied, perfectly dressed figure. 8 follow, through knot, the standard knot used to attach a climber to the rope. But the locking carabiner, the crucial metal link that should have been clipped through the belay loop of Eric's harness, was gone. He hadn't fallen. He hadn't been swept away. He had, with deliberate intent, unclipped himself. Let that sink in. In the heart of a raging blizzard, on a treacherous, exposed slope of ice thousands of feet above the nearest shelter, Eric Lewis had performed the multi-step conscious action of unscrewing the gate of his locking carabiner, opening it, removing it from his harness, and letting go of his only connection to safety. It was an act of methodical madness. It was, for all intents and purposes, suicide. That was the official finding, the neat and tidy conclusion written on the incident report. But it made no sense. Not to Mark and David, and certainly not to me. Why? Why would an experienced climber, a man with everything to live for, choose that method? If he had lost hope, if despair had taken him, why not just let go? Why not simply fall? The act of unclipping was so specific, so contrary to every instinct and every ounce of training a climber has. It was the one thing you never, ever do. We searched for a psychological reason, a hidden depression, a moment of high-altitude madness. His family insisted he was happy, stable, and excited about the climb. We found nothing. The official report was filed. The case was closed. But the question remained, a silent, screaming anomaly. He had simply walked off into the storm, untethered and alone. The mountain had taken him. But it felt less like an accident and more like an abduction. The blizzard that had swallowed Eric Lewis raged for another 36 hours, a relentless assault that kept the upper mountain locked in an impenetrable fortress of white. Down at Camp Muir, and further below in Paradise, we could only wait. The wind howled like a hungry animal, and the radio crackled with static-laced reports of wind gusts exceeding 100 miles per hour. Mark and David had made it down, their survival a minor miracle in itself. They were physically exhausted, but otherwise unharmed, though their spirits were shattered. I debriefed them in the warmth of the ranger station, the scent of hot coffee a stark contrast to the frozen hell they had just escaped. Their story never wavered. The slack rope, the empty figure 8-knot, the void where their friend should have been. Their eyes held a haunted, hollowed out look that I've seen too many times. It's the look of people who have stared into the abyss and seen it stare back. When the storm finally broke, the sky that emerged was a cruel, brilliant blue, the snow on the slopes glittering under the sun as if nothing had happened. The mountain was pristine, beautiful, and silent. It was time to go find Eric. We knew with a grim certainty that hangs over such operations that this was no longer a rescue. It was a recovery. The temperatures during the blizzard had plunged to catastrophic lows. No one could survive that long, exposed and alone above 12,000 feet. Our mission was to bring a body home, to provide some semblance of closure for a family whose world had just been torn apart. The search began immediately. A helicopter from the 214th Aviation Regiment, our frequent partners in these grim endeavors, lifted off, its rotors beating a rhythmic tattoo against the crisp morning air. From above, the scale of our task was laid bare in breathtaking, intimidating detail. The Emmons and Ingraham glaciers sprawled below us, a chaotic, frozen river fractured by a labyrinth of crevices. Deep, dark fissures in the ice, some hundreds of feet deep. Eric was somewhere down there, in that vast, monochrome wilderness of white snow and blue ice. It was like looking for a single grain of sand on an endless beach. Our search strategy was based on logic and probability. The only tools we had against the mountain's chaos. We focused on the area directly below the disappointment cleaver, along the established fall line from where Eric had unclipped. A disoriented climber, or one who had fallen, would most likely have been carried downward by gravity. We established a search box, a massive grid on the glacier. And ground teams began the painstaking work of probing. 3 or 4 rangers would line up, rope together, and advance slowly, methodically plunging their 8-foot aluminum probes into the snow every few feet. The hope is to feel the tail resistance of a body, a pack, or a piece of equipment beneath the surface. It's slow, monotonous, and soul-crushing work. The rhythmic crunch of boots on snow, the soft thump of the probes, the call of "clear" as a section was covered. These were the only sounds in the immense silence. For days, we found nothing. We probed countless acres of snow, peered into the terrifying blue depths of dozens of crevices, and flew transects until the landscape blurred into a meaningless pattern. The sun beat down, the glare off the snow was blinding, and the thin air sawed at our lungs. With each passing day, the frustration mounted. It wasn't just the physical exhaustion. It was the mental strain of the mystery. Eric's actions had planted a seed of unease that grew with every empty probe strike. If he had fallen, we should have found some sign. A broken ice axe, a stray glove, something. If he had been buried in a slide, the debris field would have given us a clue. But there was nothing. It was as if he had been plucked from the mountain by an invisible hand. The other rangers felt it too. During our brief breaks for food and water, the conversation would inevitably circle back to the central, nagging question. Why unclip? We debated theories. Hypoxia induced delirium. A sudden psychotic break. None of it sat right. These were textbook explanations for irrational behavior, but Eric's action felt different. It was too specific, too deliberate. It was the act of a man following a script we couldn't read. After 6 days, the search was officially winding down. Resources were stretched, and the probability of finding him was approaching 0. We were planning one final sweep, more for the sake of protocol than any real hope of success. I was in the helicopter with the pilot, making a final pass over the search area when a call came over the radio from one of the ground teams. They were led by a senior ranger named Ben, a man who has spent more time on Rainier's glaciers than in his own home. His voice was calm, but it had an edge to it. "Liam, you there?" "Go for Ben," I replied. "We've got something. It's way off the primary search grid, east of the Cleaver, heading towards the Emmons icefall. You're not going to believe where we are." He gave me the coordinates. I felt a jolt. It was miles off the standard route, and in a direction that made absolutely no tactical sense. To get there from where he unclipped, Eric would have had to turn 90 degrees and walk horizontally across the slope against the fall line into a notoriously broken and dangerous section of the glacier. No one would go there by choice, and it was nearly impossible to end up there by accident. We banked the helicopter and flew towards the coordinates. Below, I could see Ben's rope team, 4 small figures, standing near the edge of a wide, shallow basin. And in the middle of that basin was a splash of color against the white, a patch of dark blue. We landed a safe distance away, and I made my way over, my heart pounding a slow, heavy rhythm in my chest. We found Eric Lewis in a shallow crevasse, no more than 20 feet deep. He hadn't fallen into it. The gentle slope of the lip suggested he had climbed or slid down into it intentionally. He was lying on his back, his arms crossed over his chest, his face turned towards the sky. The snow had drifted around him, partially covering him in a soft white blanket. He looked peaceful, disturbingly peaceful. There were no signs of a struggle, no broken limbs, no visible trauma consistent with a long fall. His gear was all in place, his pack still on. He looked as if he had simply found a quiet place, lain down for a rest, and never woken up. The subsequent autopsy confirmed what we had seen on the glacier. The official cause of death was hypothermia. There were no other contributing factors. No internal injuries, no broken bones, no signs of high-altitude sickness beyond what was expected. He had simply frozen to death. The medical examiner's report was as clean and as baffling as the scene where we found him. The official file on Eric Lewis was closed. Accident by misadventure, with the addendum of self-induced exposure. But for those of us who brought him down, the case was anything but closed. We had found his body, but the reason he was there remained on the mountain, lost in the wind. The story became a legend among the rangers, a cautionary tale about how the mountain's most profound dangers are the ones that defy explanation, the ones that whisper to you when you are most alone. Years passed. The memory of Eric Lewis, like so many tragedies on the mountain, faded from a sharp, edged wound into a dull, persistent ache. New seasons brought new climbers, new triumphs, and new heartbreaks. I continued my patrols, my boots tracing the same high-altitude paths, my eyes scanning the same horizons. The official report on Eric's death gathered dust in a filing cabinet, a closed case, a story with an ending that satisfied the paperwork but not the soul. The legend of the climber who unclipped persisted among the rangers, a ghost story told over beers at the end of a long shift. But the raw, unsettling power of the event had softened with time. The mountain holds its memories, but it forces you to keep moving forward. It was late summer, nearly 5 years to the day after we had brought Eric's body down. I was on a solo patrol on the upper mountain. A routine check of conditions along the Disappointment Cleaver route. Unlike the day Eric vanished, the weather was perfect. The sky was a deep, cloudless cobalt, and the sun cast long, sharp shadows across the glaciers. The air was still and so clear it felt like you could reach out and touch the distant peaks of the Cascade Range. It was a day of profound peace, the kind of day that reminds you why you do this job, why you are drawn to these magnificent, silent places. There was no wind, not even a whisper. The silence was absolute, broken only by the rhythmic crunch of my crampons, biting into the firm NNAVA, and the sound of my own steady breathing. I was making my way across the section of the Ingraham Glacier, where Eric's rope team had been descending during the blizzard. I knew the spot well. The coordinates were etched in my memory. It was just a nondescript stretch of snow and ice, indistinguishable from the miles of terrain around it. Yet to me, it felt like consecrated ground, a place where the veil between worlds had worn thin. I paused for a moment, looking out at the vast, empty expanse. My mind drifting back to the mystery, to the unanswered question of why. That's when I heard it. At first, it was so faint, I thought I was imagining it, a trick of the altitude, or the immense silence playing on my ears. It was a sound that did not belong in this place of rock and ice. It was a voice, a woman's voice, singing. The melody was impossibly beautiful, a soft, ethereal lullaby that seemed to be carried on a wind that wasn't blowing. It was clear and pure, yet it had no discernible source. It wasn't coming from above or below, but from everywhere at once. From the air itself, from the ancient blue ice beneath my feet, from the vast, empty sky. The song was filled with a sense of gentle longing, of profound peace, and of an invitation to rest. It was the most serene and welcoming sound I had ever heard in my life. I stood frozen, my ice axe held loosely in my hand. I scanned the entire visible landscape. The sweep of the glacier, the dark rock of the cleaver, the distant summit. All were empty. There was no one there. There couldn't be anyone there for miles. I was utterly alone. Yet the singing continued, weaving its melody into the fabric of the silence. It was a song that promised an end to struggle, an end to the cold, an end to the weary ache in your muscles. It promised a final, perfect peace, and all I wanted to do was follow it. A profound, overwhelming urge washed over me, a compulsion so powerful it felt like a physical force. It was a feeling not of panic or fear, but of deep, soul-saturating desire. I wanted to leave the trail. I wanted to walk toward the source of that beautiful, hypnotic sound. My training, my experience, my every rational instinct screamed at me to stay put, to check my gear, to radio in. But the song bypassed all of that. It spoke to a more primal part of my being, a part that was tired of fighting, tired of the cold, tired of the climb. The urge to simply find a quiet place in the snow, lie down, and let that beautiful voice sing me to sleep was almost irresistible. I could feel my legs wanting to move, to turn away from the established route and walk east, out across the glacier. East, towards the Emmons Icefall, towards the place where we had found Eric Lewis. In that moment, a jolt of ice, cold adrenaline shot through me, powerful enough to momentarily break the spell. The connection snapped into place in my mind with the force of a physical blow. Eric. He hadn't been crazy. He hadn't been suicidal. He had heard the same song. The realization was so terrifying it almost buckled my knees. I understood what had happened to him. In the disorienting chaos of the blizzard, alone at the back of the rope, he must have heard that same beautiful, deadly lullaby. While his partners fought against the storm, Eric was fighting a different battle. He was being lured away. The deliberate, methodical act of unclipping his carabiner was no longer a mystery. It was the necessary first step to answering the call. He had to free himself from his lifeline to follow the voice. He had to untether himself from the world of the living to walk towards that promise of perfect, final rest. He hadn't walked off into the storm to die. He had walked towards the singing, believing he was heading for a place of comfort and peace. I had to physically force myself to move, Every step away from that spot felt like breaking free from a powerful magnetic field. I turned my back on the direction of the song and forced my legs into a clumsy, stumbling retreat. The singing seemed to grow more insistent, more beautiful, pleading with me to come back. I didn't dare look back. I focused on the trail, on the movement of my feet, on the simple, mechanical act of survival. It took every ounce of my willpower to keep moving, to get away from the sound, to descend until the air was thicker, and the hypnotic melody finally faded, leaving only the ringing of the immense silence in my ears. My mistake, and the mistake of everyone who investigated the case, was assuming that Eric's actions were entirely his own. We looked for a rational explanation within the confines of human psychology. Despair, confusion, a moment of madness. We never considered that his profoundly irrational act was a response to a stimulus that was, in its own way, completely rational, if utterly supernatural. He didn't choose to unclip because he wanted to die. He was compelled to unclip because he was promised something better than life. On Mount Rainier, there are things far more dangerous than storms and crevices. There are objective hazards you can train for, but there are other forces at play, ancient and patient. There are voices on the wind, and they sing of a peace from which you will never, ever wake up. My name is Dr. Sofia Garcia. For the past 11 years, I have held the dual titles of senior field, biologist and park ranger, under the purview of the U.S. Department of the Interior, assigned to Everglades National Park. My work is a life of methodical observation and empirical data. I measure the parts per million salinity in the brackish estuaries where the fresh water meets the sea. I conduct transect surveys of wading bird populations, my boots sinking into the same marl prairie that has sustained them for millennia. I analyze tissue samples from Florida panthers to track genetic diversity and the insidious creep of mercury through the food chain. My world is one of quantifiable facts, of peer-reviewed papers, and of the unyielding logic of the natural world. I believe in cause and effect, in ecological succession, in the elegant, brutal mathematics of predator and prey. The Everglades, to the uninitiated, is a swamp, a faded mosquito-infested backwater. But to a biologist, it is a miracle. It is not a swamp. It is a river 50 miles wide and inches deep, flowing silently and inexorably south from Lake Okeechobee to the Florida Bay. A river of grass. This landscape operates on a timescale that dwarfs human life. Its beauty is not in grand mountains or roaring canyons, but in the subtle shift of light across the sawgrass. The explosive splash of a tarpon in a hidden channel. The primeval stillness of a cypress dome that feels older than memory. But even a place governed by natural law has its share of folklore. Every ranger station, every remote research outpost, has its own collection of stories, passed down over lukewarm coffee and during long, humid nights. These are the park's ghost stories, the cultural artifacts of a place that has swallowed more than its share of secrets. We have tales of Calusa, war parties, their spectral canoes gliding through the mangrove tunnels, their spirits still guarding ancestral lands. There are stories of phantom skunk apes, the Everglades' own Bigfoot, leaving behind footprints too large to be real and a stench of decay. And then there is the crown jewel of South Florida mythology, Flight 19. Even I, a woman of science, feel a slight chill when the subject arises. On December 5, 1945, 5 TBM, Avenger torpedo bombers lifted off from the Naval Air Station in Fort Lauderdale for a routine training exercise. They flew east, out over the Atlantic, completed their bombing run, and then turned back toward the coast. They were never seen again. The radio transmissions from the flight leader, Lieutenant Charles Taylor, are the stuff of legend. He reported that his compasses were malfunctioning, that he was lost, that he couldn't recognize any landmarks. Everything is wrong, strange, he was heard to say. We can't be sure of any direction. Even the ocean doesn't look as it should. They vanished. A Martin Mariner flying boat sent to search for them also vanished, taking 13 men with it. They were all swallowed by the area we now call the Bermuda Triangle. It's a story of profound and inexplicable disorientation, of the world itself seeming to peel away at the edges. A fascinating story, but one for the history books and conspiracy theorists, not for a field biologist. My work often takes me to the park's most isolated sectors, areas where the drone of an airboat is the only man-made sound you'll hear for days. Last Tuesday was one such day. I was heading deep into a section designated on our maps as the Shark River Slough, a vast, watery prairie that is among the most remote and untouched parts of the park. My objective was routine: collect a series of water and sediment samples from a string of small, unnamed pools to monitor for invasive algae species. It was a long, solitary journey, the roar of my airboat's engine a familiar companion. The sun was relentless, a white, hot disk in a bleached blue sky. The air was thick, humid, tasting of water and chlorophyll and the faint, sweet scent of decay that is the perfume of the Everglades. It was well past midday when I noticed the first thing that was wrong. The engine on my airboat, a reliable machine I maintained with meticulous care, began to sputter. It didn't die, but the steady, deafening roar faltered, dropping in pitch for a few seconds before catching again. I tapped the fuel gauge. Full. I checked the temperature. Normal. I dismissed it as a momentary clog in the fuel line, a common enough occurrence. But an undercurrent of unease had been introduced to my day. A few minutes later, it happened again. This time, the sputter was accompanied by a flicker in my GPS unit. The screen went blank for a heartbeat, then rebooted, its satellite acquisition graphics spinning as it tried to reorient itself. That was when I cut the engine. The sudden silence was immense, broken only by the faint, high, pitched whine of insects and the gentle lapping of water against the hull. The airboat drifted slowly in the sluggish current. I stood up, shielding my eyes, and scanned the horizon. The landscape was a monotonous, breathtaking expanse of sawgrass, stretching in every direction. But to the northwest, perhaps a mile away, I saw a light. It wasn't the glint of sun on water, which I knew like the back of my hand. This was a softer, more diffuse light, a shimmering, colorful haze that seemed to hang low over the grass. My scientific curiosity overrode my unease. This was an anomaly, and anomalies were meant to be investigated. I started the engine, which now roared back to life without hesitation, and pointed the bow toward the strange light. As I drew closer, the nature of the phenomenon became clearer and more baffling. It was a rainbow swamp, a term we use for a rare but understood occurrence. Under specific anaerobic conditions, decaying vegetation can release natural oils that spread across the water's surface, creating a thin film that refracts light like a soap bubble, producing a rainbow-colored sheen. I had seen it a dozen times before. It was a beautiful, textbook example of organic chemistry in action. But this was not that. As I approached the edge of the small, isolated pool from which the light was emanating, I saw that the colors were not just a surface level slick. The entire body of water, from the surface to the muddy bottom, was glowing. It was a volumetric, three-dimensional rainbow. Swirling prismatic bands of violet, indigo rolled, and crimson light pulsed slowly within the water itself, as if the pool were a giant, liquid opal. It was the most beautiful and the most profoundly unnatural thing I had ever seen. I brought the airboat to a stop about 20 feet from the bank and tethered it to a sturdy mangrove root. The air here felt different, heavy, oppressively still. The usual chorus of insects was gone. There was no birdsong. The silence was absolute. I grabbed my sample kit and my field radio and stepped carefully out of the boat, my boots making a soft sucking sound in the mud. As I approached the glowing pool, a wave of intense vertigo washed over me. The world seemed to tilt on its axis, and I had to put a hand out to steady myself against a cypress knee. I shook my head, trying to clear it. Perhaps I was dehydrated. I unclipped the radio from my belt to check in with the main station, a standard safety procedure when in the deep wilderness. I keyed the microphone. Ranger Station, this is Garcia. Call sign Everglades 7. Radio check, over. Nothing. Not even the familiar hiss of open channel static. It was dead silent, as if the battery had been removed. I checked it. The battery was fine, fully charged. My blood ran cold. I fumbled for my personal GPS unit, the one that had flickered earlier. The screen was black. It was completely dead. I pulled out my old-fashioned, reliable magnetic compass. I held it flat in my palm and waited for the needle to settle. It didn't. It spun lazily, aimlessly, as if the Earth's magnetic poles had simply ceased to exist. Everything is wrong, strange. We can't be sure of any direction. The words of the lost pilot echoed in my mind, a sudden, unwelcome intruder in my rational thoughts. I stood there, at the edge of a silent, impossible, glowing pool, miles from anyone, with no way to navigate and no way to call for help. The beautiful, hypnotic colors in the water seemed to pulse with a slow, deliberate rhythm, a silent, alien heartbeat. My own heart was pounding against my ribs. I was a scientist. There had to be an explanation. A localized magnetic anomaly. A gaseous emission causing hallucinations. I knelt at the water's edge, my mind racing through possibilities, trying to cage the impossible sight before me in a framework of logic. I had to understand the cause. I stared into the water, past the shifting, incandescent light, trying to see the bottom of the pool, searching for the source of this impossible energy. And then I saw it. Below the shimmering veil of color, resting on the dark marl of the pool's floor, were shapes. They were dark, angular, and terribly, terribly wrong. Not rocks, not sunken logs. They were geometric, metallic. I saw the glint of a wing, the distinct, rounded curve of a fuselage, the unmistakable silhouette of a propeller blade, frozen in the silent, glowing water. Time, for a scientist, is a measurable quantity. It is the decay of isotopes, the swing of a pendulum, the steady march of seconds into minutes into hours. But in that moment, kneeling at the edge of the glowing water, time ceased to function. It became a thick, viscous fluid stretching into an eternity as I stared at the impossible shapes below. My first thought was one of frantic, desperate denial. Refraction. The strange, luminous quality of the water must be distorting sunken logs, twisting the familiar shapes of cypress roots into a pareidolia of mechanical parts. The mind sees what it expects to see, and my mind, primed by the local folklore and the inexplicable failure of my equipment, was projecting a fantasy onto the mundane. I was a biologist, a pragmatist. I was not the kind of person who found ghost planes in a swamp. I squeezed my eyes shut, took a deep, shuddering breath. That did little calm the frantic hammering in my chest, and opened them again. I forced myself to be methodical, to observe, to catalog. I focused on a single point, tracing the outline of one of the objects. There was the unmistakable blunt nose of a military aircraft, the straight, powerful line of a wing, the greenhouse-like canopy of the cockpit, the tail assembly with its vertical stabilizer. It was, without any doubt, a Grumman TBM Avenger, the same model as the lost planes of Flight 19. My brain, a repository of facts and figures, supplied the data unbidden wingspan, 54 feet, length 40 feet, engine, a Wright R, 2600 twin Cyclone radial. A relic of a bygone era. My gaze shifted. To the left of the first plane was another, and another, and another. My breath hitched. I crawled slowly along the muddy bank, my scientific detachment shattering with every foot. My mind was no longer cataloging, it was counting. 2, 3, 5, there were 5 of them. 5 TBM Avengers, resting on the bottom of this impossible pool. The vertigo returned with a vengeance, a dizzying, nauseating spin that made the solid ground feel like the deck of a ship in a storm. I fell back from the edge, landing hard on the damp earth, my heart a wild animal trapped in my ribs. This wasn't a crash site. Crash sites are chaotic. They are scars of violence, debris fields of shredded metal, and shattered components spread over a wide area. This was an arrangement. The 5 planes were positioned in a nearly perfect 5-pointed star, their noses pointed inward toward a central, empty space. It was deliberate, a formation, as if they had simply landed here, in perfect unison, and settled to the bottom. And the condition, my God, they should have been skeletons, eaten away by 80 years of submersion in the acidic, tannic water of the Everglades. They should have been covered in a thick, shroud of algae and sediment, their aluminum skins pitted and corroded. But they were pristine. The dark blue paint of the U.S. Navy was not faded. I could almost make out the White Star and bar insignia on a wing, its colors muted, but clear through the shifting rainbow light. They looked like museum pieces, carefully lowered into the water yesterday. My mistake, the one that now felt like a fatal flaw, was in my certainty. I had approached this place with a textbook explanation for a natural phenomenon. I had seen the rainbow swamp and assumed the cause was decaying vegetation. I failed to consider that the phenomenon might not be the result of decay, but the cause of it. The beautiful, hypnotic colors were not a symptom of nature at work. They were a symptom of something else entirely. A strange radiation. A leakage from a wound in the very fabric of the world, with these 5 planes at its heart. The Everglades don't just swallow things. Sometimes they hold them. They preserve them in a pocket of wrongness, a place where the laws of physics have been suspended, forever broadcasting their final, confused moments. The silence pressed in on me again, no longer empty but filled with a terrible, waiting presence. The slow, rhythmic pulse of the light in the water seemed to be getting stronger, or perhaps I was just becoming more attuned to it. It felt like an inhalation and an exhalation, the slow breathing of some vast, sleeping entity. And with it came a sound. It wasn't a sound in my ears, but a sound inside my skull, a faint crackle of static, the ghost of a radio signal struggling to resolve itself from noise. A man's voice, tinny and laced with a rising panic. Can't see the sun. Both my compasses are out. The words were fragmented, distorted, like a recording played on a dying machine. But the terror was perfectly clear. Don't know where we are. We must have gotten turned around. I scrambled backward on my hands and knees, away from the water, away from the voice in my head. My hand brushed against my sample kit, and a new, colder wave of fear washed over me. I had come here to take samples. The thought of dipping a bottle into that water, of capturing that light, of bringing a piece of this wrongness back with me, was horrifying. What was this energy? What had it done to the pilots? What was it doing to me right now? The disorientation, the vertigo, the equipment failure. It was a contagion. This place was sick, and I had exposed myself to it. My training and my instincts were now at war. The scientist in me screamed to document, to record, to understand this unprecedented anomaly. This was the discovery of a lifetime, a phenomenon that would rewrite textbooks. But the ranger, the animal part of my brain that understood survival, screamed one clear word: run. Survival won. I got to my feet, my legs unsteady, and turned my back on the pool. I didn't look back. I was afraid that if I did, I would see something else in the water. A face in a cockpit. A hand pressed against the glass. I focused on my airboat, 20 feet away, looking like a relic from another, saner world. Every step was a struggle. The air felt thick, like I was wading through syrup. The silence was a physical weight. The familiar landscape of sawgrass and cypress was now alien, menacing. The shadows under the mangrove roots seemed darker, deeper. Was something watching me from the tree line? Was the silence not an absence of life, but a sign that all other life had fled? I reached the airboat, my breath coming in ragged gasps, and practically fell into the pilot's seat. My hands shook so violently I could barely fit the key into the ignition. I turned it. A click. A whine. Nothing. The engine that had been so reliable, that had carried me deep into this wilderness, was as dead as my radio. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I was stranded. Stranded in a place where direction had no meaning, where technology failed, where the dead spoke in my head. I closed my eyes and pressed my forehead against the steering yoke.
No. No, no, no.
I whispered, the words a desperate prayer. I took a breath. I tried again. I turned the key and held it, feeding a little gas, begging the machine to work. The engine sputtered. It coughed, a cloud of black smoke erupting from the exhaust. It caught. It faltered. Then, with a deafening roar, that was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard, it roared to life. I didn't hesitate. I slammed the throttle forward, and the airboat leaped away from the bank, its fan throwing up a spray of mud and water. I spun the rudder, turning the boat in a wide, frantic arc, and aimed it back the way I had come. For a single, terrible second, my gaze was pulled back toward the pool. The rainbow glow was still there, a silent, beautiful, malevolent jewel in the heart of the swamp. It seemed to pulse once, a slow, knowing farewell, before I tore my eyes away and focused only on the endless river of grass ahead. I was fleeing, running for my life from a ghost story that had turned out to be terrifyingly, impossibly real. Time, for a scientist, is a measurable quantity. It is the decay of isotopes, the swing of a pendulum, the steady march of seconds into minutes into hours. But in that moment, kneeling at the edge of the glowing water, time ceased to function. It became a thick, viscous fluid, stretching into an eternity as I stared at the impossible shapes below. My first thought was one of frantic, desperate denial. Refraction. The strange, luminous quality of the water must be distorting sunken logs, twisting the familiar shapes of cypress roots into a pareidolia of mechanical parts. The mind sees what it expects to see. And my mind, primed by the local folklore and the inexplicable failure of my equipment, was projecting a fantasy onto the mundane. I was a biologist, a pragmatist. I was not the kind of person who found ghost planes in a swamp. I squeezed my eyes shut, took a deep, shuddering breath that did, to calm the frantic hammering in my chest, and opened them again. I forced myself to be methodical, to observe, to catalog. I focused on a single point, tracing the outline of one of the objects. There was the unmistakable blunt nose of a military aircraft, the straight, powerful line of a wing, the greenhouse-like canopy of the cockpit, the tail assembly with its vertical stabilizer. It was, without any doubt, a Grumman TBM Avenger. The same model as the lost planes of Flight 19. My brain, a repository of facts and figures, supplied the data unbidden wingspan, 54 feet, length 40 feet, engine, a Wright R2600 twin, Cyclone radial, a relic of a bygone era. My gaze shifted. To the left of the first plane was another, and another, and another. My breath hitched. I crawled slowly along the muddy bank, my scientific detachment shattering with every foot. My mind was no longer cataloging. It was counting. 1, 2, 3, 5. There were 5 of them. 5 TBM Avengers. Resting on the bottom of this impossible pool. The vertigo returned with a vengeance. A dizzying, nauseating spin that made the solid ground feel like the deck of a ship in a storm. I fell back from the edge, landing hard on the damp earth, my heart a wild animal trapped in my ribs. This wasn't a crash site. Crash sites are chaotic. They are scars of violence, debris fields of shredded metal, and shattered components spread over a wide area. This was an arrangement. The 5 planes were positioned in a nearly perfect 5. Pointed star, their noses pointed inward toward a central, empty space. It was deliberate, a formation, as if they had simply landed here, in perfect unison, and settled to the bottom. And the condition? My God, the condition. They should have been skeletons, eaten away by 80 years of submersion in the acidic, tannic water of the Everglades. They should have been covered in a thick shroud of algae and sediment, their aluminum skins pitted and corroded, but they were pristine. The dark blue paint of the U.S. Navy was not faded. I could almost make out the white star and bar insignia on a wing, its colors muted but clear through the shifting rainbow light. They looked like museum pieces, carefully lowered into the water yesterday. My mistake, the one that now felt like a fatal flaw, was in my certainty. I had approached this place of a textbook explanation for a natural phenomenon. I had seen the rainbow swamp and assumed the cause was decaying vegetation. I failed to consider that the phenomenon might be the result of decay, but the cause of it. The beautiful, hypnotic colors were not a symptom of nature at work. They were a symptom of something else entirely. A strange radiation, a leakage from a wound in the very fabric of the world, with these 5 planes at its heart. The Everglades don't just swallow things. Sometimes they hold them. They preserve them in a pocket of wrongness, a place where the laws of physics have been suspended, forever broadcasting their final, confused moments. The silence pressed in on me again, no longer empty, but filled with a terrible, waiting presence. The slow, rhythmic pulse of the light in the water seemed to be getting stronger, or perhaps I was just becoming more attuned to it. It felt like an inhalation and an exhalation, the slow breathing of some vast, sleeping entity. And with it came a sound. It wasn't a sound in my ears, but a sound inside my skull, a faint crackle of static. The ghost of a radio signal struggling to resolve itself from noise. A man's voice, tinny and laced with a rising panic. Can't see the sun. Both my compasses are out. The words were fragmented, distorted, like a recording played on a dying machine, but the terror was perfectly clear. Don't know where we are. We must have gotten turned around. I scrambled backward on my hands and knees, away from the water, away from the voice in my head. My hand brushed against my sample kit, and a new, colder wave of fear washed over me. I had come here to take samples. The thought of dipping a bottle into that water, of capturing that light, of bringing a piece of this, this wrongness back with me, was horrifying. What was this energy? What had it done to the pilots? What was it doing to me right now? The disorientation, the vertigo, the equipment failure. It was a contagion. This place was sick, and I had exposed myself to it. My training and my instincts were now at war. The scientist in me screamed to document, to record, to understand this unprecedented anomaly. This was the discovery of a lifetime, a phenomenon that would rewrite textbooks. But the ranger, the animal part of my brain that understood survival, screamed one clear word: run. Survival won. I got to my feet, my legs unsteady, and turned my back on the pool. I didn't look back. I was afraid that if I did, I would see something else in the water. A face in a cockpit, a hand pressed against the glass. I focused on my airboat, 20 feet away, looking like a relic from another, saner world. Every step was a struggle. The air felt thick, like I was wading through syrup. The silence was a physical weight. The familiar landscape of sawgrass and cypress was now alien, menacing. The shadows under the mangrove roots seemed darker, deeper. Was something watching me from the tree line? Was the silence not an absence of life, but a sign that all other life had fled? I reached the airboat, my breath coming in ragged gasps, and practically fell into the pilot's seat. My hands shook so violently I could barely fit the key into the ignition. I turned it. A click, a whine. Nothing. The engine that had been so reliable, that had carried me deep into this wilderness, was as dead as my radio. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I was stranded. Stranded in a place where direction had no meaning, where technology failed, where the dead spoke in my head. I closed my eyes and pressed my forehead against the steering yoke. No, 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 no. I whispered. The words a desperate prayer. I took a breath. I tried again. I turned the key and held it, feeding a little gas, begging the machine to work. The engine sputtered. It coughed, a cloud of black smoke erupting from the exhaust. It caught. It faltered. Then, with a deafening roar that was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard, it roared to life. I didn't hesitate. I slammed the throttle forward, and the airboat leaped away from the bank, its fan throwing up a spray of mud and water. I spun the rudder, turning the boat in a wide, frantic arc, and aimed it back the way I had come. For a single, terrible second, my gaze was pulled back toward the pool. The rainbow glow was still there, a silent, beautiful, malevolent jewel in the heart of the swamp. It seemed to pulse once, a slow, knowing farewell, before I tore my eyes away and focused only on the endless river of grass ahead. I was fleeing, running for my life from a ghost story that had turned out to be terrifyingly, impossibly real. The journey back was a blur of panic and adrenaline. I didn't navigate, I fled. I kept the throttle of the airboat pushed to its maximum, the engine screaming in protest as we skimmed over the water and sawgrass. The world I had known my entire professional life, a landscape I could read like a map, had become a hostile, alien territory. Every ripple on the water looked like the beginning of that terrible, prismatic glow. Every shadow thrown by a cypress dome seemed to hide a silent observer. The familiar calls of ospreys and herons sounded like warnings. The air itself, once a comforting blanket of humid life, felt charged with a menacing energy, and the phantom crackle of radio static still echoed at the edges of my hearing. I didn't trust my senses. Was the sky truly the right shade of blue? Was the sun in the correct position? The disorientation lingered, deep-seated, sickness that went beyond mere physical symptoms. It was a metaphysical vertigo, a feeling that the world itself was no longer securely anchored. It was late afternoon when the familiar outline of the main ranger station appeared on the horizon. The sight of the corrugated metal roofs and the radio tower, symbols of order and human logic, brought a wave of relief so intense it almost buckled my knees. I guided the airboat to the dock with shaking hands, cutting the engine and letting the sudden silence wash over me. For a moment, I just sat there, listening to the normal sounds of the station, the hum of the generator, the distant chatter of my colleagues, the clinking of tools from the maintenance shed. These were the sounds of reality, a reality I had nearly lost. My supervisor, a grizzled veteran named Dave Chen, was the first to meet me. He took one look at my face, pale, streaked with mud, my eyes wide with a terror I couldn't hide, and his usual gruff demeanor softened with concern. "Sophia, what the hell happened to you? You look like you've seen a ghost." The question hung in the air between us. How could I answer that? I saw something worse, Dave. I saw a ghost story that was real. I saw 5 ghost planes in a radioactive pool that breaks the laws of physics. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. I just shook my head, the tremors starting in my hands again. I mumbled something about engine trouble, dehydration, getting turned around. It was a weak, pathetic lie, and we both knew it. He helped me out of the boat, his hand steady on my arm, and walked me toward the main building, his questions ceasing as he recognized the profound shock I was in. That night, I sat in my small office, the sterile fluorescent lights humming above me, and tried to write my field report. It is a sacred ritual for a scientist, the translation of experience into objective data. Date, time, location, objective. I filled in the easy parts. But when I got to the section titled Observations, my fingers froze over the keyboard. What could I possibly write? Observe localized spatio-temporal anomaly. Encountered 5 I-5 pristine TBM Avenger aircraft, believed to be the missing Flight 19, submerged in a pool of unknown luminous liquid, which appears to disrupt electromagnetic fields and induce auditory and vestibular hallucinations. It was insane. It was the kind of report that would get me a mandatory psychiatric evaluation and a permanent desk job, far away from the wilderness I loved. My entire career, my reputation, my identity as a rational, evidence-based scientist was built on a foundation that could not support the weight of what I had seen. I stared at the blank screen, the cursor blinking patiently, and felt a chasm open up between my life before that day and my life now. I had crossed a boundary and could never go back. In the end, I wrote a simple, cowardly report. Uncountered severe engine and equipment malfunction in Sector Gamma 7. GPS and radio non-operational. Magnetic compass unreliable. Aborted sampling mission due to unsafe conditions. Recommend temporary restriction of Sector Gamma. 7 pending equipment diagnostic. It was the truth, but it was a shallow, hollow version of it. A lie of omission that felt like a betrayal of my scientific soul. Sleep, when it finally came, offered no escape. My dreams were a chaotic swirl of pulsing rainbow light and the terrified voices of the lost pilots. I saw the faces of the young men in the cockpits, their eyes wide not with fear of a crash, but with sheer, uncomprehending disbelief at the world dissolving around them. I saw the ocean below them turn from blue to a swirling, oily spectrum of impossible color. I felt the sickening lurch as their planes flew not just off course, but out of our world entirely, slipping through a wound in reality to come to rest in that quiet, waiting pool in the Everglades. I woke up with my own scream, caught in my throat, my heart pounding, the phantom static crackling in my ears. It has been 3 weeks since that day. I do my job. I count the birds, I test the water, I file the reports. But something is broken. The certainty that once anchored me is gone, replaced by a terrifying awareness of how fragile the rules of our world truly are. I look at the Everglades, this place I thought I knew, and I see it with new eyes. It is no longer just a river of grass. It is a place of immense power and ancient mystery, a landscape that holds secrets far older and stranger than humanity. I see the subtle weirdness I once dismissed as folklore, and I understand it now as the surface ripples of a much deeper, unseen current. I have not been back to Sector Gamma 7. It is officially off limits, marked on the park maps as an area of unexplained magnetic interference. No one asks questions. In the Everglades, some places are simply left alone. But I know it's still there. Sometimes, on a clear night when the air is still, I think I can see a faint, colorful glow on the northwestern horizon. A soft, pulsing light like a beacon, or a heartbeat. My mistake was in my scientific arrogance. I believed that the things I couldn't measure didn't exist. I failed to understand that in some places, the natural world is just a thin veil, and what lies beneath is not meant for human eyes. The rainbow swamp wasn't a product of decay. It was a scar, a wound in the world, left by the passage of 5 planes that flew too close to a reality not their own. They didn't crash in the ocean. They crashed here. And they are still here, preserved in a pocket of wrongness, forever broadcasting their final, confused moments into the heart of the swamp. And I, a scientist who deals in facts, am now the unwilling keeper of a truth that can never be told. A truth that whispers to me in the silence between the heartbeats of the Everglades. My name is Caspian Thorn. It's a name that has always felt a little too poetic for the man I see in the mirror. But it's one that has served me well in my line of work. I'm a professional landscape photographer, a title that sounds far more romantic than the reality of hauling 40 pounds of gear through unforgiving terrain and waiting for hours, sometimes days, for a single perfect alignment of light, weather, and shadow. For me, it's never been about just taking pretty pictures of mountains or sunsets. Anyone with a decent phone can do that. My obsession, the driving force that gets me out of a warm bed and into the freezing pre-dawn air, is capturing the genius loci, the spirit of a place. I believe that certain landscapes, particularly as untouched by the relentless march of human progress, retain a kind of memory, an ancient and profound consciousness that you can feel, and if you're patient enough, can even capture. For the better part of a year, my obsession had been singularly focused on a place that, officially, did not exist. I'd first caught wind of it in a footnote within a dusty, leather-bound copy of a 19th century Vermont State Surveyor's Journal I'd unearthed in a Burlington antique shop. The surveyor, a man named Silas Reed, wrote of a grove of Titans, a stand of old-growth eastern hemlocks so vast and ancient he believed them to be remnants of the world that existed before man. He described a place where the air was still and heavy, where the silence was so complete it felt like a physical presence, and where his compass needle danced a mad jig. He abandoned his survey of the area, noting in the margin with a shaky hand, "Some places are not meant for maps." That single cryptic entry was the spark. I spent the next several months in a deep dive of research, cross-referencing Silas's crude map with modern topographical surveys and satellite imagery. The Green Mountain National Forest was a vast, sprawling wilderness, but I began to narrow down a potential search area, a remote, untrailed basin in the southern part of the forest, characterized by steep ridges and dense, inaccessible terrain. There were no logging roads, no hiking trails, not even any old farmsteads noted on the historical maps. It was a blank spot on the canvas of the world, and I became convinced that this was where Silas's Titans were hidden. My final preparations involved a trip to the small towns that bordered my search area. I needed to get a feel for the local lore, the unofficial stories that never make it into guidebooks. The people I spoke to were a study in classic New England reticence, their words chosen as carefully as stones for a wall. In a general store that smelled of sawdust and coffee, I showed the proprietor, a man whose face was a roadmap of wrinkles, the topographical map of the basin. His friendly demeanor cooled instantly. He took a step back from the counter. "That's the Whisperwood," he said, his voice low. "Don't call it that to the Forest Service. They'll laugh you out of the office. But that's what we call it. My granddad used to say the trees in there, they talk to each other. Not with a sound you can hear, but a feeling you get. A feeling that you're interrupting a private conversation." He polished a glass with a worn rag, his eyes fixed on some point beyond me. People get turned around in there. Not just lost. Turned around. They walk for hours and end up right back where they started. Or they come out a day later with no memory of where they've been, just a deep, unshakable chill they can't ever seem to get rid of. His warning was echoed, albeit more pragmatically, by a young, earnest forest ranger at the district office. I didn't mention the grove, only that I was planning a multi-day photographic expedition into that specific basin. She pulled up the area on her computer, her brow furrowing. "That's an ambitious trek, Mr. Thorne," she said, her tone professional but laced with concern. "There are no maintained trails. The terrain is extremely rugged, and the weather can change in a heartbeat. We've had experienced hikers get into serious trouble in far more accessible areas. Your GPS might be unreliable due to the canopy and the iron content in the rock, and your cell phone will be a useless brick. You'll be completely on your own." She paused, chewing on her lower lip. "And this is off the record, but we've had a few Incidents in that basin. Hikers reporting strained feelings of disorientation, auditory anomalies, the sense that they were being watched. We wrote it off as fatigue or the effects of isolation, but it's a pattern. Her words, meant to dissuade me, only solidified my resolve. The warnings, the strange stories, the official denials, it all pointed to the same conclusion. This place was special. It was protected, not by fences or laws, but by its own formidable and mysterious reputation. The day of the hike arrived, a crisp, clear morning in late autumn. The air was sharp with the scent of pine and decaying leaves. I left my car at a small, used trailhead, my pack feeling heavy and solid on my back. For the first few miles, I followed a marked trail that ran parallel to a rushing, rock-strewn river, the sound of the water a comforting companion. But then came the moment of truth. I consulted my map and GPS one last time, took a deep breath, and stepped off the path, plunging into the untamed wilderness. The change was immediate. The forest floor, a soft bed of pine needles, swallowed the sound of my footsteps. The canopy overhead grew denser, a latticework of branches that filtered the bright morning sun into a diffuse, greenish twilight. I was meticulous in my navigation, checking my compass every 100 yards, leaving small, almost unnoticeable markers for my return. A specifically broken twig, a stone placed unnaturally on a larger rock. I was a professional, not a fool. I respected the wild and I took no unnecessary chances. Hours passed. The hike was grueling. A constant negotiation with steep inclines, fallen trees, and thickets of mountain laurel that tore at my clothes. Yet, with every step deeper into the basin, a strange feeling began to settle over me. The ranger had called it a pattern. The old man had called it a feeling. I was beginning to understand. It was a profound and unnerving quiet. Not the absence of sound. I could still hear the scuttling of a chipmunk, the distant call of a raven, the sigh of the wind, but a stillness that lay beneath those sounds. It felt ancient and aware. The sensation of being watched was palpable, as if the very trees were silent, observing my intrusion. It was late afternoon when I found it. I had just crested a small ridge, pushing my way through a curtain of ferns, and I stopped dead in my tracks. My breath caught in my throat. Before me, the ground sloped down into a shallow bowl-like depression, and in that bowl stood the Titans. They were colossal. The hemlocks rose 100, 200 feet into the air, their trunks thick as water mains, their bark dark and deeply fissured like the skin of ancient reptiles. Their canopy was so dense and interwoven that it created a permanent cathedral, like gloom on the forest floor below. The air was cool and still, and the silence was absolute. It was the silence Silas Reed had written about, a heavy, weighted presence that pressed in on my ears. I had found it. The grove was real. A wave of triumph and awe washed over me, but it was chased by a cold undercurrent of something else. I felt like a trespasser who had just stumbled upon a sacred and secret ceremony. For a long moment, I could only stand there, a strange paralysis gripping me. The professional in me was at war with the primal, animal instinct that screamed at me to back away slowly, to leave this place to its profound and unnerving peace. But the photographer won out. This was the culmination of a year of my life. This was the shot that could define my career. Shaking off the chill, I slid the heavy pack from my shoulders, the thud as it hit the mossy ground sounding like a gunshot in the oppressive silence. I moved with practiced efficiency, my hands finding the latches and zippers of my camera bag automatically. I assembled my tripod, its metal legs clicking into place with a sound that felt profane, and mounted my camera, a Canon 5D Mark IV. Its familiar weight a small comfort in this alien environment. I began to work, losing myself in the technicalities of the craft. I tried to frame a shot, but the scale was impossible to capture. How do you photograph a feeling? How do you translate this crushing, ancient silence into a visual medium? The light was a photographer's nightmare and dream combined. The thick canopy diffused the afternoon sun into a soft, even twilight, but it was a dead light, flat and without contrast. There were no dramatic sunbeams, no dappled shadows, only a uniform, eerie gloom that seemed to suck the very color out of the world. My light meter gave me readings that made no sense, forcing me to bracket my exposures wildly, hoping one would turn out. As I moved through the grove, a new detail began to unnerve me. There was no life here, no birdsong, no chittering squirrels, not even the drone of insects. The forest floor, a thick carpet of fallen needles that must have been accumulating for centuries, showed no signs of animal tracks. It was a sterile, silent world, preserved under glass. The trees themselves were the only living things, and I felt their presence not as individual organisms, but as a single, collective entity. Their stillness was watchful, their silence judgmental. The sun began to dip below the western ridge, and the quality of the light shifted. The gloom deepened, and a new element introduced itself. Fog. It didn't roll in from one direction. It seemed to materialize from the ground up, coalescing out of the damp air and the moss. It started as thin, ghostly tendrils winding around the bases of the giant hemlocks, but it thickened with astonishing speed. Within minutes, the grove was blanketed in a soft, white shroud, the colossal trees fading into gray apparitions. The fog was beautiful, in a haunting, funereal way, but it was also profoundly disorienting. My world shrank to a radius of 20 feet. The silence, which I thought could not get any deeper, somehow did. The fog muffled everything, including the sound of my own breathing. A very real, very cold spike of fear pierced my professional focus. It was time to go. Now, I began to pack my gear, my movements suddenly clumsy and hurried. I fumbled with the tripod, my cold fingers struggling with the latches. Once everything was secured, I shouldered my pack and turned to leave, my eyes searching for the ridge I had entered from. It was gone. The fog had swallowed every landmark. "Okay, Caspian, don't panic," I muttered, my voice sounding small and thin. "You're a professional. You left markers." I pulled out my compass. I held it flat in my palm, waiting for the needle to settle. It didn't. It spun lazily at first, then faster, a frantic, erratic dance. It was exactly as Silas Reed had described. The compass needle danced a mad jig. My heart hammered against my ribs. Okay, the compass was out. High iron content in the rock, the ranger had said. I had a backup. I pulled out my GPS unit, flipping the protective cover. I waited for it to acquire a satellite lock. The screen flickered, displaying a garbled mess of pixels before showing the message. No CGNAL. Panic. Cold and sharp, began to claw its way up my throat. I fought it down. I was a rational man. There was a logical explanation for everything. The fog was a natural weather phenomenon. The magnetic interference was geological. The GPS failure was due to the dense canopy. But the explanations felt hollow, thin excuses against a rising tide of terror. My trail markers. I had to find my markers. I started walking in what I thought was the right direction, my eyes scanning the ground, my feet sinking into the sound, dampening needles. I walked for what felt like an eternity, but found nothing. No broken twigs, no carefully placed stones. It was as if the forest had simply erased them, smoothed over my tracks and reset itself. The store owner's words echoed in my mind. Not just lost, turned around. The feeling of being watched intensified. It was no longer a vague sensation, it was a certainty. I could feel eyes on my back, a cold pressure between my shoulder blades. I spun around, my headlamp cutting a frantic arc through the fog. There was nothing but the silent, gray trunks of the hemlocks, disappearing into the white void. But I knew I wasn't alone. The silence was a lie. It was the held breath of a predator. Then, through the thick, swirling fog, I saw it. A light. It was faint, a tiny pinprick of warm, yellow light flickering in the distance. Hope, desperate and overwhelming, surged through me. Another person. A camper, another hiker, a ranger. It didn't matter. I wasn't alone. "Hello," I yelled, my voice cracking. "Is anyone there?" There was no reply. Only the dead, suffocating silence. But the light remained, a steady, welcoming beacon in the terrifying gloom. I stumbled towards it, my exhaustion forgotten, my legs finding a new strength. I pushed through unseen branches that whipped at my face, my boots catching on hidden roots. The light grew brighter, clearer. As I drew closer, I could see its source. It was a lantern, an old-fashioned oil lantern with a brass frame, hanging from the low, slung branch of a massive, gnarled maple tree. A stark intruder in this forest of hemlocks. And beneath the lantern, a figure was standing, its back to me. Relief washed over me in a dizzying wave. It was a person, a woman. She was dressed in what looked like old-fashioned clothing, a long, dark dress that reached the forest floor, and a simple bonnet covering her hair. She stood perfectly still, seemingly oblivious to my crashing approach. "Hello," I called out again, my voice trembling with a mixture of relief and residual fear. "I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm lost. My compass isn't working. Can you help me?" She didn't move. She didn't speak. She didn't even seem to breathe. A new kind of fear, colder and sharper than before, began to snake its way around my heart. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. I took another hesitant step closer, my headlamp beam illuminating the ground around her. And then I saw it. Her feet weren't touching the ground. She was floating, suspended a few inches above the carpet of moss and pine needles, her dark dress hanging perfectly straight, undisturbed by any breeze. She was simply hanging there in the air, as silent and still as the ancient trees that surrounded us. Time seemed to fracture. My mind refused to process what my eyes were seeing, trying to fit it into a logical framework. A trick of the light. A hallucination brought on by exhaustion and fear. But the image was unwavering, a sharp, impossible fact burned into the foggy air. My breath hitched, a dry, rasping sound in my throat. I was frozen, my feet rooted to the spot as surely as the trees around me. Every rational thought, every ounce of courage I possessed, evaporated into a wave of pure, primal terror. Then she began to turn. It was not the movement of a living thing. There was no shift of weight, no turn of a head or shoulder. She rotated slowly, stiffly, on an invisible axis, her levitating feet never wavering. A faint, dry creak, like old leather stretching, or the bark of a dead tree splitting, accompanied the movement. The sound scraped along my nerves. The bonnet, which had obscured her features, turned with her body until she was facing me. There was no face. Where a nose, mouth, and eyes should have been, there was only a smooth, pale, and utterly featureless expanse, like an eggshell or a water-worn stone. It was a perfect, horrifying blank. The lantern light flickered across the void of her face, casting no shadows where there should have been contours. The sight broke something inside me. The paralysis shattered, replaced by a singular, overwhelming imperative run. I didn't scream. The sound was trapped in my lungs, a solid ball of ice. I simply turned and fled, a wild, panicked animal. I ran blindly into the fog, away from the lantern, away from that impossible, floating thing. The 40-pound pack on my back, a testament to my professionalism just an hour before, was now a leaden weight intent on dragging me to my doom. I clawed at the straps, shrugging it off my shoulders. It fell to the forest floor with a heavy, muffled thud. My thousands of dollars of camera equipment, my tripod, my lenses, all of it abandoned without a second thought. My only possession was my terror. I ran with no sense of direction, fueled by pure adrenaline. The forest, which had been passively menacing before, now seemed actively hostile. Low, hanging branches, invisible in the fog, whipped at my face like bony fingers. Gnarled roots snaked across the ground, grabbing at my ankles, trying to pull me down. The profound silence was broken. Behind me, I could hear a sound. It was not the sound of pursuit, not footsteps. It was a soft, wet, weeping sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once. It echoed through the fog-shrouded trees, a lament of pure misery that was more terrifying than any shriek. It was the sound of utter despair, and it was chasing me. I scrambled up an incline, my hands digging into the damp earth, my boots slipping on wet leaves. I half ran, half fell down the other side, tumbling through ferns and undergrowth. The weeping sound grew louder, closer, a constant, heartbreaking sob that vibrated in my bones. I pushed myself harder, my lungs burning, my heart feeling like it would burst from my chest. I didn't care where I was going, only that I was getting away. The forest was a nightmare labyrinth of gray and black, a world without landmarks or hope. I don't know how long I ran. Time had dissolved into a frantic rhythm of pumping legs and ragged breaths. My vision tunneled, the world reduced to the small patch of ground, illuminated by the bobbing beam of my headlamp. Eventually, my body betrayed me. My legs gave out, turning to rubber, and I pitched forward, collapsing at the edge of a stream. My head struck something hard, a rock, a root, and the world exploded in a flash of light before plunging into absolute darkness. My last conscious thought was of the weeping, which seemed to fade not into the distance, but into the very silence of the woods. I awoke to the gentle warmth of sunlight on my face. For a moment, I was utterly disoriented. I was lying on a bank of soft moss, my cheek pressed against the damp earth. The air was clean and cold, and the sound of a gurgling stream filled my ears. I sat up, my head throbbing, a tender lump already forming where I'd hit it. The fog was gone. The sky above was a brilliant, cloudless blue visible through the canopy of what looked like an ordinary forest of birch and maple. The oppressive, ancient gloom of the hemlock grove was nowhere to be seen. I was alive. The relief was so profound it was dizzying. I scrambled to my feet, my body aching, my clothes torn and caked with mud. I looked around, trying to get my bearings. I was miles from where I thought I was, in a completely different part of the forest. My pack, with my camera, my GPS, my food, and my compass, was gone. I had nothing but the clothes on my back, and a headlamp that was now useless in the bright morning light. it took me the better part of the day, following the stream downhill to find my way back to a marked trail. Every shadow made me jump. Every gust of wind sounded like a whisper. The woods no longer felt like my studio. They felt like a place that had tolerated my presence and had violently ejected me. When I finally stumbled out of the tree line and saw my car parked at the desolate trailhead, I almost wept. I never went back. I never filed a report with the Forest Service. What would I have told them? That I was chased by a floating, faceless, weeping ghost. They would have written me off as a madman. Another case of a hiker succumbing to the pressures of isolation. I never told anyone the full story of what I saw beneath that lantern. The photographs I had dreamed of, the ones that were meant to capture the spirit of that place, were lost, swallowed by the forest. But perhaps that's for the best. I had found the genius loci, the spirit of the grove, and it was a spirit of profound sorrow and a terrifying, ancient power. Some places are not meant for maps. Some places are meant to be left alone. The Green Mountains keep their secrets, and I have no desire to uncover any more of them. My name is Dahlia Thorne. For the first 16 years of my life, my family was the custodian of a small, secluded piece of Florida that felt like a world unto itself. We owned a cabin, though the term cabin might conjure images of cozy, snow-dusted logs and cheerful fireplaces. Ours was different. It was a structure of weathered cypress wood and corrugated tin, nestled deep within the vast, sandy expanse of the Ocala National Forest. The cabin stood as a stubborn holdout against the relentless march of the subtropical wilderness, surrounded by the largest contiguous sand pine, scrub forest on the entire planet. To get there, you had to leave the paved roads behind, navigating a labyrinth of sugar, sand trails that were more suggestions than actual roads, trails that would swallow the tires of anything, less than a rugged four-wheel drive. As a child, this isolation was not a burden but a gift. Our life in the city was one of noise, schedules, and concrete. The cabin was its antithesis, a world of profound silence, broken only by the whisper of wind through the spindly pines or the rustle of unseen creatures in the saw palmetto. I spent my summers there, trading television and friends for the company of gopher tortoises and the electric, blue flash of scrub jays. My days were measured by the slow crawl of the sun across the bleached, white sky. I would wander for hours, the fine, white sand warm beneath my bare feet, my pockets filled with interesting rocks and fallen feathers. I learned the landscape intimately, which berry bushes attracted the most birds, where the deer came to drink at dawn, and how to read the tracks of raccoons and armadillos in the damp earth after a rainstorm. It was a simple, wild, and beautiful existence. My guide in this world was my grandfather, a man who seemed as much a part of the forest as the ancient, longleaf pines. He was a man of few words, his skin tanned to the color of old leather, and his hands calloused from a lifetime of working with the land. He taught me everything I knew about the forest, but his lessons always came with a set of rigid, unshakable rules. Don't wander after dusk. Always carry water. And most importantly, under no circumstances were you to go near the sinking pond. It wasn't a casual warning. He would bring it up every summer. Usually on our first day at the cabin, he'd sit me down on the creaking porch swing, the air thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, and his usually warm eyes would turn serious, almost cold. He called it the sinking pond. but he spoke the name in a low voice, as if the words themselves had a malevolent power. He described it as a place tucked away in a nearly impenetrable thicket of titi trees and overgrown vines, a place the sunlight struggled to reach. He said it wasn't a natural pond, not like the clear, spring-fed lakes dotted throughout the rest of the forest. This one was different. Stagnant. Ancient. "It's a hungry place, Dahlia," he'd say, his voice barely a murmur. "It doesn't just take things. It keeps them." Over the years, the legend grew in my mind, fed by his fragmented stories. He told me of a hunting dog that had chased a rabbit into the thicket and never returned. He spoke of tools left too close to its edge, vanished overnight. He even hinted at older, darker stories. Tales from the Seminole people who had inhabited this land for centuries. Stories of a place where the earth was soft and greedy, where the water held the memories of all it had consumed. He said the ground around it was unstable, a deceptive crust of vegetation over a deep, sucking mire. But it was the water itself that he seemed to fear the most. He described it as black and oily, perpetually still, with a strange, sweet smell that clung to the air. The smell of decay masquerading as perfume. As a child, his warnings were more than enough. The image he painted was terrifying, a dark fairy tale that haunted the edges of my otherwise idyllic summer adventures. I pictured a malevolent entity, a sentient patch of land that lay in wait, and I was careful to give the dense, northern part of our property a wide berth. But childhood fears, like all things, eventually fade. As I grew into a teenager, the magic of the forest began to wane, replaced by a restless boredom. The silent trails that once felt full of promise now seemed empty and monotonous. The calls of the birds were no longer a symphony, but a repetitive, annoying chirp. The cabin, once a sanctuary, felt like a prison. At 16, I craved the noise and chaos of the city, the company of my friends, the pulse of a life that felt a million miles away. My grandfather's stories, once the source of thrilling terror, now sounded like the ramblings of an old man, folk tales designed to keep a reckless teenager in line. The sinking pond transformed in my imagination from a place of certain doom into a mystery, a challenge. The day I finally broke his rule was oppressively hot and humid, even for a Florida summer. The air was a thick, wet blanket that made breathing feel like a conscious effort. A thunderstorm was brewing somewhere to the west, but for now, the sky was a hazy, unforgiving white. I was miserable, cooped up in the cabin with nothing to do but listen to the drone of the window unit air conditioner. My grandfather was napping, and my parents had driven into the nearest town for supplies, a trip that would take hours. The boredom was a physical ache, a desperate itching under my skin. That's when the thought, which had been lurking in the back of my mind for years, surfaced with undeniable clarity. The sinking pond. I would just go and look. What could be the harm in that? I wouldn't get close. I'd just see it for myself, prove that it was nothing more than a muddy, overgrown waterhole, and demystify the legend once and for all. The act of defiance was intoxicating. It felt like reclaiming a piece of the forest that had been unfairly stolen from me by fear. Pulling on my sturdiest boots, I slipped out the back door. The heat hit me like a physical blow. I started north, towards the part of the property I had always avoided. For the first 10 minutes, the path was familiar, a sandy track I had walked 1,000 times. But then I had to turn off, pushing my way into the dense undergrowth. The character of the forest changed almost immediately, The air grew still and quiet. The familiar sounds of the scrub, the insects, the birds, died away, leaving a heavy, expectant silence. The trees grew closer together, their branches tangling overhead, filtering the harsh sunlight into a dim, greenish twilight. The ground became softer, spongier, and the sweet, cloying smell my grandfather had described began to permeate the air. It was like rotting gardenias, a sickeningly sweet scent of floral decay. It wasn't hard to find. It was as if the path of least resistance, the subtle parting of the branches, was leading me directly to it. I felt a pull, a strange and unwelcome curiosity that drowned out the last vestiges of my grandfather's warnings. After another few minutes of pushing through, grasping vines and thorny bushes, the thicket suddenly opened, and I found myself standing at the edge of a clearing. There it was, the sinking pond. My grandfather's descriptions, as ominous as they had been, failed to capture the profound wrongness of the place. The sinking pond was not large, perhaps only 50 feet across, and roughly circular, but it was the color of the water that held my gaze. It was a deep, murky olive green, so opaque it seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. The surface was coated in a thick, velvety layer of algae, a blanket of vibrant, unnatural green that was broken only by the skeletal branches of a long dead tree, reaching up from the center like a skeletal hand. There was no sign of life. No dragonflies skimming the surface, no frogs on the bank, no fish breaking the water. The silence was absolute, a physical pressure against my eardrums. The air, heavy with that sickeningly sweet smell of rotting flowers, was perfectly still. It was a place that felt paused, holding its breath, waiting. I stood at the edge of the clearing, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. A strange mix of triumph and dread washed over me. I had made it. I had faced the monster from my grandfather's stories, and it was just a pond. An ugly, stagnant, smelly pond, but a pond nonetheless. The teenage bravado that had propelled me this far surged back, pushing down the primal fear that pricked at the edges of my consciousness. This was nothing. This was a bog. I had let his stories spook me for years over a simple bog. A wave of disappointment, sharp and almost comical, followed. To prove my victory, to myself more than anyone, I decided to mark my presence. I scanned the ground and found a chunk of limestone, heavy and rough in my palm. I would break the silence, shatter the unnatural stillness. I drew my arm back and hurled the rock, with all my strength towards the center of the pond. I braced myself for the satisfying splash, the sound of disruption. It never came. The rock hit the surface not with a splash, but with a thick, viscous thump, like a stone dropped into a vat of oil. The water didn't part or spray. It seemed to yield, to suck the rock in. The ripples that spread outward were slow and languid, moving with an oily, unnatural slowness. They weren't the clean, concentric circles of normal water. They were thick, undulating waves that seemed to heave from some deep, internal sickness. I stared, my arm still tingling from the throw, the triumphant smirk frozen on my face. Every rational instinct screamed that what I had just witnessed was impossible. Water didn't behave that way. The silence that followed was different. It was no longer empty. It was watchful. The feeling of being observed, a classic trope of every horror movie I'd ever seen, became a suffocating reality. My eyes darted around the clearing, searching the dense wall of trees for a pair of eyes, for the source of this sudden, intense scrutiny. But there was nothing. The trees stood silent and unmoving. The feeling wasn't coming from the woods. It was coming from the pond itself. My bravado evaporated, replaced by a cold, creeping dread that started in the pit of my stomach and spread through my limbs like ice water. My grandfather's words echoed in my head. It's a hungry place. I took an involuntary step back, my boots sinking slightly into the soft, spongy earth at the pond's edge. The ground felt disturbingly unstable, a thin crust over something hollow and deep. I suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to flee, to turn and run back to the safety of the cabin, to the drone of the air conditioner and the familiar creak of the porch swing. But I was paralyzed. My gaze was locked on the center of the pond, on the spot where my rock had vanished. That's when I saw it. A new ripple emerging from the very center of the pond. It wasn't from my rock. This was different. It was a single, deliberate bulge in the water's surface, as if something large had shifted just beneath. I watched. My breath caught in my throat as another ripple spread, wider and slower than the first. And then another. It was a rhythmic, methodical disturbance. It wasn't the random movement of gas or debris. It was the deliberate motion of something ascending from the depths. Time seemed to slow down. The oppressive heat, the drone of insects I hadn't even noticed before, the pounding of my own blood, it all faded into a distant hum. My entire universe was the surface of that murky green water. The sweet, cloying smell intensified, filling my nostrils so thick I could almost taste it. Then, the surface broke. It was a hand. It rose from the algae, choked water with an agonizing slowness, water and green slime sluicing from its form. It was pale, a horrifying, milky white that spoke of long immersion in sunless depths. The skin was bloated and wrinkled, stretched tight over the bones. The fingers were the worst part. They were impossibly long and thin, skeletal, with nails that were dark and broken. The hand didn't flail or grasp. It simply rose, palm up, and rested on the surface as if testing the air, its fingers gently curling and uncurling in a gesture that was both delicate and grotesque. I couldn't scream. The sound was trapped in my throat, a solid knot of terror. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing, trying to find a logical explanation. A mannequin. A prank. But the way the fingers moved, the subtle, independent articulation of each joint, was undeniably organic. Horrifyingly alive. As I stared, a second hand broke the surface a few feet from the first. It was identical, a mirror image of pale flesh and skeletal fingers. Then, between them, the water bulged upward again, and a head began to emerge. It was a tangled, horrifying mass of what had once been hair, now matted with strands of green algae and dark, rotting vegetation. It clung to the skull like a grotesque helmet. The head tilted, and a face was revealed. It was a woman, or what was left of one. Her skin was the same spoiled, milk color as her hands, streaked with dark veins. Her cheeks were hollow, her lips gone, pulled back in a permanent rictus that exposed pale gums and teeth. But her eyes were the epicenter of the horror. They were not eyes at all. They were empty sockets, dark, weeping holes that seemed to suck in the light and reflect nothing but an endless, abyssal darkness. Yet, I felt them on me. I felt their gaze as surely as if they had been living, breathing eyes. The figure paused, half submerged, its head cocked at an unnatural angle. It seemed to be listening, or perhaps smelling the air. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement that was utterly devoid of natural grace, it turned its head towards me. The empty sockets fixed on my position at the edge of the trees. A soundless scream, seemed to tear from its lipless mouth. A gaping black hole that promised nothing but decay and silence. The connection was absolute. It saw me. It knew I was there. And in the black, vacant pits of its eyes, I saw a flicker of something ancient and malevolent. Recognition. Hunger. That was what broke the spell. The primal, animal instinct for survival finally overpowered the paralysis of terror. I didn't make a conscious decision to run. My body simply took over. I turned, stumbling backward, my feet tangling in the roots and vines I hadn't noticed on my way in. A raw, guttural sob tore from my lungs as I scrambled away from the clearing, away from the thing in the pond. I ran blindly, crashing through the dense thicket. Thorny branches tore at my clothes and scratched my arms and face, but I didn't feel the pain. The only thing I felt was the chilling certainty that it was right behind me, that a pale, bloated hand was about to close around my ankle. The sweet, cloying smell of the pond was everywhere, clinging to me, filling my lungs, a scent I knew would be burned into my memory forever. I don't know how long I ran. Time dissolved into a frantic, heart-pounding rhythm of crashing through undergrowth and gasping for breath. Every snapped twig behind me was the sound of its pursuit. Every grasping vine was its long, skeletal fingers closing around my ankle. The forest, my childhood sanctuary, had transformed into a hostile, alien landscape. The familiar shapes of trees became menacing figures, and the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy seemed to form leering faces in the leaves. The sweet, suffocating smell of rot and decay was my constant companion, a phantom presence that clung to my clothes and hair, a scent I was convinced I would never wash out. I didn't dare look back. I didn't have to. The image of those empty, weeping sockets was burned onto the inside of my eyelids. I burst out of the dense thicket and onto the familiar sandy trail leading back to the cabin with a strangled cry. The sudden return to the normal part of the woods was jarring. Here, the birds still sang their incessant songs, and the air smelled of pine and hot sand. But the normality felt like a thin, fragile veneer stretched over a deep and abiding horror. I didn't slow down. I sprinted the remaining distance, my lungs on fire, my legs screaming in protest, until I saw the weathered cypress walls of the cabin. It had never looked so beautiful, so solid, so safe. I slammed through the screen door, which shut behind me with a sharp bang, and collapsed onto the cool linoleum floor of the kitchen. I lay there, gasping, sobbing, my body trembling uncontrollably. The sudden coolness of the air-conditioned room was a shock to my overheated skin. For a moment, there was only the sound of my own ragged breathing and the steady, mechanical drone of the window unit. Dahlia. My grandfather's voice came from the living room. It was thick with sleep, but sharpened with sudden concern. I heard the creak of his old armchair, then his slow, heavy footsteps approaching. He appeared in the doorway, his face a mask of confusion that quickly melted into alarm as he took in my state, my torn shirt, the deep, bleeding scratches on my arms and face, my hysterical sobbing. He didn't rush to me or bombard me with questions. He simply stood there for a long moment, his gaze taking in every detail of my disheveled appearance. His eyes, usually so full of warmth, seemed to age a decade right before me. A look of profound, wary resignation settled over his features. He knew. I didn't have to say a word. He knew exactly where I had been. "You smelled it, didn't you?" he asked, his voice a low, gravelly whisper. It wasn't a question. It was a statement of fact. I could only nod, pressing my face against the cool floor as a fresh wave of sobs shook my body. He walked over and knelt beside me, his old knees cracking in protest. He didn't try to help me up. He just placed a heavy, calloused hand on my back, a silent, grounding weight. "It's all right, child," he murmured, though his voice was laced with a deep, ancient sadness. "You're safe now. You're out of its reach." We stayed like that for a long time, him kneeling beside me on the floor, his hand a steady presence on my back, until my sobs subsided into shuddering breaths. When I could finally speak, the words came out in a torrent. A jumbled, frantic confession of my arrogance, the thrown rock, the oily ripples, and the horrifying figure that had risen from the water. I told him about the hands, the hair, the lipless mouth, and the empty eyes that saw everything. He listened without interruption, his expression unchanging. When I was finished, the silence in the room felt as heavy and watchful as the silence by the pond. He finally sighed, a long, rattling breath, and helped me to my feet, leading me to a chair at the kitchen table. He poured me a glass of water with a trembling hand, then sat down opposite me. "There are stories you tell children to keep them safe," he began, his gaze fixed on the worn grain of the wooden table. "And then there are the truths that are too terrible for a child to bear. I should have told you the truth." He looked up and his eyes met mine. "That thing you saw, it has a name. Or at least, the people who lived here before us gave her one. Her name was Eleanor." He told me a story I had never heard, a local tragedy that had long since faded from memory into the realm of folklore. In the 1950s, a young woman named Eleanor Vance had lived in a small settlement not far from where our cabin now stood. She was known for her beauty and for her love of wildflowers. She would often wander into the forest for hours, collecting specimens for her pressed flower collection. One summer afternoon, she went for a walk and never came back. The search parties combed the forest for weeks. They found nothing. No tracks, no torn clothing, no sign of a struggle. It was as if the forest had simply swallowed her whole. The official explanation was that she had gotten lost and succumbed to the elements, or perhaps had been taken by an alligator from one of the many lakes. But the old-timers, the ones who knew the land, they whispered a different story. They said she had wandered too close to the sinking pond. They said the pond had taken her. They never found her body. My grandfather said, his voice barely audible, "Because the pond doesn't give back what it takes. Not really. It changes them. It holds onto them, preserves them in its own way. What you saw, that was Eleanor, or what the pond has made her into. She's the guardian of that place now. She's a part of it." The knowledge was a cold stone in my stomach. This wasn't a random monster, a nameless gull. It was a person, a woman with a name, twisted by a malevolent place into something obscene. My parents returned a few hours later, their arms full of groceries, their faces cheerful from their trip to town. The mood soared the instant they saw my face, and the grim set of my grandfather's jaw. We didn't stay to unpack the groceries. My grandfather told them simply, "We're leaving." There was no argument. They saw the look in his eyes, the terror in mine, and they knew. We packed our essential belongings in a tense, hurried silence. I remember catching my reflection in a window as I carried a bag to the car. My face was pale and drawn, my eyes wide with a horror that felt permanently etched there. And I could still smell it on my skin, faint but unmistakable, the sweet, cloying scent of rotting flowers. We drove away from the cabin that evening and never went back. My grandfather put the property on the mowing week and sold it for a fraction of what it was worth to a timber company that, he said, would likely cut the whole area. He never spoke of the sinking pond or Eleanor Vance again, and I never asked. We both understood that a line had been crossed. A fundamental piece had been shattered, and our time in that forest was over. It's been 15 years. My grandfather passed away a long time ago, but the memory of that afternoon has never faded. It lives in me, a cold, hard knot of fear that tightens its grip whenever I see a body of still, dark water. Sometimes, on hot, humid summer days, I'll catch a faint, phantom scent on the breeze. The smell of sweet, rotting flowers. And I know with a certainty that chills me to the bone that some places are hungry. Some places hold their dead. And deep in the heart of the Ocala National Forest, the sinking pond is still there, silent and waiting, with its guardian resting just beneath the surface, her empty eyes forever watching. My name is Elias. It's a name I barely recognize some days, a relic from a life that feels like it belonged to someone else. Before the mountain, before the hut, before the screaming silence of the snow. I'm writing this down not because I expect anyone to believe me, but because the memory of it has become a poison, and I fear if I keep it locked inside any longer, it will consume what little is left of me. There were 4 of us back then, bound by the kind of easy, unshakable friendship forged in college lecture halls and late night study sessions. We weren't professional adventurers, just a group of city dwellers from Portland who shared a deep affection for the wild, untamed beauty of the Pacific Northwest. Our leader, by sheer force of will, was Liam. He was built like the lumberjacks that were once legends in this state, broad-shouldered, with a booming laugh and a confidence that bordered on arrogance. Liam saw nature as a challenge, a series of peaks to be conquered and trails to be blazed. It was his idea, of course, to attempt a late-season hike on Mount Hood. One last grand adventure before the winter snows sealed the high country away for the year. Then there was Chloe. If Liam was our group's raw power, Chloe was its intellect and its heart. A resident physician with a mind as sharp as a surgeon's scalpel. She was the planner, the pragmatist, the one who packed extra medical supplies and constantly checked the weather forecasts. She approached every hike with a calculated caution, her quiet nature a perfect counterbalance to Liam's recklessness. She had been hesitant about this trip from the start, her brow furrowed as she pointed to meteorological charts on her laptop a week prior. It's a shoulder season, Liam, she'd argued. The weather on Hood can turn in an instant. It's unpredictable. Liam had just laughed it off, clapping her on the shoulder. That's what makes it an adventure, Chloe. Live a little. Rounding out our quartet was Ben. Ben was our tech guru and resident comedian, a software developer who seemed to have a gadget for every conceivable situation. He was rarely seen without his high-end GPS, a satellite phone, just in case, and a drone he'd use to capture breathtaking aerial shots of our exploits. He was wary, perpetually fidgeting, and had a knack for breaking any rising tension with a terribly timed joke. He worshipped Liam's bravado and was always the first to back his ambitious plans, eager for another story to tell. And me. I was the observer, the chronicler. I was the one with the journal and the steady hand, content to walk in the middle of the pack, soaking in the grandeur of it all. I found a quiet peace in the mountains that eluded me in the city, a sense of perspective that put all my trivial anxieties into their proper place. I trusted my friends implicitly, Liam to push us forward, Chloe to keep us safe, and Ben to make us laugh. I never imagined a day would come when none of that would matter. Our target was a lesser-known trail on the mountain's western face, one that promised stunning views of the Zigzag Canyon. The last weekend of October arrived with a deceptive clemency. The air in Portland was crisp and clear, and the forecast, despite Chloe's earlier warnings, promised 2 days of unbroken sunshine. We set off early Saturday morning, the mood in Liam's oversized truck electric with anticipation. Ben was already curating a playlist for our ascent, a mix of triumphant indie rock that felt perfectly suited to the task ahead. Our first inkling that something was amiss came at the ranger station at the base of the mountain. The man behind the counter was old, his face a roadmap of deep, set wrinkles and his eyes the color of the pale, washed-out sky. He looked up from his paperwork as we filed in, his gaze lingering on us for a moment too long. "Headed up high?" he asked, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "That's the plan," Liam announced, spreading our map on the counter with a flourish. "Gonna hit the Paradise Park loop from the west." The ranger didn't even glance at the map. He just stared at us, his expression unreadable. "Weather Service says it's clear," he stated, though it sounded more like a question. "But the mountain, it has its own ideas this time of year. It gets tired. Likes its rest." He paused, leaning forward slightly. "The snows that come now, they're not the friendly kind. They're hungry. You get caught out, you don't just get cold. You get taken." Ben snorted quietly. "Taken by what?" "The abominable snowmen." The ranger's eyes flickered to Ben, and for a second, they held a hardness that silenced him completely. "There are things older than snow on that mountain, son. Things that sleep. The first deep storm wakes them up." He straightened up, stamping our permit with a heavy thud. "Just be back before dusk. Don't want to be filing any paperwork on you four." We left the station feeling a little subdued, the old man's words hanging in the air. But as we began our hike, the sheer majesty of the forest quickly dispelled the gloom. The trail was carpeted in a thick layer of rust-colored pine needles, and the air was rich with the scent of damp earth and fir. For the first few hours, everything was perfect. The sun filtered through the dense canopy in golden shafts, the sky above a brilliant, cloudless blue. We were making excellent time, and even Chloe seemed to relax, a rare, genuine smile gracing her lips. The change came without warning. Around 2 p.m., as we cleared the tree line into the more exposed alpine meadows, I felt the temperature plummet. It wasn't a gradual cooling. It was as if someone had thrown open a freezer door. The wind, which had been a gentle breeze, suddenly began to whip and moan, tearing at our jackets. I looked to the west and my heart sank. The horizon, once sharp and clear, was now a churning wall of bruised, purple-gray cloud, moving towards us with an unnatural speed. "Lim," Chloe's voice was sharp with urgency. "That's not on the forecast. We need to turn back. Now." Liam squinted at the approaching storm front, his usual confidence replaced by a flicker of concern. "It's moving fast. We're closer to the old timberline hut than we are to the truck. We can wait it out there." "The hut," Ben stammered, pulling his collar tighter around his neck. The map says it's barely a structure. It's marked as an emergency shelter only. Well, this looks like an emergency to me, Liam yelled over the rising shriek of the wind. He was right. The first flakes of snow began to fall. Not the gentle, drifting flakes of a winter postcard, but hard, icy pellets that stung our exposed skin. Within minutes, the world dissolved into a maelstrom of white. The trail vanished. The sky vanished. The mountain itself vanished. We were trapped in a blinding, roaring vortex of snow and wind. The cold was a physical thing, a predator that gnawed at our bones. Panic, cold and sharp, began to set in. Ben's high-tech GPS was useless, its screen just showing our blinking icon in an empty field of white. We were utterly, terrifyingly lost. We huddled together, shouting to be heard over the storm. Following Liam, we pushed on, stumbling through knee-deep drifts, guided by nothing but his desperate hope that he was heading in the right direction. Every minute felt like an hour. The cold was stealing our strength, our resolve. I could feel the first tendrils of despair creeping into my mind, whispering that this was it, that we would freeze to death just a few miles from safety. And then, like a ghost materializing out of the blizzard, we saw it. A dark, angular shape barely visible through the swirling snow. The hut. It was small, no bigger than a garden shed. Its wooden walls dark with age, and its roof sagging under the weight of previous winters. It looked derelict, abandoned, but it was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. With the last of our strength, we staggered towards it, shouldering open the heavy, frozen door and collapsing inside, the storm's roar momentarily muffled as we slammed it shut behind us. The immediate sensation upon entering the hut was one of profound, bone-deep relief. The door, a solid slab of rough, hewn timber, slammed shut with a final, booming thud, cutting off the deafening howl of the blizzard, as if a switch had been flipped. For a moment, the four of us just stood there in the sudden, ringing silence, panting, our breath pluming in the frigid air. The relative stillness was a balm, but the cold was still a physical presence, seeping up from the floorboards and clinging to our damp clothes. The interior was stark and primitive. It was a single, small room, perhaps 10 feet by 10 feet. Against the far wall stood a small, pot-bellied wood stove, rusted and streaked with soot. To the right were 2 sets of crude wooden bunks, just bare platforms with no mattresses. The only light came from a single grime-covered window, a small square of glass that looked out into the swirling abyss of the storm. The air was thick with the smell of old, cold wood, damp earth, and something else, a faint, musky odor that reminded me of a wet animal, but with a strange metallic undertone I couldn't quite place. Well, Liam's voice boomed, artificially cheerful as he shrugged off his heavy pack. It's not the Hilton, but it'll do. Elias, Ben, see if you can find any dry tinder. Chloe, let's check our gear, make sure nothing's soaked through. He slipped back into his leader role with ease, and we, grateful for the direction, obeyed without question, while Chloe began a meticulous inventory of our packs, laying out energy bars and checking her medical kit. Ben and I scoured the small space. We found a small pile of split logs and kindling stacked neatly beside the stove, left behind by some previous, thoughtful occupant. Within 15 minutes, thanks to Liam's relentless effort with a fire starter, a small, hesitant flame flickered to life inside the stove. We huddled around it, extending our numb fingers towards the growing warmth, a collective sigh of gratitude escaping our lips. As the initial adrenaline of our survival wore off, the reality of our situation began to settle in. We were trapped, miles from civilization, in a freak storm that had appeared out of nowhere. Chloe, ever the pragmatist, was the first to voice our shared anxiety. "I tried the satellite phone," she said, her voice quiet but tense. "No signal. The cloud cover must be too dense." Ben, who had been trying to coax his own phone back to life, shook his head. "Nothing. My GPS is still just a blank screen. We're completely cut off." "We're fine." Lime insisted, though his usual bravado sounded a little forced. He was feeding small pieces of wood into the stove, his movements jerky. "The storm will pass. We've got food. We've got shelter. We've got a fire. We'll hike out at first light. It'll be another great story to tell." But the old ranger's words echoed in my mind. "The snows that come now, they're not the friendly kind. They're hungry." I looked around the hut more closely. The walls were covered in carvings, hundreds of them, etched into the wood over what must have been decades. Most were simple initials and dates, the universal graffiti of travelers. But as my eyes adjusted to the flickering firelight, I began to notice other, stranger markings. There were spirals, intricate and dizzying. There were shapes that looked like jagged mountain peaks, but also like rows of sharp teeth. And in one corner, almost hidden behind one of the bunks, was a drawing that made the hairs on my arms stand up. It was a tall, stick-like figure, impossibly thin, with arms that were too long for its body. And it had no face, just a smooth, blank space where its features should have been. I didn't say anything. I didn't want to add to the growing unease. Instead, we tried to create a bubble of normalcy. We ate our cold rations, told stories from college, and tried to laugh. But the laughter was hollow, and our jokes fell flat. The storm was a living entity outside, its fury unabated. It clawed at the walls of our little shelter, and the wind moaned through the eaves with a sound that was disturbingly like a human voice. It was around 9 p.m. when we first heard it. We were in the middle of a lull in conversation, the only sounds the crackling of the fire and the ceaseless roar of the wind. Then, a new sound. Scray-ape. Scryatch. It was faint at first, coming from the direction of the door. We all froze, our eyes meeting over the flickering flames. What was that? Ben whispered, his face pale in the firelight. Probably just a branch scraping against the wall. Lime said, but he didn't sound convinced. He sat up straighter, his head cocked towards the door. CRATCH, CRP, CRATCH. This time it was louder, more deliberate. It was the sound of something sharp and hard being dragged across the wood. It wasn't a branch. It was methodical, rhythmic. We all fell silent, every muscle tensed. The fire in the stove seemed to shrink, the shadows in the corners of the room growing deeper and more menacing. The scratching was followed by a low, guttural growl, a sound that vibrated through the floorboards and into the soles of our feet. It was a deep, chesty rumble, filled with a predatory hunger that was utterly terrifying. "A beer," Chloe breathed, her medical training kicking in as she assessed the threat. "Or a Koger. It's trying to get out of the storm." "It's not getting in here," Liam declared, his fear transmuting into aggression. He got to his feet and grabbed the heaviest piece of firewood, a thick, gnarled log that looked like a primitive club. He moved to stand beside the door, his large frame casting a giant, dancing shadow on the wall. "Go on,"
Get out of here!
he bellowed at the door, his voice a mixture of fear and bravado. For a moment there was silence. The scratching stopped. The growling ceased. We held our breath, straining to hear anything over the wind and the pounding of our own hearts. Maybe it had worked. Maybe he had scared it off. Then came the bang. It was a single, explosive impact, as if something incredibly heavy had been thrown against the door with immense force. The entire hut shuddered. Chloe screamed, a short, sharp cry that was instantly swallowed by the noise. Ben scrambled backwards, knocking over his water bottle. G-O-A-double-Y. Liam roared, his voice cracking. Bang! Another impact, even harder than the first. This time, the old wood of the door splintered, a long, vertical crack appearing near the latch. Through the newly formed fissure, a sliver of the raging, white blizzard outside was visible, and in that sliver, something else. An eye. It was a single, glowing red eye, the color of a dying ember. It wasn't the eye of a bear or any gargamel I had ever seen or read about. It was devoid of any recognizable pupil or iris. Just a uniform, malevolent crimson orb. But the most horrifying part was the intelligence behind it. It wasn't the simple, instinctual gaze of a beast. It was watching us, studying us. It was filled with a cold, ancient hatred that seemed to pierce right through the wood, right through the walls, and into the very core of my soul. I felt a primal, paralyzing fear unlike anything I had ever known. My mind refused to process what I was seeing. We all started screaming then, a chaotic symphony of terror. Ben was sobbing, muttering, "What is that? Oh God, what is that?" Chloe was frozen, her face a mask of disbelief. I grabbed a spare log and hurled it at the door, the impact doing nothing. We all started shouting, throwing whatever we could get our hands on. Water bottles, food packs, small pieces of wood. At the door. A pathetic attempt to scare away the impossible thing outside. Our panicked assault was met with a sound that shattered the night. It was a high-pitched, piercing shriek, a sound that seemed to tear at the very fabric of the air. It was a scream of pure rage and agony, yet it held a chilling, triumphant quality. It was the sound of the faceless figure from the carving. I knew it, with a certainty that defied all logic. The thing outside began to batter the door with a renewed, frantic violence. Crunch, crunch. With each blow, the old wood groaned and splintered further. The crack widened. The door was bowing inwards, the heavy iron latch straining against its housing. We were all screaming, huddled together on the far side of the room, convinced that at any second the door would give way and the thing with the single red eye would be upon us. We were sure we were going to die. Time seemed to shatter into a million frozen shards. The relentless, percussive being. CRUNCH on the door was the only reality. A drumbeat counting down the last seconds of our lives. We were no longer four friends. We were a single entity of pure terror. A huddled mass of meat and bone pressed against the far wall, as far from the splintering wood as we could get. Liam, his makeshift club now forgotten on the floor, was as pale and terrified as the rest of us, his bravado stripped away to reveal the raw fear beneath. Ben was curled into a fetal position, his hands clamped over his ears, his body shaking with violent, uncontrollable sobs. Chloe stood rigid, her eyes wide and locked on the door, a single tear tracing a path through the grime on her cheek. And I was just watching, my mind a strange, calm void, cataloging the details of my own demise. The iron latch, our last bastion of hope, was screaming in protest, the metal groaning and bending with each titanic blow. The crack in the door was now a gaping wound, wide enough for me to see the single, hateful red eye moving within it, scanning the room with its intelligent, predatory gaze. The high-pitched shriek tore through the air again. Closer this time, a sound of triumph that promised a painful, agonizing end. The door bowed inward one last time, the wood splintering into a spider web of cracks. This was it. The next blow would be the last. We braced ourselves, a collective, silent scream trapped in our throats, and then nothing. The attack stopped. Just like that. One moment, the world was a cacophony of violence and terror. The next, it was plunged into an absolute, profound silence. The only sound was the wind, which, as if on cue, seemed to die down from a raging shriek to a low, mournful whisper. The sudden absence of noise was more terrifying than the assault itself. It was unnatural, a vacuum that sucked the air from our lungs. For a long time, nobody moved. We remained frozen in our tableau of fear, our ears straining, waiting for the final, killing blow that never came. Minutes stretched into an eternity. The silence from outside was complete. No growling, no scratching, no screaming. It was as if the creature had simply vanished into thin air. But we knew it was still out there. We could feel it. Its presence was a cold weight pressing in on the hut, a palpable malevolence that seeped through the very walls. Slowly, painstakingly, Liam pushed himself up. He crept towards the door, his movements agonizingly slow, like a man walking on broken glass. He peered through the largest crack, his body tense. He stayed there for what felt like a lifetime, before turning back to us, his face a mask of utter confusion. "It's gone," he whispered, his voice hoarse and barely audible. "There's nothing there." No one felt relief. The fear had burrowed too deep, metastasizing into a paranoid dread that was somehow worse. We didn't speak. We couldn't. What was there to say? How could we possibly articulate the horror of what we had just experienced? We spent the rest of the night huddled, together, listening to the silence, the fire in the stove slowly dying out, plunging us into a cold, oppressive darkness. Every creak of the cooling stove, every whisper of the wind, sent a fresh jolt of terror through us. Sleep was an impossibility. We just waited, trapped in our shared nightmare, for the dawn. When the first, pale gray light of morning finally filtered through the grimy window, it felt less like a salvation and more like a judgment. The storm had passed. The world outside was silent and still. It took us another hour to work up the courage to face what lay beyond the door. Liam, his face grim, finally lifted the mangled iron latch and pulled. The door, barely hanging on its hinges, swung open with a tortured groan. We stepped out into a world transformed. A thick, pristine blanket of fresh snow covered everything, sparkling under the nascent sunlight. It was a scene of breathtaking, serene beauty. But our eyes were fixed on the ground around the hut. There were no tracks. None. Not a single footprint. Not a drag mark. Not a disturbance of any kind in the perfect, unbroken expanse of white. It was impossible. The snow was deep, at least 2 feet. Anything, man or beast, would have left a clear trail. But there was nothing. It was as if the creature that had tried to batter its way in, the creature that had splintered solid wood and bent iron, had simply floated on the air, leaving no trace of its physical existence. The only evidence of the night's horror was the door itself, a brutalized, splintered wreck that stood in stark, silent contradiction to the peaceful scene around it. The hike back down the mountain was a descent into hell. We moved like automatons, Our minds numb, our bodies running on pure, instinctual survival. No one spoke. The easy camaraderie that had defined our friendship was gone, shattered as completely as the door to the hut. We couldn't look at each other. To make eye contact would be to acknowledge the shared madness, to confirm that the impossible thing we had all witnessed was real. The silence between us was a chasm, filled with unspoken terror and a creeping, insidious doubt. When we finally reached the ranger station, the old man was there, just as before. He took one look at our faces, haggard, haunted, aged by a decade in a single night, and his expression softened with something that looked like pity. "You saw it then?" he said. It wasn't a question. Liam, his voice hollow, just nodded. The ranger sighed, a wary, ancient sound. Some years it sleeps right through. Other years it gets hungry. He didn't ask for details. He didn't need to. He stamped our permit without another word, his eyes telling us he knew a truth we were only just beginning to comprehend. We never spoke of what happened in that hut. Not once. We tried, in the weeks that followed, to go back to normal. We met for coffee, for dinner. But the thing from the mountain was always there, a fifth, silent member at our table. The shared trauma that should have bound us closer together instead acted as a corrosive acid, eating away at the foundations of our friendship. Liam's booming confidence was gone, replaced by a quiet, haunted look. Ben developed a severe anxiety disorder and refused to leave the city. Chloe threw herself into her work, her pragmatism now a shield against a world that no longer made sense. And I just drifted. Our group dissolved, not with a bang, but with a slow, silent fade. It's been 5 years now. I haven't seen any of them in over 3. Sometimes, on cold, quiet nights when the wind howls outside my window, I think about that hut. I think about the carvings on the wall, the faceless man with the long arms. I think about the impossible, pristine snow. And I think about that single, glowing red eye, filled with an intelligence and a hatred as the mountain itself. I know what I saw. We all do. There are no words to describe the terror of that night, and there is no rational explanation to file it away. It exists as a raw, gaping wound in my memory. I know that there are things that live on that mountain, things that sleep in the deep, quiet places of the earth. And I know that they are best left alone, especially when the first hungry storms of winter roll in. Because some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. My name is Dr. Fiona Albright. It feels a bit formal to introduce myself that way, but in the world of academic botany, titles are a form of currency, a shorthand that communicates years of dedication spent in labs and libraries, and, more importantly for me, out in the field. My specialization is in extremophile flora, plants that not only survive, but thrive in environments most would consider inhospitable. I've trekked through arid deserts to document resilient succulents and waded through acidic peat bogs in search of rare carnivorous plants. My work is my passion, a relentless pursuit of understanding nature's most tenacious creations. It is this pursuit that led me, in the late summer of last year, to the breathtaking and profoundly isolated peaks of the Pisgah National Forest in North Carolina. The specific object of my research was a species so rare it bordered on mythical, Dendrophylax aphyllus montanus, a variant of the famous ghost orchid. Unlike its swamp-dwelling cousin in Florida, this particular subspecies was rumored to grow only on the high-altitude grassy balds of the Blue Ridge Mountains. Open, treeless summits exposed to the full force of the elements. The grant I'd secured was to confirm its existence, document its unique biology, and assess its conservation status. For a botanist like me, this was the equivalent of an archaeologist finding a lost city. It was the culmination of a decade of research, poring over historical records, anecdotal accounts from long, dead mountaineers, and satellite imagery that hinted at the right ecological conditions. The day began with the kind of crystalline clarity that only a mountain morning can offer. I had set off from my rented cabin well before dawn, the air crisp and carrying the scent of damp earth and pine. The drive itself was a journey into solitude, the paved roads giving way to gravel, which in turn narrowed into a rugged track that was barely passable in my sturdy four-wheel drive. I left my vehicle at a small, unmarked trailhead, a mere whisper of a path that was known to few. As I shouldered my pack, filled with scientific equipment, water, and provisions for a full day, a profound silence settled around me. There were no other cars. The only sounds were the chattering of a distant stream and the sighing of the wind through the hemlocks. I was utterly, completely alone, and at that moment it felt like a blessing. The hike was strenuous, a relentless upward climb that took me through several distinct ecological zones. The lower slopes were a riot of life. A dense deciduous forest of oak and hickory, the air thick with the hum of insects. As I gained elevation, the forest composition shifted. Fraser firs and red spruce began to dominate, their dark, pointed silhouettes stark against the increasingly pale blue sky. The air grew cooler, thinner. The world became quieter. The birdsong faded, replaced by the low, mournful whistle of the wind as it funneled through the high passes. There's a certain point in a high altitude hike where you feel you've crossed a threshold, leaving the familiar world behind for something more ancient and elemental. I felt it then, a palpable sense of isolation that was both exhilarating and humbling. After nearly 3 hours of climbing, I emerged from the dense tree line onto the bald. The transition was breathtakingly abrupt. One moment I was enclosed in the dim, fragrant world of the firs. The next I was standing under an immense, open sky. The bald was a vast, rolling meadow of alpine grasses and sedges, punctuated by weathered rock outcroppings and hardy rhododendron shrubs. It was a lonely, windswept place, offering a stunning, uninterrupted 360-degree panorama of the surrounding Blue Ridge Mountains. Range after range of hazy, blue, tinted peaks stretched to the horizon. A silent, sleeping ocean of stone and forest. The scale of it was immense, enough to make any human feel infinitesimally small. I found a relatively sheltered spot, near a cluster of rocks, to set up my base. The work was methodical and engrossing. I laid out my transect lines, unpacked my plant press, and began the painstaking process of surveying the area. For hours, I was lost in my own world. My focus narrowed to the few square feet of ground before me, my hands carefully parting the tough grasses, my eyes scanning for the tail sign of the orchid. A pale, leafless stem, almost translucent, with a single, ethereal white flower. The sun climbed high overhead, warming the cool air. The wind was a constant companion, a ceaseless whisper that tugged at my hair and rustled the pages of my notebook. It was peaceful. It was perfect. I was in my element, completely absorbed in content. It was well into the afternoon when I finally found it. Tucked into the lee of a lichen-covered boulder, almost invisible against the pale soil, was a small colony of the orchids. They were more beautiful than any illustration, had ever suggested. Delicate, spectral, their white petals seemed to capture and hold the light. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. A wave of pure, unadulterated triumph washed over me. This was it. This was the moment. I spent the next hour documenting everything: GPS coordinates, soil pH, ambient temperature, detailed photographs from every angle. I was so engrossed, so utterly consumed by the scientific process, that the world outside of my small discovery ceased to exist. It was during a brief pause, as I stood up to stretch my aching back and drink some water, that I first saw her. My gaze drifted across the vast expanse of the bald, to a distant, opposing ridge, perhaps half a mile away. Against the backdrop of the endless blue mountains, a figure stood out. It was a woman. Even from that distance, I could make out certain details. She was wearing a dress, not modern hiking gear. It looked simple, perhaps homespun, and was a drab earth-toned color. But it wasn't her attire that held my attention. It was what she was doing. She was dancing. It wasn't a dance of joy or celebration. Her movements were slow, deliberate, and deeply strange. She raised her arms to the sky, then let them fall in a languid, flowing motion. She would turn, a slow, graceful pirouette, her body swaying with a rhythm that seemed to come from the wind itself. It was mesmerizing, almost hypnotic. I lowered my water bottle, my brow furrowed in confusion. Who would be out here, dressed like that, dancing alone on a remote mountain summit? There was no music, no audience, no one else for miles. A flicker of unease, cold and sharp, pricked at the edges of my scientific rationalism. The scene felt wrong, anachronistic, like a frame from an old, forgotten film spliced into the present moment. I watched her for several minutes, a strange mix of intrigue and a growing sense of dread coiling in my stomach. The isolation that had felt like a blessing just hours before now felt charged with a new, unsettling quality. I was a scientist, a purveyor of logic and reason. There had to be an explanation. She was another hiker, perhaps, with a penchant for performance art or some personal, spiritual ritual. People did strange things. I told myself that. I forced myself to believe it. Shaking my head, as if to clear the strange image away, I turned back to my work. I had a discovery to document, data to collect. I focused on the tangible, on the reassuring solidity of my equipment, and the biological reality of the orchids at my feet. But the image of the dancing woman was persistent. It was burned onto the back of my eyelids, a silent, graceful figure moving against a canvas of blue mountains and endless sky. A little while later, maybe 20 minutes, I couldn't resist the urge to look up again. I scanned the distant ridge, my eyes tracing the line where I had seen her. She was gone. The ridge was empty, just a line of green and gray against the blue. I felt a strange lurch in my chest, a feeling that was equal parts relief and a fresh, chilling spike of fear. I told myself she had simply walked on, descended back into the trees on the other side. It was the only logical explanation, and yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that she hadn't just walked away. She had vanished. The sun had begun its slow descent towards the western peaks, painting the underside of the clouds in hues of orange and rose. A rational part of my brain, the part that had guided my entire career, noted the time and calculated the remaining daylight. I had maybe 2 hours, 3 at most, before the forest would be plunged into an impenetrable darkness. The logical course of action was to pack my equipment swiftly and begin the long hike back to my vehicle. I tried to anchor myself to this logic, to the familiar, comforting rhythm of scientific procedure. I carefully wrapped each precious orchid specimen, cataloged my final notes, and methodically stowed my gear in its designated place within my pack. Each action was deliberate, an attempt to impose order on a world that had suddenly felt profoundly disordered. But my hands trembled slightly as I buckled the straps of my pack. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. The image of the dancing woman and her subsequent impossible disappearance had fractured my carefully constructed reality. The ball, which had felt like a place of triumph and discovery just an hour ago, now felt exposed and menacing. The wind, no longer a gentle whisper, seemed to mock me with its mournful, ceaseless cry. Every shadow that stretched across the grassy expanse seemed to hold a hidden shape. I scanned the distant ridge one last time. It remained empty, a silent witness to my growing fear. I shrugged it off, a physical gesture meant to dislodge the unease. But it was a hollow, unconvincing movement. She was just another hiker, I told myself again, the phrase becoming a desperate mantra. She found a different path down. That's all it had to be. With my pack secured, I turned away from the vast, open sky of the summit and re-entered the tree line. The transition from light to shadow was jarring. The forest of Fraser firs, which had seemed so majestic and peaceful on my ascent, now felt like a trap. The dense canopy swallowed the fading sunlight, casting the trail ahead into a premature twilight. The air grew still and heavy, thick with the damp, loamy scent of decay. The silence here was different from the silence on the bald. It was a weighted, watchful silence, the kind that makes the snap of a twig underfoot sound like a gunshot. My footsteps, which I tried to keep steady and purposeful, seemed unnervously loud on the path, carpeted with fallen needles. I walked for what felt like an eternity, my senses on high alert. My scientific mind, usually occupied with identifying flora or observing geological formations, was now engaged in a more primal task: survival. Every rustle in the undergrowth, every flitting shadow in my peripheral vision, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. Was that the wind? Or something moving parallel to me, just beyond the veil of trees? Was that the creak of a branch or a footstep? I was a scientist, trained to observe and analyze, but my observations were now filtered through a lens of pure, unadulterated fear. The familiar forest had become an alien landscape, and I, an intruder. The isolation I had once cherished now felt like a vulnerability, a terrifying exposure to whatever else might be lurking in these ancient woods. It was then that I began to hear it. At first, it was so faint, I thought I was imagining it, that it was merely the sound of blood rushing in my ears, or the wind playing tricks on me again. It was a low, resonant sound, almost a vibration felt more than heard. A hum. I stopped dead on the trail, straining to listen, my breath held tight in my chest. The sound continued, faint but undeniable. It was a simple, haunting melody, composed of only a few notes, repeated in a slow, melancholic loop. It seemed to be coming from somewhere ahead of me, deeper in the darkening woods. My first thought was relief. It was another person, perhaps the strange dancer from the ridge. She was down here, humming to herself as she walked. The thought was momentarily comforting, a lifeline back to the rational world. Of course, that was it. I called out, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the oppressive quiet. "Hello, is someone there?" The humming stopped. The silence that rushed back in was absolute, heavier and more terrifying than before. I stood frozen, every muscle tensed, my ears ringing in the sudden void of sound. Seconds stretched into minutes. Nothing, no reply. No sound of movement. Just the suffocating stillness of the deep woods. The relief I had felt curdled into a new, more potent form of dread. Why wouldn't they answer? I forced myself to move, to continue down the trail. My pace was faster now, my previous attempts at a calm, measured retreat abandoned. I just wanted out. The humming started again just as suddenly as it had stopped. But this time, it was different. It was louder. Closer. It was no longer coming from some indistinct point ahead, but from a specific location, just around the next bend in the trail. The simple, sad tune wrapped around me, a chilling, invisible presence in the air. It was the most beautiful and terrifying sound I had ever heard. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard, I thought it might break free. My scientific training, my years of logic and reason, were useless now. They were a flimsy shield against a terror that was primal, ancient, and utterly incomprehensible. This wasn't a hiker. This wasn't a rational event. Something was deeply, fundamentally wrong. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to turn back, to flee up the mountain to the relative safety of the open bald. But the trail was my only way out, and my car, my connection to civilization, was somewhere at its end. I slowed my pace, my hiking boots making no sound on the soft earth. I approached the bend in the trail with a reluctance that was almost paralyzing. The humming grew louder with each step, a clear, pure tone that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. I peered around a thick, moss-covered fir tree, my body trembling uncontrollably. And then I saw her. It was the same woman from the ridge. She was standing in the middle of the narrow trail, no more than 50 feet away. Her back was to me. She was wearing the same simple, homespun dress, its drab color a stark contrast to the vibrant green moss and dark bark of the surrounding trees. Her long, dark hair was unkempt, falling down her back in tangled strands. She was perfectly still, except for a slight, gentle sway, a subtle movement that kept time with the haunting melody she hummed. The sound emanated from her, a tangible thing in the cool, still air. A wave of questions, all of them laced with terror, crashed through my mind. How did she get ahead of me? I hadn't seen her pass. The trail was narrow, with no turn-offs. It was impossible. I called out again, my voice a choked whisper this time. "Excuse me. Are you all right?" She gave no sign that she had heard me. She just stood there, her body swaying, her sad song echoing through the silent forest. I took a hesitant step closer, then another. A cold, creeping dread, far worse than anything I had felt on the bald, began to wash over me. It was an icy premonition that I was about to see something that would change me forever. And as I drew nearer, my eyes were drawn downwards, towards her feet, and my world shattered. Her feet were not touching the ground. She was floating. It was only a few inches, a small, impossible gap between the soles of her worn, bare feet and the carpet of pine needles on the forest floor. Her body swayed gently in the air, untethered to the earth, moved by the rhythm of her own ghostly humming. I froze, my feet rooted to the spot, my mind refusing to process the sight before me. The laws of physics, the fundamental rules that govern my understanding of the universe, had ceased to apply. I was seeing the impossible. The humming stopped. The abrupt silence was a physical blow. For a long moment, she remained perfectly still, a silent, floating effigy in the deepening gloom. Then, with an agonizing slowness, she began to turn her head. Not her body, just her head, a stiff, jerky movement, like a marionette on a string. The cracking sound of vertebrae echoed in the stillness. She turned and turned until I saw her face, and I screamed. I think I screamed. But no sound came out. It was a silent, choked gasp of pure horror. Her face was a mask of tragedy. Her eyes were milky white, opaque, completely devoid of pupils or irises. They were the eyes of a statue, blind and unseeing, yet they seemed to fix on me, to pierce through me. A single, thick tear of blood trickled from the corner of one eye, tracing a dark, crimson path down her pale, ashen cheek. Her lips were parted, pulled back from her teeth, not in a smile or a snarl, but frozen in the shape of a silent, eternal scream. Time ceased to have meaning. For a moment that stretched into an eternity, I was trapped in that tableau of horror, my existence reduced to a single, silent scream locked behind my teeth. The world had dissolved, leaving only the impossible image before me, the floating woman, her face a canvas of eternal agony, her blind, milky eyes staring into my soul, and the single, grotesque tear of blood that seemed to weep for a sorrow too profound for the living world. My scientific mind, my entire identity built on a foundation of logic and observable fact, crumbled into dust. This was not a hallucination brought on by altitude or exhaustion. This was a truth more real and more terrifying than anything I had ever known. It was a sound that broke the spell, not the humming which had blessedly ceased, but a soft, wet, plopping sound. The tear of blood detached from her cheek and fell, landing silently on a patch of moss at her feet. The sight of that small, dark stain on the vibrant green, a tiny mark of impossible sorrow, finally shattered my paralysis. The connection between my brain and my body re-established itself with a violent surge of pure, primal terror. The flight, or fight response, which had been frozen, chose flight with a vengeance. I didn't just turn and run. I exploded backwards, stumbling, my feet tangling in roots I couldn't see. I fell hard, the impact jarring my teeth, my heavy pack driving the air from my lungs. A sharp pain shot through my wrist as I threw my hands out to break my fall. I didn't care. I scrambled back to my feet, crab walking backwards, my eyes still locked on the horrifying figure. She hadn't moved. She just floated there, her head still turned at that unnatural angle, her silent scream aimed at the darkening sky. Then I turned and ran. It was a blind, thoughtless flight fueled by a terror so absolute it eclipsed all other sensations. I abandoned the trail, plunging directly into the dense, trackless woods. Branches whipped at my face and arms, tearing at my clothes and skin. Thorny vines snagged at my ankles, trying to pull me down. I ran with a reckless abandon that defied the terrain, my only thought to put as much distance as possible between myself and that thing. My lungs burned, my legs screamed in protest, but the image of her face was a fire at my back, propelling me forward. And then, the humming returned. It wasn't coming from behind me anymore. It was everywhere. The sad, simple melody seemed to emanate from the trees themselves, from the very air I was desperately gasping into my lungs. It was a disembodied sound, a ghostly chorus that surrounded me, turning the forest into a labyrinth of sound. It was in my left ear, then my right. It seemed to come from directly above me, then from beneath my feet. It was a tactic of psychological warfare, designed to disorient and terrify. It worked. I sobbed in frustration and fear, changing direction erratically, no longer sure which way was down, which way was out. The forest, which I had navigated with scientific precision just hours before, was now an inescapable maze, and I was the terrified rat at its center. I don't know how long I ran. Time had become a blur of pain, fear, and the ceaseless, haunting melody. At some point, I stumbled back onto the trail. Or perhaps another trail. I didn't know or care. It was a path, and it led downwards. And that was all that mattered. I followed it, my run slowing to a staggering, exhausted jog. Every shadow was a threat. Every gust of wind carried the phantom notes of her song. I kept glancing over my shoulder, my heart seizing with terror each time, fully expecting to see her floating silently behind me, her bloody tear replenished. The darkness was nearly absolute now, the world reduced to shades of black and gray. It was only by a stroke of sheer, dumb luck that I saw it, a small, reflective marker nailed to a tree. It was a sign for the trailhead. A surge of hope, so powerful it almost brought me to my knees, washed through me. I was close. I pushed myself onward, my body screaming in protest. And then I broke through the final line of trees and stumbled into the small clearing where I had parked my car. Never in my life had a simple, man-made object seemed so beautiful. My four-wheel drive was a sanctuary, a steel and glass fortress promising escape. I fumbled in my pocket for my keys, my fingers clumsy and numb. The clinking sound as I finally pulled them free was the sweetest sound I had ever heard. I jabbed the key at the lock, my hand shaking so violently it took 3 tries to get it in. The click of the door unlocking was a thunderclap of relief. I threw myself inside, slamming the heavy door shut and locking it. For a moment, I just sat there in the driver's seat, my chest heaving, my body trembling. The silence of the car a deafening roar after the madness of the forest. I jammed the key into the ignition and twisted. The engine roared to life, its mundane, mechanical sound a balm to my shattered nerves. I flipped the headlights on, and their powerful beams cut a swath of brilliant, reassuring light into the oppressive darkness, illuminating the edge of the forest. I stared at that line of trees, half expecting her to step out of the shadows. Nothing. There was only the forest, silent and dark. The drive back down the mountain was a white-knuckled ordeal. I took the winding gravel roads far too fast, the tires skidding on the loose stones at every turn. My eyes darted constantly to the rearview mirror, fully expecting to see her face reflected in the glass. The haunting melody played on a loop in my mind, a phantom soundtrack to my escape. Every shadow the headlights cast seemed to take on her shape. Every swaying branch was her arm, reaching for me. I didn't stop until I hit the main highway. The comfort glow of streetlights and the sight of other cars a lifeline back to sanity. Only then did I allow myself to pull over. I sat in my car on the shoulder of the road, the engine idling, and I finally let go. I broke down completely, shuddering with deep, racking sobs, the terror and the trauma of the past few hours washing over me in a tidal wave. I never went back to my rented cabin. I drove for 3 hours to the nearest city and checked into a brightly lit, anonymous chain hotel. I didn't sleep. I sat on the bed with all the lights on, watching meaningless television until the sun came up. In the morning, I saw my reflection for the first time. My face was scratched and bruised. My eyes were wide with a terror that hadn't faded, and there was a new streak of gray in my hair at the temple. I was 34 years old, but the woman looking back at me from the mirror looked a decade older. Her eyes holding a haunted, ancient knowledge. In the weeks that followed, I tried to rationalize. I was a scientist. There had to be an explanation. Hypoxia, a waking dream, an elaborate prank. But I knew. Deep in my bones, I knew what I had seen was real. The memory was too vivid, the terror too visceral. I did some research, my academic habits dying hard. I scoured online archives and local historical society records for any mention of strange occurrences in the Pisgah National Forest. I found scattered accounts of missing hikers, of strange lights on the balds, and a few vague, 100-year-old legends from the Cherokee people about a weeping spirit, a woman who had lost her child in the high peaks and was doomed to wander them forever. Her song a lure for the lost. But there was nothing concrete. Nothing that could explain the floating woman with the milky eyes and the tear of blood. I never published my findings on the ghost orchid. The specimens I had so carefully collected were still in my pack, which I left in the trunk of my car for a month before I could even bear to open it. My groundbreaking discovery was now tainted. Inextricably linked to the horror that followed, my passion for my work had been extinguished, replaced by a gnawing fear of the wild, isolated places I had once loved. I don't know who or what she was. A ghost, a nature spirit, a psychic echo of some long-forgotten tragedy. I will never have the answers. My science, my logic, my reason, they are all useless in the face of what I experienced. All I know is that I will never forget her. I will never forget the sight of her, dancing on that lonely bald, or her face, frozen in a silent scream. And sometimes in the dead of night, when the wind howls just right, I can still hear it. A simple, haunting melody, echoing in the deepest, darkest corners of my mind. My name is Ian Thorne. For the better part of my 20s, I've held a belief that the world, for all its mysteries, operates on a set of understandable physical laws. I'm a student of forestry science, and I've always found a deep sense of peace in the logical, observable cycles of the natural world. The forest, to me, was a complex system, not a place of superstition. It was a place of tangible things: granite, spruce, soil, and water. This conviction is what led me to take a job as a seasonal trail crew member with the U.S. Forest Service in the White Mountain National Forest of New Hampshire. It was the perfect summer position. A chance to earn money for my senior year of college while being fully immersed in the subject I was so passionate about. The work was brutally physical, but deeply rewarding. Days were spent with a Pulaski axe or a McLeod tool in hand, carving out water bars to prevent erosion, clearing fallen trees after a storm, and ensuring the ancient footpaths remained accessible to hikers. We were stewards of the wild, and I carried that title with a quiet pride. My crew was a collection of seasoned veterans and young, idealistic people like myself. The older guys, men with leathered skin and eyes that had seen decades of changing seasons in these mountains, were full of stories. Around the crackling glow of a campfire, or during a water break under the shade of a towering pine, they'd speak of the forest's deeper secrets. They talked about strange lights seen dancing on distant ridges, of hikers who walked into the woods and were never seen again, and of a feeling, a palpable sense of being watched, in certain remote valleys. They spoke of the Pemigewasset Wilderness, a vast, untamed heart of the forest, with a particular reverence and caution. They called it the Pemi, and said it held memories older than any tree. I would listen politely, nodding along, but inwardly, I'd categorize their tales alongside ghost stories and folklore, entertaining fictions to pass the time. Nothing more. The mountains were vast and unforgiving, yes, but their dangers were rational sudden weather changes, difficult terrain bears, not ghosts. My dismissal of their warnings was put to the test in late July. Our crew was stretched thin, and a low priority project that had been on the docket for months finally needed attention. A remote, seldom used connector trail on the edge of the Pemi had been heavily damaged by winter blowdowns. It was a multi-day clearing job, and due to staffing, it was assigned as a solo task. My supervisor, a grizzled man named Dave, whose quiet demeanor masked an encyclopedic knowledge of the forest, pulled me aside. He spread a topographical map across the hood of his truck, its surface a dizzying web of contour lines. He traced a thin, dotted line with his finger. "This is you, Ian," he said, his voice raspy. "It's about a 6-mile hike in from the Kankamagus Highway. No one's been out on this section since last fall. It's quiet out there. Real quiet." He looked up from the map, his gaze steady. "You're a good kid. You know your stuff. Just remember the rules, check in on the radio every evening, keep a clean camp, and trust your gut. If something feels wrong, it probably is. The Pemi doesn't care about schedules." I assured him I'd be fine, my youthful confidence overriding the subtle warning in his tone. The prospect of a solo trip excited me. It was a chance to truly be alone with my thoughts, to test my skills, and to experience the untamed beauty of the wilderness on my own terms. The hike-in was arduous but beautiful. The trail quickly devolved from a well-trodden path to a faint impression in the forest floor. The air grew thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. The sounds of traffic on the distant highway faded, replaced by the percussion of a woodpecker and the whisper of wind through the canopy. By late afternoon, I found a suitable spot to make camp. A small, level clearing near a gurgling stream, surrounded by a dense stand of birch and fir trees. The solitude was absolute, a profound silence that was both exhilarating and humbling. I felt like the only person on the planet. That first night was utterly peaceful. I ate my dehydrated meal, watched the sun paint the sky in hues of orange and purple, and fell asleep to the gentle murmur of the stream. The forest felt welcoming, a silent host to my temporary stay. I woke the next morning feeling refreshed and ready for the hard work ahead. The second night, however, the character of the forest changed. I was pulled from a deep sleep by a sound that didn't belong. It was faint at first, almost lost in the soundscape of the night, but it was undeniably there. It was a voice, a woman's voice singing a soft, melodic lullaby. I lay perfectly still in my sleeping bag, my heart beginning to hammer against my ribs. My first thought was logical: another camper. Perhaps someone had gotten lost, or had set up their camp just out of sight. The melody was hauntingly beautiful, but it was woven with an undercurrent of profound sadness, a sorrow so deep it seemed to seep into the very air of my tent. It was a sound of heartbreak, of a loss that could never be mended. I unzipped my tent just enough to peer out. The moon was high, casting a pale, ethereal glow over the clearing. The trees stood a dark, silent sentinels. The singing seemed to be coming from the woods, just beyond the stream, maybe 50 yards away. It was too clear to be the wind, too structured to be an animal. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding small and thin in the vast wilderness. "Is anyone out there? Are you okay?" The singing stopped, not faded away, but ceased abruptly, as if a switch had been flipped. The silence that rushed back in was no longer peaceful. It was heavy, charged, and watchful. I stood outside my tent for what felt like an eternity, straining my ears, every nerve on high alert. I listened for a reply, for the crunch of footsteps, for anything. There was nothing but the sound of the stream and the thumping of my own blood in my ears. Eventually, shivering from a combination of the night air and a primal fear I didn't want to acknowledge, I retreated back into my tent. I told myself it was my imagination, my mind playing tricks on me in the deep isolation. But I couldn't shake the clarity of that melody, or the crushing sadness it carried. It took hours for me to fall back into a restless sleep, and my dreams were filled with dark woods and the echo of a song I couldn't quite remember. The forest no longer felt like a welcoming host. It felt like a place that was holding its breath, waiting. Daylight did little to dispel the profound unease of the previous night. The forest, which had seemed so vibrant and alive the day before, now felt muted, watchful. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a distant twig, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I tried to anchor myself in logic, to convince myself that the singing had been a trick of the mind, a phantom created by isolation and fatigue. I was a man of science. There had to be a rational explanation. Perhaps the gurgling of the stream, filtered through the trees in my half-conscious state, had merely mimicked a human voice. It was a flimsy, desperate theory, but it was the only thing I had to cling to. I forced down a breakfast of instant oatmeal that tasted like ash and set out for the trail, swinging my Pulaski with a little too much force, as if the raw physical exertion could drive the memory of that sorrowful song from my head. The work was a temporary balm. I focused on the rhythm of it, the satisfying swing of the axe, the scrape of the MacLeod clearing duff from the trail bed, the percussive thud as I cut through a fallen birch. But the feeling of being watched never left me. It was a constant, prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the kind of ancient, instinctual awareness that tells you you're not alone, even when your eyes confirm that you are. I found myself pausing frequently, my head snapping up to scan the dense woods around me, my ears straining for any sound beyond my own labor. It was mid-afternoon when my world tilted on its axis. I was clearing a thick patch of overgrown mountain laurel near a sharp bend in the trail. I swung my tool to grub out a particularly stubborn root, and it struck something in the dirt with a dull, metallic clink. It wasn't the sound of hitting a rock. My curiosity overriding my fear, I dropped to my knees and dug at the soft, dark earth with my gloved hands. My fingers closed around something small, cool, and smooth. I pulled it free and brushed away the clinging soil. It was a locket. It was clearly old, made of silver, that had tarnished to a dark, moody gray over what must have been many years, with a delicate, floral pattern etched onto its surface. It was an anachronism, a fragile piece of civilization in this rugged wilderness. A fine, broken chain was still attached to the clasp. With a bit of effort, my thumbnail found the seam and I pried it open. On one side, protected by a small, yellowed piece of celluloid, was a faded sepia photograph of a young woman. She couldn't have been much older than me, with dark hair piled high on her head in a style I didn't recognize. She had a gentle, almost timid smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. There was a profound sadness in her gaze, a familiar sorrow that resonated with the ghostly lullaby I had heard. Then I looked at the other side. Engraved in a graceful, looping script was a single name, Eliza. A cold dread washed over me, a chill so deep it had nothing to do with the temperature of the day. Holding the locket felt transgressive, deeply intimate. It was a tangible link to a past I couldn't comprehend, a personal treasure lost to this vast emptiness. The name, Eliza, echoed in my mind. This wasn't a story anymore. This wasn't folklore. This was real. I had found something that belonged to someone. I carefully clicked the locket shut. The sound unnervingly loud in the quiet woods, and slipped it into the chest pocket of my work shirt. I tried to return to my task, but my focus was shattered. The forest now seemed to press in on me, the trees forming an impenetrable wall that blocked out the sky. The air grew heavy, and the silence was no longer empty, but filled with an unspoken, pregnant tension. Every shadow seemed to flicker at the edge of my vision, and I could have sworn I heard the faint whisper of my name on the wind, a sound so soft I couldn't be sure if I'd heard it or simply imagined it. I abandoned my work early, my nerve completely shot. The 6-mile hike back to my campsite was the longest of my life. I felt hunted. I made my evening radio call to Dave, my voice tight and strained as I reported my meager progress. I wanted to tell him about the singing, about the locket, but how could I? He'd think I was cracking under the pressure of the isolation. "Everything okay out there, Ein?" he asked, his voice crackling with static. "You sound a little spooked." "Fine, Dave. Just tired. Long day." I lied, the words feeling like dust in my mouth. That night, I didn't even bother with a fire. I crawled into my tent as soon as dusk began to bleed through the trees, zipping it up tight as if the thin nylon could offer any real protection. I lay there in the suffocating dark, the locket a cold, heavy weight against my chest, and I waited. The singing began just after midnight. It was different. There was no gentle sadness to it now. It was filled with a desperate, pleading quality, and it was much, much closer. It wasn't coming from across the stream anymore. It was coming from the very edge of my clearing. The melody was the same, but the words were clearer, sung in a language I didn't recognize, full of soft vowels and sharp consonants that felt ancient and raw. My scientific mind scrambled for an explanation. A lost hiker from another country. A prankster with a cruel sense of humor. But my gut, the gut Dave told me to trust, knew better with a certainty that terrified me. This was not of my world. Then, the singing faltered, breaking into a sound that turned my blood to ice. It was the sound of weeping, a soft, heartbroken sobbing that seemed to emanate from all around me at once. And then, a voice, choked with those sobs, whispered right beside the wall of my tent, so close I could have sworn I felt the vibration through the fabric. "Ian, help me." I was paralyzed. A scream was trapped in my throat, a solid knot of pure, unadulterated terror. My body refused to obey my commands. All I could do was lie there, rigid, listening. The name was not a question. It was a plea. It knew who I was. The weeping continued for what felt like an eternity, punctuated by phrases in that strange, forgotten language. It moved around my campsite, a slow, deliberate circle of grief and despair closing in on me. I could hear the soft crunch of leaves underfoot, the swish of a branch being pushed aside, just beyond the thin membrane of my tent. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying for it to end, praying for the dawn. The logical, rational world I had built for myself had been torn down and replaced by a single, terrifying truth. I was not alone, and whatever was out there with me was in pain, and it knew my name. Sleep was not a refuge. It was a state of terrified vigilance. I lay awake for hours, my body locked in a steer of rigid fear, listening to the sorrowful sounds that circled my tent. The weeping and the whispered pleas, finally began to fade with the first hint of dawn, a faint, gray light that slowly filtered through the dense canopy. It wasn't a comforting light, it was cold and sterile, revealing a world that now felt alien and hostile. The moment the sounds ceased, a switch flipped in my brain from paralysis to panic. Survival instinct, raw and overpowering, took control. I didn't think, I just moved. My hands, clumsy and shaking, fumbled with the zipper of my sleeping bag. I scrambled out of the tent, my eyes darting wildly around the clearing. It was empty. The morning mist clung to the ground, and the air was still and heavy. There were no footprints other than my own, no sign of the night's visitor. But the feeling of a grieving presence lingered, a cold spot in the air that I could feel on my skin. My only coherent thought was to get out, to run. I began to tear down my camp with a frantic, desperate energy. My methodical packing routine, drilled into me by training, was abandoned. I shoved my sleeping bag into its stuff, sack without rolling it, crammed my stove and cook, pot into my pack without cleaning them, and collapsed my tent by ripping the poles from their grommets. My heart was a wild drum against my ribs, and my breath came in ragged, shallow gasps. I left my trail tools, the expensive Pulaski and McLeod, lying on the ground where I'd dropped them the day before. They were heavy, and they represented a job I had no intention of finishing. They belonged to a world of logic and duty that no longer existed for me. All that mattered was the 6 miles of trail that separated me from the road, from safety, from sanity. As I cinched the final strap on my overloaded pack, my hand brushed against the lump in my chest pocket. The locket. I pulled it out, its tarnished silver seeming to absorb the weak morning light. It felt unnaturally cold in my trembling hand. For a moment, I considered throwing it as far as I could into the woods to be rid of the cursed object that had seemingly tethered this spirit to me. But as I looked at it, a different feeling washed over me, cutting through the panic. It wasn't a feeling of revulsion, but of immense pity. This wasn't just a haunted object. It was the last remnant of a person, a woman named Eliza whose story was lost to these mountains. Her plea, "Help me," wasn't a threat. It was a cry of anguish from a soul that couldn't find rest. She wasn't haunting the forest. She was trapped in it, and I had become the focus of her desperation. I didn't know how to help her. I couldn't answer the questions of who she was, how she died, or why she was still here. But I knew, with a certainty that came from a place deeper than reason, that I couldn't take the locket with me. It didn't belong to me, and it didn't belong out in the world. It belonged here with her. It was her anchor, and perhaps my leaving it would bring some small measure of peace, or at least release me from its grip. I walked to the center of the trail, to a large, flat rock that was warmed by a stray beam of sunlight. I opened the locket one last time, looking at the sad smile of the woman in the photograph. "I'm sorry, Eliza," I whispered, my voice hoarse. "I don't know how to help you." I gently placed the locket on the rock, closing it so her name was facing up. It felt like a gesture of surrender, an offering. It was the only thing I could think to do. Then I ran. I didn't hike, I ran. I crashed through the undergrowth, my pack bouncing painfully on my back, my lungs burning. I didn't look back. The 6-mile trail became a nightmarish gauntlet. Every shadow seemed to coalesce into a watching figure. The wind whispering through the pines sounded like a mournful sigh, and I could have sworn I heard, far behind me, the faint, heartbreaking echo of that lullaby one last time. I stumbled over roots, scraped my arms on branches, and fell multiple times, but I always scrambled back to my feet and kept moving, propelled by a fear that was more powerful than any exhaustion. When I finally burst out of the woods onto the shoulder of the Kankamagus Highway, I collapsed onto the gravel, sobbing with a mixture of terror and relief. The sight of cars speeding past, the sound of their engines, the sheer, mundane reality of it all, was the most beautiful thing I had ever experienced. I didn't report in. I didn't call Dave. I got in my car, my clothes torn and my face scratched, and I drove. I never went back to the Forest Service station to explain myself or collect my final paycheck. I abandoned my post, my job, and a part of myself in those woods. I finished my degree, but my passion for forestry was gone, replaced by a deep-seated fear of the deep woods, of true solitude. The scientific certainty that had once been my anchor was shattered. There are things in this world that defy explanation, forces that operate on laws we don't understand. I know, because I met one. I never told anyone the full story of what happened on that trail. Who would believe me? But I'll never forget. I'll never forget the crushing weight of the forest silence, the cold silver of the locket, or the sad, sweet voice of Eliza, the ghost of the White Mountains, forever singing her mournful lullaby in the lonely woods, waiting for someone to help her find her way home. My name is Jasmine, and what I am about to recount is an experience that has irrevocably altered my perception of the world, stripping away the comfortable veil of modernity to reveal the ancient, breathing truths that lie beneath. It is not a story I tell often, for in the telling, I feel the damp, cloying air of the rainforest fill my lungs once more, and I hear the echoes of a sound that should not exist. But the memory demands to be known, a weight that I can only lighten by sharing. It began, as many journeys into darkness do, with a quest for light, a vacation, a simple escape with friends to the verdant heart of Puerto Rico. There were 4 of us, a tight, knit group from our university days in New York, bound by a shared desire to escape the relentless gray of the city. Besides myself, there was Liam, our self-appointed leader, whose confidence was a magnetic force, though it often bordered on recklessness. He saw the world as a series of challenges to be conquered. Then there was Chloe, a budding photographer and social media influencer who viewed every landscape through the lens of its potential to be captured, filtered, and shared. Her connection to the world was vibrant but curated, a gallery of perfect moments. Finally, there was Ben, the quiet intellectual of our group, a history major who carried books on local folklore, the way others carried water bottles. He was our anchor to the context of the places we visited, though we often teased him for his cautious nature. Our destination was El Yunque National Forest, a place that exists in stark contrast to its own nation. It is the only tropical rainforest in the U.S. National Forest System, a sprawling emerald jewel of biodiversity. The moment we passed the entrance, we were enveloped. The concrete world we knew dissolved behind us, replaced by a wall of impossible green. The air changed instantly, growing thick and heavy with humidity, carrying the rich, loamy scent of decomposition and life, all at once. It was a place teeming with a million tiny movements, a constant, rustling energy that was both exhilarating and deeply intimidating. Our first day was a picture-perfect postcard of adventure. We followed a winding, stone-laid path towards Lamina Falls, one of the forest's most popular attractions. The soundtrack to our hike was the incessant, two-note serenade of the coqui frogs, a sound so quintessentially Puerto Rican that it felt like the island's own heartbeat. Chloe was in heaven, her camera clicking incessantly as she framed giant ferns unfurling like prehistoric fists and impossibly vibrant orchids clinging to the bark of towering tabanuco trees. Liam forged ahead, treating the trail like a race, while Ben pointed out details we would have otherwise missed. The camouflaged stick insects, the iridescent flash of a hummingbird's wings, the way the sunlight struggled to pierce the dense canopy, dappling the forest floor in an ever-shifting mosaic. Even in the bright light of day, however, I felt a strange and profound sense of being watched. It wasn't a menacing feeling, not yet, but rather a deep, abiding awareness that we were guests in a place with rules and a history far older than our own. The forest felt like a single, colossal organism, and we were merely microbes crawling upon its skin. We reached the falls, a beautiful cascade of cool water, tumble a jumble of massive rocks into a crystal, clear pool. It was crowded with other tourists, their laughter and splashes echoing in the grotto. The scene was idyllic, but the presence of so many people felt like a buffer, a layer of familiar human noise that kept the ancient silence of the forest at bay. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in hues of orange and violet, we made our way to a designated camping area. It was a small clearing offering basic amenities, but as the other day, trippers retreated to their cars and hotels, the forest reclaimed its dominance. The cacophony of life intensified. The coquie's song grew louder, joined by a chorus of insects and the distant hoot of an owl. It was then that we had our first and only interaction with a park official. A ranger. A man with a deeply lined face and eyes that seemed to hold the forest's own shadows, approached our campsite. His name tag read Morales. He didn't smile. "You folks staying the night?" he asked, his voice a low rumble. Liam, ever the charming frontman, stepped forward. "Yes, sir. Just for one night. We have our permit." Ranger Morales nodded slowly, his gaze sweeping over our gear, our faces, and then lingering on the wall of trees that pressed in on our small clearing. "You know the rules. No fires outside the designated pits. Pack out everything you pack in, and stay on the marked trails, especially after dark. We're experienced campers." Liam assured him with a confident grin. "We'll be fine." The ranger's expression didn't soften. This forest isn't like the ones on the mainland. It's older, deeper. People get lost here. They see things they can't explain. They walk off the path for a minute and are never seen again. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. The locals, the old ones, they have stories about the desaparecidos, the disappeared. They say the forest remembers the Taino, the people who lived here for centuries. They say their spirits are still here, and they don't always appreciate visitors who don't show respect. Ben's eyes widened with interest, but Chloe just rolled hers, muttering to me, "Great, ghost stories to boost the tourist experience." Liam chuckled. "We'll be sure not to disturb any spirits." "Ranger." Morales gave him a long, hard look. "See that you don't," he said, before turning and melting back into the twilight, his form disappearing with an unnerving swiftness. His warning cast a pall over the evening. Ben was uncharacteristically quiet, flipping through one of his books with a small frown. Chloe tried to lighten the mood by showing us the 100, or so photos, she'd already edited on her phone. but even her usual bubbly energy felt forced. Only Liam seemed unaffected, scoffing at the ranger's words as superstitious nonsense designed to scare tourists. As night deepened, the forest transformed. The familiar shapes of trees became monstrous silhouettes against a sky thick with stars, unobscured by city lights. The air grew cooler, and the sounds shifted into something more primal and mysterious. We retreated into our tents, the thin nylon walls feeling like a pitiful, inadequate shield against the immense, living wilderness that surrounded us. I lay awake for hours, listening. My heart pounded in time with a rhythm I couldn't place. It was a feeling, an intuition that Ranger Morales's words were more than just a folk tale. This place was sacred, and we were treading on holy ground with our city dweller ignorance. Sometime after midnight, I was jolted from a light doze by a new sound. It wasn't an animal. It was a low, resonant hum, almost too deep to be heard, more of a vibration felt in the chest. It was rhythmic, hypnotic, and it seemed to come from all directions at once. Did you guys hear that? Ben's voice was a panicked whisper from the adjacent tent. Hear what? I don't hear anything, Chloe mumbled, half asleep. But I heard it, and so did Liam. I saw the beam of his flashlight cut through the darkness of his tent as he unzipped the door. Liam, what are you doing? I whispered, my voice tight with fear. I'm going to see what that is, he said, his tone a mixture of curiosity and annoyance. It's probably just some equipment from a ranger station or something. Morales said to stay put after dark. Ben hissed, just leave it. Don't be a baby, Ben. It's probably nothing. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Before we could argue further, he was out of the tent. I watched his silhouette, illuminated by his own flashlight beam, as he took a few steps towards the edge of the clearing. He paused, tilting his head, as if trying to pinpoint the source of the humming. Then, with a shrug we could barely make out in the gloom, he stepped past the tree line and was instantly swallowed by the impenetrable blackness of the jungle. His flashlight beam vanished. The humming stopped. Silence. A profound, absolute silence that was 1,000 times more terrifying than the sound it replaced. Even the coqui frogs had ceased their eternal song. We waited, our ears straining, our breath held tight in our chests. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 5. He didn't come back. The 5 minutes Liam had promised stretched into an eternity, each second dripping into a pool of suffocating silence. The forest held its breath, and so did we. The cheerful chorus of the coqui frogs remained absent, their silence a screaming alarm that something was fundamentally wrong. It was a void of sound so completed, felt like a physical pressure against my eardrums. Lim. Chloe's voice was the first to break the stillness, a thin, wavering thread of sound. It was immediately devoured by the darkness, leaving no echo. This isn't funny anymore. Ben was a statue of pure terror beside me, his knuckles white where he gripped the fabric of his tent. He's gone, he whispered, his voice raspy. The forest took him. Don't be ridiculous, Chloe snapped, though her voice trembled, betraying her bravado. He's playing a stupid prank. He's going to jump out any second and laugh at us. She unzipped her tent and stood, sweeping the beam of her own flashlight across the impenetrable wall of trees. The light seemed weak, pathetic, illuminating nothing but a few feet of damp vines and tangled vines before being utterly consumed.
Liam!
Get back here, you idiot. Her shout felt like a violation. The silence that answered was heavier, more profound, as if the forest was angered by the intrusion. We waited. Nothing. No rustle of leaves, no snapping twig, no triumphant laugh. He was simply gone. Panic began to curdle in my stomach, cold and sharp. Liam's recklessness had always been a part of him, but this was different. The abrupt cessation of the humming, the sudden, unnatural quiet, it wasn't a prank. It was a response. "We have to go after him," I said, my voice barely my own. "No." Ben's reaction was immediate and visceral. He grabbed my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. "Are you insane? Jasmine, you heard what Morales said. They walk off the path for a minute and are never seen again. This is how it happens. We stay here. We wait for morning. We get help. Wait for morning." Chloe shrieked, her composure finally cracking. "He could be hurt. He could be lying out there with a broken leg. We can't just sit here and do nothing." "Going in there after him is suicide," Ben argued, his voice rising. "We don't know this place. It's pitch black. We'll get lost in 2 minutes." He was right, and the rational part of my brain knew it. But the image of Liam, injured and alone in that oppressive darkness, was a far more powerful motivator than logic. Chloe was already grabbing her sturdiest shoes, her movements frantic and clumsy. The argument was settled. We couldn't abandon him. With a shared, unspoken dread, we prepared to enter the woods. We armed ourselves with the most powerful flashlights we had, our small beams feeling like inadequate talismans against the overwhelming night. As I zipped up my jacket, my fingers brushed against the thin nylon of my tent, and the ranger's words echoed in my mind, a pitifully inadequate shield. Stepping out of the relative safety of the clearing was like plunging into cold water. The temperature dropped several degrees, and the air grew thick with the scent of wet earth and decay. The moment we crossed the threshold from the campsite into the true forest, the world changed. There was no path. The ground was a treacherous tangle of roots and slick, moss-covered rocks. Towering trees, which had seemed majestic in the daylight, now loomed over us like ancient, skeletal giants, their branches like grasping fingers.
Liam!
I called out, my voice tight. "Can you hear us?" Only the drip, drip of moisture falling from the canopy answered. We moved slowly, deliberately, trying to keep the faint glow of our campsite in sight. But within a dozen steps, the dense vegetation had swallowed it completely. We were adrift in a sea of black and green. Our flashlight beams cut frantic, narrow tunnels through the gloom, revealing a chaotic world of twisting vines, enormous leaves, and the impenetrable trunks of trees that seemed to move and shift at the edge of our vision. "Which way did he go?" Chloe asked, her voice laced with rising hysteria. She swept her light back and forth, creating a dizzying, disorienting dance of shadows. "Stop that! You're going to make us sick," Ben snapped, his own fear manifesting as sharp, edged anger. He went straight in from the clearing. "We just need to keep going straight." But there was no straight in this place. The forest seemed designed to confuse, to turn you around. Every direction looked identical. We tried to maintain a line, calling out to each other every few seconds, our names becoming a desperate mantra against the encroaching silence. "Jasmine, here. Chloe, here. Ben, here." The feeling of being watched returned, 10 times stronger than before. It was a palpable presence now, a malevolent intelligence that tracked our every move from the shadows just beyond our lights. I could feel its curiosity, its amusement at our clumsy, terrified intrusion. Twigs snapped just to our left. A rustle in the undergrowth to our right. We'd whip our lights towards the sound, but there was never anything there. The forest was playing with us. Ben stumbled, letting out a sharp cry. My light found him on the ground, his hand clutching his ankle. "A root," he gasped, his face pale in the harsh glare. It wasn't there. I swear it wasn't there. I helped him up, and he leaned on me, his leg trembling. The forest was not a passive environment. It was an active participant in our nightmare. We pressed on, deeper into the suffocating darkness. An hour passed, or maybe it was only 10 minutes. Time had lost all meaning. We were lost, hopelessly and completely. The realization settled on us like a physical weight. Our calls for Liam had grown fainter, more desperate, until they ceased altogether, a tacit admission that we were no longer searching for him. We were just trying to survive. It was Chloe who saw it first. "Wet," she whispered, her flashlight beam fixed on a spot a few yards ahead. "What is that?" We followed her light. There, lying on a bed of damp moss, was Liam's flashlight. It was still on, but its beam was pointed down into the dirt, casting a weak, pathetic glow. It looked like it had been dropped. My heart leaped with a terrible mix of hope and dread. As we got closer, we saw that the flashlight wasn't alone. It lay at the edge of a small, unnaturally bare patch of earth. The ground here was swept clean, almost as if by a broom. And in the very center of this clearing, resting on a flat, dark stone, was something else. It was a small, intricately woven doll-like figure. It was made of dark, twisted vines, adorned with the iridescent green and blue feathers of a parrot, and woven through with what looked disturbingly like strands of dark, human hair. It was a primitive, powerful-looking object, radiating a palpable sense of ancient energy. Ben let out a choked gasp. He limped forward, his eyes wide with a horrified recognition. "Sim," he breathed, the word a puff of mist in the cold air. "A what?" Chloe asked, her voice trembling. "It's from my book," he said, never taking his eyes off the object. The Tai know they believed that spirits, gods, and ancestors could be housed in objects like this. They were conduits, gateways. They used them in their rituals. As he spoke, a new sound began, faint and distant, but unmistakable. It wasn't the low hum from before. This was a human sound, a chorus of voices, low and guttural, rising and falling in a slow, rhythmic chant. It was hypnotic, deeply unsettling, and it was coming from somewhere ahead of us, deeper in the forest. We stood frozen, caught between the terrifying object at our feet and the approaching sound. The flashlight, the swept clearing, the semi. This wasn't where Liam had gotten lost. This was a destination. The chanting grew louder, more insistent, echoing through the trees. We were no longer the hunters. We were the prey, and the owners of those voices were coming. The chanting was a physical force, a wave of sound that washed over us and rooted us to the spot. Every rational instinct screamed at us to run, to flee back the way we came, but there was no back. We were untethered from direction, lost in a place that obeyed no compass. The only landmark in our universe was the approaching sound. Terror is a strange motivator. It can lend wings to your feet or turn your limbs to lead. For us, it was the latter. We were paralyzed. 3 statues of fear huddled in the oppressive dark. "Hide," I managed to whisper, the word catching in my throat. My mind, seizing on the only possible action, scanned the impenetrable foliage around us. a thicket of broad, leafed plants to our left, darker than the surrounding shadows, offered the barest hope of concealment. I grabbed Chloe's arm and tugged Ben, who was still staring, mesmerized at the semi on the stone. The movement broke his trance, and the three of us scrambled into the undergrowth, crouching low, praying the giant leaves would be enough to shield us. We had barely settled into our hiding place when the first light appeared. It was not the clean, white beam of a flashlight, but a flickering orange glow that seemed to drink the darkness rather than pierce it. It was a torch, held aloft by a figure moving with a slow, deliberate grace that was utterly alien to the frantic energy of our own terrified movements. Another followed, and then another, until a silent procession materialized from the depths of the forest. They were nothing like I could have imagined. Their bodies, lean and wary, were covered in intricate patterns that seemed to glow with a faint, phosphorescent light of their own, swirling symbols that pulsed in time with the rhythmic chant. Their faces were completely obscured by elaborate masks carved from wood and adorned with feathers, shells, and bone. Some masks were fearsome, with gaping mouths and snarling teeth. Others were serene and beautiful, decorated with the iridescent plumage of birds I had only seen in pictures. They moved as one, their bare feet making no sound on the damp earth, their voices the only proof of their passage. The chanting was a low, guttural language that I felt in my bones. It spoke of things ancient and primal, of earth and blood and starlight. It was a sound that belonged to this forest, a prayer from a time long before my own civilization had ever dreamed of existing. We were witnessing something not meant for our eyes, a secret ceremony that had likely unfolded in this very spot for 1,000 years. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, modern rhythm completely at odds with the steady, ancient pulse of the chant. Chloe was trembling beside me, her hand clamped over her own mouth to stifle a sob. Ben was utterly still, his face a mask of academic awe and pure terror. He was seeing the words from his book spring to life, and the reality was infinitely more terrifying than the text. The procession did not stop at the small clearing with the semi. They passed it without a glance, their focus on something deeper within the woods, compelled by a force I cannot name. A horrifying blend of fear and a desperate need to understand what had happened to Lime. We followed. We shadowed them from a distance, moving from one patch of darkness to another, our clumsy, terrified movements a stark contrast to their spectral grace. They led us to a much larger clearing, a perfect circle as if carved from the jungle by a giant hand. At its center stood a single, massive, flat-topped boulder, its dark surface gleaming wetly in the torchlight. It was an altar. The figures formed a ring around it, their chanting growing in volume and intensity, the air itself beginning to thrum with a palpable energy. One figure, taller than the rest, separated from the circle. His mask was the most elaborate of all, a magnificent explosion of iridescent green and blue feathers that shimmered and shifted in the flickering light. He was their leader, their priest. He stepped onto the altar stone and raised his arms to the star-filled sky. He let out a cry that was not a word, but a pure expression of power, a sound that tore through the night and seemed to shake the very trees. In that exact moment, a light erupted from the stone. It was not fire, it was a brilliant, emerald green luminescence that burst forth in a silent explosion, bathing the entire clearing in its ethereal glow. The light pulsed, a living, breathing thing, and I could feel a strange, wild energy wash over me, raising the hairs on my arms. It was a power that was both terrifying and sublime, the raw life force of the forest made manifest. I was mesmerized, completely lost in the impossible sight. The chanting reached a fever pitch, and the figures began to move, a slow, hypnotic dance around the glowing stone. And it was then, in the midst of this terrifying spectacle, that I saw him. For a fleeting second, the green light illuminated a shape, lying upon the altar, behind the priest. It was indistinct, but I saw a flash of a familiar blue fabric, the color of the jacket Liam had been wearing. My breath hitched, a strangled gasp of horror and grief. He was there, he was part of their ritual. I was so fixated on the altar, on the terrible confirmation of my fears, that I didn't notice one of the figures had broken away from the circle. She moved with an unnerving silence, and I only saw her when she stopped a few feet from our hiding place. Her mask was adorned with the vibrant red and green plumage of the Puerto Rican parrot, her eyes hidden in its shadows. Time stopped. Chloe and Ben were frozen beside me. The figure stood perfectly still, her masked face turned towards us. The deafening chant, the pulsing green light, it all faded into the background. There was only this silent observer. Then, with a movement that was infinitely slow and deliberate, she reached up and removed her mask. The face beneath was not what I expected. It was the face of an old woman, her skin a beautiful brown, etched with 1,000 fine lines like a map of ancient rivers. But her eyes were young, and they held the same luminous, impossible green as the light from the rock. They were ancient and all-knowing, and they looked directly into mine. There was no malice in them, only a profound and wary sadness. She held my gaze for a long moment, and in that silence, a story was told. I saw no words, heard no voice, but I understood. I understood the sanctity of this place, the power that resided here, and the terrible price of disrespect. I understood that Liam, with his arrogant confidence, had not simply gotten lost. He had trespassed. He had blundered into a ceremony as old as the mountains, and the forest, in its own immutable way, had taken him. He wasn't just gone, he had been absorbed, consumed, made a part of the unending cycle of this sacred land. The woman's lips curved into a sad, knowing smile. She gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. Then, without a word, she placed her mask back over her face, turned, and rejoined the circle. As if her return were a signal, the ritual began to conclude. The priest lowered his arms, and the green light pulsed one last time, before receding back into the stone, leaving an afterimage burned into my retinas. The chanting softened, fading as the figures turned and began to file back into the forest from which they came, their torches a dwindling line of fireflies. Soon, they were gone. The clearing was empty. The silence that returned was different now. It was not a void, but a quiet filled with the weight of what we had seen. The coqui frogs, as if given permission, slowly began their song once more. We didn't speak. There were no words for what we had witnessed. We stumbled out of the undergrowth, our bodies aching and cold. The path back to our campsite, which had been impossible to find before, now seemed clear, as if the forest had finished its business with us and was now showing us the door. The next day, Ranger Morales found us, huddled and shivering in our tents. We told him a fractured, incoherent story of getting lost while searching for Liam. Chloe and Ben's memories were a blur of shadows and fear. They spoke of it later as a shared nightmare. a hallucination brought on by panic. They needed to believe that. I never contradicted them. Liam was never found. The official report lists him as another tragic statistic, one of the desaparecidos who walked off the path and was claimed by the wilderness. But I know the truth. I know that El Yunque holds secrets far older and deeper than any map can show. I know that the ancient spirits of the Tai are not ghosts. They are the forest itself. And on some nights, when the air is still and the city is quiet, I can still feel the pulse of that green light, and I can hear the faint, rhythmic echo of a chant that calls the lost home. My name is Hazel. To be precise, Dr. Hazel Albright. By profession, I'm a botanist, a woman who has dedicated her life to the quiet, systematic study of plants. I find comfort in the logical, in the predictable life cycles of flora, in the way you can identify, classify, and understand the world through the lens of a microscope. My world is one of Latin names, cellular structures, and the patient observation of growth. It's a world of order. My boyfriend Owen is the opposite in many ways, yet perfectly complementary. Owen is a structural engineer, a man who deals in physics, load, bearing capacities, and the unwavering laws of mathematics. He designs bridges and buildings, things meant to stand firm against the chaos of nature. Together, we are a team grounded in logic and the tangible world. We believe in what we can see, measure, and prove. Our annual backpacking trip is our one concession to the untamed. It's a tradition we started 5 years ago, a full week, completely off grid, to disconnect from our structured lives and reconnect with something more primal. We're not amateurs. We plan meticulously. We study topographical maps, calculate our caloric needs, carry a satellite messenger, and practice emergency drills. We prepare for bears, blizzards, and broken bones. We believe that with the right preparation, the wilderness can be navigated safely. It is a complex system, yes, but a system nonetheless, governed by rules we can learn and respect. This year, we chose the Sawtooth National Forest in Idaho. The name itself should have been a warning. The Sawtooths. Not the gentle, rolling Appalachians or the forested Cascades. The name evokes images of something sharp, jagged, and unforgiving. Our goal was a remote body of water called Goat Lake, a speck of sapphire blue on our map, nestled high in a secluded granite basin. The trail reports described it as strenuous but breathtaking, the kind of reward that justifies days of grueling effort. The isolation was the main draw. According to the Park Service, the trail was lightly trafficked, and it was unlikely we'd see another soul for the entire latter half of our journey. That was exactly what we wanted. The drive to the trailhead was a slow, deliberate shedding of civilization. Paved highways gave way to gravel roads, which in turn narrowed into a dirt track that rattled the fillings in our teeth. Cell service vanished 2 hours. Before we even reached the parking area, the last digital tether to the outside world severed. When we finally shouldered our packs and took our first steps onto the trail, the silence of the forest enveloped us. It was a profound, heavy silence, broken only by the crunch of our boots on the path and the whisper of the wind through the towering pines. For the first few hours, the hike was exactly as we'd hoped. The air was crisp and clean, smelling of pine needles and damp earth. The trail wound through dense forests, the sunlight filtering through the canopy in shifting, dappled patterns. We walked in comfortable silence, our bodies finding the familiar rhythm of the trail. Owen, ever the engineer, pointed out geological formations, explaining how glaciers had carved these ameles millennia ago. I, in turn, identified the plants. We passed the hardy subalpine fir, the delicate Indian paintbrush, the resilient lichen clinging to ancient rocks. We were in our element, cataloging and understanding the wilderness, taming it with our knowledge. It was around midday on the second day that I felt the first subtle shift. The forest had grown quieter. The cheerful chatter of squirrels and the calls of birds had faded away, leaving a silence that felt less peaceful and more watchful. The air grew still, and the usual forest sounds seemed to have been muffled, as if a thick blanket had been draped over the landscape. Do you notice that? I whispered to Owen, stopping to catch my breath. He paused, wiping sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. Notice what? That this incline is brutal. He joked, but he scanned the trees around us. It's quiet, I guess. Probably the elevation. Animals are scarcer up here. His explanation made sense. It was logical. But it didn't quell the prickling sensation on the back of my neck. It was a feeling I couldn't name, a primal instinct that something was out of place. I tried to shake it off, blaming it on fatigue. We pressed on, climbing higher, the trees beginning to thin as we approached the timberline. The landscape opened up, revealing the raw, granite heart of the mountains. The peaks were magnificent, a chaotic jumble of gray spires that clawed at the deep blue sky. They were beautiful, but their beauty was severe, almost violent. They looked like the teeth of some colossal, sleeping beast. We found a small, tattered piece of red cloth tied to the branch of a gnarled, windswept pine. It wasn't a trail marker. Our map showed no junctions here. It was old, faded by sun and snow, and it fluttered weakly in the breeze. It seemed like a strange thing to find so deep in the wilderness, so far from any official path. Someone's forgotten laundry. Owen quipped, ever practical. But he didn't smile. He just stared at it for a moment before moving on. I lingered, a cold knot forming in my stomach. It felt like a warning, a territorial marking. I forced myself to walk away, my boots feeling heavier than before. The final push to Goat Lake was the hardest part of the trek. The trail became a scramble over fields of broken rock, each step requiring careful thought. Our lungs burned in the thin air, and our muscles screamed in protest. By the time we crested the final ridge and saw the lake below us, we were utterly exhausted, and it was worth it. The sight was staggering. The lake was a perfect oval of the most intense turquoise water I had ever seen. A liquid gem set in a fortress of gray granite. The surrounding peaks soared into the sky, their jagged reflections perfectly mirrored on the water's placid surface. And we had it all to ourselves. The sense of unease that had plagued me on the trail began to recede, replaced by a profound sense of awe and accomplishment. "See," Owen said, his voice filled with reverence. "This is why we do it." We made our way down to the shore and found a relatively flat spot to set up our tent. The air was cold, but the sun was warm on our skin. As we went about the familiar chores of filtering water and preparing our dehydrated dinner, the world felt right again. We were two logical people in a wild but understandable place. We ate as the sun began to set, watching the incredible spectacle of the alpenglow. The setting sun ignited the granite peaks, painting them in impossible shades of fiery orange, soft pink, and deep purple. It was a display of such overwhelming beauty that it felt almost sacred. As darkness finally fell, a complete and total blackness descended, unbroken by any hint of city lights. The stars emerged, not as faint pinpricks, but as a brilliant, shimmering blanket of diamonds scattered across the velvet sky. The Milky Way was a visible, luminous cloud. It was humbling and magnificent. Then, the mist began. It didn't roll in from the mountains. It rose from the lake itself. It started as thin, ghostly tendrils that slithered across the surface of the water, coalescing into a thick, low-lying fog. It wasn't a normal mist. It seemed to have its own internal luminescence, glowing with a faint, ethereal, pearlescent light in the darkness. It swirled in slow, hypnotic patterns, clinging to the water as if it were a living entity. It was hauntingly beautiful, but as the mist grew thicker, obscuring the opposite shore and muffling the sound of the small waves lapping at the rocks, my earlier sense of unease returned with a vengeance. "I've never seen mist glow like that," I said, my voice barely a whisper, not wanting to break the heavy silence. Owen stared, captivated. Must be a reflection of the starlight on ice crystals suspended in the air. Some kind of unique atmospheric phenomenon. A logical explanation, of course. But as we zipped ourselves into the tent, leaving the strange, glowing mist to wreath over the silent lake, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not observing a phenomenon. We were being observed by one. Sleep did not come easily. Every rustle of the tent fabric, every distant sigh of the wind, sounded amplified in the oppressive silence. Owen, usually capable of sleeping through a hurricane, was restless beside me, his breathing shallow and uneven. The logical explanation he had offered for the glowing mist, starlight on ice crystals, seemed to hang in the air between us, a flimsy shield against a feeling that was far more ancient and unsettling. I finally drifted into a thin, troubled sleep, my mind filled with images of swirling, luminous vapor and the jagged tooth, like peaks that surrounded us. I was jolted awake by a sound. It was a soft, rhythmic splashing. My eyes snapped open in the pitch black interior of the tent. I held my breath, straining my ears. Splash, pause, splash, pause. It was methodical, deliberate. Not the sound of a fish jumping or a rock falling. It was the sound of something moving through the water with purpose. My heart began to hammer against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the cold silence. My first thought was an animal. A deer, maybe, or an elk, wading into the shallows to drink. But the rhythm was wrong. It was too steady, too controlled. I slowly, carefully unzipped my sleeping bag, trying to make as little noise as possible. The nylon whispered as I moved, and the sound seemed deafening. Owen stirred but didn't wake. I crawled on my hands and knees to the front of the tent, my breath catching in my throat. My hand trembled as I reached for the zipper on the tent flap. I pulled it down just an inch, then another, creating a narrow slit through which I could peer outside. My mind refused to process what I was seeing. The glowing mist was still there, thicker now, a pulsating, pearlescent blanket covering the entire surface of the lake. And in the center of that otherworldly glow were figures. There were at least a dozen of them, their bodies silhouetted against the light emanating from the mist. They were in the water, but they weren't wading. They were swimming. They moved in a slow, graceful, perfectly synchronized circle. Their movements were fluid and hypnotic, like a strange and silent ballet. I fumbled to open the zipper wider, my scientific curiosity warring with a primal urge to scream and hide. I scrambled back and shook Owen's shoulder, my hand clamped over his mouth before he could make a sound. Owen, wake up! I hissed, my voice tight with terror. Wake up, you have to see this. Be quiet. He woke with a start, his eyes wide in the darkness. He tried to speak, but I just shook my head frantically and pointed towards the tent flap. He crawled forward, his movements stiff with confusion and alarm. He peered through the opening, and I heard him draw in a sharp, ragged breath. He was silent for a long moment, and in that silence, I felt a terrifying validation. I wasn't hallucinating. This was real. We watched them together, too modern. Logical people kneeling in a flimsy nylon dome, staring at an impossible scene. They were too far away to make out fine details, but we could see enough. They were not human. Their forms were wrong. They were impossibly long and slender, with limbs that seemed to stretch and bend at angles that defied anatomy. They moved through the frigid alpine water with an effortless grace, their heads breaking the surface only occasionally. When they did, we could see no discernible features, only smooth, pale shapes that caught the eerie light of the mist. They had no boats, no gear, nothing. They were simply in the lake. The rhythmic splashing was the sound of their hands or arms, breaking the surface in perfect unison as they swam their unending circle. It was a sound that should have been peaceful, but here, in this isolated basin, under a sky full of cold, distant stars, it was the most terrifying sound I had ever heard. It was the sound of a ritual. What are they? Owen breathed, his voice so low I could barely hear it. The engineer in him was fighting for control, searching for data points, for an explanation. Some kind of bioluminescent algae, and in seals. Could someone have introduced freshwater seals up here? The words sounded absurd as soon as they left his lips. We both knew it. Seals. In a landlocked alpine lake thousands of feet above sea level. It was the desperate grasping of a rational mind, trying to shield itself from a reality it was not equipped to handle. They're not seals. Owen, I whispered back, my eyes glued to the figures. Look at them. As we watched, their pattern shifted. The circle broke apart, and they began to swim towards the center of the lake, their movements still uncannily synchronized. They gathered in a tight cluster, their long forms weaving around each other in the glowing water. The mist seemed to brighten, its pearlescent light intensifying until it was difficult to look at directly. The air grew colder, a deep, penetrating chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air and everything to do with the scene unfolding before us. I could feel the warmth leaching from my body, replaced by a bone, deep dread. We were witnessing something ancient, something that had no place in our world of textbooks and blueprints. This was a secret the mountains had kept, a ceremony performed in a place where no human eyes were meant to see it. The piece of red cloth I'd seen tied to the tree flashed in my mind, a warning, a boundary marker. We had crossed it. Then, as one, they began to submerge. One moment, a figure was there, a long, pale silhouette against the light. The next, it would glide beneath the surface without a ripple, disappearing into the turquoise depths. One by one, they vanished. The rhythmic splashing stopped, plunging the basin back into an absolute, profound silence. With each disappearance, the glowing mist seemed to dim, its light fading as if its power source was being extinguished. When the last, slender form slipped beneath the water, the mist gave one final, gentle pulse, and then it was gone. The lake was dark again. The starlight reflected on its surface, a normal, natural sight that now seemed like a cheap imitation of what we had just witnessed. The world had returned to the way it should be. But it was a lie. We knew what was beneath the surface. We stayed there for what felt like hours, kneeling at the opening of our tent, staring out at the black water. Neither of us spoke. There were no words. What could we say? How could Owen's physics or my botany explain what we had just seen? Our carefully constructed world, built on a foundation of logic and evidence, had been shattered. All our preparation, our maps, our gear. It was all a child's game. A foolish attempt to impose order on a world that contained things that operated by rules we couldn't even begin to comprehend. Finally, shivering with cold and fear, we zipped the tent shut, plunging ourselves into absolute darkness. But closing our eyes did nothing. The image was seared onto the inside of my eyelids. The glowing mist, the circle of pale, slender figures moving with impossible grace. The silence outside was no longer a comfort. It was heavy, expectant. It was the silence of a place that was holding its breath, waiting. We didn't know what we had seen, but we knew one thing with chilling certainty. We were intruders, and we were not alone. Dawn arrived not with warmth and hope, but as a cold, gray infiltration of our terror. Sleep had been impossible. We had spent the remaining hours of the night, huddled together in our sleeping bags, flinching at every sound, our bodies rigid with fear. The silence that followed the disappearance of figures and their mist was somehow worse than the rhythmic splashing. It was a void, a heavy, listening silence that felt saturated with the memory of what it had held. When the first weak light of morning finally seeped through the tent fabric, it offered no relief, only a grim illumination of our prison. The majestic granite peaks that had awed us the day before now looked like tombstones encircling the lake. We moved without speaking, a silent, frantic choreography of escape. The familiar, comforting routine of a campsite morning, the hiss of the stove, the smell of coffee, the quiet planning of the day's hike, was gone. It was replaced by a desperate, fumbling haste. Every action was purely functional. Stuff the sleeping bags, collapse the tent, cram everything into our packs. We didn't look at each other. I think we were both afraid of what we would see in the other's eyes. The same raw, undiluted terror that was churning in our own guts. But even in our fear, the scientists in us, the logicians, made one last, desperate stand. Before we fled, we had to know. We had to look for evidence. For some tangible proof that would either confirm our madness or ground the impossible events of the night in the physical world. With our packs on our backs, ready for immediate flight, we walked the shoreline. We scanned the damp earth and the smooth, water-worn stones around the entire perimeter of the lake. We were looking for anything: footprints, drag marks, a piece of skin, a scale, anything that would prove something had been there. We found nothing. Absolutely nothing. The ground was undisturbed, save for our own boot prints from the day before. There were no tracks leading into or out of the water. There was no sign that any living creature, human or otherwise, had been near the lake. It was as if they had materialized from the water itself and then dissolved back into it, leaving no trace. This utter lack of evidence was, in its own way, more horrifying than finding a monstrous footprint. It meant that the rules of our world, of cause and effect, of physical presence, did not apply here. What we had seen was not of our reality. That was the final straw. The last thread of our rational world snapped. Owen grabbed my arm, his face pale and gaunt. We're leaving. Now. The hike out was a paranoid frenzy. We were no longer hikers enjoying the wilderness. We were prey fleeing a predator we couldn't see. We abandoned the steady, energy-conserving pace of experienced backpackers and practically ran down the mountain. We stumbled over rocks that we had carefully navigated on the way up. We crashed through undergrowth, ignoring the branches that whipped at our faces and tore at our clothes. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves in the wind, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. The forest was no longer a beautiful, complex ecosystem. It was a living, breathing entity, and it was watching us. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches like grasping fingers. The shadows seemed to twist into unnatural shapes in my peripheral vision. I felt their eyes on my back, the cold, featureless gaze of the swimmers from the deep. We didn't speak a word for hours. Our breath came in ragged gasps, our hearts pounding from fear as much as exertion. The shared, unspoken terror was a palpable thing between us, a third presence on the trail. The world had been stripped of its beauty. The majestic vistas were now just terrifyingly empty spaces. The quiet of the forest was the quiet of ambush. We reached the gnarled pine where we had seen the tattered piece of red cloth. It was still there, fluttering like a final, mocking wave goodbye. As we hurried past, Owen stopped dead, his eyes fixed on the ground near the base of the tree. "Hazel," he croaked. Lying half-buried in the pine needles was a boot, a modern hiking boot, not unlike our own. It was caked in mud and looked like it had been there for months, maybe even a year. But that wasn't what made the blood freeze in my veins. Tied securely around the bootless eyelet is another piece of red cloth, identical to the one on the tree. It was a marker, a sign left by someone else. Someone who had come this way, seen something, and tried to leave a warning. Or perhaps they had never left at all. We didn't investigate further. We didn't want to know. We turned and fled, a fresh wave of terror propelling us forward. That boot was a confirmation that we were not the first. It was a symbol of what this place could do, how it could swallow people whole, leaving behind only a single, pathetic artifact as a testament to their existence. The last mile to the trailhead felt like an eternity. When we finally broke through the trees and saw our car standing in the dusty, empty parking lot, I almost collapsed with relief. It was a symbol of our world, a machine of steel and logic and internal combustion. We threw our packs in the trunk, slammed the doors, and locked them, as if that could keep the memory of the mountains out. Owen fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking so badly, he couldn't get the key into the ignition. I took them from him, my own hands not much steadier, and started the engine. The roar of the motor was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. The drive back to civilization was conducted in near total silence. As the gravel road turned back into pavement and the first signs of life, a fence, a mailbox, another car, began to appear. The tension in the car did not lessen. We were leaving the sawtooths behind, but the sawtooths were not leaving us. We had seen behind a curtain we never knew existed, and the knowledge of what was there could not be unseen. In the weeks and months that followed, we tried to return to our lives. We went back to our jobs, to our world of botany and engineering. We tried to bury the memory of Goat Lake under a mountain of data, logic, and routine. But it was always there, a cold spot in our minds. Sometimes, in the middle of a meeting, or while analyzing a data set, the image of the glowing mist and the pale, slender figures would flash in my mind, and I would feel that same bone, deep chill. Owen became withdrawn, prone to staring into space for long periods. The easy confidence he once had in the laws of physics was gone, replaced by a deep-seated uncertainty. We never spoke of it again, not even to each other. There were no words for it, and to speak of it would be to give it more power, to admit that it had broken us. And who would we tell? Who would believe the story of the botanist and the engineer who saw impossible things in a mountain lake? They would say we were tired, that we were suffering from altitude sickness, that we had imagined it all. And maybe, in our weakest moments, we tried to believe that too. But we know what we saw. We know that we are not alone in the universe. But the things that share it with us are not from the stars. They are from the deep, dark, and ancient places of our own world. There are secrets hidden in the high, lonely places, secrets that defy our science and our understanding. We were lucky to escape with our lives. Or maybe, we were unlucky enough to escape with the knowledge. The knowledge that the solid, predictable world we live in is just a thin, fragile veneer, and that just beneath the surface, in the cold, dark water, something else is waiting. My name is Micah Thorne. For 6 years, I had the privilege and the burden of serving as a wilderness ranger with the U.S. Forest Service, stationed in the sprawling, enigmatic expanse of the Twain National Forest in southern Missouri. It's a title that, to most people, conjures images of a friendly, Smokey Bear type. Someone who points families toward the best picnic spots and ensures the campfire regulations are posted clearly. The reality of the job, especially in the deep backcountry, is a far cry from that gentle picture. It's a role that demands a unique blend of biologist, law enforcement officer, survivalist, and more often than not, a silent witness to things that defy easy explanation. The Ozarks are an ancient place, one of the oldest mountain ranges in North America. They don't stab at the sky like the Rockies or the Sierras. They roll and fold into themselves, a labyrinth of limestone bluffs, dense oak, hickory forests, and hollows so deep the sun only reaches floors for a few minutes at midday. The water in the streams, like the current and the Jack's Fork, runs so clear it looks like liquid glass, fed by a massive network of underground springs. It's a place of profound, almost intimidating beauty. But that beauty has a dark twin of profound, an unnerving isolation. When you're 10 miles from the nearest dirt road, the world you left behind ceases to feel real. The silence isn't just an absence of noise. It's a physical presence pressing in on you, broken only by the cry of a hawk or the rustle of something unseen in the undergrowth. My duties were varied. I'd spend weeks on trail maintenance, clearing fallen trees with a crosscut saw, and a prayer that I wouldn't throw out my back. I'd conduct wildlife surveys, counting deer populations or tracking the movements of the small, elusive black bear population. And, of course, I patrolled. My patrol area was one of the most remote sections of the forest, a federally designated area known as the Irish Wilderness. The name itself is a story. It dates back to the mid-19th century, when a wave of Irish immigrants, fleeing the famine, were settled in the area. The land was unforgiving, the isolation absolute. Within a generation, the settlement had vanished. No one knows for sure what happened. Some say they were driven out by the harsh conditions. Others whisper that they were victims of Civil War bushwhacker violence. And some of the old-timers, the ones whose families have clung to the edges of these hills for centuries, say they just got swallowed by the wilderness itself. That they disturbed something ancient in the hills, something that didn't take kindly to being disturbed. As a ranger, you learn to file those stories away. You operate on facts, on what you can see and touch and record in your logbook. I'd seen my share of oddities, the kind of rural weirdness that's part and parcel of the Ozarks. I'd found abandoned moonshine stills, their copper coils green with age, hidden so deep in the woods you had to wonder at the sheer effort involved. I'd seen strange, indecipherable symbols carved into the bark of ancient trees. Symbols that didn't match any Native American or pioneer markings I'd ever studied. I once spent a whole night listening to a sound that was like a woman weeping, a sound my training told me was a bobcat, but my gut told me was something else entirely. You see these things, you hear these things, and you learn to rationalize them. You have to, or the loneliness will eat you alive. You explain it away, you make a note, and you move on. Because nothing, in all my training or all my experience, could have prepared me for what I found on that late autumn day, in the heart of the Irish wilderness. I was on the third day of a 5-day solo patrol, a routine check on the condition of the northern loop of the Whites Creek Trail. The air was crisp, carrying the damp, loamy scent of decaying leaves. The canopy above was a riot of color: burnt orange, fiery red, and pale gold, and the low angled afternoon sun sent long, distorted shadows stretching across the forest floor. It was quiet. Too quiet. The usual chatter of squirrels and birds had fallen silent, a subtle shift in the environment that always put a ranger on edge. It's the kind of silence that means a predator is near. I slowed my pace, my hand resting on the can of bear spray on my hip, my eyes scanning the dense brush around me. That's when I felt it. It wasn't a sound or a sight, but a pull. A strange, almost magnetic compulsion to leave the marked trail and head west, deeper into a section of woods that was particularly rugged and untraveled. Every instinct, every bit of my training, screamed at me to stay on the path. Going off trail in a place like this alone is how you end up as a headline. But the feeling was overwhelming, a psychic hook that tugged at the base of my skull. Against my better judgment, I relented, telling myself I was just following a hunch, maybe checking for signs of illegal poaching. I pushed through a thicket of wild blackberry, thorns that tore at my canvas pants, my boots sinking into the soft, undisturbed earth. After another 100 yards, I saw the oak tree. It was a titan, a true old growth giant. Its trunk at least 6 feet in diameter, and its lowest branches starting 50 feet up. It was the kind of tree that felt like the anchor of the entire forest, and wrapped around its ancient, gnarled trunk was the most surreal and terrifyingly incongruous sight I have ever witnessed. It was a staircase. It wasn't a crude ladder or a set of wooden steps someone had nailed to the tree. It was a perfectly fabricated, ornate, wrought iron spiral staircase. The iron was a deep, matte black, showing no signs of rust or wear, despite the humidity of the Missouri woods. Its design was intricate, with delicate, leaf-wick patterns worked into the balusters, a stark, industrial elegance that was utterly alien to the wilderness surrounding it. It spiraled upward, hugging the trunk of the massive oak, climbing higher and higher until it disappeared into the dense canopy of leaves above. There was no treehouse, no platform visible from the ground, no sign of any structure it might lead to. It was just a staircase ascending to nowhere. My first thoughts were practical, professional. Who built this? How did they get the materials out here? It would have taken a team of men and heavy equipment, none of which could have reached this spot without cutting a massive, obvious swath through the forest. There was no such path. I walked the perimeter of the tree, my boots crunching on the leaves. There were no footprints other than my own. No discarded bolts. No scraps of metal, no sign of construction whatsoever. It was as if it had simply appeared, willed into existence. A cold, heavy dread began to settle in my stomach, a primal fear that bypassed all my training and logic. This was wrong. Deeply, fundamentally wrong. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to back away slowly, to return to the trail, to hike until I hit the road and never, ever mention what I had seen, to pretend it was a hallucination, a trick of the fatigue and the fading light. But I couldn't. My duty as a ranger was to investigate, to document. And a more powerful, more dangerous force, my own human curiosity, had taken hold. I had to know. I had to know what was at the top. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the oppressive silence. I reached out a hand, my fingers trembling slightly, and touched the railing. The iron was shockingly cold, a deep, unnatural cold that seemed to suck the warmth right out of my skin. It felt ancient and alive. Taking a deep, ragged breath that did nothing to calm me, I placed my boot on the first step. It made no sound. I took another, and then another. I was climbing. The climb was the strangest, most unnerving experience of my life. Each step I took was a silent rebellion against every survival instinct I had honed over years in the wilderness. My boots, which had crunched and snapped on every twig and stone on the forest floor, made no sound on the wrought, iron steps. It was a complete and total absorption of sound, as if the metal itself was a vacuum. The only noise was the frantic, ragged puff of my own breath and the blood roaring in my ears, a sound that grew louder and more insistent with every foot I gained in elevation. The world began to change as I ascended. The air, which had been crisp and cool with the scent of autumn, grew heavy and still. The temperature dropped noticeably, the kind of damp cellar cold that seeps into your bones. The rich, vibrant colors of the forest canopy, the reds, oranges, and golds that had been so brilliant just moments before, seemed to mute and fade. It was as if I were climbing through a grayscale filter, leaving the living, breathing world behind me. The intricate ironwork of the railing was slick and cold beneath my gripping hand, and I found myself staring at the delicate leaf, like patterns, wondering if they were leaves from a type of tree that no longer existed. About halfway up, maybe 40 feet off the ground, a wave of vertigo so powerful it nearly unseated me washed over my senses. I froze, pressing my body flat against the central column of the staircase, my eyes squeezed shut. The urge to retreat, to scramble back down to the safety of the solid earth, was a physical force. I could almost feel the soft loam and the bed of leaves under my boots. I could almost smell the familiar scent of pine and damp soil. It was the world I knew, the world that made sense. But when I opened my eyes, my gaze was fixed upward, toward the unseen top of the stairs. The strange compulsion that had drawn me from the trail was still there. Stronger now, a silent command that drowned out my fear. I had to keep going. I had to see. As I continued my ascent, the silence deepened until it was absolute. The forest wasn't just quiet, it was gone. The rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird, the hum of insects, All of it had been erased. I was in a pocket of profound nothingness, a bubble of unreality clinging to the side of an ancient tree. I risked a glance down. The forest floor seemed much farther away than it should have been, the perspective skewed and distorted, as if viewed through a warped lens. The ground looked flat and unreal, a painted backdrop. I felt a dizzying sense of detachment, as if the man climbing these stairs wasn't me, but someone I was watching from a great, safe distance. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of climbing, my head and shoulders rose above the level of the highest leaves. I had reached the top. The staircase ended in a small, circular platform, no more than 5 feet in diameter, constructed of the same matte black iron. It was completely empty. There was no structure, no shelter, no purpose. It was simply a viewing platform, offering a breathtaking and terrifying panorama of the Ozark Hills. From here, I could see for miles in every direction. The forest canopy stretched out below me like a vast, undulating green and gold ocean. The rolling hills receded into the distance, fading into a hazy blue against the horizon. It was a view no human was ever meant to see, a perspective reserved for the eagles and the hawks. I stood there for a long moment, my knuckles white where I gripped the railing, the wind cold against my face. The sheer absurdity of the situation was staggering. The effort, the resources, the sheer madness of building such a thing in such a remote place, all for a view. It made no sense. A profound sense of anti-climax washed over me, mingled with relief. It was just a staircase, a bizarre, inexplicable, and ultimately pointless folly. I had let my imagination get the better of me, spooked by old legends and the deep wood silence. I took one last look at the endless sea of trees, and was about to turn and begin the long, careful climb down when my boot scraped against the platform surface. It made a scratching sound. I looked down. Where my boot had dragged, it had scraped away a thin layer of grime and lichen, revealing a mark in the iron beneath. It wasn't a random scratch. It was a letter. Indeed, my heart, which had just begun to slow to a normal rhythm, kicked back into a frantic, hammering beat. I knelt, my knees protesting against the cold, hard iron. I used my gloved finger to rub away more of the grime. More letters appeared, forming a word. Then another. They were English words, scratched into the metal with a desperate, frantic energy. It wasn't one message, but the same phrase, carved over and over and over again, the letters overlapping in a chaotic, maddening pattern. Some of the carvings looked fresh, the lines sharp and clean. Others were worn and faint, as if they had been there for centuries. Exposed to the elements, they all said the same thing. Dion, Lo T O W. The words seemed to scream at me from the floor of the platform. A wave of pure, unadulterated terror, cold and sharp, pierced through me. It was a command, a warning, a plea from whoever else had stood on this platform. My blood ran cold. The wind, which had been a steady breeze, now seemed to whisper, to coil around me like a living thing. The air grew thick, heavy with a palpable sense of malevolence. And of course, the command had the immediate opposite effect. It was a dare, a challenge, an unbearable temptation. I had to look. Slowly, reluctantly. Fighting against every instinct, I forced myself to my feet. I gripped the railing so hard I thought the metal might bend. I shuffled to the edge of the platform, my boots trembling. I took a shuddering breath and forced my gaze downward, over the edge. The forest was gone. It wasn't there anymore. The endless sea of green and gold, the ancient hills, The very ground itself had vanished. In its place was a swirling, churning, bottomless abyss of pure black. It was not the simple black of darkness or shadow. It was a void, a pit of absolute nothingness that seemed to writhe and pulse with a life of its own. It was the color of a starless sky, the color of a dead eye, the color of utter despair. And it was not silent. A sound began to rise from the chasm, a faint whisper at first, that grew and grew into a horrifying chorus. It was a cacophony of voices, thousands of them, all whispering at once, their words just on the edge of comprehension. They were sibilant and seductive, weaving in and out of each other, promising release, promising knowledge, promising an end to all pain. I felt them brush against my mind, trying to find purchase, trying to pull me in. And with the whispers came a pull, a tangible physical force that tugged at my body, urging me to let go of the railing, to lean forward, to take that one final step into the beautiful, welcoming emptiness. I wanted to. God help me, I wanted to fall. My body trembled, caught in a terrible equilibrium between the solid iron railing under my hands and the siren call of the abyss. The whispers intensified, weaving a tapestry of temptation in my mind. They spoke of an end to struggle, an end to loneliness, an end to the quiet ache of being human. They promised a unity with the vast, silent, starless dark. It was the most seductive promise I had ever heard. My grip on the railing began to loosen. My knuckles, which had been white with tension, relaxed. I felt my weight shift forward, my body leaning out into the empty space. A strange sense of peace began to settle over me, a calm acceptance of the fall. The cacophony of voices was coalescing into a single, beautiful harmony, a lullaby for the end of everything. This is it, I thought. This is how it ends. Not with a bang, but a whisper. And then something cut through the noise. It was a smell. Faint, almost imperceptible, but sharp and real. It was the smell of wood smoke. It was the smell of my father's fireplace on a cold winter night. The smell of camping trips with my brother. The smell of the pot, bellied stove in the remote ranger cabin I used as a base. It was the smell of home, of warmth, of life. That simple sensory input was an anchor, a tether back to the world I had left behind. It was a world of pain and effort and imperfection, but it was real. The void below me was a lie. Its peace was the peace of oblivion. The spell shattered. The beautiful harmony of the whispers resolved back into a horrifying, discordant shriek. The pull of the void became a violent, hungry clawing, trying to drag me over the edge. A surge of adrenaline, pure and potent, flooded my system. It was the raw, animal instinct for self-preservation. The desperate flight response that has kept our species alive for millennia. I didn't just step back, I threw myself backward, away from the railing, sprawling onto the hard, cold iron of the platform. The impact sent a jolt of pain through my body that was exquisitely, beautifully real. I scrambled on all fours like a terrified animal, not daring to stand. I found the opening to the staircase and plunged my legs down, my feet finding the steps with clumsy, frantic haste. I didn't climb down. I fell down, my back scraping against the central pillar, my hands slipping on the railing. The silent, sound-absorbing quality of the staircase was gone. Now every step I took produced a deafening, metallic clang, a resonant bell-like toll that echoed not in the air, but inside my skull. The cold of the iron was no longer just a lack of heat. It was an active, biting cold that burned my skin through my gloves and clothes. I risked a glance upward and saw the blackness of the void, seeping over the edge of the platform like thick, black oil, beginning to pour down the spiral staircase after me. The whispers were no longer seductive. They were furious, shrieking promises of agony, spitting curses in 1,000 dead languages. I didn't look up again. I moved with a reckless speed that defied safety, my only thought to get to the bottom. My foot slipped. For a terrifying second, I was airborne. I landed hard on the steps below, my ankle twisting with a sickening crunch. Pain, white, hot and blinding, shot up my leg. I cried out, a raw, guttural sound of terror and agony. But I didn't stop. I couldn't. I half-climbed, slid the rest of the way down, the tolling of the steps and the shrieking of the void chasing me all the way. My feet hit the forest floor. The impact was jarring, but the feeling of solid, living earth beneath me was the most profound relief I have ever known. The world snapped back into existence. The colors of the forest flooded my vision. The sounds of the wilderness rushed back into my ears, and the clean, damp smell of the earth filled my lungs. I was back. I was on the ground. I didn't look back at the staircase. I couldn't bear to. I didn't know if the void was still there, or if the forest had reclaimed its place. I didn't care. I ran. I ignored the searing pain in my ankle. I ignored the trail. I ran with the wild, panic energy of a spooked deer, crashing through underbrush, stumbling over roots, driven by a terror so profound it eclipsed all other sensations. Branches whipped at my face, thorns tore at my clothes, but I didn't slow. I ran until my lungs were on fire and my legs were jelly, until the pain in my ankle was a roaring fire that consumed my entire being. I finally collapsed at the base of a sycamore tree, miles from that terrible place, and lay there, gasping for breath, my body trembling uncontrollably as the sun began to set. The rest of the patrol is a blur. I splinted my ankle as best I could and limped my way back to the trailhead, a journey that took me the better part of 2 days. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking menace. Every gust of wind sounded like a whisper. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that swirling, black abyss and felt the pull of its terrible gravity. When I finally reached my truck, I didn't file a report. What could I possibly have written? Found ornate staircase wrapped around a tree. Leads to a platform that overlooks a gateway to hell. Ankle sprained during panicked retreat. They would have sent me for a psychiatric evaluation. They would have taken my badge and my career. So I said nothing. I told my supervisor I had twisted my ankle chasing off some poachers, a plausible and unremarkable lie. But I couldn't go back. I knew I could never set foot in the Irish wilderness again. The thought of it filled me with a cold, stomach-churning dread. A few weeks later, I submitted my resignation, citing personal reasons. My colleagues were surprised, but no one questioned it too deeply. The wilderness chews people up and spits them out. It's the nature of the job. I moved away from the Ozarks. I have a desk job now, in a city where the tallest structures are made of steel and glass, and the only voids are the empty spaces between skyscrapers. But I'm not free. Some nights, I wake up in a cold sweat, the memory of the fall fresh in my mind, the whispers still echoing in the silence of my room. I can still feel the unnatural cold of that iron railing on my hands. I don't know what that staircase was. A doorway, a trap, a scar on the landscape, left by something ancient and unknowable. I only know that it is still there, deep in the heart of the Missouri woods, wrapped around that ancient oak tree. It's waiting. It's always waiting. Some things are not meant to be found, and some doors are not meant to be opened. I was lucky. I stood on the threshold of madness, looked into the abyss, and somehow, I found my way back. But a part of me never left that platform. A part of me is still falling. My name is Alistair Thorne. To the world, or at least the small fraction of it that knows me, I am a man defined by order and quiet precision. I work as a historical archivist for a university, a profession where my days are spent in the climate, controlled silence of the library's lower levels, surrounded by the dry, papery scent of aging documents. My life is a curated collection of facts, dates, and verifiable accounts. A world where every event has a footnote, and every mystery can eventually be solved by referencing the right sources. It is a safe, predictable existence. It was precisely this predictability that I sought to escape. For my 25th birthday, I felt a profound, almost desperate, need to do something elemental, something that couldn't be cataloged or filed away. I wanted to confront a reality that was raw, untamed, and utterly indifferent to human record keeping. My gaze fell upon the Tongass National Forest in Alaska. It was more than a park. It was a relic of a wilder, older world. The sheer scale of it is difficult to convey in words or maps. At nearly 17 million acres, it is a sprawling, primeval kingdom of temperate rainforest, a labyrinth of deep, glacier-carved fjords, and a silence that feels heavier and more ancient than any I had ever experienced. My plan, conceived over months of obsessive research, was a week-long solo trek to a secluded, unnamed lake nestled deep within its interior, a place few boot prints have ever marked. The preparation became an extension of my professional life, but with a thrilling, tangible purpose. I didn't just read maps, I memorized them, tracing the contour lines with my finger until the topography of the land felt imprinted on my mind. My gear was selected with meticulous care, each item weighed, tested, and justified. My backpack was a self-contained world of high-tech fabrics and lightweight alloys, a testament to modern man's ability to survive in the wild. I trained for months, building my physical endurance, believing that preparation was the ultimate shield against the unknown. I was confident, perhaps even arrogant, in my abilities. I saw the Tongass as a challenge to be met, a system to be navigated. I was wrong. The first 3 days were everything I had hoped for. A breathtaking immersion into a world of vibrant life. Stepping out of the float plane and onto the shore of the inlet where my journey began was like stepping into another dimension. The air, thick with the scent of damp earth, salt and pine, was so crisp and clean it felt like a physical substance in my lungs. The landscape was a staggering tapestry of greens and blues. The emerald of the moss-draped hemlocks, the deep teal of the water, the slate, gray of the ever-present mountains, their peaks shrouded in a perpetual mist. I felt my meticulously ordered world begin to dissolve, replaced by a sense of profound, humbling awe. On the first day, I followed a their game trail, the silence broken only by the crunch of my boots on gravel, and the occasional, piercing cry of a bald eagle soaring high overhead. I made camp by a stream so clear I could count the stones on its bed. As I filtered water for my dinner, I felt a sense of self-reliance so pure it was intoxicating. This was renal. This was meaning. The second day, I saw the tracks of a brown bear, each print larger than my outstretched hand, pressed deep into the mud near a salmon-choked stream. It was a visceral reminder that I was a guest here, a fragile creature in a land of giants. But the fear was exhilarating. A clean and understandable fear, part of the natural order. It was a danger I had prepared for. With my bear spray holstered on my hip and my knowledge of proper wilderness conduct fresh in my mind. By the third afternoon, I had climbed to a ridge that offered a panoramic view of the valley below. The forest stretched out like a vast, textured blanket, a sea of treetops rolling towards the distant, ice-blue glaciers. I sat there for over an hour, utterly alone, and yet feeling more connected than I ever had in the city. The silence was no longer just an absence of noise. It was a presence in itself, a symphony of subtle rustlings, the whisper of wind through spruce needles, the distant rush of a waterfall. I felt as though I had passed a test, that the forest had accepted me. That evening, I made camp with a deep sense of peace, convinced the hardest part of my journey was behind me. The fourth night, something changed. I had descended from the ridge into a denser, older part of the forest. I set up my tent near the edge of a stand of colossal Sitka spruce, their massive, moss-covered forms creating a nearly impenetrable wall of shadow. They were ancient sentinels, and as twilight began to bleed through the canopy, they seemed to lean in, guarding secrets I couldn't comprehend. The usual nocturnal chorus of the forest was subdued. The birdsong faded into an unnerving quiet. The air grew still and heavy, as the last vestiges of light vanished, and the world was reduced to shades of black and gray. The sound began. It was a rhythmic, metallic scraping. It was not a natural sound. It wasn't the random clatter of a rockfall or the gentle creak of a branch rubbing against another in the wind. This was deliberate. A slow, grating scrape, drag, pause. Then again, scrape, drag, pause. It echoed through the unnervingly still forest, the acoustics playing tricks, making it impossible to pinpoint the source. One moment it sounded like it was 100 yards to my left. The next, it seemed to be coming from the far side of the clearing, much farther away. I sat bolt upright in my sleeping bag, my heart beginning a low, heavy drum against my ribs. I told myself it was my city dwellers' ears, misinterpreting the unfamiliar language of the wilderness. Perhaps a porcupine gnawing on a mineral deposit on a rock. Maybe a moose or a deer dragging an antler through a stony creek bed. I clung to these rational explanations, repeating them to myself like a mantra. But the sound was too regular, too methodical. There was an unnerving quality to it, a feeling of weight and intention. It sounded like something heavy, something made of old, rusted iron, being dragged laboriously over stone. The scraping stopped. The silence that rushed in to fill the void was somehow worse. It was a listening silence. I held my breath, straining my ears, every nerve ending alight. Minutes stretched into an eternity. I was just beginning to relax, to convince myself it was over, that my mind had been playing tricks on me, when it started again. This time, it was alarmingly close, so close that I could feel a faint vibration through the ground. Scarp, dirage, puc. It was just beyond the wall of my tent, just past the line of ancient spruce trees. The sound was methodical, patient, and utterly alien to this environment. The clean, understandable fear of the bear was a distant memory, replaced by a cold, primal dread. The kind of fear that bypasses reason and speaks directly to the oldest part of the brain. The part that knows that there are things in the dark that should not be there. My hand, trembling, went for the zipper of my tent. My hand, trembling, went for the zipper of my tent. Every rational instinct, Every fiber of my being, that was still tethered to the logical world I knew, screamed at me to stay put, to remain hidden within the fragile illusion of safety that the thin nylon walls provided. But a more primal, more reckless impulse took over. It was the desperate need to know, to put a face to the fear that was threatening to consume me whole. My fingers, clumsy with adrenaline, fumbled with the small metal tab. The sound of the zipper parting the fabric was obscenely loud in the oppressive silence, a tearing sound that felt like a final, irrevocable act. I pulled the flap open, just enough to create a narrow slit, and peered out into the gathering gloom. The air that met me was cold, and carried the soot of wet stone and decay. I held my breath, my eyes struggling to adjust to the profound darkness beneath the canopy of the ancient spruce. The scraping sound had stopped again, and the forest was unnervingly still, the usual nocturnal rustlings and chirps entirely absent. It was as if every living creature for miles was holding its breath with me, cowering in the presence of something that had usurped the natural order. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the tomb like quiet. I knew I couldn't just wait here, blind and helpless. My high-powered flashlight, my supposed beacon of reason and technology, lay beside me. I grabbed it, its cold, knurled aluminum body a small comfort in my sweaty palm. With a surge of desperate courage, I pushed the tent flap wider, thrust the flashlight out into the night, and pressed the switch. A brilliant white beam cut through the darkness, impossibly bright and clean against the tangled chaos of the forest floor. I swept the light across the tree line, illuminating the gnarled roots, the thick carpets of moss, the hanging shrouds of lichen. It was all familiar, yet in my heightened state of terror, every shadow seemed to writhe with menace. Every twisted branch took on the shape of a grasping limb. I panned the light slowly, methodically, my archivist's mind trying to impose order on the chaos to conduct a systematic search. And then the light caught it. It was just a flicker of movement at the edge of the beam, a stuttering motion that was utterly wrong. I snapped the light back to the spot. It stood at the far edge of the small clearing, partially obscured by the colossal trunk of a Sitka spruce. It was tall, far taller than any man, and unnaturally gaunt, as if its frame were stretched beyond its biological limits. Its limbs were long and misshapen, moving with a lurching, disjointed gait that defied any normal anatomy. It wasn't a bear, and it most certainly wasn't human. It was a silhouette of wrongness, a stark violation of nature. As my light held it, the thing slowly, deliberately, turned its head towards me. My blood didn't just run cold. It felt as if it had turned to ice, freezing me in place. The beam of my powerful flashlight illuminated its face, and in that moment, my carefully constructed reality shattered into a million pieces. It had no face. Where there should have been eyes, a nose, a mouth, there was nothing but a smooth, pale, and utterly featureless expanse of what looked like skin. It was a perfect, horrifying blankness, like a sculptor's unfinished mannequin, yet it was undeniably looking at me. I could feel its attention, a palpable pressure that was more terrifying than any predator's glare. There was no expression to read, no malice, no curiosity, just an absolute, soul-crushing void. A strangled gasp escaped my lips, a sound I barely recognized as my own. The spell of paralysis broke, and I scrambled backward with such violence that I tore the mesh of the tent door. I fell in a heap against the back wall, my mind screaming, a silent, unending shriek of pure terror. I fumbled to zip the tent closed, my hands shaking so badly it took 3 attempts. The scraping sound started again. This time it was not in the distance. It was right outside. A slow, methodical scrape, drag that began to circle my campsite. It was the sound of the thing I had just seen, the faceless horror, dragging its rusted implement around my fragile shelter. It was an inspection, a patrol. It was defining the boundary of my prison. I lay there, curled into a fetal position, paralyzed by a fear so profound and absolute that I have never known anything like it before or since. Every scrape on the rock, every drag through the dirt, was a new wave of terror that washed over me. The thin nylon of the tent felt as utterly useless as a sheet of paper. I could hear the thing's movement, the soft crunch of its weight on the forest floor, the sheer proximity of it. My logical mind, the part of me that cataloged history and believed in evidence, was gone. It had been replaced by a primal, animalistic certainty that I was about to die. The night stretched into an abyss. Time ceased to have meaning. There was only the darkness, the cold and the sound. Scrape, drag, pause. It was a form of torture, a slow, patient dismantling of my sanity. I squeezed my eyes shut, but the image of that smooth, featureless face was burned onto the inside of my eyelids. I tried to think of home, of my quiet office, of the predictable, safe world I had so foolishly wanted to escape. It felt like a distant dream, a life lived by another person in another universe. Here, in the Tongass, there was only the creature and its relentless, rhythmic task. I began to pray, something I hadn't done since I was a small child. I prayed to a God I wasn't sure I believed in, my pleas a frantic, silent litany in my mind. I prayed for the sun. I prayed for the sound to stop. I prayed for it all to be a hallucination, a stress-induced nightmare brought on by solitude and exhaustion. But I knew it was real. The vibration through the ground was real. The cold dread that had sunk into my bones was real. Hours passed. The scraping never wavered in its rhythm. It was the sound of an ancient, tireless duty being performed. I thought about the bear spray on my belt. I thought about the small camp knife in my pack. How could I possibly fight something that had no face to spray, no eyes to blind, no body that seemed to obey the normal rules of biology? The thought of confronting it again was so terrifying that my breath hitched in my throat. Then, just as the blackness of the sky began to soften into the deep, bruised purple of pre-dawn, it stopped. The sudden, absolute silence was as shocking as the noise had been. I lay perfectly still, my ears ringing, every muscle in my body coiled tight. I waited for the scraping to begin again, for the final terrifying conclusion to the night's ordeal. But there was nothing. Only the faint, hesitant chirp of a single bird testing the new day. I didn't sleep. I didn't move. I waited, listening to the forest slowly, cautiously, come back to life around me. I waited until the sun was fully up, until bright, golden shafts of light were piercing the canopy and illuminating the interior of my tent. Only then, with the full, undeniable light of day as my witness, did I dare to once again reach for the zipper. My hand, shaking with a palsy born of sheer terror and exhaustion, once again reached for the zipper. This time, the sound it made was different. In the full, unforgiving light of day, it wasn't a tear in the silence, but a small, insignificant noise, swallowed by the vastness of the forest. I pulled the flap aside, squinting into the morning glare. My body braced for an attack that my logical mind, now flickering back to life, told me was over. The scene that greeted me was one of quiet, methodical devastation. My campfire from the previous night was a circle of cold, black stones. My pack, which I had left just outside the tent door, was untouched. But the ground around my tent was a ruin. Deep. Parallel gouges were carved into the earth and rock, forming a near-perfect circle around my small shelter. They were not the tracks of any animal I knew or had ever read about. They were unnervingly straight, as if a farmer had dragged a heavy, two-pronged plow through the wilderness, tilling the very bedrock. The sheer force required to leave such marks in the stony ground was immense. The circle was complete, a perimeter of violation, with my tent at its epicenter. My eyes followed the scarred earth, and then I saw it. Lying half, hidden in the damp moss, glinting with a dull, metallic sheen in a stray beam of sunlight, was the source of the night's auditory torture. It was a long, dark piece of iron, pitted and flaked with rust, that stained the green moss around it a sickly orange. It was at least 5 feet long, thick as my wrist at one end and tapering to a wicked, flattened point at the other. It looked like a piece of something much larger, broken off long ago. The shape was archaic, brutal. It reminded me of the whaling implements I had seen in maritime museums, the head of an old, rusted harpoon, a tool for killing giants in the deep. For a single, insane moment, the archivist in me surfaced. A flicker of professional curiosity sparked in the back of my mind. I found myself wanting to examine it, to photograph it, to document its location and characteristics. What was it? How old was it? What could possibly be dragging it through this remote wilderness? But that flicker of curiosity was instantly extinguished by a tidal wave of memory. The image of the tall, lurching figure and its smooth, featureless face. This was its tool. This was what it had dragged around my tent all night. The academic impulse vanished, replaced by a singular, overwhelming command that screamed from the deepest part of my soul, flee. I didn't stay to investigate further. I didn't even stop to make coffee. My meticulous packing routine, a source of pride and comfort just days before, was abandoned in a frenzy of pure panic. I crammed my sleeping bag into its sack, without rolling it, shoved my stove and fuel canister into my pack, and threw everything else in after them. My hands were clumsy, my movements jerky and uncoordinated. Every few seconds, I would freeze, my head snapping up to scan the silent, watching trees. The forest was no longer a place of beauty and wonder. It had transformed into a cage. The towering spruce were the bars. The dense undergrowth was the wall, and the oppressive silence was the warden. I felt its gaze on me, the same palpable pressure I had felt when its blank face turned towards me in the flashlight beam. I knew, with a certainty that defied logic, that it was still out there, somewhere in the shadows, watching me. With my pack clumsily secured, I took one last look at the violated campsite, the circle of gouged earth, and the rusted harpoon head lying like a relic from some forgotten, violent age. I didn't take a picture. I wanted no record of this place. I wanted only to erase it from my life. I turned my back on it and began to hike, my compass in hand, pointing me back the way I had come. My plan of reaching the secluded lake was a forgotten fantasy, a foolish dream from a life I no longer lived. I hiked for 12 hours straight. I did not stop for food or for water. Surviving on the adrenaline that coursed through my veins like a potent drug, the journey that had taken me nearly 4 days to complete on the way in, I now attempted to retrace in a single, desperate push. The Tongass, which had seemed so majestic and welcoming, now felt actively hostile. Every rustle of leaves was the creature's lurching gait. Every shadow that flickered at the edge of my vision was its gaunt form. The call of a raven sounded like a mocking laugh. The clean, crisp air now felt heavy, thick with a malevolence that I could almost taste. My body screamed in protest. My muscles burned, my feet blistered, and my lungs ached with the strain. But I ignored it all. The physical pain was nothing compared to the psychological torment. My mind was a looping nightmare of the scraping sound and the blank face. I pushed myself onward, fueled by a terror that was more powerful than any physical exhaustion. I stumbled over roots, slipped on wet stones, and clawed my way through thickets of Devil's Club, the thorns tearing at my clothes and skin, but I barely noticed. Late in the afternoon, utterly spent, I collapsed at the base of a tree. As I sat there, gasping for air, the full weight of the experience crashed down on me. I was Alastair Thorne, a man of facts, of history, of verifiable sources. I had just encountered something that had no place in my world. No entry in any book, no explanation in any science. The encounter had torn a hole in the fabric of my reality, and I could feel my sanity fraying at the edges. I began to weep, not out of sadness, but out of a profound sense of dislocation and fear. I was a stranger in my own life. The sound of my own sobbing shocked me back into action. I couldn't afford to break down. Not here. I got to my feet, my body screaming, and forced myself to continue. Finally, as the sun began to set, casting long, menacing shadows across the trail, I saw it. Through a break in the trees, I caught the glint of painted metal and glass. My car. The sight was so jarring, so alien in this primeval landscape, that I stopped and stared. It was a symbol of everything I had left behind: order, safety, technology, sanity. I broke into a stumbling run, crashing through the last 100 yards of forest and bursting out onto the small gravel pool off where I had left it. I fumbled for my keys, my shaking hands making it difficult to fit the key into the lock. The click of the door unlocking was the sweetest sound I had ever heard. I threw my pack into the passenger seat, slid behind the wheel, and slammed the door shut. I locked it. Then I locked it again. I didn't start the engine right away. I just sat there, my forehead resting on the steering wheel, my body trembling uncontrollably, taking deep, ragged breaths of the stale, familiar air inside the car. I looked in the rearview mirror at the dark, impenetrable wall of trees I had just emerged from. It looked exactly as it had when I had arrived, a beautiful, silent expanse of wilderness. There was no sign of the horror it contained. I never told anyone the full story of what happened on that trip. I filed a report with the Park Service, citing a close encounter with an aggressive bear as my reason for cutting the trip short. It was a lie, but it was a believable lie. How could I possibly explain the truth? They would have thought I was insane, and part of me feared they might be right. I returned to my life, to my quiet office and my silent archives. But something is broken. The order feels fragile. Now, the silence of the library oppressive. My world of verifiable facts has been contaminated by an impossible memory. Sometimes, in the dead of night, when the city is quiet and I am alone with my thoughts, I can still hear it. That rhythmic, metallic scraping. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that there are things in the ancient forests of the world that are not on any map, things that have no name, and that they are best left utterly and completely undisturbed. My name is Willow. For the better part of a decade, that name was attached to a title on a business card, an email signature, and a cubicle nameplate. Willow Thompson, Junior Financial Analyst. It was a life measured in spreadsheets and quarterly reports, a safe, predictable existence that had slowly begun to feel like a gilded cage. The dream that kept me going through the monotonous hum of the office, air, conditioning was the Appalachian Trail. It wasn't just a hike, it was a pilgrimage, a 200-mile-long promise of liberation, the idea of a through hike, of carrying everything I needed on my back and measuring my days in miles and mountains, instead of minutes and meetings, had taken root in my soul and grown into an obsession. After years of meticulous saving, planning, and training on weekends, I finally traded my sensible office shoes for a pair of sturdy, broken-in hiking boots. I quit my job, sold my car, and stood at the southern terminus on Springer Mountain, Georgia, with a heart full of a terrifying, exhilarating freedom. The first few weeks were a blur of sore muscles, new faces, and breathtaking vistas. I found my trail legs, learned the delicate art of packing and repacking my bag to perfection, and fell into the simple, grounding rhythm of the trail walk. Eat, sleep, repeat. By the time I crossed into Tennessee and entered the vast, ancient expanse of the Cherokee National Forest, I was no longer an analyst playing dress up. I was a hiker. The trail had stripped away the non-essential, leaving a tougher, more resilient version of myself. This section of the trail was renowned for its beauty and its ruggedness, a place where the mountains felt older and wilder. The trees, towering oaks, poplars, and hickories, formed a dense canopy that dappled the forest floor in a perpetual twilight. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, pine, and decaying leaves. For days, my only companions were the chattering of squirrels, the distant call of a hawk, and the steady, rhythmic crunch of my boots on the path. I was in a state of blissful solitude, feeling more at home in my one-person tent than I ever had in my two-bedroom apartment. It began subtly, so subtly that I almost didn't notice it. It wasn't a sound or a sight, but a shift in the atmosphere, a change in the pressure of the air around me. It was the feeling of a gaze resting on you in a crowded room, only there was no room, and there was no crowd. It started as a faint prickling on the back of my neck as I navigated a tricky section of switchbacks. I stopped, pulling my water bottle from its side pocket as an excuse to scan the woods behind me. Nothing. Just the dense, indifferent green of the forest. I shook my head, taking a long drink. Trail paranoia, I muttered to myself. It was a known phenomenon. A trick of the mind that solitude and exhaustion can play on even the most seasoned hikers. Your senses become so heightened in the wilderness that they start inventing stimuli to fill the silence. I told myself to ignore it, but it didn't go away. Over the next 2 days, the feeling grew from a faint prickle into a persistent, heavy weight. It was like walking through water, a constant, unseen resistance. I found myself stopping more frequently, my hand hovering near the canister of bear, clipped to my pack's hip belt. Each time, the result was the same: an empty trail stretching out behind me, a silent forest that seemed to hold its breath. The silence itself became unnerving. I started to notice that when the feeling was at its strongest, the usual forest chorus would fade away. The birds would stop singing. The insects would cease their chirping. All I could hear was the thudding of my own heart and the whisper of the wind through the leaves. A whisper that sometimes sounded like it was forming a word I couldn't quite understand. I tried to reason with myself. It was a mountain lion, perhaps stalking me from a distance. The thought was terrifying, but it was a known, tangible danger. I knew the protocol: make myself look big, make noise. But this felt different. It didn't feel predatory in an animalistic way. It felt intelligent. It felt patient. One afternoon, I stopped to rest on a fallen log, overlooking a deep ravine. As I ate a handful of trail mix, the feeling washed over me, stronger than ever before. It was so intense it was almost physical, like a pair of hands hovering inches from my shoulders. My head snapped up, and I scanned the opposite ridge, my eyes tracing the line of trees. For a moment, I saw a flicker of movement, a patch of darkness that detached itself from the shadows and then melted back in. It was too far to see any detail, but it was upright. It was bipedal. It wasn't a bear or a deer. My blood ran cold. I scrambled to my feet, abandoning my snack. I packed my things with trembling hands and pushed on, my pace now bordering on a frantic, clumsy run. The feeling of being watched followed me, a silent, invisible shadow that dogged my every step. I knew then, with a certainty that defied all logic, that I was not alone in those woods, and that whatever was watching me was not just a figment of my imagination. That evening, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple, I knew I had to make camp. I was exhausted, my nerves frayed to the point of breaking. I chose a spot near a small, clear stream, the sound of the running water, a flimsy shield against the oppressive silence I had come to dread. As I was pulling my tent from its stuffed sack, I looked up, my gaze drawn to the other side of the stream, about 30 yards away. And that's when I saw him. He was standing just at the edge of the tree line, partially obscured by the deep shadows of a massive hemlock. He was tall, unnaturally so, and gaunt, his frame looking like a collection of sharp angles beneath old, ragged clothes that seemed to hang off him. His hair was long, dark, and matted, and a wild, unkempt beard covered the lower half of his face. But it was his stillness that was the most terrifying. He didn't move a muscle, not even to blink. He just stood there, a statue carved from shadow and malice, and his eyes, even from that distance, I could feel them, were fixed on me with an unnerving, predatory intensity. A wave of pure, primal dread washed over me, so powerful it almost buckled my knees. I gave a weak, involuntary wave, a pathetic gesture of appeasement. He didn't respond. He just stood there, watching. My wave hung in the air between us, a stupid, useless gesture. The man's expression didn't change. His eyes, two dark pits in the shadow of his brow, remained locked on me. The primal part of my brain screamed at me to run, to leave everything and just bolt into the woods. But the logical part, the part that had survived this long, knew that was a death sentence. To run into the darkening forest without a light or any of my gear was suicide. My hands, slick with a cold sweat, fumbled with the tent poles. I forced myself to continue setting up my camp, my movements jerky and inefficient. I didn't dare look up again, but I didn't have to. I could feel his gaze on me, like a physical weight, pressing down on my shoulders, prickling the skin on my arms. The simple act of staking the tent felt monumental. Each push of a stake into the ground, an act of defiance against the paralysis that threatened to consume me. I abandoned any thought of making a fire or cooking dinner. The moment the tent was standing, I threw my pack inside and scrambled in after it, yanking the zipper closed with a rasp that sounded deafeningly loud in the twilight. I zipped the rainfly shut as well, plunging my world into a dark, claustrophobic nylon cocoon. I was hidden, but I didn't feel safe. The thin fabric of the tent felt as protective as a sheet of paper. I sat there in the dark, my back pressed against my pack, my knees drawn up to my chest, straining my ears to hear over the frantic pounding of my own blood. The gurgling of the stream, which I had chosen for its comforting sound, now seemed menacing, a constant noise that could be masking other, more threatening sounds. For what felt like an eternity, there was nothing. Just the water and my own ragged breathing. I started to wonder if I had imagined him, if the paranoia had finally conjured a full-blown hallucination. Maybe he had seen me and simply moved on. But I knew that was a lie. The feeling of being watched hadn't lessened. If anything, it had intensified. It was now focused on the tiny, fragile dome of my tent. Then I heard it. A soft splash. My heart leaped into my throat. It was the sound of a foot stepping into the stream. Then another splash. Closer this time. He was crossing the water. He was coming to my side. I held my breath, every muscle in my body tensed. I squeezed my eyes shut, as if not seeing would make me invisible. I heard the soft crunch of his footsteps on the gravelly bank of the stream, then on the soft earth of the forest floor. They were slow, heavy, and deliberate. A twig snapped, impossibly loud. The footsteps grew closer, circling my tent. It was a slow, leisurely patrol, the walk of a predator that knows its prey is trapped. I fumbled in the dark for my headlamp, my fingers finally closing around its plastic casing. I didn't turn it on. I didn't want to see the silhouette of his feet through the thin nylon wall, just inches from my head. I also grabbed my bear spray, my thumb resting on the safety clip. It was a pathetic weapon against a human, but it was all I had. Then the footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the sound. I knew he was standing right outside, just on the other side of the fabric. I could almost feel his presence, a cold spot in the air. My mind reeled, painting horrific pictures of what he might do, of a knife slicing through the tent wall, of a hand reaching in to grab me. Time stretched and warped. Seconds felt like minutes, minutes like hours, and then he began to hum. It was a strange guttural sound, a tuneless, repetitive melody that seemed to rise up from deep within his chest. It wasn't a song I recognized. It was more like a series of discordant notes strung together in a disturbing, looping pattern. The sound vibrated through the ground, a low, menacing thrum that I could feel in my bones. It was the most terrifying sound I had ever heard, a sound of pure madness that echoed in the enclosed space of the tent. He hummed, and I sat there, a statue of fear, tears streaming silently down my face. I was completely, utterly helpless. I don't know how long I sat there, listening to that awful sound. I must have drifted into a state of shock, because the next thing I knew, the first gray light of dawn was filtering through the tent fabric. The humming had stopped. The silence was absolute. For a long time, I didn't move. I was too afraid. What if he was still out there, just waiting for me to emerge? But the need to escape, to get away from this place, finally overrode the fear. With a shaking hand, I slowly, carefully unzipped a tiny portion of the rainfly, just enough to peek out. He was gone. The small clearing was empty. The only sign that anyone had been there was a single, deep footprint in the soft mud near the stream. It was large, much larger than my own. A wave of adrenaline-fueled urgency washed over me. I didn't bother with breakfast or coffee. I crammed my sleeping bag and pad into their stuff, sacks with violent, desperate shoves. I rolled up the tent without any care, not even bothering to shake the dirt off. In less than 5 minutes, my pack was on my back, and I was on the trail, my legs pumping, my lungs burning. I didn't just walk, I ran. I stumbled over roots and rocks, not caring. My only thought to put as much distance as possible between myself and that campsite. I didn't stop until I reached the next shelter, a small, 3-sided lean to nearly 10 miles away, where I collapsed in a heap, gasping for air, a profound sense of relief washing over me at the sight of the other hikers camped there. I was safe for now. The shelter was occupied by 3 other hikers, a young, cheerful couple who introduced themselves as Ben and Chloe, and an older man with a weathered face and a long gray beard, whose trail name was Silas. They were sitting around a small, crackling fire, and they looked up in surprise as I practically fell into the clearing. My wild-eyed, disheveled appearance must have been alarming, because Ben immediately stood up. "Well, are you okay?" he asked, his friendly face etched with concern. I couldn't speak at first, just nodded, leaning heavily on my trekking poles as I gasped for breath. Chloe offered me her water bottle, and I drank from it gratefully, the cool liquid soothing my raw throat. When I finally caught my breath, the story came tumbling out of me in a frantic, disjointed torrent. I told them about the persistent feeling of being watched, the flicker of movement on the ridge, and finally, the gaunt, silent man by the stream. As I described the night in the tent, the footsteps, the awful, tuneless humming, I started to shake again. The terror of the previous night as fresh as if it were happening all over again. Ben and Chloe exchanged worried glances, their expressions a mixture of pity and disbelief. I could see them trying to find a rational explanation. Maybe it was a local eccentric, a homeless person, or just another hiker who was bad at social cues. They were trying to be kind, to soothe the hysterical woman who had stumbled into their camp. But their explanations felt hollow, unable to account for the depth of the dread I had felt. Silas, however, remained silent throughout my telling. He just sat on his log, poking the fire with a stick, his gaze fixed on the flames. He didn't look at me once, but I could tell he was listening intently to every word. When I finished, my voice trailing off into a shaky whisper, the clearing was quiet save for the crackle of the fire. Ben and Chloe offered me some of their dinner, but I couldn't eat. Finally, Silas looked up from the fire, his pale blue eyes meeting mine. His face was grim. "You saw the lurker," he said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. It wasn't a question, it was a statement of fact. "The what?" Chloe asked, her brow furrowed. "The lurker of the Smokies," Silas repeated, his gaze still locked on me. "He's a phantom. A trail legend, some say. But those of us who have been out here long enough know the legends are born from something real." He took a slow breath, and the air around the fire seemed to grow colder. "The stories are all the same. He preys on solo hikers mostly. He'll follow you for days, always just out of sight. You'll feel him before you see him. A cold spot on the trail, the woods go quiet, just like you said." My heart hammered against my ribs. He was describing my experience exactly. He hummed. I stammered. This horrible, tuneless song. Silas nodded slowly, a deep, knowing sadness in his eyes. The humming. That's his mark. Some say he never gets too close, that he just watches, that he feeds on the fear. Others aren't so lucky. People go missing on this trail, more than the Park Service likes to admit. They blame it on accidents, on people getting lost. But sometimes, they find a campsite just like you described yours. Packed up in a hurry. Everything left behind except the person. A chill that had nothing to do with the evening air crept down my spine. Who is he? What is he? I asked, my voice barely audible. No one knows for sure, Silas said, looking back into the fire. Some say he's the ghost of a hiker who went mad from solitude and starved to death out here in the 1970s. They say he's cursed to wander the trail, forever hungry, drawn to the life and warmth of others. Others say he's something much older than that. Something that was here long before the trail was cut. A spirit of the mountains themselves. A genius, Losi, that doesn't take kindly to trespassers. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. Whatever he is, he's a bad omen. You were lucky to get away. Very lucky. I didn't sleep that night. Despite the safety of the shelter and the company of others, I lay in my sleeping bag, staring up at the wooden beams of the lean-to, listening to the sounds of the forest. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a fresh jolt of fear through me. The comforting sounds of the wilderness had been twisted into something menacing. Silas's words echoed in my mind. I had escaped, but the experience had left an indelible mark on me. I finished my through hike. I walked the remaining 1,000+ miles to Mount Katahdin in Maine. But the joy was gone. The solitude I had once craved now felt threatening. I found myself hiking in close proximity to other people, camping only at crowded shelters. My eyes constantly scanning the tree line. The feeling of being watched never completely went away. Sometimes, even now, years later, and back in the supposed safety of the city, I'll feel it, a prickling on the back of my neck. As I walk down a quiet street at night, a sudden chill in a silent room. And I know, with a certainty that freezes my soul, that there are things in this world, things that walk the lonely paths, that are not quite human. And they are always watching. I don't know who or what I saw in the Cherokee National Forest, but I know that he was real, and I know that a part of me never truly left those woods. It's still there, in that hastily abandoned campsite by the stream, listening for the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps in a strange, tuneless melody in the dark. My name is Victor, and for as long as I can remember, the dark, silent places of the earth have called to me. It's a strange passion, I admit. While others seek the sun, I find my solace in the deep, geological pulse of the world, in caverns and chasms untouched by light for millennia. This isn't just a weekend hobby, it's a discipline. I consider myself a speleologist, and my life revolves around the systematic exploration and mapping of these subterranean worlds. With me on this particular expedition were my two closest friends and trusted partners in exploration, Liam and Sam. Liam was our leader, the driving force behind our little trio. He had the kind of infectious, almost reckless enthusiasm that could convince you to rappel into a black abyss with nothing more than a gut feeling and a grin. He was a phenomenal climber, with a wiry strength and an uncanny ability to read the rock, to find holds where it seemed none existed. His obsession was the thrill of the unknown, of being the first human feet to tread on ground that had lain dormant since the dawn of time. Sam, on the other hand, was our anchor to reality. He was the meticulous, cautious one, our gear master and tech wizard. He could field, strip, and reassemble a rebreather in total darkness, could calculate rope tension with unnerving accuracy, and was the one who always insisted on triple, checking every knot and carabiner. Where Liam saw glory, Sam saw variables and potential points of failure. We often joked that Liam kept us moving forward, while Sam was the one who made sure we could move back. Together, we made a balanced team, our skills and personalities meshing to cover each other's weaknesses. Our target for this trip was a remote, wild cave system in the heart of the Daniel Boone National Forest in Kentucky. The region is a world-renowned hotspot for karst topography, a landscape riddled with sinkholes, underground streams, and vast, labyrinthine cave networks. This specific system, which we had unofficially dubbed the Whispering Labyrinth, was largely unmapped. We had made several trips before, charting the initial passages, but Liam was convinced a major discovery was just beyond our reach. His research suggested a potential connection to a lower, older system, a theory based on subtle air currents. He'd felt deep within the cave, faint whispers of a vast, open space, breathing in the darkness. The expedition began like any other. The drive into the forest was a descent into isolation. Paved roads gave way to gravel, then to a rutted dirt track that scraped the undercarriage of Sam's long-suffering pickup truck. The air, thick and humid with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, clung to us the moment we stepped out of the vehicle. The symphony of cicadas was a constant, deafening hum, a wall of sound that seemed to press in from the dense, emerald canopy. It was a 2-hour hike from the truck to the cave entrance, a grueling trek with heavy packs laden with ropes, climbing gear, survey equipment, and supplies for 3 days underground. The entrance to the Whispering Labyrinth wasn't dramatic, no gaping maw on a hillside. It was a simple, dark fissure at the base of a moss-covered limestone outcrop, partially hidden by ferns. To the uninitiated, it would look like nothing more than an animal den. To us, it was a doorway to another world. The initial descent was familiar territory. We moved with practiced efficiency, rigging our ropes and descending into the cool, damp air of the upper passages. The world of the sun, with its oppressive heat and noise, vanished behind us, replaced by the profound, echoing silence of the cave, broken only by the drip of water and the crunch of our boots on the gravel floor. For hours, we navigated passages we had previously mapped, our headlamps cutting sharp, white cones through the absolute blackness. The beams danced across familiar formations, flowstone that looked like frozen waterfalls, delicate soda straws hanging from the ceiling, and stout columns that joined floor to roof. But Liam pushed us onward, deeper than we had ever gone before, toward a section where the passage narrowed dramatically. This was the spot from his last solo reconnaissance trip. "This is it," he said, his voice echoing slightly, filled with a triumphant excitement. "The draft is stronger here. I'm telling you, this is the way through." He pointed to a low, tight crawlspace that looked less like a passage and more like a crack. It was a formidable obstacle, a horizontal squeeze that would require us to inch forward on our bellies, pushing our packs ahead of us. Sam shone his light into the opening, his expression a mixture of skepticism and professional concern. "We call that the grinder, for a reason, Liam," he muttered, tapping a loose, looking rock near the entrance. "It's tight, and the rock is friable. If this thing shifts while we're in it, it won't shift." Liam cut in, his confidence unwavering. "It's been stable for 1,000 years. It'll be stable for one more afternoon." This is the price of admission, boys. First rights to a whole new world. I felt a familiar knot of apprehension tighten in my stomach. I trusted Liam's instincts, but Sam's caution was a powerful counterweight. Squeezes like this were a caver's worst nightmare. It wasn't just the claustrophobia, the feeling of tons of rock pressing in on you from all sides. It was the helplessness. If anything went wrong, there was no quick way out. You couldn't turn around. You could only go forward or back, one painful inch at a time. Liam, naturally, went first. We watched as he wriggled into the opening, his body disappearing into the darkness until only his kicking feet were visible. His voice came back to us, muffled and distant. It opens up a bit after the first 10 feet. It's tight, but it goes. Come on. I was next. Taking a deep breath, I got on my stomach and began to push myself into the grinder. The rock was instantly suffocating. It pressed against my back and chest, forcing the air from my lungs in short, sharp gasps. My helmet scraped against the ceiling, sending a shower of grit and dust into my face. The only sounds were my own ragged breathing, the frantic beat of my heart in my ears, and the scraping of my gear against the stone. It was a primal, terrifying experience, a feeling of being swallowed by the earth. Every inch was a struggle, a battle against the unyielding rock. After what felt like an eternity, I felt the pressure ease. I pulled myself forward and tumbled out into a small antechamber, my body screaming with relief. Liam was there, his face split by a wide grin, his headlamp illuminating the space. "See, not so bad," he said cheerfully. I just glared at him, catching my breath. A few minutes later, Sam emerged, looking even less amused than I was. But our ordeal was immediately forgotten. Liam was pointing his light past us, toward another opening. This one was different. It was a tall, narrow slit in the rock, and from it, we could feel a distinct, cool breeze. It was the draft, but stronger than ever. The air smelled different, too. Cleaner, fresher, with an odd, ozonic tang. We moved to the opening and peered through. What we saw stole our breath. We had emerged onto a wide ledge overlooking a chamber of impossible scale. It wasn't a cave, it was a subterranean cathedral. Our headlamps, powerful as they were, couldn't find the far walls or the ceiling. The beams simply vanished into an immense, silent blackness. From the darkness below came the gentle, musical sound of running water. Struck, we rigged a rappel and descended from the ledge. We landed on a floor of smooth, damp sand. A small, crystal, clear stream, the source of the sound, meandered through the center of the vast space. We stood there for a long moment, simply turning in circles, our lights painting fleeting, spectacular pictures on the colossal formations that surrounded us. Massive stalactites, thick as ancient trees, hung from the unseen ceiling high above. Stalagmites rose from the floor to meet them, some forming complete columns that soared up into the darkness like the pillars of a forgotten temple. The air was still and cool, and the silence was absolute, a profound quiet that felt ancient and sacred. "We did it," Liam whispered, his voice filled with a reverence I had rarely heard from him. "Victor, Sam, we're the first. The very first." The feeling was euphoric. This was the dream of every caver. A virgin cave, a massive, undiscovered chamber, a place of staggering, pristine beauty. It was a geological masterpiece, hidden from the world for aeons, and we were its first witnesses. We began to unpack our survey equipment, our movements slow and deliberate, as if we were afraid to disturb the sanctity of the place. Sam set up the laser distance meter, preparing to take the first measurements that would put this incredible place on a map. I took out my camera, wanting to capture the sheer magnificence of our discovery. It was as we were setting up, our initial adrenaline fueled, excitement giving way to a more focused sense of purpose, that I noticed something on the far wall of the chamber, something my light had brushed past moments before. "Liam, Sam, over there," I said, my voice barely a whisper, not wanting to break the profound silence. I kept my headlamp beam fixed on the spot. On the wall. "Do you see that?" Liam and Sam turned, their own beams joining mine, converging on a section of the chamber wall about 50 yards away. At this distance, it was indistinct. Just a series of strange, vertical patterns that seemed different from the natural, water-carved textures of the surrounding limestone. The initial thrill of discovery had been so overwhelming that we had focused only on the grandeur of the space itself. Now, this subtle anomaly drew our attention like a magnet. Liam, ever the adventurer, was the first to move. "Let's get a closer look," he said, his voice now laced with a new kind of excitement, the thrill of a mystery. We crossed the sandy floor, the gentle gurgle of the stream the only accompaniment to our footsteps. As we drew closer, the patterns on the wall began to resolve into definite shapes, and the air grew thick with a sense of profound antiquity. These were not natural formations. They were carvings. Intricate, deliberate, and impossibly ancient. They were spread across a massive, flat face of rock, covering an area at least 30 feet wide and 15 feet high. A thin, shimmering layer of calcite coated them, the mineral deposits of centuries of dripping water, giving them a ghostly, translucent sheen. This was not the work of modern vandals. This was something that had been here, hidden in the absolute darkness, for an unimaginable length of time. We stood before the wall in stunned silence, our lights tracing the lines of the petroglyphs. The figures depicted were utterly alien. They were humanoid in basic form, with a head, a torso, 2 arms, and 2 legs. But the proportions were nightmarishly wrong. Their limbs were unnaturally elongated and thin, like the legs of a spider, bent at impossible angles. Their heads were oversized and perfectly spherical, and where a face should be, there were only 2 large, deeply inscribed circles for eyes. They had no other features, no nose, no mouth, just those blank, staring orbs. The mural depicted these strange beings in a variety of bizarre poses. Some seemed to be dancing, their long limbs intertwined in a chaotic, fluid motion. Others were shown in what looked like a hunting scene, holding long, spear-like objects, though there was no prey depicted. A few of the figures were carved in a way that made them seem to be floating or suspended in mid-air, untethered to any ground. The artistry was primitive yet possessed a disturbing dynamism. There was a sense of motion, of life, captured in the cold stone. "What in God's name?" Sam breathed, his usual composure completely gone. He reached out a hand as if to touch one of the carvings, but stopped himself, his fingers hovering inches from the calcite-coated surface. This is impossible. Prehistoric, but the style is like nothing I've ever seen. Not Native American, not anything." He was right. We had all seen examples of ancient cave art before, both in books and in person. The majestic bison of Lascaux, the hand stencils of Chavet. This was different. Those were depictions of the known world, animals, hunters, symbols of life. This felt like a window into another reality, a record of things that had no place in the sunlit world above. The beauty of the chamber, which had so captivated us just moments before, now seemed to recede, replaced by a creeping, oppressive dread. The vast, silent darkness around us no longer felt empty, it felt watchful. My gaze was drawn to the center of the mural, to the largest and most detailed of the carvings. It was the clear focal point of the entire piece, and as my light settled on it, a wave of cold, primal fear washed over me, so intense it was almost nauseating. This carving was different from the others. It was a scene of explicit violence. It depicted one of the elongated, round-eyed figures standing over a second form. This second form was rendered with horrifying clarity. It was unmistakably human. The proportions were correct, the limbs stout and muscular, the head normally shaped. The human figure was lying on its back, its arms thrown wide in a posture of surrender or death, and the tall, spindly creature standing over it held a long, sharp object, like a shard of flint or obsidian, clutched in its three-fingered hand. The object was positioned directly over the human's chest. There was no ambiguity. It was a depiction of a sacrifice, or an execution, or something worse. The euphoria of our discovery curdled into pure terror. We had stumbled upon something ancient and deeply profane. This was not a gallery of art. It was a temple, a place of ritual dedicated to these monstrous beings. The sacred feeling we'd had upon entering the chamber was real, but we had misunderstood its nature. This place was sacred to them. We were trespassers, defiling their holy ground with our lights and our presence. The silence of the cave pressed in on me, heavy and suffocating. Every drip of water sounded like a footstep. Every shadow seemed to wreath just at the edge of my vision. "We need to leave," I said, my voice tight and strained. "Now." Sam nodded vigorously, his eyes wide with fear, still fixed on the sacrificial scene. Yes, let's go. Pack it up." Even Liam, the fearless leader, had lost his bravado. The color had drained from his face, and his usual confident grin was replaced by a thin, grim line. "Victor's right," he said, his voice low. "Survey's off. We pack our gear, and we get out of here." Quietly, there was no argument. The shared, unspoken understanding was absolute. The mission was over. Our only goal now was to escape. We turned our backs on the horrifying mural and moved back towards the center of the chamber where we had left our packs. Our movements were no longer slow and reverent, but hurried and clumsy. We fumbled with our equipment, stuffing ropes and carabiners into our packs with trembling hands. Every second felt like an hour. The immense darkness of the cathedral, like chambers, seemed to be closing in, the unseen ceiling lowering upon us. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched by those great, circular eyes from the mural. We were just cinching the last straps on our packs, ready to make for the rappel line back to the ledge, when we heard it. The sound cut through the silence and stopped us dead in our tracks. It was a low, chittering, clicking sound. It was wet and guttural, like insects chirping through a mouthful of fluid. It was a sound that had no business being in a place of stone and water. It was organic, alive, and it was coming from the darkness ahead of us, somewhere between us and our escape route. We froze, our blood turning to ice. We stood shoulder to shoulder, a tight, terrified triangle, and slowly, as one, we raised our headlamps, pointing them in the direction of the sound. 3 beams of bright, white light sliced through the blackness, searching. For a moment, there was nothing but the damp rock of the passage wall. Then, the beams found them. A pair of large, glowing, circular eyes. They weren't a reflection from a rock or a trick of the light. They were self-luminous, shining with a soft, pale, internal phosphorescence. They were about 3 feet off the ground, perfectly round, and they stared at us with an unnerving, unblinking intensity. They were the exact eyes from the carvings. My mind refused to process what I was seeing. It was a hallucination, a stress-induced phantom, brought on by the disturbing images on the wall. It had to be. But then the chittering sound came again, louder this time, and from the darkness just below the eyes, a shape began to resolve itself. A long, spindly limb, impossibly thin, shifted into the edge of our light. The thing let out a sound that was no longer a chitter, but a high-pitched, piercing shriek. It was a sound of fury, of a violated space. It was the shriek of something ancient and territorial that had been disturbed from a long slumber. As the shriek echoed through the vast chamber, we saw a flash of impossibly fast movement. The eyes and the limb vanished, darting back into the absolute darkness of a side passage we hadn't even noticed before. We didn't wait to see what it was. We didn't scream. The fear was too deep for that. It was a pure animal instinct that took over. We turned and ran, scrambling for the rope that led up to the ledge and the grinder, our only way out. The thought of going back through that suffocatingly tight passage had terrified me. On the way in was now our only hope, our only salvation. We just had to get to it before the thing from the darkness decided to come after us. The flight or fight response is a funny thing. You read about it in textbooks, you understand it on an intellectual level, but you can never truly comprehend its power until it takes over. For us, in that moment, there was no fight. There was only flight. A pure, unreasoning, all-consuming need to escape. We didn't run with grace. We scrambled. We fell. We clawed our way across the sandy floor towards the dangling rope that was our only lifeline to the upper passage. The vast chamber, which had seemed so beautiful, was now a tomb, and that high-pitched shriek was its funeral dirge, echoing endlessly in the suffocating darkness. Liam reached the rope first. With the frantic, desperate energy of a cornered animal, he clipped his ascender onto the line and began to haul himself upward. He didn't bother with proper form or energy conservation. It was a raw, brutal climb, his muscles screaming in protest. I was right behind him, fumbling with my own gear, my fingers feeling like clumsy, useless sausages. My mind was a whirlwind of terror, replaying the image of those glowing, circular eyes, the glimpse of that impossibly thin limb. The chittering sound started again, closer this time, accompanied by a new sound. A dry, scraping noise, like claws on stone. It was moving. It was coming for us. "Victor, go!" Sam yelled from behind me, his voice cracking with panic.
I'm right behind you!
I clipped in and started my ascent, my arms and legs pumping with adrenaline. Fueled strength I didn't know I possessed. I didn't look down. I couldn't. My entire world narrowed to the rope sliding through my ascender and the small circle of light from my headlamp on the rock face in front of me. The scraping sound grew louder, echoing up from the chamber floor. It was fast, faster than any human could move. A wave of vertigo and nausea washed over me as I imagined that spindly form scuttling across the sand below, its glowing eyes fixed on Sam's retreating form. I hauled myself over the edge of the ledge and into the small antechamber, collapsing onto the rock floor, gasping for air. Liam was already there, his back against the wall, his chest heaving. He wasn't looking at me. His eyes were fixed on the abyss we had just climbed out of. A moment later, Sam scrambled over the edge, his face pale and slick with sweat. He kicked the rope away from the ledge, as if severing our last connection to the hell below. For a heartbeat, we were still, the three of us huddled in the small, cramped space, our ragged breaths the only sound. But the silence was shattered by a sound from below. A wet, guttural snarl echoed up from the chamber, followed by the sharp, metallic clang of one of our dropped carabiners being kicked across the rock. It was at the base of the climb. It knew where we had gone. The grinder. Liam choked out, forcing the words through his labored breaths. We have to go. Now. The terror of the tight squeeze, which had seemed so profound on our way in, was now nothing compared to the terror of what was behind us. Liam dove headfirst into the narrow opening, without a second's hesitation. I followed, the suffocating pressure of the rock a horrifyingly familiar sensation. But this time it was different. This time, I could hear it. From the antechamber behind me, I heard a high-pitched, inquisitive clicking, followed by the scrape of something impossibly thin, trying to force its way onto the ledge. It was hunting us. It was squeezing itself out of its dark domain and into ours. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure panic. I was trapped, wedged in the earth with a monster just feet behind me. Every inch forward was an agonizing struggle. My pack snagged, my helmet scraped. My body screamed in protest. I could hear Sam grunting and cursing as he forced himself into the passage behind me, sealing us in. The sounds from the antechamber were muffled now, but they were still there. A low, frustrated chittering that seemed to vibrate through the very stone I was pressed against. I have never known a fear so complete, so absolute. It was the primal fear of being prey, of being buried alive, of being caught by something that defied all laws of nature and reason. I closed my eyes and just pushed, my mind blanking out everything except the desperate need to move forward. Time ceased to exist. There was only the rock, the darkness, and the certainty of the thing behind me. Then I was through. I tumbled out of the grinder and onto the familiar gravel floor of the upper cave system, my body shaking uncontrollably. Liam was there, pulling me to my feet. A moment later, Sam emerged, his face a mask of grime and terror. We didn't rest. We didn't speak. We just ran. The journey back through the passages we had so carefully mapped. On the way in was a panicked, chaotic blur. We stumbled over rocks, splashed through shallow pools, and ignored the scrapes and bruises we collected along the way. The familiar beauty of the cave was gone, replaced by a palpable sense of menace. Every shadow seemed to hold a pair of glowing eyes. Every drip of water sounded like that wet, chittering click. The darkness was no longer a neutral void. It was a living, breathing entity, and we had trespassed in its heart. We were nothing more than insects fleeing to whose territory we had foolishly invaded. After what felt like a lifetime of running through the suffocating blackness, I saw it. A faint, gray luminescence in the distance. The entrance. Daylight. Hope surged through me, a powerful, cleansing wave that washed away some of the terror. We pushed harder, our lungs burning, our legs screaming, drawn towards that promise of safety like moths to a flame. We burst out of the fissure and into the humid, green world of the forest. We fell to our knees on the mossy ground, gasping in the thick, heavy air, blinking in the dappled sunlight that felt impossibly bright. The deafening hum of the cicadas, which had seemed so oppressive on the way in, was now the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. It was the sound of life, of the normal, sunlit world that we had been so certain we would never see again. We lay there for a long time, covered in mud, blood, and sweat, simply breathing. The hike back to the truck was performed in near total silence. We were three ghosts moving through the forest, the shared trauma a heavy, unspoken shroud around us. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves in the undergrowth, made us jump. The forest no longer felt like a place of solitude and peace. It felt like a place with teeth, a place that hid ancient, terrible secrets just beneath its surface. We reached the truck, threw our packs in the back, and climbed into the cab. The engine, turning over, was the sound of our salvation. As Liam pulled the truck onto the dirt track and away from that cursed patch of woods, I looked at Sam in the passenger seat. His face was ashen. Our eyes met, and in that single glance, a pact was forged. There was no need for words. We would never go back. We would never report our discovery. We would burn the partial survey maps and delete the photos. The world of science, of fame, of discovery, it meant nothing anymore. Some knowledge is not meant for humanity. Some places are best left to the darkness, undisturbed and unrecorded. We had opened a door that was meant to remain sealed for eternity, and we had caught a glimpse of what lay behind it. I used to be a caver. Now I can't even stand being in a basement. The dark, silent places of the earth no longer call to me, they terrify me. Because I know what waits there. In the deep, silent caves, beneath the ancient hills of Kentucky, there are things that have slept for centuries, and we, in our arrogance, woke them up, and they do not like to be disturbed. My name is Tamsin Fairchild, and for the better part of a decade, I've been a forest ranger with the U.S. Forest Service. It's not just a job for me. It's a calling, a deep-seated need to be in the wild, to understand its rhythms and respect its power. My specialty is remote wilderness patrol and cartography. I'm the one they send into the deep, forgotten corners of our national forests, to check on trails that have mostly been reclaimed by nature, to survey for ecological shifts, and to simply maintain a human presence in places most people will only ever see on a map. I'm comfortable with solitude. In fact, I thrive in it. I can read the land like a book. The story in the storm in the scattered branches, the passage of a bear in a faint paw print, the changing of seasons in the scent of the air. I carry a high-powered rifle, a comprehensive first aid kit, and a satellite phone. But my most trusted tools are my senses and my experience. I have faced down charging moose, navigated through white-out blizzards, and spent weeks without seeing another human soul. I've never been afraid, not truly. Uneasy, yes. Cautious, always. But never possessed by that cold, primal fear that strips away logic and leaves you as nothing more than a cornered animal. Not until that trip. The assignment was a standard one for me, a 5-day solo patrol through a high-altitude sector of the Wasatch-Cache National Forest in Utah. My objective was to survey the Kings Peak Basin, a breathtakingly stark and beautiful area, characterized by its glacial lakes, windswept ridges, and an almost palpable silence. It's a place that feels ancient, raw, and utterly indifferent to human concerns. The hike-in was arduous, a steady climb that took me above the tree line into a world of rock, hardy lichen, and sky. The air grew thin and crystalline, carrying the scent of cold stone and distant snow. The only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the gravelly trail, the rhythmic whisper of the wind funneling through the rocky passes, and the occasional, lonely cry of a pika. By the end of the second day, I had reached my primary survey area. I made camp near a small, unnamed lake nestled in a cirque carved by a long dead glacier. The water was so impossibly clear it felt like looking into another dimension. Every rock, every grain of sand on the bottom was perfectly defined, as if suspended in glass. The silence here was different. It was deeper, more profound. It wasn't an absence of sound, but a presence of stillness that seemed to press in on you, to seep into your bones. I went about my evening routine with practiced efficiency, pitching my one-person tent, filtering water from the lake's frigid outlet, preparing a dehydrated meal. As the sun dipped below the jagged western ridge, it set the sky ablaze in hues of orange and violet, the colors reflecting off the lake's placid surface. It was a scene of such perfect, untouchable beauty that it brought a lump to my throat. This was why I did what I did. This was my church. The first night was uneventful. I slept the deep, dreamless sleep of the physically exhausted, cocooned in my down sleeping bag against the biting mountain cold. I woke to a world rimed with frost, the sun just beginning to kiss the highest peaks. I spent the day hiking the basin's perimeter, taking notes, marking GPS coordinates, and feeling that profound sense of peace that only true wilderness can provide. I saw no large animals, only the hardy marmots and the soaring silhouette of a golden eagle against the vast, blue canvas of the sky. Everything was as it should be. The world was in order. The second night, that order was shattered. I was jolted from a deep sleep by a sound. It wasn't loud, but it was insistent and utterly alien to the natural soundscape of the high alpine environment. It was a clicking, a rhythmic, complex, chittering sound. My first thought, born of years of training, was to identify it. Animal, insect. It had a dry, chitinous quality, like the rubbing of 1,000 beetle carapaces. But it wasn't the chaotic thrum of an insect swarm. It was structured, patterned. Click, chitter, click. Click, chitter, click. It was also pervasive. It wasn't coming from the rocks nearby, or from the direction of the lake. I held my breath, straining my ears, and a cold dread began to pool in my stomach. The sound was coming from everywhere at once. It was coming from the sky. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the unnerving rhythm from outside. My training warred with a rising tide of panic. Stay calm. Analyze. I slowly unzipped my tent. The sound of the zipper unnaturally loud in the otherwise silent night. I peered out, my breath misting in the frigid air. The night sky was a spectacle. With no light pollution, the Milky Way was a brilliant, shimmering river of light, and the constellations were so bright they seemed close enough to touch. But that familiar, comforting celestial map was horribly, fundamentally wrong. Stretched across the entire dome of the sky, superimposed over the stars, was a pattern. It was a faint, gossamer web of silver, blue light, a vast, intricate geometric lattice that seemed to connect points of light, some of which were stars, and others were just empty points in the blackness. The pattern was impossibly complex, a filigree of perfect lines and angles that defied any natural explanation. It looked like the schematic for some cosmic machine. And the clicking sound, I now realized with a wave of nauseating certainty, was emanating from the nodes of this celestial web. Each point where the lines of light intersected seemed to pulse with the sound. A synchronized, sky-spanning chorus of click, chitter, click. As I watched, paralyzed, the entire pattern began to slowly, almost imperceptibly, rotate. The movement was fluid, silent, and utterly majestic. The clicking grew fractionally louder, more intense, as if the machine was powering up. A wave of vertigo so profound it buckled my knees, washed over me. I had to plant my hands on the frozen ground to keep from toppling over. It was a feeling of cognitive dissonance. My brain trying and failing to reconcile the sight before me with a lifetime of understanding of the laws of physics. Satellites don't do this. Atmospheric phenomena don't create perfect, rotating geometric webs. This was something else. I felt small. Not just small in the way one feels in the mountains, but cosmically, existentially insignificant. I felt like an ant that had stumbled upon the inner workings of a supercomputer. And worse, I felt like I was being watched. It wasn't the feeling of a predator's eyes on me from the darkness of the rocks. This was a vast, impersonal, and incomprehensible scrutiny. I felt like a specimen under a microscope. My presence noted, cataloged, and dismissed by an intelligence so vast it was barely aware of me at all. I sat there, shivering uncontrollably from a cold that had nothing to do with the temperature, staring up at the alien sky. I don't know how long I remained there, a tiny, terrified primate witnessing a miracle and a nightmare. It felt like an eternity. Every second stretching into a lifetime under that clicking, rotating, impossible sky. The transition was as seamless as it was absolute. One moment, the celestial machine was performing its grand, terrifying symphony across the heavens. The next, it was gone. Just before the first hint of dawn could bleach the eastern horizon, the geometric web of light simply winked out of existence. The clicking, the sound that had imprinted itself onto my very soul, ceased. The silence that rushed back in was heavier, more suffocating than before. The familiar constellations, the steadfast friends of any nocturnal traveler, reappeared in their proper places, looking placid and ignorant, as if nothing had ever disturbed them. The sky was normal again. But I was not. I remained frozen on the icy ground, my body locked in a state of shivering terror, long after the spectacle had vanished. My mind, usually a fortress of logic and calm assessment, was a maelstrom of denial and raw fear. It was a hallucination. It had to be. Altitude sickness. Hypoxia. It can manifest in strange ways. Auditory and visual hallucinations are not unheard of. I clung to that rationalization, like a drowning woman to a piece of driftwood. I began running through a mental checklist, a desperate attempt to reclaim my sanity. Was I dizzy? No more than the vertigo had caused. Headache?
No.
Nausea? Only the sick feeling of absolute dread. My training, my entire professional identity, was screaming at me to find a logical explanation, to file this experience away into a neat, understandable box. But there was no box big enough. I stumbled back into my tent, my movements clumsy and uncoordinated, a stark contrast to the practiced efficiency of the evening before. I zipped it shut, sealing myself in the flimsy nylon shell, as if it could protect me from the memory of that sky. Sleep was an impossibility. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the impossible lattice of light, the perfect, cold geometry of it all. I heard the rhythmic click, chitter click echoing in the hollows of my mind. The wilderness, my sanctuary, had been violated. It was no longer a place of solitude and peace, but a place of exposure. The roof had been torn off my world, revealing something vast and incomprehensible looking down. When dawn finally broke, its familiar, gentle light felt like an intrusion. I forced myself to go through the motions of my morning routine, but my hands trembled so badly, I could barely operate my camp stove. The coffee I managed to brew tasted like ash. My mission, the survey, the cartography, was a distant, ludicrous thought. My only objective now was to get out, to leave this place. My 5-day patrol was being cut short. I would cite weather, or a gear malfunction, or even feign an injury if I had to. Anything to justify my retreat. The thought of spending another night under that sky, whether the pattern returned or not, was unbearable. Packing up my camp was a frantic, chaotic affair. Who could break down a campsite in under 15 minutes in a blizzard, was now fumbling with tent poles and stuffing my sleeping bag into its sack with brutish force. My carefully organized pack was a mess of hastily crammed gear. In my haste, I knocked over my water filter, cracking the casing and rendering it useless. A novice mistake. A mistake I hadn't made in a decade. A fresh spike of fear, cold and sharp, pierced through my panic. My skills were abandoning me. The wilderness punishes mistakes. As I worked, a new feeling began to creep in, settling over me like a cold fog. The sense of being watched had not left with the dawn. It had changed. It was no longer the vast, impersonal scrutiny from the sky. It was closer, more focused. I kept glancing at the ring of dark, jagged rocks that formed the cirque, expecting to see a figure, a shape, something that did not belong. I scanned the placid, crystal, clear surface of the lake, my eyes tracing the outlines of the rocks on its bottom. Everything was still. Too still. The usual morning chatter of the picas was absent. The marmots were nowhere to be seen. Even the wind seemed to be holding its breath. The entire basin was silent, as if it, too, was waiting. I finally shouldered my pack, the familiar weight doing little to comfort me. I took one last look at my campsite, ensuring I'd left no trace, a professional habit too deeply ingrained to be discarded even in my terror. My gaze fell upon the lake again. And then I saw it. In the center of the lake, submerged perhaps 10 feet below the impossibly clear water, was a pattern. Etched into the flat surface of a large, submerged boulder was a perfect circle, and within it, a complex geometric design of interlocking lines and triangles. It was a small, perfect replica of a section of the celestial web I had seen in the sky. The lines were impossibly fine, impossibly precise, carved into the hard granite with a skill that defied any natural process of erosion or fracture. It couldn't be real. I squeezed my eyes shut and opened them again. It was still there, a sigil of alien geometry, resting calmly on the lakebed. That was it. The final thread of my composure snapped. This was not a hallucination. This was real. Something had been here. Something had left its mark. I turned and fled. I didn't hike, I ran. I scrambled down the trail I had so carefully ascended, my heavy pack throwing me off balance, my lungs burning in the thin air. The professional ranger was gone, replaced by a terrified animal. Every rustle of the wind in the hardy alpine grasses was a footstep behind me. Every shadow cast by a passing cloud was a pursuer. The landscape that had been so beautiful and majestic on the way up now seemed menacing, a labyrinth of gray rock and hostile slopes. The ridges seemed to leer down at me, the passes like gaping maws. I pushed myself relentlessly, driven by a primal need for distance. I didn't stop to rest or drink. My cracked water filter was a moot point. The thought of stopping for even a moment was more terrifying than dehydration. Hours blurred together, in a panicked haze of exertion and fear. By late afternoon, I had descended back, below the tree line, the familiar sight of stunted pines and firs offering a flicker of hope. The air was thicker here, easier to breathe. But the silence was just as profound, just as unnerving. I finally allowed myself to stop, leaning heavily against the rough bark of a pine tree, gasping for breath. My legs felt like jelly, my heart still hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I was miles away from the lake. I was safe. It was a lie, and I knew it. I closed my eyes, trying to calm the storm in my head. And in that moment of relative quiet, I heard it. It was faint, but unmistakable. Click, chitter click. It wasn't coming from the sky. It was coming from the trees, just off the trail, no more than 50 yards away. My blood turned to ice water in my veins. Every muscle locked. For a full 10 seconds, I was a statue carved from fear, leaning against the rough bark of the pine tree. The sound was faint, yet it cut through the forest's silence with the precision of a scalpel. Click, chitter, click. It was the same rhythm, the same dry, intricate sound that had echoed from the heavens. But this was not a sound from the sky. This was terrestrial. This was close. My frantic flight had been for nothing. I hadn't escaped it. I had run right to it. My survival instincts, honed over a decade of living and breathing the wilderness, screamed at me to run. To keep running until my heart burst. But another, deeper part of me, the ranger, the surveyor, the woman whose life was dedicated to understanding the wild, refused to move. The need to know, to see, to understand what was making that impossible sound, warred with my primal terror. The curiosity was a sickness, a morbid compulsion. I had to see. I had to know what had torn my reality apart. Slowly, deliberately, I eased the rifle from my shoulder. The weight of the cold steel in my hands was a small, pathetic comfort, an anchor to a world of physical threats. I understood. I knew it would be useless against whatever this was, but it was a ritual, a familiar motion in a world that had become terrifyingly unfamiliar. My breath came in shallow, silent gasps. I took a step, then another, moving off the trail and into the dense undergrowth of the forest, toward the source of the clicking. Every snapped twig under my boot sounded like a gunshot in the oppressive silence. The clicking grew louder, more defined as I crept forward. It seemed to be coming from a small clearing just ahead, bathed in the long, eerie shadows of the late afternoon. I dropped to my stomach, the damp earth and pine needles cold against my skin, and crawled the final few feet to the edge of the tree line. I peered through a thick fern. My mind, already reeling, simply stopped. It could not process what it was seeing. In the center of the clearing was a thing. It was not an animal. It was not a machine. It was a shifting, three-dimensional object, roughly the size of a large wolf, but it had no discernible shape. It was a mobile construct of impossible geometry, a chaotic yet structured amalgamation of intersecting planes, sharp angles, and fluid curves. It seemed to be made of pure shadow, a substance that didn't reflect the light but consumed it. It had no face, no limbs in the conventional sense, but appendages of shifting, geometric forms extended from its core. It was focused on a large, ancient fir tree. One of its appendages, a razor-thin, triangular plane, was touching the bark. As it moved, it emitted the click, chitter, click sound, and I watched, mesmerized in horror, as it etched a fine, perfect spiral into the tree's trunk. It was the same impossible precision I had seen on the rock in the lake. It wasn't attacking the tree. It wasn't feeding. It was cataloging. Surveying. It was doing my job, but on a level I could never comprehend. It was a cartographer of a different reality. I lay there, paralyzed, my brain refusing to accept the sensory information it was receiving. And then, a small, dry twig under my hand snapped. It was a tiny sound, but in the stillness of that clearing, it was a cataclysm. The clicking stopped. The thing froze. The shifting planes of its body stilled. And then it turned. It had no eyes, no head. But I felt its attention, its focus, lock onto my position with an intensity that was a physical force. The air grew cold, and the silence it left behind was more terrifying than the sound it had been making. For a heartbeat, we were locked in that tableau, the terrified primate hiding in the ferns and the alien geometer in the clearing. Then it moved. It didn't run or leap. It folded. The space between us seemed to bend and distort, and in an instant, it was no longer in the center of the clearing, but at its edge, mere feet from where I lay hidden. I didn't scream. The sound was trapped in my throat, a solid lump of pure terror. I scrambled backward. Crab, walking through the dirt and leaves, my rifle forgotten. The ranger was gone. The analyst was gone. There was only prey. I turned and ran, crashing blindly through the forest. The chase was a nightmare pulled from a fever dream. The creature didn't follow in a linear sense. I would glance over my shoulder and see nothing but trees, only to have it appear silently to my right, its form momentarily resolving from the shadows. I would duck under a low, hanging branch, and the clicking would sound from directly in front of me. It wasn't bound by the physical rules of my world. It was a living equation, and the forest was its chalkboard. My lungs burned. My legs were screaming. I ran with no destination in mind, only a desperate, animalistic need for escape. I burst through a thicket of tangled bushes and stumbled into a small, overgrown hollow. My foot caught on something, and I fell hard, sprawling onto the ground. My fall was broken by something soft and rotten. It was the tattered remains of an old canvas tent. I pushed myself up, my hands sinking into the decayed fabric. Before me was the ghost of a campsite, decades old. A rusted prospector's pan, a tin cup, and the skeletal remains of a mule, its bones scattered by scavengers. And next to it, half buried in the leaf litter, was a human skeleton. It was clad in the threadbare rags of what might have been a miner's clothing. One bony hand was outstretched, clutching a small, leather-bound book. A new sound drew my attention. The clicking. The creature was at the edge of the hollow, its form still and silent. It wasn't looking at me. Its faceless attention was fixed on the skeleton, on the old, forgotten tragedy. It was as if it had found a more interesting data point to analyze. I didn't question my luck. While the thing was distracted, I crawled away. Moving backward, my eyes locked on the silent, shadowy form. I grabbed the small leather book from the skeleton's grasp. An instinctive, inexplicable act. And then I got to my feet and ran. I don't remember the rest of the hike. It exists in my memory only as a blur of green and brown, of pain and terror. I ran until I could no longer feel my legs, until my throat was raw. I burst out of the tree line and onto the gravel of the trailhead parking lot, just as the last light of day was failing. I collapsed onto the ground, the small, leather-bound book clutched to my chest, and the world went black. They found me there. My official report cites severe dehydration, exhaustion, and the probable effects of high-altitude cerebral edema. They explained away my frantic, incoherent babbling about clicking sounds and impossible lights in the sky as hallucinations brought on by my condition. I was placed on extended medical leave. I never went back. I couldn't. The wilderness was no longer my sanctuary. It was a place where the walls of reality were thin. I live in the city now. I traded the profound silence of the mountains for the constant, meaningless drone of traffic and sirens. I can't stand the quiet. In the silence, I can almost hear it. Faint, distant. Click, chitter, click. I never told anyone about the prospector's journal I took. Most of the pages were ruined by moisture, but a few entries were just barely legible. The last one, dated 1888, read, "The song from the stars has followed me down from the high places. It is making new maps on the trees. I think I will watch it work." I never found any official explanation for what I saw. No astronomical phenomena, no secret military tests. But sometimes I browse online forums for missing persons, for strange stories from the backcountry. The Uinta, Wasatch, Cache National Forest has its share of them. Hikers who walk into the woods and are never seen again. Strange lights. Unexplained sounds. I know now. They didn't just get lost. They saw something they shouldn't have. They heard the clicking. They became another data point for the cartographers of a strange, new reality, out there in the dark, silent spaces between the stars, and in the high, lonely places of the world. My name is Dr. Ursula Vance. It feels strange, almost disingenuous, to introduce myself with a title that speaks of logic, of peer-reviewed papers in the quantifiable world. I am a botanist specializing in bryophytes, the humble, ancient family of mosses, liverworts, and hornworts. For 2 decades, my life has been one of meticulous observation, of cataloging the minute and the overlooked, of understanding the slow, silent processes that underpin the grand theater of an ecosystem. I've always believed that everything, no matter how mysterious, could eventually be explained, categorized, and understood through the lens of science. The world, to me, was a complex but ultimately readable text. That was before the forest taught me a different language, a language of absence and echoes, a language I now spend my life trying to decipher. This story, my story, is not one of science. It is one of a void. It begins, as so many tragedies do, on a day of idyllic beauty, a day that held no hint of the permanent twilight that was to follow. My family and I, my husband David and our 10-year-old son, Leo, were on what was meant to be a restorative camping trip in the Olympic National Forest in Washington. David, an architect who spent his days wrestling with concrete and steel, craved the undesigned chaos of nature. For me, it was a pilgrimage. We were headed for the Hoh rainforest, one of the few remaining temperate rainforests in North America. And for a botanist, a place as sacred as any cathedral. The Hoh is not like other forests. To enter it is to step into a different epoch. The air itself feels ancient, heavy with moisture and the scent of damp earth, decaying wood and living green. It's a world perpetually draped in mist, a soft, gray filter that mutes the light and swallows sound. The giants are the Sitka spruce and western hemlock, trees that have stood for centuries, their massive trunks and branches so thoroughly colonized by mosses that the trees themselves seem to be made of it. Everything is draped in green velvet. Club mosses, spike mosses, and lichens hang like long, spectral beards from every surface, dripping with a constant, quiet rain even when the sky is clear. It is a magical, otherworldly place, and its silence is profound. It's not an empty silence, but a full one, thick and absorbent, as if the sheer weight of all that living moss dampens the very air. Leo was enchanted. At 10, he was a whirlwind of pure energy, a boy whose spirit was too large for the confines of our suburban home. His imagination was a universe unto itself, populated by heroes and monsters, secret worlds, and intricate rules that only he understood. While I saw a complex ecosystem, Leo saw a kingdom. The towering moss-draped trees were sleeping giants. The lush carpets of ferns were jungles for miniature dinosaurs. He was never more alive than when he was outdoors. And the hull was, to him, the ultimate playground. His bright red rain jacket, a beacon of parental practicality, was a slash of brilliant, defiant color against the overwhelming palette of greens and browns. It was the last truly vibrant thing I remember. We chose the Hall of Mosses trail for our first day's exploration. It's a short, family-friendly loop, less than a mile long, that takes you through a particularly breathtaking section of the old-growth forest. It's designed to be safe, to be accessible. The path is clear, well-trodden and marked. There is no real danger there. That is the lie the world tells you. As always, Leo was running ahead. "Wait for us, buddy!" David called out, his voice a warm, gentle anchor in the misty air. Leo just laughed, the sound bright and clear before it was seemingly absorbed by the mossy walls around us. "You guys are too slow! I want to see the giants!" I smiled. I wasn't worried. His excitement was infectious, and the trail was, as I said, simple. It looped. There was nowhere to get lost. We could still hear his sneakers pounding on the damp earth. Just around the next bend, a gentle curve in the path flanked two colossal maples whose branches, heavy with moss, formed a natural archway. He was only ever out of sight for a moment, a handful of seconds, the time it takes to draw a breath and let it out again. He rounded that bend, his red jacket disappearing behind the curtain of green. I remember turning to David, pointing out a particularly fine specimen of Isa, myoceroids cascading down a fallen log. He feigned interest, the way he always did when I slipped into my professional world, a loving, patient indulgence that I cherished. We walked on, our pace unhurried, the silence settling back in, now broken only by the drip of water and the soft crunch of our own footsteps. When we rounded the bend ourselves, perhaps 15 or 20 seconds later, the trail stretched out before us empty. It didn't register at first. The mind is slow to accept the impossible. I expected him to jump out from behind a tree, roaring like one of his imaginary monsters. "Leo," I called, my voice still light, playful. The silence that answered was different. It was no longer peaceful. It was hollow, empty. "Leo." David's voice was sharper now, the edge of parental command cutting through the mist. "This isn't funny?" Still nothing. The knot of fear that every parent carries, deep within them, began to tighten in my stomach. It was a cold, physical sensation. We walked faster, our eyes scanning the dense undergrowth on either side of the trail. The ferns were waist-high, a sea of green that could easily hide a crouching 10-year-old. But there was no flash of red, no movement.
Leo, answer me.
"Right now," I shouted. And this time my voice was shrill, ugly with a panic I could no longer suppress. It felt like the forest itself was mocking me, taking my desperate cry and smothering it in a blanket of moss. My voice didn't echo, it just died instantly. We began to search in earnest, calling his name over and over, our voices growing hoarse. We plunged off the trail, ignoring the signs, pushing through wet ferns and scrambling over moss, slick logs. The world became a blur of green and brown, a suffocating, uniform landscape where every direction looked the same. The air grew colder, or maybe the chill was just inside me, spreading through my veins. We couldn't find him. There was no sign of him. No footprints on the damp ground beside the trail, no snagged thread from his jacket. No dropped toy, nothing. It was a perfect, complete, and instantaneous erasure. After what felt like an eternity of frantic, fruitless searching, our panic congealing into a cold, hard terror, we knew we couldn't do it alone. We stumbled back to the trail, our clothes soaked, our hearts hammering against our ribs. We ran. We ran back the way we came, our own calls for help, now joining the unanswered calls for our son. Every passing hiker we saw, their faces etched with concern, became a fresh wave of failure. Have you seen a boy? 10 years old, in a red jacket. The answer was always the same. A shake of the head, a sympathetic useless, "I'm so sorry." Finally, we reached the ranger station at the trailhead. I don't remember much of that conversation. I remember the ranger's calm, practiced demeanor, a stark contrast to my own ragged hysteria. I remember the look in his eyes, a professional sympathy that had seen too much. And I remember the moment he picked up his radio, his voice steady as he spoke the words that turned our private nightmare into an official incident. "We have a missing child," he said. And with those words, the forest, which had been a place of wonder and beauty just an hour before, transformed into the enemy. It had taken my son, and it was holding him in its vast, green, and terrifyingly silent embrace. The hours that followed the ranger's radio call were a disorienting blur of procedural coldness and raw, primal terror. Our private horror was swiftly institutionalized, becoming an incident, a file number, a set of protocols to be executed. More rangers arrived, their faces etched with a practiced, somber efficiency. They unfurled maps on the hoods of their trucks, drawing grids over the landscape that had just swallowed our son. They asked us questions that felt both intimately intrusive and agonizingly detached. When was the last time he ate? What was his general disposition? Was he afraid of the dark? Each question was a small, sharp stab, a reminder of the vibrant, living boy who was now a collection of data points, a profile for a search algorithm. David, my logical, methodical David, clung to their process as if it were a life raft. He stood over the maps with the search leader, a man named Marcus with kind eyes that didn't quite mask the grim reality of his job. David pointed, suggested, rationalized. "He's smart," he kept saying, his voice tight. "He knows not to drink the water without filtering. He knows to stay put if he's lost." He was trying to solve the problem, to architect a solution, to impose order on the chaos that had ripped our world apart. I, on the other hand, felt myself drifting away from their world of grids and probabilities. I could only stare into the impenetrable wall of green, the place where Leo had vanished. The forest felt sentient, a silent, watching entity. Their maps seemed like a fool's errand, an attempt to chart a place that operated on rules far older and stranger than human logic. Then the sun began to set. I have never known a dread so absolute as watching the light fade from the sky that first day. The perpetual mist of the Ho, which had been ethereal and beautiful, thickened into a suffocating, inky blackness. The temperature dropped sharply. The forest, which had been so unnaturally quiet, came alive with a new set of sounds. The snap of a twig, the rustle of some unseen creature, the mournful hoot of an owl. Every sound was a potential threat, every shadow a monster. The thought of Leo, my bright, vibrant boy, alone in that cold, predatory darkness was a physical agony. It was a weight on my chest that made it impossible to breathe, a cold that seeped into my bones and has never truly left. The search continued through the night. The powerful beams of flashlights cutting fuel swaths through the darkness. But David and I were escorted back to our campsite, then to a small, sterile motel room in the nearby town of Forks. They told us to rest, to sleep, as if sleep were possible. We sat in the humming silence of that room, the space between us a chasm of unspoken fear. David paced. I sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the wall, replaying those 15 seconds over and over in my mind. The turn in the path, my comment about the moss, David's smile, the silence. How could a life, a whole world, be erased in 15 seconds? The next day, the search escalated. Search and rescue. SAR teams arrived from all over the state, teams of grim-faced, competent men and women in bright orange vests. They brought dogs whose joyful, working barks felt jarringly out of place in the somber atmosphere. A helicopter began to circle overhead, its rhythmic whump, whump, whump a constant, throbbing reminder of our desperation. We became unwilling celebrities in a tragedy, our faces, pale, drawn and hollow-eyed, briefly appearing on local news segments. Kind-hearted volunteers showed up with musses of coffee and sandwiches we couldn't eat. Their faces a mixture of pity and a morbid curiosity that made my skin crawl. The dogs were the first sign that something was profoundly wrong. They were scent dogs, trained to follow the unique trail that every human being leaves behind. They were brought to the spot on the trail where we had last seen Leo. They cast about, noses to the ground, whining with confusion. They could follow our scent, David's and mine, right up to the bend. They could follow Leo's scent to that same point. And then, it simply stopped. Not faded, not scattered, but stopped. Abruptly, as if he had been lifted straight up into the air. The handlers were baffled. "I've never seen anything like it," one of them murmured, shaking his head. "It's like he just vanished." Days bled into a week. The constant rain, typical for the Ho, turned the forest floor into a muddy soup, erasing any hope of finding footprints. The thick canopy of moss and leaves, which I had once found so beautiful, now seemed like a malevolent conspiracy. A perfect green ceiling that would have hidden a small boy in a red jacket from the searching eyes of the helicopter pilots. The hope that had buoyed us in the first frantic hours began to erode, worn away by the ceaseless rain and the utter lack of any sign. The searchers' faces grew longer, their reassurances more forced. It was during this time, in the sleepless, hollowed-out hours of the third or fourth night, that the memory surfaced. It came to me not as a flash of insight, but as a slow, creeping chill. The night before he disappeared, tucked into his sleeping bag in our tent, the rain pattering softly on the nylon, Leo had told me something. His voice was a sleepy whisper, full of the unshakable conviction of childhood. "I made a new friend today, Mommy." "Oh yeah," I had murmured, my mind already half on the next day's plans. "Who's that?" "I don't know his name," he'd said. "He's really tall and skinny, and he's all made of moss and leaves and sticks." I'd smiled in the darkness. "That sounds like a fun imaginary friend." "Sweetie, is not imaginary," Leo had insisted, a hint of frustration in his voice. "He's real. He lives here. He told me he knows all the secret places. The places the trails don't go. He promised he'd show me tomorrow." I had dismissed it, of course. It was a child's fantasy, a product of his overactive imagination fired by the strange, magical new environment. I'd told him to go to sleep and that we had to stay on the trails. Now, in the sterile quiet of the motel room, his words echoed with a terrifying new significance. a friend made of moss and leaves. It was absurd, the ramblings of a tired child. But the dogs had found no scent. The searchers had found no trace. It was as if he had been swallowed by the forest itself. My scientific mind, the part of me that had built a career on evidence and logic, recoiled from the idea. But the mother in me, the part that was being flayed alive by grief and terror, began to wonder. I told David about it the next morning. He looked at me as if I were losing my mind. Ursula, he was a 10-year-old boy with a big imagination. That's all. We need to focus on the facts. On the search. He was angry, his fear curdling into a desperate need for rationality. My story, my memory, was a crack in the logical foundation he was trying to stand on, and he couldn't bear it. It was the first time the void that had taken our son opened up between us. After 10 days, Marcus, the search leader, sat us down in the ranger station. His kind eyes were full of a weary sadness. He explained the grim calculus of survival rates, the effect of the cold and the rain, the sheer impossibility of a child surviving this long alone. They had covered every grid, searched every ravine, scanned every inch of the riverbank. They had found nothing. Not a single thread. Not a footprint. Not a wrapper from the granola bar in his pocket. The search, he explained gently, was being scaled back. They were no longer looking for a lost boy. They were now looking for a body. The words didn't even hurt. By then, I was numb, encased in a layer of cold, hard grief. They told us he probably wandered off the trail, became disoriented, and succumbed to the elements. It was a neat, logical, and utterly unbelievable explanation. I knew, with a certainty that defied all reason, that it wasn't what happened. He hadn't gotten lost. He hadn't succumbed to anything. He had kept an appointment. He had gone with his new friend, the one made of moss and leaves, to see the secret, hidden places of the forest. The drive back from the forest that day was a journey into a new kind of quiet. The silence in the car was heavier, sharper than the silence of the woods. David gripped the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on the road, but I knew he wasn't seeing it. He was lost in the cold, hard world of facts, a world where our son had wandered, gotten lost, and succumbed to the elements. It was a logical explanation, a tragedy that could be processed and categorized. For him, it was a sad, closed chapter. For me, it was an unacceptable lie. My mind was a fever swamp of moss and leaves and a promised secret. This wasn't an ending. It was a terrifying transformation. Our house no longer felt like a home. It had become a museum to Leo's memory. His room was left untouched. Dinosaur toys arranged on his desk, a favorite book left open, waiting for him to return. But the silence here was different. It wasn't peace. It was a profound absence. The sound of his laughter, the thud of his running feet, the shouts from the backyard, all gone, leaving a vacuum that amplified his non-existence. The chasm that had opened between David and me in that cheap motel room widened into an impassable canyon. He needed to grieve in the way the world understood. He wanted a memorial service, therapists, the hollow promise of moving on, a phrase I grew to despise with every fiber of my being. Moving on meant accepting their version of events, accepting that Leo was gone. I couldn't. I clung to the memory of his last words to me. They became my only truth. A friend made of moss and leaves. I tried to bring it up with David one more time, late one night in the darkness of our bedroom. He got out of bed and flipped on the light, his eyes a mask of pain and anger. "Stop it, Ursula," he said, his voice trembling. "He's gone. Making up these fantasies isn't helping. It's just making you crazy. I never spoke of it to him again. It became my secret, my horrifying, private faith. While he tried to piece his life back together with logic and reason, I descended further into the mystery. My life as a botanist crumbled. I could no longer look at mosses and ferns through a microscope without seeing Leo's face, without imagining a tall, thin figure built from their fronds. My research, once the center of my world, seemed meaningless compared to the one burning question: what took him? So, I began a new kind of research. I abandoned scientific journals for folklore, mythology, and the forgotten oral histories of the Pacific Northwest's indigenous tribes. I spent hours in libraries and deep in the archives of the internet, searching for stories of strange disappearances in national parks, cases written off as accidents or animal attacks. What I found chilled me to the bone. I discovered dozens of eerily similar accounts, stories of children who vanished from trays when campsites without a trace, old tales of guardians or spirits of the forest, non-human entities that would sometimes guide the lost to safety, but other times would lead them away to places they could never be found. I read about the Siatko, or Stick Indians, of Quileute legend, forest beings who could mimic human voices and lure people deep into the woods. The scientist in me screamed that it was all just narrative, stories made to explain the unexplainable. But the mother in me saw a terrifying pattern, a truth hiding in the shadows of myth. The years passed. The grief never faded. It just changed shape. It became a permanent part of me, an invisible organ I could always feel. David and I eventually separated. The silence between us was too heavy to bear. He moved to another city, seeking a fresh start. I don't blame him. He deserved peace. But I knew I would never find it until I understood. I resigned from my university professorship, leaving my old life behind. With my savings, I bought a small, rustic cabin on the edge of the Olympic National Park, not far from the Hoh rainforest. Here, I was no longer a scientist. I was a watcher, a listener. I spent my days hiking, not for recreation, but for surveillance. I studied old maps, spoke to locals whose families had lived there for generations, collecting scraps of stories and dismissed warnings. And every year, on the anniversary of his disappearance, I perform my ritual. I drive to the Hoh, put on his bright red raincoat, now small and faded, and I walk the Hall of Mosses trail. I don't go to weep or to mourn. I go with a sliver of terrible, trembling hope. I go to listen. 10 years after he left me at that bend, I went back. The forest was unchanged, an eternal kingdom of green and silence. I walked slowly, my heart pounding with that familiar mix of dread and anticipation. I reached the spot, the bend in the path where my world had fractured. I stopped and closed my eyes, letting the immense, weighted silence of the Hoh envelop me. "Leo," I whispered. His name was instantly swallowed by the moss, just as it always was. I waited, expecting nothing, and then I heard it. It wasn't the wind in the leaves or the drip of water from a branch. It was something else. A faint, distant laugh, as if from another world. It was the laugh of a boy, but it was interwoven with another sound, a sound like rustling leaves and snapping twigs, an echo that was both intimately familiar and utterly alien. My eyes snapped open. My heart seized in my chest. I stared deep into the dense woods, and for a fraction of a second, I thought I saw it. A flicker of movement at the edge of my vision. A shape, tall and thin, composed of the greens and browns of the forest itself. It stood motionless behind a giant spruce, before it seemed to recede, melting back into the shadows. Tears streamed down my face, but they were no longer tears of grief. They were tears of terrible understanding. They were right that the search was over, but I knew what they didn't. I knew he wasn't lost. He wasn't dead. He was here. He was with his new friend, in the secret, hidden places of the forest. He had become a part of the green, silent magic of the Ha, forever. And I knew I would return, every year, not to find him, but to visit him in his new home, in this eternal, green silence. My name is Rowan Hayes. To those in the long-distance hiking community, my name might carry a whisper of recognition. I'm not famous, not by any stretch, but I am dedicated. I've left my boot prints on the entirety of the Appalachian Trail, endured the punishing heat and stark beauty of the Pacific Crest Trail, and navigated the rugged, untamed spine of the continent on the Continental Divide Trail, completing the Triple Crown of American hiking isn't just a hobby for me. It's a fundamental part of who I am. It has forged me, taught me resilience, and instilled in me a profound respect for the wilderness. I understand its moods, its dangers, and its unwritten laws. I know how to read the clouds, how to find water where there seems to be none, and how to feel the subtle shift in the air that signals a coming storm. I am a planner, meticulous and thorough, because in the wild, preparedness is the thin line between a challenging adventure and a fatal mistake. It was this confidence, born from thousands of miles of experience, that led me to my next challenge, a solo winter ascent of Wheeler Peak in the Carson National Forest of New Mexico. At 1,367 feet, it stands as the highest point in the state, a formidable giant cloaked in a thick mantle of snow and ice during the winter months. Most hikers, even seasoned ones, attempt it during the forgiving summer season. To do it solo in the dead of winter was a test of a different magnitude. It was a test of gear, of physical endurance, and, most importantly, of will. I saw it as the ultimate conversation between me and the mountain, a raw and honest dialogue stripped of all comfort and convenience. My preparation was, as always, exhaustive. I spent weeks studying topographical maps, analyzing weather patterns, and reading every available trip report from the few hardy souls who had attempted it before me in similar conditions. My gear was top of the line, a 4-season tent designed to withstand gale, force winds, a sub-zero sleeping bag that felt like a portable cocoon, and layers of technical clothing that could handle the brutal temperature swings of high-altitude environments. My pack, weighing a hefty 50 pounds, was a self-contained world of survival. I carried an ice axe, crampons, snowshoes, an avalanche beacon, a satellite messenger for emergencies, and enough dehydrated food to last me twice the planned duration of the trip. I left no stone unturned, no variable unaccounted for. Or so I believed. The drive to the trailhead in Taos Ski Valley was a journey into silence. The vibrant desert landscape of New Mexico gradually gave way to foothills dotted with piegui, on and juniper, then climbed into the realm of towering ponderosa pines and aspens, their naked branches stark against the snow. The air grew colder, crisper. The world felt cleaner, more elemental. I checked in at the ranger station, a small, rustic cabin with smoke curling lazily from its stone chimney. The ranger on duty was a man named Al, his face a roadmap of wrinkles carved by decades of sun and wind. He looked over my itinerary, his gaze lingering on my stated goal. Wheeler in winter, huh? He said, stroking his gray beard. You're a brave man or a foolish one. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference. He stamped my permit with a heavy thud. You've got the gear, I can see that. But be mindful up there, son. The mountain has a different personality this time of year. It doesn't always like visitors. His words were casual. A standard warning given to any ambitious hiker. But they held a weight that settled in the back of my mind. The first day on the trail was a brutal but beautiful baptism. The snow was deep, a pristine, powder-soft blanket that forced me to wear my snowshoes from the first mile. Each step was a conscious effort, a sinking and lifting motion that quickly found a rhythm. The air was thin, a constant reminder of the ascending altitude, and my lungs burned with a clean, cold fire. But the scenery was a reward that dwarfed the struggle. The world was a masterpiece of white and blue. The snow absorbed all sound, creating a profound, almost sacred silence, broken only by the rhythmic crunch of my snowshoes and the sound of my own breathing. The sun, bright in a cloudless sky, made the landscape glitter as if it were dusted with diamonds. I felt a deep sense of peace, of rightness. This was my church, my sanctuary. This was where I belonged. I made camp late in the afternoon, in a sheltered grove of Engelmann spruce just below the tree line. I was exhausted, my muscles aching with a satisfying burn, but my spirits were high. I had made excellent time, and the summit felt within my grasp for the following day. The process of setting up camp was a familiar, comforting ritual. I stamped down a solid platform in the snow, erected my tent with practiced efficiency, and fired up my small stove, its roar a welcome intrusion into the silence. As I melted snow for water, I watched the sun begin its descent, painting the western sky in fiery strokes of orange, pink, and purple. The alpenglow on the snow-covered peaks was an ethereal sight, a fleeting moment of impossible beauty. As darkness fell, it was as if a switch had been flipped. The temperature plummeted with an almost physical force. The world outside my tent became an alien landscape, ruled by a cold so intense it felt like a living entity. But inside, I was secure. I crawled into my sleeping bag, bundled in my down layers, and felt a profound sense of accomplishment and solitude. I was alone, miles from any other human being, suspended between the frozen earth and a sea of brilliant, icy stars. I listened to the wind as it began to pick up, a low, mournful sigh that vibrated through the tent poles. It was the lullaby of the high country, and I drifted towards sleep, content. That's when I heard the whispers. At first I was so faint I was certain I had imagined it, a phantom sound born of fatigue and the monotonous moan of the wind. But it persisted. It wasn't the wind. The wind was a deep, bass note. This was a high, sibilant counterpoint. It was a chorus of faint, dry rustles, like the sound of dead leaves skittering across frozen ground, except there were no leaves here, only feet of snow. The sounds were close, frighteningly close. They seemed to be coming from just outside the thin, nylon wall of my tent. My heart began a frantic, heavy drumming against my ribs. I lay perfectly still, straining my ears, trying to parse the sound. It wasn't an animal. I've heard the snuffles of bears, the cough of deer, the yips of coyotes. This was different. It had a cadence, a rhythm. It sounded like a language, but one my brain couldn't process, a series of soft, overlapping hisses and clicks. My training kicked in, a desperate attempt to impose logic on a situation that felt utterly illogical. Hypoxia, my mind supplied. Altitude sickness can cause auditory hallucinations. It was a plausible explanation. I was at over 11,000 feet, and despite my acclimatization, it was a possibility. I was exhausted, dehydrated. My brain could be playing tricks on me. Clinging to that rational thought, I slowly unzipped my sleeping bag, the sound deafening in the charged silence. I grabbed my headlamp, its powerful beam a sliver of technological courage in the oppressive darkness. My hand trembled as I unzipped the tent fly. I peered out, sweeping the beam of light across the small clearing. Nothing. The snow was a smooth, unbroken canvas, glowing serenely in the moonlight. My own tracks leading to the tent were the only blemishes on its perfect surface. There were no other footprints, no signs of disturbance whatsoever. The spruce trees stood like silent, hooded sentinels at the edge of the campsite. There was nothing there. I zipped the tent shut, my breath clouding in front of me. A wave of relief washed over me, so potent it left me weak. It was a hallucination. Just the altitude, the exhaustion, the wind playing with my mind. I had to get more water in me and try to get some real sleep. But as I settled back into my sleeping bag, the whispering started again. This time it was different. It was no longer a vague sound at the edge of hearing. It was clearer, more defined, and it seemed to be coming from all directions at once, as if the very air around me had learned to speak in this chilling, alien tongue. And this time, I knew with a certainty that sank into my bones like the cold itself, I was not alone. The certainty that I was not alone was a horrifyingly calm realization. It wasn't a jolt of panic, but a slow, cold infusion of truth that displaced every rational thought I had desperately clung to. The frantic drumming of my heart subsided, replaced by a heavy, leaden beat that seemed to echo in the crushing silence between the whispers. Hypoxia, exhaustion, the tricks of a tired mind. All these comfortable explanations evaporated like breath in the frigid air, leaving behind the naked, terrifying reality of my situation. My training, my thousands of miles of experience, had prepared me for blizzards, for bear encounters, for broken bones and sudden storms. It had not prepared me for this. I was an expert in a world governed by the laws of physics, but I had a sinking feeling I had stumbled into a place where those laws no longer applied. I remained motionless, a statue of flesh and bone, wrapped in down feathers, my entire being reduced to a single function: listening. The whispers continued their insidious chorus, a dry, sibilant tapestry of sound woven into the moan of the wind. They were not directed at me, but simply around me, as if I were an insignificant rock in the middle of their ancient, incomprehensible conversation. The language, if it could be called that, was a cascade of soft clicks, guttural hisses, and long, drawn-out sibilants that felt like they could strip the warmth from the air. There was an intelligence to it, a clear pattern and cadence that my mind tried and failed to grasp, like trying to read a book written in pure static. My eyes, now adjusted to the dim, ethereal glow of the moonlight filtering through the tent's fabric, began to play tricks on me. Or perhaps they were finally starting to see the truth. At the very edge of the clearing, where the dense stand of spruce trees began, I saw movement. It was fleeting, a flicker in my peripheral vision that I initially dismissed, but then I saw it again, and again. They were faint, shadowy figures, and to call them figures was to give them more substance than they possessed. They were more like vertical distortions in the moonlight, silhouettes woven from shadow and speed. They were tall, impossibly thin, with limbs that seemed too long, moving with a disjointed, unnatural grace. One moment they were there, a stark black shape against the snow, laden boughs of a pine tree. The next they were gone. Not as if they had run, but as if they had simply dissolved back into the darkness from which they were born. Like smoke in the wind, my breath caught in my throat, forming a painful, icy lump. I was terrified, but it was a new kind of terror. It wasn't the adrenaline-fueled fear of a physical threat. It was a deep, paralyzing dread, a primal horror that bypassed all my survival instincts and went straight for my soul. My body was frozen, unable to move, unable to even tremble. My ice axe, my bear spray, the satellite messenger that was my lifeline to the outside world. All of it felt like children's toys, utterly useless against a threat that left no footprints and seemed to be made of nothing more than whispers and shadow. They began to circle my camp. Their movements were unnervingly fast and fluid, yet jerky, as if they were frames in a film reel that were slightly out of sequence. They darted between the trees, their tall forms appearing and disappearing, a silent, predatory patrol just beyond the reach of my perceived safety. They never crossed the invisible boundary into the clearing I had stamped out for my tent, yet their presence felt like a tightening noose. With each pass, the whispers seemed to grow more insistent, the clicks and hisses rising in pitch and intensity, boring into my skull. Then, one of them stopped. It stood at the edge of the trees, directly in my line of sight, a tall, slender void against the moonlit snow. It was utterly still, and I had the horrifying sensation that it was looking directly at my tent. I couldn't see a face, no eyes, no features at all, but I could feel its attention on me, a palpable pressure against the thin nylon wall. And then I felt the cold. It was a cold that had nothing to do with the sub-zero temperature. The air in my tent, which had been warmed by my body heat, suddenly felt frigid. But this was more than that. It was a profound, soul-chilling cold that seemed to emanate directly from the figure. It was a cold of utter emptiness, of ancient loneliness, of a place where no life or warmth could ever exist. It seeped through my layers of clothing, through my sub-zero sleeping bag, through my very skin, and settled deep within my bones. It was a cold that felt like despair. My teeth began to chatter uncontrollably, not from the temperature, but from the sheer, unadulterated horror of that feeling. It was the cold of the grave. I don't know how long I lay there, watching them. Time had ceased to have meaning. Seconds stretched into minutes, minutes into what felt like an eternity. My world shrank to the size of my small tent, a fragile bubble of orange nylon, in a sea of whispering darkness. I watched as the moon, my only silent companion, tracked its slow, deliberate arc across the star-dusted sky. The figures continued their silent, ceaseless vigil, their forms flitting in and out of existence at the edge of my camp, their whispers a constant, maddening soundtrack to my terror. I felt like a specimen under a microscope, observed by beings so alien and ancient that my existence was of no more consequence to them than that of an ant. My mind, in a last-ditch effort to preserve its sanity, began to fracture. I thought of my life back home, of warm coffee and crowded streets, of the mundane, beautiful safety of the world I knew. It all felt like a distant dream, a life lived by someone else. The only reality was the cold, the whispers, and the circling shadows. I felt a profound sense of intrusion, the crushing weight of Al the Ranger's words. The mountain has a different personality this time of year. It doesn't always like visitors. I was a trespasser here. I had blundered into a sacred place, a domain that was not meant for human eyes, and I had seen the landlords. Just as I felt the last vestiges of my composure beginning to crumble, I noticed a subtle shift in the quality of the light. The absolute, impenetrable black of the eastern sky was softening, bleeding into a deep, bruised purple. Dawn was coming. As the first faint hints of light began to touch the sky, the figures began to fade. They didn't retreat, they simply became more transparent, their shadowy forms thinning like mist in the morning sun. The whispers, which had been a constant torment for hours, began to recede, their sibilant edges softening, until they were once again indistinguishable from the sound of the wind sighing through the pines. The figure that had been watching my tent was the last to go. It lingered for a moment, a final, chilling silhouette against the growing light. And then it too dissolved into nothingness. And then there was silence. A complete and total silence that was somehow more terrifying than the whispers had ever been. The forest was still. The wind had died down. There was no sound at all. I didn't attempt to summit Wheeler Peak. The thought was laughable, a ludicrous ambition from a different lifetime. As soon as the sun's first rays crested the distant peaks, bathing the landscape in a cold, golden light, I moved. My actions were frantic, clumsy. I didn't bother to make breakfast or coffee. I shoved my sleeping bag, my stove, my entire world into my pack with trembling, uncoordinated hands. My only thought, my only primal urge, was to flee. I strapped on my snowshoes, shouldered my pack, and got out of there as fast as my legs could carry me, never once looking back at the silent, haunted grove of trees. The retreat from that cursed grove was not a hike. It was a flight for my life, fueled by a terror so profound. It eclipsed all physical exhaustion. Every snap of a twig, every gust of wind that rustled the snow, heavy branches of the pines, sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through my system. I didn't dare look back. The image of those silent, shadowy figures was seared onto the inside of my eyelids, and I had a suffocating fear that, if I turned, I would see them following me, gliding effortlessly over the snow in the bright morning sun. The silence they had left behind was a vacuum, and my mind rushed to fill it with imagined horrors. The beautiful, pristine wilderness that had been my sanctuary, just the day before had transformed into a place of profound menace. Every tree seemed to be watching, every shadow seemed to hold a lurking form. My snowshoes, which had felt like natural extensions of my feet on the way up, now felt like clumsy, leaden weights. I stumbled constantly, my breath coming in ragged, panic gasps that burned in my lungs. The 50-pound pack, my meticulously planned world of survival, was now a monstrous burden, trying to drag me back down into the snow, back towards the things that whispered in the dark. Several times, I fell hard, my face plunging into the cold, soft powder, and in those moments of stillness, a new fear would grip me. The fear that the whispers would start again, right beside my ear. Each time, I scrambled back to my feet with a desperate, primal urgency, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The miles back to the trailhead were the longest of my life. The sun climbed higher in the sky, its warmth doing nothing to dispel the soul, deep cold that had taken root in my bones. It was a cold that I knew would never truly leave me. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of panicked flight, I saw it through the trees. The glint of sunlight off a car windshield. The parking lot. Civilization. A sob of pure, unadulterated relief escaped my lips. I practically ran the last 100 yards. collapsing against the cold metal door of my truck. My hands were shaking so violently that it took me 3 attempts to get the key into the lock. The moment I was inside, doors locked. I was overwhelmed by a wave of nausea and dizziness. I leaned my forehead against the steering wheel, the plastic cold against my skin, and just breathed. The familiar smell of stale coffee and gasoline was the most comforting scent I had ever known. I was safe. I was out. But I knew, with a chilling certainty, that a part of me would never truly leave that mountain. The drive away from Taos, Ski Valley, was through a dreamscape. The world outside my windows seemed unreal, a movie playing in which I was no longer a participant. The sight of other cars, of people laughing and walking towards the ski lifts, was jarring. How could their world be so normal, so bright and carefree, when mine had been so fundamentally broken? They were living in a reality I no longer fully belonged to. I had to stop at the ranger station to sign out. It was procedure, a rule I had never once thought of breaking. As I walked towards the small cabin, I felt a crippling sense of dread. What could I possibly say? Al was on duty again, a steaming mug of coffee in his hands. He looked up as I entered, his eyebrows raising slightly in surprise. "Hayes, you're back early," he said, his voice neutral. "Decided Wheeler was a bit much for you after all." I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came out. What could I tell him? That I was chased off the mountain by whispering shadow, like creatures that left no footprints. That I had felt a cold that stole the very essence of life. He would think I was insane, suffering from a severe case of altitude sickness, or worse, making it all up. The story was too monstrous, too far outside the bounds of shared human experience. To speak it aloud would be to give it a reality I wasn't ready to face. The weather. I finally managed, my voice a hoarse croak. The forecast. I didn't like the look of it. It was the lamest, most pathetic excuse a hiker of my experience could possibly offer, and we both knew it. The sky outside was a brilliant, cloudless blue. Al looked at me for a long moment, his gaze sharp and penetrating. He looked past my words, past my feeble excuse, and seemed to see the raw, undiluted terror that was still clinging to me like a shroud. He looked at my haunted eyes, my pale face, the tremor that still lingered in my hands. He took a slow sip of his coffee, his expression unreadable. "Sometimes," he said softly, his voice low and gravelly, "the mountain just tells you it's time to go. A wise man listens." He turned and stamped my permit, seal OCD, without another word. In that moment, I felt a strange sense of gratitude towards him. He didn't press. He didn't question. And in his eyes, I saw a flicker of something that looked like understanding. As if I were not the first person to come down from that mountain with a story they could never tell. The years since that winter have been quiet. I never went back to the Carson National Forest. In fact, I haven't set foot on a remote wilderness trail since. The passion that had once been the driving force of my life, the very core of my identity, was extinguished in a single night. I sold my top of the line gear, the tools of a life I could no longer live. My friends in the hiking community don't understand. They talk of new adventures, of peaks to be conquered, and I can only offer a hollow smile. How can I explain to them that the silence of the wilderness is no longer a comfort to me? That now, when I hear the wind howl, I can't help but listen for the whispers underneath. I've tried to rationalize what happened. I've read about infrasound, low-frequency noises that can cause feelings of dread and visual hallucinations. I've researched the folklore of the local tribes, searching for legends of mountain spirits or guardians. I've found stories, of course. The native peoples of that land have always known that the high places are sacred, powerful, and not to be trifled with. Their legends speak of spirits, of beings, neither living nor dead, who inhabit the peaks and resent intrusion. But none of it truly explains what I saw and felt. It doesn't explain the unnatural speed of the figures, the intelligent cadence of their whispers, or the soul-freezing cold that had nothing to do with the temperature. I am a man of logic and reason, a man who believed only in what he could see and touch. But I saw them. I heard them. I felt them. They were ancient, powerful, and utterly indifferent to my existence. I had intruded upon their domain, a world that exists parallel to our own, hidden beneath a thin veil of snow and silence. The high peaks of the Carson National Forest hold many secrets, and I learned the hard way that some are best left to the wind and the snow. The mountain told me to go, and I listened, and I will spend the rest of my life listening to the echo of its voice. My name is Brielle. Even now, years later, saying my own name feels like recounting the details of a missing persons report. It's a name that belongs to someone who was whole. Someone who hadn't yet learned that there are places in this world where the maps are wrong and the silence has teeth. This isn't a story I tell at parties. It's a memory that I live with, a shadow that stretches long behind me, no matter how brightly the sun shines. It's the story of the weekend. We went to the Coconino National Forest and trespassed on something that had been sleeping for a very, very long time. There were 5 of us, fresh out of college and drunk on the intoxicating illusion of our own invincibility. We thought we were adults, but we were just children with car keys and a misguided sense of adventure. Our self-appointed leader was Liam. He was all swagger and confidence, the kind of guy who talked about conquering nature as if it were a business rival. He'd read a book or 2 on survivalism and believed that made him an expert. His girlfriend, Chloe, was there mostly for him. She was sweet and a little timid, more comfortable with boutique hotels than backcountry camping, but she'd follow Liam anywhere. Then there was Ben, the quiet observer of our group, a gentle soul who was there for the genuine beauty of the wilderness, not to prove anything. And finally, there was Maya, my best friend since childhood and the person I would share a tent with. She was the anchor of the group, practical and level-headed, the one who actually remembered to pack the first aid kit and extra water. I fell somewhere in the middle, carried along by the group's momentum, eager for a break from the mundane, but with a quiet hum of apprehension I couldn't quite shake. Liam had sold us on the Coconino National Forest with promises of grandeur. He spoke of its towering ponderosa pines, its stunning red rock formations, and, most importantly to him, its vast, untamed wilderness. He wasn't interested in designated campgrounds, with their fire pits and picnic tables. He called them glorified parking lots. He wanted something authentic, a place where we could be completely on our own, away from rules and rangers. He'd spent weeks poring over satellite maps and old forestry roads, finally settling on a spot deep, heart of the forest, miles from any marked trail. The drive-in was the first sign that we were leaving our world behind. The smooth asphalt of the highway gave way to a graded dirt road, which in turn devolved into a rugged, track path that scraped the undercarriage of Ben's SUV. The towering pines closed in around us, their dense canopies blocking out the harsh Arizona sun and plunging the forest floor into a perpetual twilight. The air grew thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. It was beautiful, but it was an imposing, almost suffocating beauty. We were about an hour down this rugged track when we saw him. A park ranger was parked on the side of the road, leaning against his truck. He was an older man, his face a roadmap of wrinkles carved by years under the sun, his eyes a pale, piercing blue. He held up a hand, and Ben dutifully brought the vehicle to a stop. "Afternoon, folks," the ranger said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. He tipped his hat. "Bit far off the beaten path, aren't you?" Liam, ever the spokesman, leaned out the window with a confident grin. "Just looking for some real peace and quiet, officer. Getting away from it all." The ranger's eyes scanned over us, lingering for a moment on the coolers and cases of beer packed in the back. He didn't smile. "This isn't the place to get away from it all. If you don't know what you're doing. There are no services out here. No cell signal. You get into trouble, you're on your own for a long time." He paused, his gaze drifting towards the dense woods. "And this land, it's old. It deserves respect. The Yavapai and the Apache have stories about these woods. Stories you should listen to. We'll be fine," Lime said dismissively, his tone bordering on arrogant. "We've got everything we need." The ranger's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. "Stick to the main roads. Don't build fires outside of designated pits. And if you hear anything strange at night, just stay in your tents. Some things in this forest are best left undisturbed." He gave us one last, long look, a look that felt heavy with unspoken warnings, then nodded curtly and got back in his truck. As we drove away, I saw him in the rearview mirror, standing there, watching us until we disappeared around a bend. His words hung in the air, a stark contrast to our festive mood. We found Liam's perfect spot. Another 30 minutes later. It was a small, secluded clearing overlooking a deep, wooded canyon. It was undeniably spectacular. The view was breathtaking, and the sense of isolation was absolute. As we began to unpack, however, I felt a strange shift in the atmosphere. The normal sounds of the forest, the chirping of birds, the buzzing of insects, seemed to fade away, replaced by a profound and unnerving silence. It felt as though the entire forest was holding its breath, watching us. I mentioned it to Maya, who shrugged it off as our ears, adjusting to the quiet after the noise of the city. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. Our first night was a blur of youthful ignorance. Liam insisted on building a massive bonfire, a roaring inferno that spat embers high into the night sky, a blatant disregard for the ranger's warning. We blasted music from a portable speaker, the synthetic beats an ugly intrusion into the sacred quiet of the wilderness. We laughed too loudly and left our food, rather scattered around the site. We were invaders, loud, obnoxious, and utterly disrespectful. As the night wore on and the beer flowed, I tried to ignore the gnawing unease in the pit of my stomach. Every snap of a twig in the darkness beyond our firelight made me jump. The woods that had seemed beautiful by day now felt menacing, a wall of impenetrable blackness that seemed to press in on our small circle of light. By the time we finally stumbled into our tents around 1 a.m., the party had died down, leaving behind a trashed campsite and the lingering smell of stale beer. As I zipped up the tent, I took one last look at the forest. The moon was high, casting long, skeletal shadows through the trees. The silence had returned, deeper and more absolute than before. It wasn't peaceful, it was predatory. I fell into a restless sleep, my dreams filled with images of dark woods and watchful eyes. I was jolted awake sometime later. The music was off. The fire was nothing but dying embers, and the world was utterly black. I glanced at my watch. It was 3:03 a.m. What woke me was a sound. It was a high, pitched, chittering noise, almost like a swarm of cicadas, but it was wrong. Beneath the insect, like clicking, was a guttural, throaty undertone, a wet, rasping quality that made the hair on my arms stand on end. It wasn't one sound from one direction. It seemed to be coming from all around us, a chorus of alien chatter echoing from the canyon and the trees. I whispered to Maya, my voice trembling. "Maya, do you hear that?" She mumbled something in her sleep and rolled over. I was alone with the sound. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to convince myself it was just a coyote or a fox, some nocturnal animal I wasn't familiar with. But the sound grew louder, more insistent, closer. Then I heard a new noise that made my blood run cold. A soft, deliberate scratching at the side of our tent. Scrape. Scrape. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. The scratching stopped, and for a moment, there was only the chittering. Then the scratching started again, more frantic this time, moving along the nylon fabric. The chittering was right outside now, a cacophony of clicks and growls. I could hear something moving, something small and unnervingly fast, circling our tent in the darkness. My mind raced, trying to form a picture of what could be making those noises, but no animal I knew of fit. Suddenly, the entire tent began to shake violently, as if a large animal was pushing against it. But it wasn't one point of pressure. It felt like dozens of small, strong hands were grabbing and shaking the fabric from all sides. Maya woke up with a terrified scream, scrambling up to a sitting position. We huddled together in the center of the tent, clutching each other as the assault continued. The chittering was deafening, a symphony of malice. We could hear the other tents in our group erupting into a similar state of chaos. Liam's shouts and Chloe's piercing screams screwing through the night, a testament that we were not alone in our terror. The assault on our tent was relentless and terrifyingly intimate. It felt personal. The chittering wasn't just a sound, it was a language of pure malice, and it was directed at us. Maya and I were huddled in a tight ball of shared terror, our hands clamped over our ears, but it did nothing to block out the noise. It vibrated through the ground, through the thin nylon walls, and into our very bones. We could hear things scurrying over the top of our tent, their weight causing the fabric to sag precariously above our heads. The scratching evolved into a determined tearing, the sound of tiny, sharp claws ripping at the rainfly. I imagined dozens of small, monstrous faces peering in at us through the shredded fabric, and a fresh wave of nausea washed over me. The air in the tent grew thick and foul, carrying a strange, musky odor like damp soil and decay. It was the smell of the things outside. From the tent next to ours, where Liam and Chloe were, we heard a sickening rip, followed by Chloe's scream escalating into a raw, guttural shriek of pure panic.
They're in! Liam, they're in!
She shrieked. Liam's response was a string of curses, followed by a heavy thud, as if he'd thrown something, or himself, against the side of his tent. Ben's tent was silent, a fact that was somehow more terrifying than the screaming. Had they gotten to him already? My mind conjured a horrific image of him, being dragged out into the darkness, and I had to bite down on my own scream. Then, a new sound joined the cacophony. It was a low rhythmic thumping against the ground, growing steadily louder. It sounded like someone was beating a drum, a slow, deliberate cadence that seemed to coordinate the chaotic attack. Thump. Thump. With each beat, the shaking of our tent intensified. The chittering rose in pitch, becoming a frenzied shriek. It felt like a ritual, a ceremony of terror, and we were the unwilling sacrifices. The pressure against the tent walls was immense now, and I was certain the poles would snap at any moment. Maya was sobbing quietly beside me, her body trembling uncontrollably. I held onto her, my own false bravado, the only thing keeping me from dissolving into a puddle of hysteria. I kept my eyes squeezed shut, convinced that if I opened them, I would see the silhouette of something impossibly grotesque against the thin fabric of the tent. And then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The silence that descended was absolute and profound. It was more terrifying than the noise. The chittering, the tearing, the thumping, all of it vanished in an instant, leaving a vacuum that was filled only by the sound of our own ragged breaths and the frantic pounding of our hearts. The forest was completely, unnaturally still. Not a cricket, not a whisper of wind, nothing. It was as if the world outside our tent had ceased to exist. We stayed frozen, huddled together for what felt like an eternity. Every second stretched into a minute, every minute an hour. We were too scared to move, too scared to even speak above a whisper. Ere they gone, Maya finally whispered, her voice hoarse. "I don't know." I breathed back, my eyes still scanning the dark walls of the tent. "Don't make a sound." We waited. The minutes crawled by, each one a small lifetime of fear. We could hear quiet whimpering from Chloe's tent, but nothing from Ben. The urge to call out to him, to check if he was okay, was overwhelming. But the fear of drawing the attention of whatever was out there kept us silent. Liam's usual bravado was gone, replaced by a tense, fearful silence. The night was a long, dark tunnel of paranoia. Every tiny sound, every rustle of the fabric as we shifted our weight, sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through us. We were prisoners in our own tent, surrounded by an unseen enemy. The first hint of dawn was the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. A faint, gray light began to seep through the fabric of the tent, chasing away the absolute blackness of the night. It was a fragile, tentative light, but it felt like a lifeline. We waited until the sun was fully up, painting the inside of our tent in the warm, reassuring colors of morning, before we dared to move. "I'm going to look outside," I said, my voice still shaky. "Brielle, no," Maya pleaded, grabbing my arm. "What if they're still out there? We can't stay in here forever," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. "We have to see what happened." Cautiously, I reached for the zipper. My hand trembled so much it took me 3 tries to get a grip on it. The sound of the zipper opening was deafening in the morning silence. I pulled it down just a few inches and peered out. What I saw made me recoil in shock. Our campsite was destroyed. It looked like a tornado had ripped through it. Our coolers had been thrown open, their contents strewn across the clearing. Food packages were torn to shreds, clothes were scattered in the dirt, and our camp chairs were overturned and broken. But it was the tracks that made my stomach clench. All over the dusty ground, crisscrossing our entire campsite, were strange 3-toed tracks. They were small, like a bird's, but the impressions were deep, suggesting a significant weight. There were hundreds of them, a chaotic dance of tiny, clawed feet. Steeling myself, I unzipped the tent the rest of the way and crawled out, with Maya close behind me. Liam and Chloe emerged from their tent at the same time. Chloe's face was pale and tear-streaked, and there was a long, deep tear in the side of their tent. Liam looked shocked, his usual confident smirk completely gone, replaced by a look of wide-eyed horror. "Ben," Maya called out, her voice trembling. "Ben, are you okay?" There was no answer. We all turned to look at his small, one-person tent. It was leaning at a strange angle, and the front flap was hanging open. A cold dread washed over me. We rushed over, and Liam tore the flap the rest of the way open. The tent was empty. Ben was gone. His sleeping bag was in a heap in the corner, and his backpack was still there, but there was no sign of him. That's when Chloe screamed again, a high, thin sound of terror. She was pointing at the entrance to our tent. We all followed her gaze, and what we saw would be burned into my memory forever. Left at the entrance of each of our tents, placed with a deliberate, ritualistic care, were small, woven dolls. They were crudely made from twigs and dried grass, bound together with something that looked disturbingly like dark, human hair. They were small, no bigger than my hand, but they radiated an ancient malevolence. And in the center of each doll, piercing through the woven chest, was a sharp, jagged piece of black obsidian. It was a message, a warning, a curse. The sight of those dolls shattered the last of our composure. The bravado, the recklessness, the party atmosphere, it all evaporated, replaced by a primal, gut-wrenching fear. This wasn't a random animal attack. This was something else. Something intelligent, something ancient, and something that hated us. "We have to go," I said, my voice barely a whisper. Now. No one argued. The spell was broken. We were no longer adventurous college kids. We were trespassers who had been brutally warned. We began to pack with a frantic, desperate energy, throwing our belongings into our bags without any care for organization. We left the tents, the coolers, the food. We took only what was essential. As we worked, the silence of the forest pressed in on us again, but this time, it felt different. It felt like we were being watched, judged. I kept glancing at the dark tree line, half expecting to see a pair of glowing eyes staring back at me. A faint, high-pitched chittering sound drifted on the morning breeze, a chilling reminder that the night's horrors were not just a bad dream. They were still here in the woods waiting. We didn't talk about Ben. We couldn't. To speak his name would be to acknowledge the tearing possibility that he was gone for good, another victim of the forest's ancient guardians. All we could think about was escape. The drive out was a blur of panicked silence. We threw our bags into the back of the SUV, with a carelessness that bordered on violent, our only instinct to flee. No one dared to touch the small, malevolent dolls left at our tents. We left them standing as grim sentinels over the wreckage of our weekend. The silence of the forest was no longer just an absence of sound. It was a living entity, heavy and suffocating. I felt 1,000 unseen eyes on my back as I scrambled into the vehicle, my heart hammering against my ribs. I didn't look back at the clearing. I couldn't bear to. The image of Ben's empty tent, the flap fluttering like a final, sad wave, was already seared into my mind. Liam drove, his knuckles white on the steering wheel, his face a mask of grim determination. The arrogant, cocksure leader was gone. replaced by a haunted young man who had looked into the abyss and seen it look back. Chloe sat in the passenger seat, curled into a ball, her quiet sobs the only sound in the car. Maya and I were pressed together in the back, drawing a fragile comfort from each other's presence. The rugged two-track path that had seemed like an adventure on the way in was now a treacherous gauntlet. Every bump and lurch of the vehicle felt like the forest itself was trying to hold us back, to keep us from escaping its grasp. I kept my eyes fixed on the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a horde of small, chittering figures swarming out of the trees behind us. The high-pitched insect-like sound echoed in my memory, a phantom limb of terror that I knew would never truly fade. It felt like an eternity before we reached the graded dirt road, and another before we saw his truck. The park ranger was there, parked in the exact same spot as before, as if he had been waiting for us. He stepped out of his vehicle as we approached, and Liam slammed on the brakes, the SUV skidding to a halt in a cloud of dust. The ranger walked towards us, his face unreadable, his pale blue eyes taking in our disheveled appearance, Chloe's tear-streaked face, and the raw fear that radiated from all of us. "You look like you've seen a ghost," he said, his voice low and steady. It wasn't a question. Liam stumbled out of the car, his voice cracking. "They took him. They took our friend. Benny's gone." The ranger listened without interruption as Liam, in a frantic, disjointed torrent of words, recounted the night's events. The chittering sounds, the shaking tents, the destruction of their camp, the missing friend. He talked about the tracks, the smell, the feeling of being surrounded. He didn't mention the dolls. I don't know if he forgot, or if some part of him knew how insane it would sound. When Liam finally fell silent, panting for breath, the ranger's expression hadn't changed. There was no surprise, no disbelief. There was only a deep, wary sadness. He looked past us, his gaze fixed on the dark woods from which we had just fled. "I told you," he said softly. "This land is old. There are things here that were old when the mountains were young. You don't come into someone's home, make a mess, and expect them to welcome you." "What are you talking about?" Chloe whispered from the car. "What was it?" The ranger shook his head slowly. "They don't have a name we would understand. The old stories, the Yavapai stories. They call them the Whispering Ones, the children of the earth. They are guardians. They don't take kindly to trespassers, especially disrespectful ones." He looked directly at Liam, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of anger in his eyes. "You built a fire, didn't you? A big one. Played your music, left your trash." Liam couldn't meet his gaze. He just stared at the ground, shame and terror warring on his face.
We have to go back for him,
I said, finding my voice. "We have to call the police."
Get a search party?
"I'll call it in," the ranger said, his voice heavy with resignation. "We'll search, but we won't find him. Not the way you want." He looked at each of us, his gaze lingering. "You go home, you tell your story. They won't believe you. They'll say your friend wandered off, got lost, fell into a canyon. They'll say you were drinking, that you were scared and your minds played tricks on you. Maybe it's better if you let them believe that." His words were a cold shower, dozing the last embers of our hope. He was telling us that Ben was gone, and that there was nothing anyone could do. He was telling us that the world we were returning to would have no explanation for what had happened to us, no box to put it in, no way to make it make sense. He was right. The official investigation was a nightmare of bureaucracy and thinly veiled skepticism. We were interviewed separately, and our stories, filtered through the lens of trauma and exhaustion, came out as a jumbled, unbelievable mess. The sheriff, a man with a tired face and a perpetually raised eyebrow, listened to my account of the chittering creatures and the obsidian pierced dolls with a look of patient condescension. He asked how much we'd had to drink. He suggested that a bear might have ransacked our camp and scared us, causing Ben to run off in a panic. Our story was dismissed as a collective hallucination, a campfire tale spun from alcohol and fear. Ben was officially listed as a missing person. Search and rescue teams scoured the area for weeks. They found our abandoned campsite, just as we'd left it. They even found the dolls. The official report noted them as unusual, possibly Native American-style artifacts, but drew no conclusions. They found no tracks other than our own, and those of the usual forest creatures. The 3 toad prints we had seen everywhere had vanished without a trace. They never found Ben. Not a scrap of clothing, not a drop of blood. It was as if the forest had simply swallowed him whole. The 4 of us who came back were never the same. The shared trauma that should have bonded us together instead acted as a corrosive acid, eating away at the foundations of our friendships. We couldn't look at each other without seeing Ben's face, without feeling the crushing weight of our shared guilt. Liam bore the heaviest burden. His arrogance had led us there. His disrespect had provoked the attack. He had a complete breakdown a few months later and moved back in with his parents. Chloe left him and transferred to a different university, trying to outrun the memories. I haven't spoken to either of them since. Maya and I tried to hold on, but it was impossible. Our conversations were stilted and awkward, always circling the black hole of that weekend. The easy comfort of our lifelong friendship was gone, replaced by a shared, unspoken horror. We drifted apart, 2 ships passing in the night, each carrying the same dark cargo. Years have passed, but the Coconino National Forest lives inside me. I live in a city now, surrounded by concrete and steel, as far from the wilderness as I can get. I can't stand the sound of crickets or the rustling of leaves in the wind. I sleep with a light on. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I wake up with a jolt, the phantom sound of high-pitched chittering ringing in my ears. My heart pounding with a terror as fresh as it was that night. I know what happened. We stumbled into a place we didn't belong. A place protected by ancient laws and ancient guardians. We were loud and arrogant trespassers, and the forest's true inhabitants made their displeasure known. They gave us a warning. They left us the dolls as a token of their contempt, and they took Ben as payment for our transgression. I will live with that knowledge, and the silence that followed, for the rest of my life. My name is Kalen Thorne, but most people just call me Cal. For the last 12 years, I've had the privilege of wearing the uniform of a National Forest Ranger. It's more than a job to me. It's a calling, a deep-seated connection to the wild places that most of modern society has forgotten. My jurisdiction, my home, is the sprawling, ancient expanse of the Allegheny National Forest in northwestern Pennsylvania. I didn't just happen upon this career, I was born into it. My father was a ranger in this very forest, and his father before him. The scent of pine needles and damp earth is in my blood, and the rustle of leaves in the wind is a language I've understood since childhood. I know its trails like the lines on my hand, its hidden streams, its sun-dappled clearings, and its deep, dark hollows where the sun rarely touches the ground. I've always found solace in its silence, a profound peace that the concrete world could never offer. That's why I decided to take a solo, camping trip for a few days. It wasn't an adventure into the unknown for me. It was a return to the familiar, a way to recalibrate my soul, away from the endless paperwork and administrative duties that had been piling up at the station. I chose a spot I knew well, a secluded campsite nestled in a grove of old growth hemlocks, about a 5-mile hike from the nearest access road. A clear, cold stream gurgled nearby, its water tumbling over moss-covered stones. It was the kind of place that felt untouched by time, where the only sounds were the music of the forest, the chattering of squirrels, the distant call of a pileated woodpecker, and the gentle sigh of the wind through the canopy. The air was crisp with the promise of autumn, and as I set up my camp, I felt the tension in my shoulders begin to melt away. My tent, a sturdy 2-person dome, was pitched on a flat patch of soft earth. I arranged my gear with the practiced efficiency of a seasoned professional. Sleeping bag unrolled, cooking supplies organized on a flat rock, and a neat stack of firewood ready for the evening. The first day was idyllic, a perfect embodiment of everything I loved about the wilderness. I spent the afternoon hiking a familiar loop, my boots crunching softly on the fallen leaves. The forest was alive around me. I saw a doe and her fawn drinking from the stream, their movements graceful and silent. A flock of wild turkeys scurried into the underbrush, their heads bobbing in comical unison. There was a harmony to it all, a natural rhythm that I felt a part of. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, I returned to my camp and started a fire. The flames crackled and danced, casting a warm, flickering glow on the surrounding trees and pushing back the encroaching darkness. I cooked a simple meal of dehydrated stew and sat by the fire, a book in my lap, feeling utterly content. The night was peaceful. The normal nocturnal sounds of the forest were a comforting lullaby. The hoot of a barred owl, the chirping of crickets, and the occasional rustle of a small creature in the leaf litter. I slept soundly, wrapped in the profound silence of the woods. The second day was much like the first, filled with quiet exploration and peaceful solitude. But as evening approached, something felt different. It was a subtle shift, a change in the atmosphere that I couldn't quite put my finger on. The air grew still, and the usual chorus of birdsong seemed to quiet down earlier than usual. A strange, heavy silence descended upon the woods, a silence that felt less like peace and more like anticipation. I was sitting by my campfire again, the flames a solitary beacon in a sea of darkness. The book lay forgotten beside me as I stared into the embers, my mind drifting. That's when I heard it. A sharp, distinct snap of a twig breaking in the woods just beyond the ring of firelight. My head snapped up, my senses instantly on high alert. My first thought was deer. They're clumsy sometimes. I scanned the wall of blackness that surrounded my camp, listening intently. Nothing. The silence rushed back in deeper and more absolute than before. I tried to dismiss it, telling myself it was just a deer or a bear passing through. I was in their home, after all. I went back to poking the fire with a stick, trying to recapture the feeling of peace from the night before, but it was gone. A thread of unease had been sewn into the fabric of the night. A few minutes later, it happened again. Another snap, This one was closer, maybe 30 yards away, to my left. It was followed by a soft, shuffling sound, like something heavy being dragged through the leaves. This wasn't a deer. The sound was too deliberate, too stealthy. My heart began to beat a little faster. I slowly reached for my high-powered flashlight, my movements careful and quiet. I stood up, my back to the fire, and aimed the beam into the impenetrable darkness between the trees. The powerful beam cut a brilliant white path through the night, illuminating the trunks of trees and the tangled undergrowth. I swept the light back and forth, searching for the source of the sound. And then I saw them. Two small, luminous pinpricks of light, reflecting the beam from low to the ground. Eyes, they weren't the large, gentle orbs of a deer, nor the greenish, gold reflection of a bobcat or fox. These were a pale, sickly yellow, and they were set wide apart. They stared back at me, unblinking, from the deep shadows behind a thicket of rhododendron. They didn't seem curious or frightened, like a normal animal's would. They seemed intelligent, watchful. I held the light steady, my breath caught in my chest. "Go on, get out of here," I said, my voice sounding louder than I intended in the oppressive quiet. The eyes didn't move. They just continued to stare, their yellow glow unwavering. A cold knot of dread began to form in my stomach. This was wrong. Every instinct I had, honed by years in these woods, was screaming at me that whatever was attached to those eyes was not something I wanted to meet. I took a step forward, raising the flashlight higher, and then they were gone. They didn't blink out or look away. They vanished in an instant, as if a switch had been flipped, plunging that patch of woods back into absolute blackness. There was no sound of retreat, no rustling of leaves or snapping of twigs, just an abrupt and total absence. The feeling of being watched, however, remained. It was a palpable, physical sensation, like 1,000 tiny needles prickling my skin. The woods no longer felt like a sanctuary. They felt hostile, alien. The familiar trees now seemed to twist into menacing shapes in the periphery of my vision. The silence was no longer peaceful. It was the suffocating silence of a predator holding its breath. I quickly doused the campfire, kicking dirt over the embers until not a single spark remained. The darkness that flooded the campsite was absolute, and for the first time in my life, I felt a surge of genuine fear in my own forest. I retreated to the fragile safety of my tent, zipping the flap tightly shut. I fumbled in my pack for my service pistol, its cold, heavy weight a small but inadequate comfort in my hand. I lay there in the dark, my ears straining to catch any sound over the frantic pounding of my own heart. For what felt like an eternity, there was nothing but that heavy, watchful silence. I was just beginning to think that maybe, just maybe, it had moved on, when I heard a new sound. It was a soft, wet, scratching sound, right on the side of my tent, just inches from my head. It wasn't the frantic scrabbling of a raccoon. It was slow, deliberate, and methodical. Scrape, 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 like a long fingernail being dragged slowly down the nylon fabric. My blood ran cold. I lay paralyzed, every muscle in my body locked in terror. The scratching was followed by a low, wheezing sound. The sound of labored, rattling breaths, as if the creature had run a great distance or was afflicted with some terrible disease. It was so close I could almost feel the vibration through the thin wall of the tent. Then, the sound that will haunt me until the day I die. A voice, a dry, hoarse, and ancient whisper, rasped directly into my ear, as if the speaker's lips were pressed against the tent fabric. Let The words were drawn out, filled with a desperate, guttural hunger that was utterly inhuman. It was not a request. It was a demand from something that had been waiting in the dark for a very, very long time. For a long moment, pure, unadulterated terror held me in its icy grip. My lungs refused to draw air, and my heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. The voice, that desiccated, scraping whisper, echoed not just in the tent but inside my skull. It was a sound of ancient malice, of a hunger so profound it defied all natural law. Every instinct, from the primal fear of a prey animal to the rational mind of a trained ranger, screamed that I was in mortal danger. The fragile nylon wall of the tent felt as useless as a spider's web against a hurricane. A surge of adrenaline, raw and potent, finally broke the paralysis. It wasn't a conscious decision. It was a reflex born of sheer panic. With a guttural yell that tore from my throat, I kicked out violently at the side of the tent where the voice had been. My boot connected with something solid yet yielding. It wasn't like kicking a tree or a rock. There was a sickening, soft give to it, followed by a high-pitched, wet hissing sound that was part pain and part fury. It was a sound no animal I had ever encountered could make. I heard a frantic scrabbling, a chaotic retreat into the undergrowth, and then an unnerving silence fell once more. But this was not the watchful silence from before. This was a wounded silence, a resentful one. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that it hadn't gone far. It was out there, in the oppressive darkness, and now it was angry. I didn't sleep. Sleep was an impossible luxury. I remained in my sleeping bag, the service pistol clutched in my trembling hands, my body rigid with tension. I was a statue carved from fear. For hours I listened. The forest, my lifelong sanctuary, had transformed into a theater of horrors. Every familiar sound was now a potential threat. The gentle rustle of leaves could be its stealthy approach. The hoot of an owl sounded like a mocking laugh. The wind whispering through the hemlocks seemed to carry its name, a name I didn't know and never wanted to learn. Occasionally I would hear it, a soft, dragging sound from the perimeter of my camp, always just at the edge of hearing. It was circling, I realized. Pacing. The wheezing breaths would come and go, sometimes sounding distant, other times alarmingly close. It was testing my defenses, a patient, calculating predator. My mind raced, trying to put a name to my tormentor. Was it a bear with a severe respiratory infection? A mountain lion afflicted with some grotesque form of mange? No. The voice, the intelligent eyes, the deliberate way it moved, none of it fit. My mind dredged up old stories, fragments of folklore my grandfather used to tell around the fire, tales meant to scare the children. Stories of the Wendigo, of ancient spirits that roamed these deep woods. Things that were once human but had been twisted by hunger and darkness into something else entirely. I had always dismissed them as campfire tales. Now, huddled in my tent with a monster just outside, they felt terrifyingly real. The night stretched into an eternity. Each minute was a small victory, each hour a monumental triumph of survival. I kept my flashlight off, not wanting to give it a target or reveal that I was awake and aware. I controlled my breathing, making it as shallow and quiet as possible, straining to hear its movements over the frantic thumping in my chest. The darkness in the tent was absolute, a suffocating blanket that left me alone with my thoughts, and the ever-present sound of that labored, wheezing breath just beyond the fabric. Finally, after what felt like a lifetime of terror, The first hint of dawn began to pierce the darkness. A faint, gray light filtered through the canopy, slowly pushing back the shadows. It was the most beautiful sunrise I had ever witnessed. As the light grew stronger, the sounds from outside my tent ceased. The circling stopped. The wheezing faded. The malevolent presence that had suffocated the forest all night seemed to recede with the darkness. I waited until the sun was fully above the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees, before I dared to move. My muscles screamed in protest, stiff and sore from hours of immobility. With my pistol still raised, I slowly, painstakingly, unzipped the tent flap. The morning air was cold and clean, a stark contrast to the stale, fear-laden atmosphere inside. I crawled out, my eyes scanning the campsite, expecting to see something. Anything. At first, everything looked normal. The doused campfire, my gear, the surrounding trees. It was almost as if I had imagined the whole thing, a vivid nightmare brought on by solitude. But then I saw it. There, in the soft, damp earth right next to where my head had been, was the proof. A single, perfectly formed handprint. My breath hitched. It was not human. It was far too large for one thing, nearly twice the size of my own hand. The fingers were impossibly long and slender, like the legs of a spider, and they were arranged in an unnatural splay. But the most horrifying detail was the tips. Each finger ended not in a nail, but in a deep, sharp impression in the dirt, a clear indication of a pointed, vicious claw. The palm was wide and oddly shaped, and the entire print seemed to radiate a sense of wrongness. It was the hand of a creature that had no right to exist. A few feet away, I saw another set of tracks, but they were not footprints. They were drag marks, accompanied by more of those grotesque handprints, confirming my suspicion that it had been circling my tent, crawling low to the ground. That was it. My training, my protocol, my duty as a ranger. It all evaporated in a wave of pure, primal instinct. I didn't think about documenting the scene or collecting evidence. My only thought was escape. Survival. I have never packed a campsite faster in my life. I moved with a frantic, desperate energy, throwing my gear into my pack with no regard for order or care. My sleeping bag was stuffed in. The tent was haphazardly torn down and shoved into its sack. Every few seconds, I would stop, my head snapping around, convinced I could hear that wheezing breath or see a flicker of movement in the trees. The forest was silent, but it was a heavy, watching silence. I felt like a mouse scurrying under the gaze of a hawk. With my pack slung over my shoulders, I began the 5-mile hike back to my car. It was the longest 5 miles of my life. Every step was an exercise in terror. I didn't stick to the trail. I crashed through the underbrush, taking the most direct route possible, my heart pounding with every snapped twig and rustle of leaves. The woods that had been my home now felt like an alien landscape, a labyrinth designed by a malevolent intelligence. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches like grasping arms. Shadows seemed to twist and coalesce into monstrous shapes in my peripheral vision. I felt its eyes on my back the entire way, a cold, persistent pressure that urged me to move faster. I didn't dare look back. I just kept moving, my pistol in my hand, my finger on the trigger, expecting an attack at any moment. When I finally burst out of the tree line and saw my truck parked at the trailhead, a sob of relief escaped my lips. It was a beacon of civilization, a metal shield against the ancient horrors of the woods. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly it took 3 attempts to get the key in the lock. I threw my pack in the passenger seat, scrambled into the driver's side, and slammed the door, locking it immediately. For a moment, I just sat there, my forehead pressed against the steering wheel, gasping for breath. My body trembled uncontrollably. I had made it. I was safe. Before starting the engine, I forced myself to do one last thing. I lifted my head and looked in the rearview mirror, back towards the dark edge of the forest I had just fled, and my heart stopped. For just a second, standing in the deep shadows between two massive oak trees, I saw a figure. It was tall and unnaturally thin, its limbs long and gangly. It was too far away to make out any details, but I didn't need to. I knew what it was. As I watched, a pale, oversized hand lifted slowly and pressed against the trunk of the tree. Then, it melted back into the shadows and was gone. I didn't wait to see if it would reappear. I jammed the key in the ignition, and the engine roared to life, shattering the unholy silence. I never went camping alone again. I still work as a ranger in the Allegheny, but I never go back to that part of the forest. The woods are old, and they hold many secrets. And I know now that some of those secrets are hungry. The drive back to the ranger station was a blur of adrenaline and raw panic. I gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white, my eyes darting between the road ahead and the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that impossibly thin figure loping along the roadside, keeping pace with the truck. The familiar roads, once a comforting sight, now seemed menacing, flanked by endless walls of trees that concealed unimaginable horrors. Every shadow seemed to hold its shape. Every gust of wind sounded like its wheezing breath. The 5-mile hike had been a sprint for survival. The 20-mile drive was a desperate flight from a nightmare that I knew was real. When I finally pulled into the station's parking lot, the familiar sight of the log building did little to soothe my frayed nerves. I stumbled out of the truck and practically ran inside, locking the heavy oak door behind me. My colleague, a cheerful, middle-aged ranger named Dave, was at his desk, sipping coffee. He looked up, his smile faltering as he saw the state I was in. "Cale, what the hell happened to you? You look like you've seen a ghost." I couldn't answer. I just stood there, leaning against the door, panting for breath, my clothes torn and smeared with dirt. The words wouldn't form. How could I possibly explain what I had experienced? That I was hunted by something that whispered through my tent. That I saw a handprint from a creature that shouldn't exist. He would think I was crazy. That I'd finally cracked after too much time alone in the woods. I just shook my head, mumbled something about a close call with a territorial bear, and retreated to my small office, closing the door behind me. The days that followed were a living hell. I couldn't sleep for more than an hour at a time. And when I did, my dreams were filled with images of pale yellow eyes, impossibly long fingers, and that horrifying, dragging sound in the leaves. I would wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, the sound of that raspy whisper, "Let me in," echoing in my ears. During the day, I was a wreck. I was jumpy and paranoid. The slightest unexpected noise would make me flinch. I avoided going outside unless absolutely necessary. The forest, the place that had been my sanctuary my entire life, now felt like a cage. And I was trapped inside with a monster. I tried to rationalize it. I spent hours on the station's computer, searching for any possible logical explanation. I looked up reports of aggressive bears, mange-afflicted coyotes, and even unconfirmed sightings of mountain lions. Nothing fit. No known animal in North America matches that description. No animal whispers in English. No animal leaves a handprint like the one I saw seared into my memory. The rational part of my brain, the part that relied on science and evidence, was at war with the part of me that had survived that night. And the survivor was winning. My work suffered. I couldn't bring myself to patrol the trails. The thought of stepping back under that canopy, of being surrounded by those silent, watching trees, filled me with a dread so profound it was paralyzing. Dave covered for me, attributing my behavior to a bad scare, but I could see the concern in his eyes. Driven by a desperate need for answers, I turned to the only other source I could think of, the folklore my grandfather had spoken of. In the station's small library, tucked away on a dusty shelf, was a collection of old books on local history and legends. I spent hours poring over them, my hands shaking as I turned the brittle pages. I found scattered references, old tales from the Seneca people who first inhabited this land, stories of spirits of the forest. And then I found it, a chapter in a book from the 1920s, written by a local historian, detailing the legend of the Gawawaidisa, a name that roughly translated to the hungry one that walks. The description was chillingly familiar. A tall, emaciated creature, once human, but twisted by an unspeakable act of cannibalism in the deep wilderness into a monster of perpetual hunger. It was said to be cunning, able to mimic sounds, and even whisper to its prey to lure them into a trap. It moved with unnatural speed and silence, and its touch was said to bring a wasting sickness. The book described it as a creature of the deep, old woods, a secret that the forest itself tried to keep. This discovery didn't bring comfort. It brought a new, colder wave of fear. This wasn't a random monster. It was a named thing, a known thing. And it lived in my forest. This new knowledge sparked a morbid curiosity, a need to know more. I started digging into the station's archives, pulling the files on every missing person case within the Allegheny National Forest for the last 70 years. It was a grim task. The files were filled with faded photographs of smiling hikers, hunters, and campers who had walked into the woods and never walked out. Officially, their fates were listed as lost, succumbed to the elements, or animal attack. But as I read through the reports, a pattern began to emerge. A disproportionate number of the disappearances occurred in the same northern quadrant of the forest, the same area where I had made my camp. The details were often sparse, but sometimes a search party member's testimony would include an odd detail that had been dismissed by the lead investigators. A report from 1978 mentioned a searcher who swore he heard someone whispering his name on the wind. A case from 1992 involved a single, distorted footprint found near a missing hunter's abandoned truck. A print the investigator noted was neither man nor bear. In a file from just a decade ago, a lost hiker who was eventually found alive, albeit incoherent and suffering from severe exposure, spoke of being stalked by a tall, skinny man who wasn't a man who wheezed as he breathed. I felt a cold dread wash over me as I connected the dots. These weren't separate tragedies. They were a string of kills, a predator's hunting history, meticulously documented in bureaucratic paperwork. The creature I had encountered wasn't just a monster, it was a serial killer that had been using these woods as its hunting ground for generations. And the forest had been keeping its secret. I now understood the truth. I hadn't escaped because I was clever or strong. I had survived because it had allowed me to. Perhaps my kicking out had injured it, Or perhaps it was simply toying with me. Or maybe, in its own twisted way, it was passing on a message. I was a ranger, a guardian of this place. Now I knew what I was truly guarding it from. My life is different now. The fear has not faded, but it has changed. It has settled deep into my bones, a constant, cold companion. I still wear the uniform of a National Forest Ranger, but my duties have changed. I still patrol, but I am armed with more than just a pistol. I am armed with knowledge, with a terrible secret. I make sure the trails in that northern quadrant are always marked as closed for one reason or another. Beer activity, trail erosion, controlled burns. I do whatever I can to keep people away, to steer them from that ancient hunger that waits in the deep woods. I no longer see the forest as a place of peace. I see it as a borderland, a frontier between our world and something much, much older. I am a warden on that frontier. I don't know what happened to the people who went missing, but I can guess. I can imagine their final moments, hearing that same raspy whisper I heard. Sometimes on cold, quiet nights when the wind blows just right, I think I can still hear it, carrying a single, hungry question through the trees. And I know it's still out there, pacing in the darkness, waiting patiently. Because the forests of the Allegheny are old, and some secrets are not meant to be kept. They're meant to be fed.